Chapter 1. The reverberating roar of engines echoed in his ears, and the powerful gusts of wind struck against his face. The pervasive ache throughout Saiyan's battered body instinctively prompted him to stir. He unconsciously lifted his heavy eyelids, and his muddled thoughts swiftly returned to clarity. Where am I? Saiyan discovered himself lying horizontally on the ground, with only a bleak sky in his line of sight. A bird appeared to be soaring above, but as he noticed the long trail of air following it, he abruptly realized that it was not a bird but an aircraft, or more accurately, an unidentified flying object. My heavens, what place is this? In a state of panic, Saiyan attempted to rise, but as he moved his arm, he inadvertently brushed against a soft body. Upon closer inspection, he found a charming young girl lying atop him. Her form sprawled in a manner that pinned him down. Her attire was peculiar and tattered. Surrounding them were numerous individuals lying in disarray, creating a scene reminiscent of a battlefield, replete with blood and corpses, utterly horrifying. This can't be real. I distinctly remember planning to meet a friend at an internet CAF to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Then, on my way, I encountered an elderly woman who had collapsed. I recklessly dashed to help her, risking everything. Indeed, there are few young people with such compassion left in this society. But I recall a speeding car approaching me at that moment, and I thought I was done for. I never anticipated this thought. Saiyan's eyes brightened. He was alive and not in a hospital, leaving only one possibility had traversed dimensions. Suddenly, he turned his body to look behind him, only to find a fluffy tail swaying in the wind. The sight of this tail sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps to others, its significance was lost, but to Saiyan, a quintessential otaku and anime enthusiast, it held profound meaning. From a young age, he had immersed himself in various anime, especially classics like Dragon Ball and Naruto, and he could recite character details with ease. The tail was a hallmark of the Saiyans. Saiyan had perused numerous novels about dimensional travel, and never did he expect to find himself swept up in the wave of universal transmutation. A Saiyan. I have become a Saiyan. He felt an exhilarating rush. Yet before he could fully relish the moment, the pain coursing through his body doused his excitement like a bucket of cold water. Ouch, that hurts! Saiyan touched his right ribs and discerned that two of them were likely fractured. Nevertheless, such injuries were trivial for a formidable Saiyan. Regaining his composure, Saiyan contemplated the situation in the Dragon Ball universe and sighed wryly. This Saiyan I inhabit is probably destined to be a mere cannon fodder. I wonder how much time remains before Frieza obliterates planet Vegeta. I might as well seize this opportunity to leave planet Vegeta. Yes, to Earth, where I can train and grow stronger. It is evident that I, along with several other young Saiyans, have been dispatched to this planet to carry out a mission. Although I have just witnessed the evacuation of a few individuals, my spacecraft undoubtedly remains somewhere nearby. The Saiyan vessels are solitary, spherical flying machines, and perhaps I can utilize it to journey to Earth. Just as Saiyan was preparing to depart in search of a spacecraft, he noticed the girl who had previously shielded him from harm. According to the memories stored in his mind, the Saiyan squad had endured a fierce battle. The girl before him had sacrificed her own safety to protect the original owner of this body. Regrettably, this act did not preserve the original owner's life, or else he would not have traversed here. Saiyan turned the girl over and felt for her breath, discovering a faint but discernible sign of life. It appears she is not dead. According to the memories of this boat's original owner, your name is Lana, my cousin, and an exceptionally gifted mid-level warrior. Saiyan furrowed his brow, pondering the Dragon Ball lore, which suggests that Saiyans are typically cold-hearted and devoid of compassion for the weak. Why, then, did this distant cousin risk her life to save him? Perhaps this world diverges from the Dragon Ball universe in ways unforeseen. Regardless, she injured herself in her attempt to save me, and I cannot stand idly by. Thus, I must administer artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Saiyan could swear on his integrity that his intentions were purely altruistic. He was not motivated by the allure of his cousin's beauty, nor was he seeking to take advantage of the situation. They were situated in a desolate wilderness, devoid of medical apparatus, leaving him with no choice but to perform artificial respiration. One must trust in science, and more importantly, in Saiyan's character. As he turned the girl named Lana back, an object resembling glasses fell from her embrace. Upon seeing it, Saiyan's spirits lifted, for it was the power scouter that had appeared in the Dragon Ball series. He carefully stowed the scouter away, then leaned down, pinching the delicate bridge of the girl's nose with one hand, while gently lifting her chin with the other, parting her lips. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his lips against hers and exhaled forcefully. Their lips met, and the soft sensation, accompanied by the fragrance of the young girl, overwhelmed Saiyan's senses. Before his journey, he was a typical recluse, never having held a girl's hand, and now he found himself, in a sense, gifting away his long-cherished first kiss. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that he was solely acting to save her. After approximately 7 or 8 breaths, he reluctantly straightened up, preparing to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation for his distant cousin, according to the teachings. From childhood textbooks, performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation requires placing one hand's palm over the back of the other hand and applying firm pressure to the patient's chest. However, when Sun Yu glanced at his cousin Lana's chest, he couldn't help but swallow hard in his memory. His cousin was only 15 years old. Truly, the Saiyans are a warrior race, as this 15-year-old girl had already developed quite maturely, with the right curves accentuated and her body radiating explosive vitality. Coupled with her impeccably beautiful Eastern features, she was indeed a temptation one ought to resist. Suppressing the myriad of wicked thoughts swirling in his mind, Sun Yu placed his right hand over his left, positioning them atop the girl's heart. Although Lana was clad in a special soft armor combat suit reminiscent of the Dragon Ball anime, it did nothing to diminish the astonishing elasticity he felt. Stealing a furtive glance around, he slightly increased the pressure of his hands, intending to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Lana. I could see that moment. The unconscious girl suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Sun Yu was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected scene. The girl's gaze quickly transformed from confusion to clarity, and upon noticing his hands resting on her, her face turned pale, instinctively delivering a sharp slap while exclaiming, "Kyle, you scoundrel! Beep, 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 battle power 874. The battle power detector abruptly reported Lana's strength. Consequently, Sun Yu was propelled 10 meters away by the full force of his cousin's strike. Great! How am I to explain to my cousin that I was merely performing CPR? The Kyle mentioned by his cousin was indeed Sun Yu's Saiyan name, with his full name being Kyles's, which translates to bringer of death in the Saiyan language. Cough, cough, sister. This is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Sun Yu, seeing Lana quickly approach him, braced himself, anticipating another beating. After all, he had endured many blows from her throughout their childhood. Humph, Kyle, I do not favor those weaker than myself. If you truly wish to win my favor, you must train harder, at the very least, attain a battle power of 3,000. Lana raised her chin, attempting to project an air of aloofness. However, the discerning Sun Yu could still discern a hint of shyness and anticipation in her gaze. 3,000 battle power. Sun Yu's lips twitched. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a traveler from another world. His perspective was not confined to the traditional notions of Saiyan battle power. Though Saiyans are inherently endowed with formidable physiques, their understanding of martial arts and the manipulation of ki is, to say the least, rudimentary. Lacking proper training methods, they adhere strictly to the survival of the fittest jungle law, preventing them from unlocking their true potential, which is surprisingly consistent with the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, to better tap into his capabilities, Sun Yu felt compelled to journey to Earth, seeking to learn from the gods and master the control of K. As Sun Yu fell into silence, Lana pursed her lips and spoke with a tone of gentle reassurance. Kyle, although you are a low-ranking warrior with diligent training, it is not impossible for you to attain a combat power of 3,000. You must have faith in yourself. Upon hearing Lana's words, Sun Yu chuckled softly and shook his head, gradually replying, Sister Na, I believe it is erroneous to assess a newborn's potential based solely on their combat power. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Lana furrowed her brows. You are clearly envious and jealous of my status as a mid-tier warrior, which is why you say such things. Sun Yu smiled gently, shaking his head. Talent is a complex quality that cannot be judged by a singular standard. It is often intricately tied to one's efforts, comprehension, and even fortune. Some individuals may be born weak, yet through relentless learning and unyielding battles, they can repeatedly transcend their limitations and become immensely powerful. Take, for instance, Goku from the Dragon Ball universe, who was born with a combat power of merely 2 to 3 points and was scorned as a worthless low-ranking warrior. Yet, this so-called worthless fighter, through continual learning and an insatiable quest for strength, ultimately became one of the most formidable beings in the entire universe. While Goku's achievements were undoubtedly bolstered by the Saiyan bloodline that grows stronger in the face of adversity, among the multitude of Saiyans on planet Vegeta, how many truly broke free from their constraints to become genuine powerhouses? Most met their demise under Frieza's tyranny. Thus, to become a strong warrior, one must rely a third on innate talent, a seventh on fortune, but the remaining 90% must be earned through one's own relentless effort. Perhaps due to being a Saiyan, Sun Yu harbored an almost obsessive fervor for strength. He refused to be an ordinary Saiyan who would ultimately perish alongside King Vegeta on planet Vegeta. He aspired to be a powerful being who could seize control over his own destiny. Regardless, upon your return to planet Vegeta, ensure you train diligently. Lana said with a smile. By the way, Sister Na, I noticed many people evacuated earlier. Why did they not clean up the battlefield before leaving? I find it a bit perplexing. To be honest, Sun Yu was reluctant to return to planet Vegeta, as the intensifying conflict between King Vegeta and Frieza would lead to increasingly stringent surveillance of the Saiyans. Escaping later would not be so simple. Oh, regarding them, they received news from planet Vegeta that King Vegeta had just welcomed a son, who was born with nearly 500 combat power. The king was so delighted that he hosted a grand banquet, summoning all Saiyans to celebrate on planet Vegeta. As she spoke, a radiant glimmer sparkled in Lana's eyes, clearly envious of this newborn's extraordinary combat prowess. King joyfully welcomed the son. Sun Yu's heart trembled violently, and a name emerged in his mind. Indeed, it was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who possessed a combat power of 500 at birth and surpassed the king's expectations by the age of 8. Sun Yu immediately recalled the Dragon Ball anime, where Vegeta appeared to be merely 5 years old during Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta. This meant that only about 5 years remained before the planet's destruction. As Sun Yu was lost in thought, the combat power scanner in his arms suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps. Beep, beep, beep. High combat power units detected ahead, 485, 397. Something's amiss. Sun Yu and Lana immediately fell into a state of alert. Sun Yu handed the scanner back to Lana and swiftly picked up a scanner from the corpse of a fallen Saiyan companion. Beep, beep. No combat power units detected. Once Lana acquired the scanner, she promptly placed it against her ear, scanning the surroundings for enemy positions through the device's lens, yet it yielded no results this time. What the heck? Kale, this outdated scanner seems to be malfunctioning. We need to upgrade to a newer model when we return, Lana muttered, discarding the device carelessly. This antiquated scanner had a voice prompt feature that could alert the wearer of nearby threats. However, due to its short detection range and low accuracy, it faced obsolescence. That's not the issue with the scanner, Sun Yu said gravely. In this world, many races can freely alter or even conceal their combat power. With the right training, we too can master this ability. What? That's impossible. Lana was evidently reluctant to accept this reality. Kale, you coward. Even if they can conceal their power, my combat strength is a formidable 874, easily overpowering these natives. Sun Yu shot Lana an exasperated glance. He was learning firsthand how prideful Saiyans could be. Although this planet was classified as a lower-tier world, and the detection results indicated that its highest combat power was below 1,000, who could guarantee that there weren't formidable warriors here capable of masking their energy? Until absolute strength was established, caution was paramount. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, and Sun Yu felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Without time to ponder the reason, he shoved Lana aside, shouting, "Sister Na, be careful." With a thunderous explosion, the ground where Sun Yu and Lana had stood was obliterated by a powerful wave of energy. Figures darted out from behind, their forms dark and diminutive. Hunched over, they were indeed the natives of this planet. You wretched Saiyan monkeys, how did you discover us? Our energy was concealed perfectly. A total of 6 individuals approached swiftly, encircling Sun Yu and Lana. Sun Yu observed the leader among them, a diminutive figure. Despite his efforts to conceal his presence, Sun Yu sensed an inexplicable aura about him, suggesting that his combat prowess was formidable, rivaling that of Lana, if not surpassing it. Lana re-equipped her combat power detector, and after pressing a button, she swiftly procured the combat power indices of the 6 assailants. Combat power 531, 499, 358. Huh, I expected more from you. With such meager combat power, what do you intend to do? Do you dare to claim you can kill us? Haha. The softness in Lana's gaze towards Sun Yu dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating thirst for battle and carnage. I'll just stay back. I shall dispatch these insignificant pests swiftly. With that, Lana surged forward, targeting the diminutive leader who instilled a sense of trepidation in Sun Yu. Sister Na, be cautious, he has concealed his true combat power. You foolish Saiyan monkey, prepare to meet your demise. Ha! As Lana approached the attack range of the dwarf, he suddenly bellowed, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, manifesting as a swirling vortex around his form. Beep beep, combat power 978. With a resounding crash, the two energies collided, sending Lana hurtling several meters away, where she collided violently with a massive boulder, cracking it with countless fissures. Cough cough. Lana coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, enduring the pain as she stood up and said to Sun Yu, "Kyle, you should run. I was too arrogant before. I'll hold them off for you, just go. None of you will escape invaders." Sun Yu could never abandon a girl to face death just to save himself. He didn't have a savior complex, but he had his own principles. There are things one can do and things one cannot. He just couldn't abandon his friends and family. Moreover, the situation might not be hopeless. "Sister Na, I'm not leaving. I actually think these people are not our opponents." Sun Yu walked to Lana's side, coldly surveying the 6 people around them, and continued. "The natives of this planet are small in stature and not suited for combat. They are better at controlling energy than close combat. That's why they hide their combat power and feign weakness, waiting for you to let your guard down before suddenly exploding with power. They are wary of our strength. Damn it, you cunning Saiyan monkey." The dwarf leading them seemed to be hit where it hurt and cursed fiercely. Lana quickly understood Sun Yu's words. Her face regained composure as she said, "You mean as long as we avoid clashing energy and choose close combat, we still have a chance to win, right? Huh. I didn't expect our little Kyle to have a mature and steady side. TCH, not everyone thinks with their fists like you do." Sun Yu protested, though what he didn't say was that even if they chose close combat, their chances of winning were still slim. Firstly, there were too many opponents, and secondly, both he and his cousin Lana had been seriously injured earlier, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. But so what? Saiyans are the kind of race that can unleash unprecedented potential in extreme adversity. After each brush with death, they can break through their previous limits and become even stronger. Enough talk. Let's attack together and blow these Saiyan monkeys to bits." The dwarf shouted, gathering a shining energy ball in his hand. The other 5 dwarfs behind him also took their positions, surrounding Sun Yu and Lana for an assault. Beep, beep, combat power readings show 760, 820, 643. At that moment, the 6 opponents unleashed their full combat power. Lana planned to charge straight at the dwarf with the highest combat power for a life and death struggle. But Sun Yu suddenly grabbed her and said, "Sister Na, let me handle the 2 with the highest combat power first. You deal with the weaker ones, then come to support me." In Sun Yu's memory, his combat power was only 569. Undoubtedly, he was the weakest among them. If Lana got entangled with the strongest dwarf, then when both he and Lana exhausted their stamina, there would only be a dead end ahead. However, if he let Lana deal with the weakest few first, then with his cooperation, they might have a chance to defeat the 2 strongest dwarfs. This was a strategy Sun Yu came up with based on the story of Tianji's horse racing from Earth. But Lana was still not at ease with Sun Yu facing the 2 strongest dwarfs. However, Sun Yu did not give her any room for negotiation. He took a step forward and said loudly, "There's no but. Do as I say." Sun Yu's voice still echoed in Lana's ears, but his figure had already flown a great distance away. Lana stared blankly in the direction of Sun Yu, feeling dazed as if the timid little Kyle from her memories had grown up and now dared to directly command her, his sister. However, this Kyle seemed to have more manliness now. Before Lana could think too much, several energy balls from the short native dwarves were already flying toward her. Lana's gaze sharpened, and she quickly moved, attacking the few people in the arena. Although Sun Yu was a homebody without any athletic ability before his crossing, he had now become a Saiyan. The fighting spirit imprinted deep in his genes had been ignited, and his body moved flexibly, leaping swiftly toward 2 powerful dwarves, his small fists carrying terrifying power as they struck at the enemies. The 2 dwarves saw Sun Yu charging fiercely and immediately jumped to the sides to evade his attack. With a strike missing, Sun Yu wasted no time and immediately changed direction, charging toward one of the dwarves. Crazy. Saiyan monkeys are all crazy. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Yu immediately got into a fierce battle with the 2 dwarf warriors. The intense pain from his previously broken ribs occasionally struck him, and along with the attacks from the 2 powerful dwarves, these pains stimulated Sun Yu's nerves, making him increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied. The more severe the Saiyan's injuries, the stronger his fighting power became. However, this strength was extremely dangerous, especially when facing 2 opponents who were far more powerful than him. Therefore, under Sun Yu's brief aggressive assault, the 2 dwarf warriors quickly regained their rhythm. They began to coordinate with each other, creating distance from Sun Yu, while launching more energy blasts at him. After being hit by an energy blast, Sun Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was starting to blur, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. "Kyle, I'm here to help you." Lana, being a talented mid-level warrior, had already dealt with the 2 weaker dwarves in such a short time. However, her condition was also poor. When Lana saw Sun Yu covered in blood, She quickly moved to stand in front of him. Kyle, I'm sorry for not taking down those few in time. But leave the rest to me, you go first. Even now, you're still thinking about escaping? Sun Yu let out a bitter laugh, blaming his own weakness. The Saiyan body was not all-powerful after all. Let's talk. Let's kill this girl first, then we can take care of that guy. Kill him. The remaining 4 charged at Lana simultaneously. Although Lana was a talented mid-level warrior, she was still young, and her 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. She struggled under their fierce attacks, almost exchanging injuries to buy time. Sister Na, Sun Yu watched as Lana's injuries worsened, his heart bleeding. You have to go. What will you do if I leave? Sun Yu roared in his heart. He hated his own powerlessness even more, and loathed this cruel world of the survival of the fittest. Since he had no grievances or enmity with the people of this planet, he had missed several opportunities to kill his opponents completely before. Now, because of his foolish mercy, he was about to endanger his cousin's life. And he hated himself even more. As he watched Lana's left shoulder pierced by a shockwave, Sun Yu finally exploded completely. You beasts, I'll fight you to the end. Sun Yu heavily slammed into the ground, using the rebound force to leap up. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were crimson, as if he were possessed. Kyle! Lana looked at Sun Yu's appearance, her heart deeply pained. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in Sun Yu's mind, and gradually he noticed his pupils rapidly constricting, then splitting into a tomo. In the next second, he saw the entire world turn gray, and everyone's movements slowed down. He could even clearly see the flow of energy within the few people in front of him. Now, it seemed as if he had an illusion of insight into all things in the universe, as if the entire world was under his control. Could this be the Sharingan? Sun Yu's mood instantly shifted from sorrow to joy. He didn't have time to explore the basic conditions for opening the eyes, which should have required inheriting the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Even encountering something like crossing over made the question of awakening the Sharingan seem trivial. Although Sun Yu felt that this single Tomo Sharingan was somewhat different from what he had seen in the Naruto anime. This miraculous eye technique had already given the near-death Sun Yu a glimmer of hope for survival. Not to mention, right now, the few dwarfs appear to be moving in slow motion in his eyes. He could see through all their attack methods and the flow of their energy. With just this, he could achieve an undefeated position in this battle. Sister Lana, hold on. I'm coming to save you. Since you seek death, we'll take you down first. Saiyan monkey. Boom! Boom! 2 massive energy blasts exploded around Sun Yu, and Lana watched helplessly as Sun Yu was engulfed in a shockwave and collapsed to the ground. Kyle, why are you so foolish? Just as the few native dwarfs were gleefully staring at the smoke in the arena, suddenly one dwarf's face filled with fear. He trembled and pointed behind another dwarf, saying, "Watch out behind you." Crack! The dwarf's eyes widened in shock, and then his back was suddenly struck by immense force, producing the sound of bones shattering. When did you get behind me? The dwarf collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and regret. He struggled to rise, but was heavily stomped on by Sun Yu. Let us go, and I will spare him. Sun Yu coldly surveyed everyone. The few dwarfs shivered involuntarily when faced with Sun Yu's crimson Sharingan. Lana looked at Sun Yu at this moment, her heart filled with complex emotions. She hoped that Sun Yu would leave this dangerous place immediately, but at the same time, she wished to see him stand on his own. What a joke. You Saiyan monkeys have killed so many of our compatriots. I can't wait to tear you apart. Want to leave? No way. That's right. Even if we shatter into pieces, we will take revenge for our fallen comrades. Yes, kill these despicable Saiyan monkeys. Faced with the anger of these dwarfs, Sun Yu's heart trembled. He knew these were the last fighting forces on this planet. But what could he change? In his memories, King Bei had collected a large sum of money to clear this planet. Even if Sun Yu left now, it wouldn't change the outcome of this planet being invaded by stronger warriors. This is the sorrow of the weak. I didn't want to fight you to the death, but you rushed to seek death, so I can only fulfill your wish. Sun Yu gritted his teeth and said, raising his right hand slowly, a dazzling ball of light appearing in his palm. Impossible. How can you use our energy blast? Glancing at the light in his hand, Sun Yu smirked wickedly. This was a skill he copied from the dwarfs using the Sharingan, by controlling and compressing the chi within his body and condensing it in his palm. This was similar to Master Roshi's Kamehameha, but clearly, these dwarfs were slightly inferior to Master Roshi in their use of chi, so the power of this energy blast could not compare to the Kamehameha. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 738. Battle power, 849. Lana looked at the light ball in Sun Yu's hand in disbelief. Just moments ago, she clearly saw the readings on the power detector skyrocketing like a rocket. Battle power 942. Battle power 1011. It turns out Kyle was right. Battle power can really change at will. Lana murmured, her eyes filled with anticipation. Now she silently stepped aside, quietly watching the boy shining like a new star in the arena. On the other side, Sun Yu looked indifferently at the native dwarfs who were desperately gathering energy blasts. Just as Sun Yu's energy blast was completed, he suddenly hurled it at the strongest dwarf. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Suddenly, Sun Yu's energy blast seemed to transform into a shooting star, trailing a long afterimage as it sped toward the unfortunate native dwarf who was still struggling to gather energy with a flushed face. Elder. Several native dwarfs stopped gathering their energy balls in order to protect their elder and instead hurled their half-completed energy balls at Sun Yu's blast. Boom! Several energy balls collided in the air, producing a terrifying shockwave that rattled the nerves of those present. Lana, watching from the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth. Although she had already known from the detector that Sun Yu's energy ball was extraordinary, seeing the terrifying explosion with her own eyes still surprised her. After all, Sun Yu's original battle power was only a mere 569. Damn it! The native dwarfs desperately used their sleeves to shield themselves from the flying debris. They were genuinely furious. They had already secured victory, yet because of this young boy before them, they were now in such a pathetic state. But in the next moment, a cold voice came from behind the dwarf elder. I ask you one last time. Let us leave, and I can spare you. Don't force me to really kill you. Yet, Sun Yu still couldn't harden his heart. His mood was very complicated. The Saiyan bloodline made him more combative. But perhaps because he had just crossed over, he still couldn't bring himself to commit cold-blooded slaughter. Besides, the natives of this planet were also victims. Sun Yu didn't want to get entangled in who was right or wrong. He just wanted to do what he wanted. That was all. Sensing Sun Yu's fierce killing intent, the native dwarfs stared at him as if facing a great enemy, fearing that he might crush their elder's neck in a fit of rage. The arena remained silent for a long time, and finally, the dwarf elder sighed softly and said, "You may go." "Elder, we can't let them go. If they leave, they'll definitely come back with more people." "Yes, Elder, we must take revenge for our fallen comrades." "Enough." The dwarf elder interrupted everyone, saying, "Do you want him to take my old life?" "No, Elder." The dwarfs clenched their fists and bowed their heads. They were unwilling to see the invaders go unpunished, but they were even more unwilling to see their beloved elder harmed. The dwarf elder looked at Sun Yu with a calm expression, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "I want to know, will there be more invaders coming to invade our planet?" After listening to the elder dwarf, Sun Yu loosened his grip on his neck, and his eyes returned to normal from a Sharingan state. He calmly replied, "That's right. Someone has paid a large commission to hire the warriors of King Vegeta to clean up your planet. So instead of engaging in pointless struggles here, you might as well hurry up and pack your things to escape." "What?" After hearing Sun Yu's words, the eyes of the dwarves were filled with despair for the future. In these low-level star systems, the name of King Vegeta is as terrifying as that of the Grim Reaper. "Why are you telling us this?" the elder dwarf asked again. Sun Yu turned to Lana and said thoughtfully, "Because we are all weak." Looking at Sun Yu's back, one of the dwarves signaled to the others with his eyes. Now is a good opportunity to ambush. However, the dwarf elder shook his head and sighed. "Forget it. Even if we kill them, it won't change anything. Let's go back and gather the remaining clansmen to discuss what to do next." It wasn't until several dwarves left that Sun Yu finally sighed in relief, dispersing the energy ball that was ready to take shape at any moment. He walked over to Lana and said, "Sister Lana, let's hurry and leave here." "Oh my, our Kyle is really impressive now." Lana's beautiful eyes had already turned crescent-shaped with laughter as she looked Sun Yu up and down, making his face turn red. "Kyle, I have a question." Lana focused her gaze on Sun Yu's eyes and said seriously, Go ahead and ask." Sun Yu's expression became a bit unnatural. He guessed that his distant cousin would definitely ask him about the Sharingan. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from Lana, but this matter related to his identity as a traveler, and he had to be cautious. "About how to control your combat power, can you teach me?" Lana said with a smile. "Huh?" Sun Yu was taken aback. She was asking this question. He didn't know if Lana had noticed the unusualness in his eyes. If she hadn't, that would be even better, as it would save him from explaining too much. Haha, so it's this question. Actually, to control combat power, one must first learn how to control the energy within. I can't teach you that right now. However, you can accompany me to a place where we can learn a lot about advanced concepts of energy. Sun Yu did not lie. He was previously able to use the energy ball skill, simply relying on the copying function of a Sharingan. However, To truly master the use of chi, one still needs to go to Earth to seek a mentor. Although Earth's people have very low combat power, it is precisely because of their own shortcomings that they conduct meticulous research on chi, allowing every bit of chi within them to be utilized to its fullest potential. Just this aspect alone is enough to put them several streets ahead of the Saiyans. Where is it? Hurry up and tell me. Lana exclaimed upon hearing that there was a place to learn about controlling chi. She excitedly grabbed Sun Yu's arm and shook it vigorously. Sun Yu's arms were occasionally touching some soft parts of Lana's body as she held him. However, the person involved still looked completely oblivious, which made Sun Yu a bit unable to control himself. He cleared his throat and tried to maintain his composure, saying, "That place is called Earth, in a small galaxy in the Milky Way." Earth, Milky Way? Lana repeated these two unfamiliar terms, and soon they found the spaceship they had arrived in. However, it was embarrassing that aside from the few spaceships taken away by those who left earlier, there was only one intact spaceship left. "Kyle, there's only one spaceship now. What should we do?" Lana said, hands on her hips, frowning at the only usable spaceship. "Sister Na, why don't we squeeze in together?" Sun Yu said with a charming smile. "Hey Kyle, are you thinking about something messy again?" Lana's face turned as red as a ripe apple, as if recalling some indescribable things from before. No, Sister Na, my thoughts are very pure," Sun Yu said, pressing his hand tightly against his chest, looking as if he was speaking with a clear conscience. If I find you doing anything inappropriate, watch out, I'll fix you," Lana warned Sun Yu by waving her fist. Thus, Sun Yu and Lana squeezed into the spaceship that was originally meant for one person. Once inside, Sun Yu immediately searched for the location of Earth in the spaceship's database, and soon all the information about Earth appeared before them. Earth, with a maximum combat power detection below 300, its biosphere is extremely fragile, temperature changes are unpredictable, and the gravitational pull is relatively low. Overall assessment, low-level planet. Not worth waging a war of invasion. For special needs sellers, it is recommended to send newborn infants, expected to complete invasion within 3 years. Kyle, are you sure this is the place where you said you can learn to control chi? After reading the information about Earth, Lana cast a suspicious glance at Sun Yu. Damn, they actually rated my Earth as not worth invading. I really want to know how those Earthlings would react upon seeing this message. Would they cry or laugh? But Sister Na, this really is the place. I guarantee you'll like it when you go, Sun Yu said. After that, they set up the automatic navigation system and prepared to enter sleep mode. It would take a year to reach Earth from here, which meant Sun Yu would spend a year in this small spacecraft with Lana. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Kyle, what are you grinning about? Nothing. Sister Na, let's quickly enter sleep mode. A year is not a short time. Once everything was ready, Sun Yu and Lana boarded the spaceship and set off towards Earth. Dragon Ball World, here I come, Sun Yu shouted in his heart. Earth, year 738 of the AD. With a rapid passage of time, the spaceship Sun Yu and Lana were on had entered the Milky Way, and there were only a few days left until they reached Earth. At this point, Sun Yu had completely lost interest in sleep. He gazed out the spaceship window at the familiar yet strange Milky Way, his mind racing with thoughts. Looking at Lana, who was still fast asleep beside him, Sun Yu couldn't help but think about how he had woken up several times during the journey. He wasn't the kind of person who could remain indifferent in such a situation. Having a beautiful companion and not doing something would be a disservice to the party and the people. However, this little girl was quite alert. Any slightly excessive movement from Sun Yu would immediately wake her up, and without a word, she would start beating him up. Because of this, the long and tedious journey became colorful, painful yet joyful. Besides thinking about taking advantage of Lana, Sun Yu did not neglect his training. During his waking hours, he activated his Sharingan again and carefully studied the flow of energy within his body. Thanks to the incredible ability of the Sharingan to see through energy, Sun Yu gained a preliminary understanding of many attributes of Qi. After multiple attempts at training, his energy became increasingly restrained and powerful. If Lana were to check my combat power with a detector right now, she would definitely be shocked. Sun Yu thought silently to himself. Soon, as the spaceship entered the solar system, it began to decelerate. Due to the influence of the previous kinetic inertia, the spaceship experienced severe shaking. At this moment, Lana woke up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and stretched lazily, exuding a healthy wild beauty. Wow, that planet must be the Earth you mentioned. Lana leaned against the window, looking at the huge blue planet. As a genius among mid-level warriors, she had fought on countless planets, but she had never seen such a beautiful planet until now. I told you that you would like it. I'll let you in on a secret. Earth's food ranks among the best in the entire universe. Sun Yu said mysteriously. Come on, being able to negotiate with the famous God of Destruction Beerus. Earth's food could claim to be the best in the universe without anyone arguing. Hearing you say that makes me so hungry, Kyle. I don't care, I want to eat. Planet Vegeta. Report to King Vegeta. We have an abnormal flight record from a spaceship. During the banquet, a guard reported to King Vegeta. Abnormal flight record? King Vegeta, having just stepped away from the tedious banquet, looked displeased upon hearing this news. What's the situation? Speak quickly. The situation is this. One of the spaceships sent to clean up the dwarf planet has now flown to the 8021 XY sector's galaxy without any orders. Our technicians checked their preset destination and seems to be a low-level planet called Earth, the guard respectfully reported to King Vegeta. Acting independently, they better be going there to conquer that planet for me, or I'll make them pay. You prepare a case first, and after 2 years, since I'm going to check it out. You know what to do, King Vegeta said with a dark expression. Yes, your majesty, I understand. Earth, in a vacant suburb of the southeastern region of a certain country, a brilliant light streaked across the sky like a meteor. After the light passed, a deafening explosion echoed through the vacant suburb, which was the sound created when the spaceship Sun Yu and Lana made contact with the Earth. Haha, we finally arrived. Sun Yu pulled Lana out of the spaceship, stretching lazily, feeling incredibly refreshed. Kyle, I feel like the gravity on this planet is so low. Can such a place really teach us how to cultivate chi? Lana surveyed her surroundings, pouting. Let me put it this way. The combat power of humans on Earth is 0 at birth, and when they reach adulthood, some exceptional individuals can reach combat power above 10. In such a race, some can increase their combat power to over 260 through the study of martial arts. Sun Yu paused and continued. Given how poor the basic attributes of Earthlings are, they can't achieve such a significant increase. If you and I master such a cultivation method, just imagine what level your combat power could reach. If what you say is true, then it's possible for my combat power to break 10,000 when I reach adulthood. Kyle, am I right? Lana was immediately excited, her eyes sparkling at the thought of such a significant increase in combat power. You're so happy just thinking about breaking 10,000, Sun Yu thought to himself. Because Sun Yu knows that according to the setting in the Dragon Ball anime, when Sun Wukong completes the 100-fold gravity training, it is officially stated that he possesses power that surpasses the limits of a Saiyan. This means that when a Saiyan reaches a battle power of 90,000, they have truly entered the initial stage of developing their combat power. However, Sun Yu couldn't say this to Lana, so he could only smile and reply, of course a 10,000 battle power increase is actually nothing. Wow, Kale. You can't be kidding me. A battle power of 10,000 can already surpass King Vegeta, right? When that time comes, I want to go back and be the new queen of Planet Vegeta. Ha ha! Lana exclaimed excitedly, dancing around. Sun Yu, listening beside her, felt cold sweat on his forehead, thinking about whether bringing her to Earth was the right decision. He hoped this ant wouldn't suddenly get the idea to conquer Earth. He just wanted her to be a queen on Earth first. Kale, hurry and take me to train with the strong ones on Earth. Lana said excitedly. Sun Yu casually replied, then took out the battle power detector and put it on his ear. Let me see where these strong ones are. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting low battle power units, battle power 3, battle power 5, battle power 7. After a round of detection, the highest battle power did not exceed 50, which made Sun Yu feel quite embarrassed. How come I can't detect them? They must be hiding their energy. Thinking about it, it makes sense. According to the plot in the Dragon Ball anime, at this time, Sun Wukong had not yet come to Earth. The current Earth is indeed a time of peace, and the strongest being is none other than the Lord of the Gods. However, he is not a combat-type Namekian, so his energy is completely reclusive. Therefore, it is currently impossible to locate him with a detector. As for Master Roshi, that goes without saying. Usually, he is just an old pervert who loves to read adult magazines and thinks about how to touch girls' butts. What a tough start. Sun Yu sighed helplessly. Hey, Kale, I'm hungry. Let's go eat something first. Seeing Sun Yu's troubled expression, Lana suggested. Sun Yufei looked into the sky and saw a city not far away, so he agreed to Lana's suggestion. All right, let's go get something to eat, my little foodie. You're the foodie, and I'm older than you, okay? Lana rolled her eyes at Sun Yu. Wait, Sun Yu called out to Lana. There's a saying that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You promised me you wouldn't act recklessly on Earth. You have to pay for food and things on this planet. Do you have money? Lana tilted her head and asked Sun Yu. Obviously, Sun Yu had been waiting for Lana to ask that. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Let us go. I'll take you to rob a bank." Sun Yuka didn't want to be like the protagonists in some time travel novels who hunt beasts and exchange their skins for money. Was that something a noble Saiyan would do? Obviously not. Now, Sun Yu is an invincible being on Earth, and he suddenly had the mischievous thought of wanting to experience what robbing a bank was like. He imagined himself punching an ATM and smashing it open, then pulling out stacks of cash from inside. That scene must be quite thrilling. Of course, for Sun Yu, this was just a small prank. After all, he was no longer at that level. What he was about to face was Frieza, who aimed to dominate the universe. He would not quietly wait for Sun Wukong to grow stronger and then expect him to defeat Frieza. If possible, Sun Yu would prefer to confront Frieza personally and stomp him down. Although Lana didn't quite understand what robbing a bank meant, she found it interesting listening to Sun Yu talk about it and became excited. The two of them quickly flew to the center of the city, where the buildings were very similar to those in the Dragon Ball world. Their level of civilization was much higher than that of Earth before Sun used time travel, as evidenced by the solar-powered hover vehicles passing by. Upon seeing a grand building ahead with a large English sign Eastern Bank, Sun Yu immediately decided to rob this place. "Let's rob this one, Lana. Remember not to hurt anyone," he said. Lana nodded, and the two swiftly descended to the ground, only to find that there was chaos at the bank entrance, with pedestrians fleeing in all directions, as if something had happened. Sun Yu was curious, so he stopped an old man with white hair and asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you know what happened up ahead?" The old man replied kindly, "Huh? Little brother, you don't know? There are armed robbers in the bank, and they have taken many hostages. I suggest you don't go any further to avoid getting involved." Sun Yu was taken aback, thinking to himself, is it necessary to queue to rob a bank these days? How can I tolerate this? I'll teach them a lesson. At that moment, the sound of police sirens began to fill the air, and police cars rushed by. After the officers got out, they took out their loudspeakers and shouted, "Listen, those inside, you're surrounded. Hurry up and release the hostages and surrender. Sister Na, let's go in and take a look." Sun Yu was truly angry. These damn robbers chose the worst time to create chaos when he wanted to rob the bank. This was intolerable. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Lana naturally had no objections, and the two of them walked towards the East Bank as if nothing was happening. The nearby police officers saw Sun Yu and Lana and immediately approached with serious expressions, loudly shouting, "Hey, you two kids, get back right now. There are robbers inside. Don't interfere with our duties." Sun Yu was about to say something when Lana's expression darkened, and her entire aura erupted like the arrival of death itself. Her battle power, nearly 912, transformed into a giant hand that tightly gripped the throat of the police officer. The poor officer from Dongdu instantly trembled as if he had stepped on an electric switch, almost needing someone to play a disco for him. "Lana, he's about to pass out. You promised me not to kill Earthlings casually," Sun Yu scolded. Although Lana had spent the past year in sleep, her battle power had grown from 874 to 912. Fortunately, she had not fully unleashed her complete pressure. Otherwise, this powerful aura alone could have scared the poor Earthling to death. After retracting her aura, Lana stuck out her cute tongue at Sun Yu, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. "I really give up on you." Sun Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, ignoring the police officer who was now collapsed on the ground, having lost control of his bladder. The two of them strode directly into the bank. Wherever they passed, no one dared to stop them, including those previously arrogant police officers from Dongdu. Upon entering the bank lobby, Sun Yu had lost interest in admiring the luxurious architectural style of Dongdu Bank. There were 7 or 8 robbers inside, but in Sun Yu and Lana's eyes, they were nothing more than weaklings with battle power not exceeding 5. The robbers were divided into 2 groups. 3 were keeping an eye on the hostages in the lobby, while the remaining 5 had already pulled out several large bags of cash from the vault. Just the scene alone, if they successfully robbed it, the money would be enough for them to squander for several lifetimes. Unfortunately, they had encountered Sun Yu. Sun Yu and Lana's appearance immediately caught the attention of one of the robbers. He threw a glance at his companion, then walked up to Sun Yu and Lana with a semi-automatic submachine gun in hand, shouting, "Hey kid, you better behave and go squat over there, or I'll blow your head off." However, Sun Yu and Lana naturally ignored the robber's threat and continued walking straight toward the robbers holding cash. "Hey," I said. The ignored robber raised his submachine gun and aimed it directly at Sun Yu. But as soon as he raised the gun, Lana swung her right hand and sent him flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Oh no, I just saw you being threatened." So in a moment of panic, I didn't pay attention to the situation. "Kyle, you won't blame me, right?" Lana had a pitiful expression like a child who had done something wrong. and Sun Yu almost fell for her act. What a joke. A dignified Saiyan threatened by a submachine gun? Can you come up with a better excuse? It's clear that your hand was itching. You're just a crazy, violent person at heart, yet you always put on a harmless expression. What's up with that? Sun Yu could only sigh, feeling helpless against this cousin of his, realizing that his mission of educating her was a long and arduous one. Damn it, what did you do to Paul? The commotion caused by Lana had completely attracted the attention of everyone in the bank lobby, and all the robbers had their guns loaded, approaching Sun Yu and Lana with unfriendly expressions. Put down the money, and I'll let you go, Sun Yu said with a darkened face. Ha ha! The robbers present laughed as if they had heard a hilarious joke, bursting into laughter. I say, little brat, you still don't get it, do you? There are 7 of us, and we all have guns. Even if you manage to sneak attack and take down Paul, so what? One of the bald, muscular robbers stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Boss, stop wasting time with them. Let me teach these 2 little brats a lesson. The appearance of the bald, muscular robber made the other robbers snicker and step aside to give him space. He walked up to Sun Yu, looking down at him from a height, and said, Kid, if you could take 1 punch from me, all this money will be yours. Ha ha! The other robbers erupted in laughter, while the hostages squatting nearby showed sympathetic expressions. Sun Yu simply nodded lightly, and then the bald, muscular robber, filled with confidence, threw a punch at him. There was a dull thud. Instead of the expected scene of the boy being sent flying, the bald robber's fist hit Sun Yu as if it were striking a wall of copper and iron, causing his wrist to feel numb. This is impossible. My God. He didn't even react. Could this kid be made of iron? Sun Yu ignored the discussions of the crowd. He had no intention of getting into a conflict with these robbers. Was it interesting to bully weaklings with a combat power of less than 5? If these robbers could cooperate a bit, Sun Yu would be happy to take the money and leave. However, since these robbers were causing trouble themselves, he decided to give them a little punishment. Yes, that's it. Under everyone's gaze, Sun Yu gently raised his right hand, then extended his index finger, slowly pointing at the big bald man. The speed was extremely slow, but everyone's eyes were fixated on Sun Yu's outstretched finger. The finger slowly touched the bald man's body, and the next second, the bald man flew back several meters with a wow. Perhaps it was because Sun Yu had controlled his strength. The bald man, after being flicked away, was still able to lean against the wall, trembling and spitting blood. Compared to the previous situation with someone named Paul, it was much better. At least he wasn't dead, right? However, just because Sun Yu's finger lightly tapped him, the remaining robbers at the scene were completely filled with doubts about their lives. This was completely against the laws of physics. Ugh, even at this point, they were still worried about the laws of physics. It was more important to regain control of the situation. So, the remaining robbers immediately revealed their strongest trump cards, which was their semi-automatic assault rifles that were said to kill anyone in their way, even Buddha. Earlier, it was mentioned that Lana tends to lose her composure when a certain person with the surname Sun is threatened. She didn't care how lame this reason was. In any case, Lana made her move again. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of 5 shattering bone fractures echoed throughout the bank hall. No one saw Lana's movements because she was just too fast. The people present only felt a flash in front of their eyes, followed by the sounds of bones breaking. And finally, 5 robbers who had been holding guns just a second ago lay sprawled out on the ground. Sun Yu secretly glanced at the Dongdu police officers hiding at the door, who were so scared they had already wet themselves. He sighed helplessly and turned to Lana, who was pretending to be innocent and pitiful, and said, You, a Saiyan, only engage in bullying ordinary people. Isn't it embarrassing to let that out? Lana smiled shyly, but suddenly a loud shout came from behind. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill this hostage. Well, it seems Lana ignored a robber. You think he could just lie on the ground pretending to be dead and nothing would happen, but instead, he had to come out now and drag out the scene. Sun Yu twitched his lips and turned to look at the robber who was dragging the scene. He saw that the robber had indeed taken a hostage and was pressing a submachine gun against the hostage's head, looking coldly at both Sun Yu and Lana. The robber probably naively thought that Sun Yu was a righteous person assisting the police. However, when Sun Yu looked at the hostage, he found him very familiar. The hostage was not very old, somewhat thin, with messy silver hair, and under thick glasses were a pair of slightly naive eyes, with a thick mustache on his lips. He really looked familiar, Sun Yu thought to himself, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Perhaps he was a character from the Dragon Ball anime. If this hostage were indeed a character from Dragon Ball, he couldn't just ignore it. Therefore, Sun Yu forced a friendly smile and grinned at the dragging robber. Hey, buddy. Don't come over. The robber was instantly frightened out of his wits, and in his panic, he accidentally fired a shot. the gun barrel very close to the hostage's head. Even Lana's super speed couldn't intercept the bullet in time, and besides, Lana might not care about the hostage's life anyway. Sigh, I guess it falls to me to save the world. Sun Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that he might not be as fast as Lana. But he had the Sharingan. During the year on the spaceship, Sun Yu discovered a new function of the Sharingan. As is well known, the Sharingan not only has the extraordinary ability to copy techniques, but also possesses powerful insight, allowing one to see through any moves and clearly observe fast-moving objects. After a year of research, Sun Yu had actually noticed, by chance, that after activating Sharingan, the time reading on the spaceship's electronic clock suddenly slowed down, leading him to ponder whether the Sharingan could affect the passage of time. After numerous experiments, he concluded that activating the Sharingan could indeed influence the flow of time. When he exerted his full physical energy, he could successfully stop time in the area around the spaceship for 2 seconds. This was practically an upgraded version of a Sharingan, wasn't it? For an ordinary person, 2 seconds might be fleeting and change nothing. But for Sun Yu, it was an entirely different world. After the robber fired the shot, Sun Yu instantly activated his Sharingan, creating a time-stopping field within a radius of several dozen meters. Everyone present seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell, and the 2 seconds of pause began. First, Sun Yu took 0.01 seconds to flash in front of the robber, who still wore a terrified expression, looking hilariously absurd. Sun Yu was not interested in looking at the messy robber for long. He gently picked up the bullet floating in the air, then turned it around and aimed it at the robber's knee. This would truly be a case of getting shot in the knee. Although the idea of getting shot, or hit, in the knee is an old trope, as soon as Sun Yu thought of it, he imagined that this poor robber would surely say when recalling this tragic part of his life, "I was once an excellent robber, having robbed the largest bank in the world, until I got shot in the knee." Suppressing his laughter while picturing the robber's expression, Sun Yu covered his mouth and even threw in a bit of beatboxing. The hostages had been rescued, and with 1.5 seconds left, what should he do? Bored, Sun Yu glanced at Lana. It was a mistake, as he almost had a nosebleed. He had to admit that his Sharingan's insight was quite extraordinary. At that moment, it seemed as if the layer of soft armor combat suit on Lana was transparent, allowing him to freely gaze at her exquisite figure. Although what Sun Yu saw was a unique perspective granted by Sharingan, it didn't matter. One shouldn't be too greedy. Sigh, Lana's figure was becoming increasingly stunning. It was better to look less in the future, or he might not be able to keep up with his own nutrition. Sun Yu joked to himself, his eyes still lewdly scanning Lana. "Hey Kyle, your gaze is so perverted. What are you thinking about?" Lana suddenly scolded, startling Sun Yu and causing his Sharingan to disappear instantly. Sun Yu looked at Lana in surprise, his heart suddenly trembled. Wasn't there still 1 second of stasis time? How had Lana already regained her freedom? A piercing scream echoed through the hall. It was the robber, but Sun Yu had lost all interest in the robber situation. He sadly realized that the stasis time of the Sharingan was much less effective against individuals stronger than himself. "Here, why are your eyes all red?" Lana asked as she walked up to Sun Yu. Sometimes they just do that. I don't really understand it either." Sun Yu chuckled. Before Lana could continue her questioning, Sun Yu picked up a bag of cash from the ground, preparing to slip away. At that moment, a police officer from Dongdu bravely walked in, trembling as he said to Sun Yu, "Sir, oh no, young hero, great God, please leave the cash behind. We get lost." Sun Yu's gaze turned cold as he shouted angrily, "Please understand, I'm here to rob the bank too, okay? We're the police of Dongdu." A few police officers swallowed hard, then with resolute courage said, "If you insist on taking that bag of cash, then we will have to." Seeing their expressions, it seemed they wanted to draw their guns, but due to their trembling hands, they couldn't even hold their weapons steady. "Oof." Sun Yu snorted coldly and walked up to the officers, causing them to immediately collapse in fear, unable to utter a complete sentence. "Hey, is it really necessary to be this scared of me?" 3 black lines appeared on Sun Yu's forehead as he thought. "If I hadn't stepped in front of Lana, just now, you all would have been lying in the morgue by now." A weak voice came from behind Sun Yu. He turned to see the rescued hostage. "Yes, what is it?" The hostage clearly gathered immense courage and said to Sun Yu and Lana, "If you two are short on money, I have some savings that I can lend to you." Oh, someone was offering money. Sun Yu certainly couldn't refuse. "What, uncle, are you quite wealthy?" Hearing Sun Yu's question, the hostage smiled shyly. "I have a company and made some small profits over the past 2 years. If you don't mind, could you give me a favor? Hey, it seems like we won't be able to rob the bank today. Not being able to experience smashing an ATM with a punch feels like a huge loss. All right, we're hungry. First, take us to get something to eat. and then buy us a set of clean clothes. How about that? Sun Yu casually tossed the cash he had taken from the robber to the police officer and said, Of course, of course. The hostage even patted his bag, indicating that there was a lot of money inside. I am Briffys. May I ask how to address you two? Kirsasa, but if it's too much trouble, you can call me Sun Yu. This is my cousin Lana. You can call her Sun Shan. Sun Yu casually revealed his real name, as he didn't want to be called Kirsasa after coming to Earth, and he also gave Lana an Earth name. Lana's face flushed upon hearing the name Sun Yu had given her, and she pouted, saying, Hey, Kir, please don't give people random names, okay? My real name is Lana. Sun Yu pretended not to hear Lana's protests as he walked out of the bank amidst the East Capitol Police's endless gratitude, followed by Lana and Comrade Breves, who was now their ticket to a feast. Let's go to the food street in front. The Saiyan stomach can hold food weighing 36 times its body weight, and those young Saiyans in their growth phase can even surpass this limit. The clueless Breves naively led Sun Yu and Lana to the most luxurious hotel in East Capitol. To show his enthusiasm, he ordered a table full of dishes, and after he said to Sun Yu and Lana, Please help yourselves, the two began to devour the food like starving ghosts. What does it mean to sweep away the clouds? In Breves' impression, a table of food that would barely satisfy more than 10 adults was demolished by the two teenagers in just 3 minutes. Every plate was licked clean. If they were served to other guests now, no one would realize they hadn't been washed. Waiter, bring 20 more of each dish. Sun Yu shouted at the now petrified waiter. Kyle, don't just think about yourself. I want my share too. Lana elegantly wiped the grease from her mouth and shyly told Sun Yu. Oh, then waiter, bring 40 of each. As soon as he finished speaking, Breves, who was holding his chest, rolled his eyes and fainted. Oh no, this uncle has fainted from hunger. Hey, waiter, hurry up and bring the food. Someone has fainted from hunger here. The chefs at the East Capitol Grand Hotel faced their darkest day since starting their jobs, nearly exhausting their entire month's stock. After 3 hours of frantic work, the overwhelmed chefs finally couldn't take it anymore and called the police. Haha, calling the police, these chefs really think of everything. In the end, it was still those few East Capitol police officers who, upon seeing Sun Yu and Lana from a distance, slapped the chef who called for help and said, If you can't serve these two well, just wait to go to jail. 10 hours later, Sun Yu and Lana both let out satisfied burps, signaling the end of this meal. Huh, Uncle Breves, didn't you say we were going shopping? Why we have to go to your house first? Sun Yu asked in confusion about Breves' invitation for them to visit his home. Breves secretly touched his empty wallet. He had withdrawn $2 million in cash from the bank earlier, and it was all spent. Still smiling, he said, Well, my wife has prepared dessert at home. I wonder if you two would like to try it. Really? That's great. Kyle, let's go quickly. That dessert sounds delicious. Lana was completely tamed by Earth's cuisine. So they say, to win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. It seems there's nothing wrong with that. In any case, Breves successfully resolved his financial crisis. Comfortably lying in Breves' spacious luxury car, Lana leaned on Sun Yu's shoulder, quietly admiring the street scenery. This is life. Shortly after, they arrived at Breves' home, where the servants arranged baths for Sun Yu and Lana. The servant attending to Sun Yu didn't show any unusual curiosity upon seeing his tail. Perhaps this was related to the existence of non-human species in the Dragon Ball world, where even pig-headed and tiger-headed people are accepted. So a Saiyan with a tail wouldn't be seen as an anomaly. After their baths, the servants carefully selected the most fashionable clothes for Sun Yu and Lana. Once everything was settled, they were invited to the living room to taste some desserts. Upon entering the living room, when Sun Yu saw Breves' young and beautiful wife with her dyed golden curly hair, holding a blue-haired little girl who looked like a doll, he felt a thunderbolt in his mind. At that moment, Sun Yu finally noticed the logo on Breves' uniform. Capsule Corp Universal Capsule Company. I remember now, you are Bulma's father. Sun Yu realized and looked at Uncle Breves with enlightenment. The genius scientist, founder of the Universal Capsule Company, and future world billionaire. How does Mr. Sun know my little girl? Breves widened his eyes, looking particularly surprised. Dr. Breves, you are too polite. After realizing Breves' identity, Sun Yu didn't dare to be negligent anymore. Doctor, may I ask you for a favor? The sudden change in Sun Yu's attitude left everyone present stunned, especially Lana, who found herself increasingly unable to understand her cousin. Mr. Sun, you are too polite. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Breves, fully aware of the terrifying strength of Sun Yu and Lana, sincerely thanked Sun Yu for saving his life and did not dare to act presumptuously. Upon hearing Breves' response, Sun Yu chuckled and mysteriously leaned closer to him, saying, Dr. Breves, I need a training room where gravity can be adjusted at will. Let's set the upper limit of gravity to 100 times for now. You should be able to do that, right? 100 times. Breeze exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Sun, creating the gravity training room you want isn't difficult. But do you know what setting gravity to 100 times means? Of course I know. Sun Yu shrugged nonchalantly, then directly quoted content from the original work. A person weighing 60 kilograms would weigh 6 tons under 100 times gravity. Am I wrong? Breeze mechanically nodded. Seeing that Sun Yu remained calm, and recalling the strength Sun Yu had exhibited earlier, Breeze ultimately gritted his teeth and said, "All right, since it's Mr. Sun's request, I'll give it a try. Please make yourself at home, Mr. Sun. I'll go to the lab to study this gravity training room." "Okay, doctor, you go ahead," Sun Yu replied. Dr. Breeze entered the lab, and Mrs. Breeze left to prepare more desserts for Lana. Now, only Lana, who was licking the remaining cake off her hands, and Bulma and Sun Yu, who were sizing each other up, remained in the living room. I never expected Bulma to be so cute when she was a child. This string of events made Sun Yu feel a bit overwhelmed, and he found himself staring blankly at Bulma. Then, as if compelled by some unseen force, he secretly reached out and gently pinched her rosy little face. So soft was Sun Yu's first impression of Bulma's face. Oh no, could I be a potential lolicon? No, I'm definitely not a lolicon. I just slipped. Hey, some people can't even let such a small girl off. Lana looked at Sun Yu with disdain, causing his face to turn red. I just accidentally slipped my hand. Ha! Sun Yu defended himself. Little sister, come here to your big sister. Be careful of some bad people doing strange things to you. Lana instantly transformed into a warm big sister figure, opening her arms towards little Bulma. Okay, Bulma replied softly, then sat next to Lana and reached out to pinch the tail wrapped around Lana's waist. Hey Lana, clarify what you mean by saying I would do strange things to her. Sun Yu said, staring at Lana. Forget about that. What was that gravity training room you just had the doctor make? Lana asked curiously. Just as I said, in a 100 times gravity training room, a 60-kilogram body would directly become 6 tons. If we can adapt to the gravity in that environment, then our combat power, conservatively estimated, could reach 90,000. Sun Yu answered calmly. 90,000. How is that possible? It wasn't that Lana was unwilling to believe Sun Yu. The combat power value seemed like an astronomical number to her at that moment. 90,000 combat power? Is this still a Saiyan? Sun Yu smiled slightly, stood up and walked to the window. Sister Na, you should never underestimate the potential of us Saiyans. A battle power of 90,000 is just the initial stage of battle power development. Only when one's battle power reaches 3 million will one truly enter a limit. At that point, it will be very difficult to further improve through ordinary training methods. To become stronger, one must transform into the legendary Golden Warrior, that is a Super Saiyan. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, battle power can be directly increased by 50 times on the original basis. This means that the original battle power of 3 million will directly become 150 million. What a terrifying number that is. The road ahead is long and arduous. In the corner of Sun Yu's eye, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a small black creature in the yard and instantly felt amused. He recognized that this little black one had appeared throughout the entire Dragon Ball anime. It was the favorite pet of the Briefs couple, and at that moment, it was rolling around with a Dragon Ball. Wait a minute, a Dragon Ball, and it was a 2-star ball. Sun Yu immediately couldn't stay calm. He mentally cursed the Briefs' ancestors for countless generations for throwing a Dragon Ball to a pet as a toy. I don't understand the world of the rich. He jumped out of the window and quickly approached the little black creature, catching it off guard as he grabbed it by the neck with one hand and picked up the Dragon Ball with the other. Oh, little Sunshine, how did you get into the yard? Mrs. Briefs returned to the living room holding a large plate of snacks and just happened to see Sun Yu in the yard. Lana also walked out of the house, casually taking a piece of dessert from the plate Mrs. Briefs was holding, asking while eating, "Same question, Kyle. You didn't come out just to pick up this glass ball, did you?" "Yes, that's right." "Mrs. Briefs, do you know the origin of this thing?" Sun Yu countered. Mrs. Briefs pointed to Bulma, who was hiding behind Lana, and said, "Oh, that glass ball was picked up by Bulma on the roadside. Scratch really likes it, so it was kept as a toy for it. Scratch is the name of the little black creature. This thing is called a Dragon Ball. There are a total of 7 of them. When all 7 are gathered, you can summon the Eternal Dragon and make any wish you want," Sun Yu explained briefly. "Mrs. Briefs, this thing emits a stable wavelength. Do you think you can make a radar to detect its location? Such a magical thing exists? I'll go ask my husband. You all enjoy the snacks first," Mrs. Briefs said as she took the Dragon Ball from Sun Yu. "The gravity training room can wait. If possible, let's make the Dragon Ball radar first," Sun Yu said. "Got it. After saying that, Mrs. Briefs hurried off to her husband's laboratory. Kyle, is that Dragon Ball really that magical? Lana clearly showed great interest in the Dragon Ball. Do you know about Namek? Namek? You're talking about. Lana had naturally heard of the legend of Namek, but like most aliens, they thought it was just an exaggerated rumor. Sun Yu nodded and said yes. The legend of Namek is true, and the Dragon Balls on Earth are also real. However, the Dragon Balls on Earth are a bit inferior compared to those on Namek. You could consider them a knockoff of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Wow, Kyle, you really know a lot. Lana exclaimed. Have you thought about what wish you want to make? Although Lana was asking about Sun Yu's wish, she secretly had a wish of her own that she hoped to fulfill. Not yet. I'll think about it later. In fact, Sun Yu was more eager to use the Dragon Radar to find Karin Tower's location and train with the God of Earth. TCH, you're such a blockhead. Lana muttered in dissatisfaction. In the following days, Sun Yu found a set of weighted gear for both Lana and himself, similar to what Goku wore in the original Dragon Ball, each weighing 900 kilograms. Even Lana, whose battle power exceeded 900, found a bit challenging the first time she wore it. The next day, Dr. Briefs successfully created the Dragon Radar. It was indeed convenient to have someone with maxed out tech skills around. After getting the Dragon Radar, Sun Yu planned to say goodbye to the Briefs couple, but they insisted on keeping him. However, Sun Yu was determined to leave, and little Bulma, upon hearing that her big brother Sun Yu was leaving, immediately cried. Her eyes red and her expression heart-wrenching. If you were a bit older, I could take you on adventures, Sun Yu sighed helplessly. Kyle, you really do want to go after Bulma. Lana fanned the flames from the side. In the end, Sun Yu had to take out the most effective tool against little girls, which was none other than a lollipop. There's an old saying in China, there's no lowly you can't conquer, only lollipops you can't afford. After successfully dealing with Bulma, Sun Yu finally set off with Lana on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. The process of searching for the Dragon Balls was only interesting at the beginning, as Sun Yu helplessly discovered that for someone of their strength, there was no one on Earth who could stop them, making their quest for the Dragon Balls surprisingly smooth. Thus, the only fun during the journey was Sun Yu and Lana eating and drinking to their heart's content, and the joy of not paying for their meals and making the restaurant owner chase after them in the streets. Eventually, it turned into them transforming the good old 7 Dragon Balls into a culinary adventure, where the location of the Dragon Balls became unimportant. What mattered was where the good food was. On a plateau, at Bowsy Mountain, Grandpa Gohan, your roasted Earth Dragon is so delicious. Lana exclaimed, chewing on the roasted Earth Dragon in her hands, sincerely praising Grandpa, son Gohan's skills. Indeed, Sun Yu and Lana had arrived at Bowsy Mountain, where Grandpa Gohan had a 4-star Dragon Ball. Upon learning of Sun Yu and Lana's intentions, Grandpa Gohan not only readily handed over the Dragon Ball, but also warmly treated the two to a meal. I'm glad you like it. Don't worry, there's plenty more, Grandpa Gohan said with a smile. After a hearty meal, Sun Yu stretched contentedly and suddenly remembered something, saying to Grandpa Gohan, if I'm not mistaken, you're Master Roshi's disciple, right? Sun Yu's words surprised Sun Wukong, but he readily admitted, how does Sun Xiaoyu know my master? That lecherous old man is well known to anyone who has seen Dragon Ball. I've long admired his reputation and have wanted to pay my respects, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Sun Yu sighed. I wonder if Grandpa Wufan can show me the ultimate technique of the Turtle School, the Kamehameha. You want to learn the Kamehameha? Sun Wukong saw through Sun Yu's thoughts. Yes, Sun Yu admitted decisively. If possible, I hope you can guide me in my training. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly, and he said, but Sun Xiaoyu, if I'm not mistaken, your strength has far surpassed mine. Perhaps only Master can guide you. But if it's just to demonstrate the Kamehameha, I can still do that. Great, please. Sun Yu looked at Grandpa Wufan with anticipation. Then, Sun Wukong walked to the open space in front of the door, and Sun Yu and Lana followed closely, watching carefully. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together in front of his chest, his aura suddenly rising sharply, then slowly lowered his hands to his waist, shouting, Kamehameha, with a loud bang. A massive boulder was shattered by Sun Wukong's energy wave. Letting out a long breath, Sun Wukong looked at Sun Yu with joy and asked, how was that? Did you see it clearly? Sun Xiaoyu, do you want to give it a try? Just as Sun Yu had withdrawn his Sharingan, he smiled slightly at Grandpa Wufan and said, sure, I'll give it a shot. No problem, just try it. If you do something wrong, I'll shamelessly point it out. Sun Wukong stepped aside, watching as Sun Yu walked into the courtyard. Finally, I've learned this technique. Sun Yu was extremely excited at this moment, recalling how he had imitated the Kamehameha countless times as a child. Now, he could actually perform this move and realize his childhood dream. Casually bringing his hands together in front of his chest, Sun Yu's momentum suddenly erupted. Kami! Sun Wukong's heart trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Even though he had tried to overestimate Sun Yu, he found that he had still underestimated Sun Yu's strength. Damn it, Kale. When did you become this strong? Lana gritted her teeth, as she couldn't accurately gauge Sun Yu's battle power without a scouter. However, she could feel that Sun Yu's battle power was likely very close to her own, and a sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart. Huh. Sun Yu smoothly brought his hands back to his waist, and a terrifying light suddenly burst forth from his hands. His aura reached a new peak, causing the ground around them to tremble. Huh. Suddenly, he thrust his palms forward, and a powerful wave of energy shot out, heading straight for a distant hill. The ground shook violently, and the hill exploded into countless fragments. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong was so shocked that he nearly popped his eyes out, momentarily at a loss for words, having just boasted that he would guide Sun Yu. Sorry. I accidentally used too much power. Sun Yu scratched his head and said to Grandpa Wufan. Sigh. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Sun Xiaoyu's talent is simply astonishing. It seems I am getting old. Grandpa Wufan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although the Kamehameha is a low-level martial art, its characteristics of charging and secondary power release allow for unparalleled potential in its power, which is precisely why Sun Wukong is so fond of using this skill. After chatting for a while longer, Sun Yu bid farewell to his son Wukong with Lana and continued on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. With the recently acquired 4-star ball, Sun Yu now had 4 Dragon Balls in hand, leaving 3 remaining. Following the display of the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu and Lana swiftly flew towards the tropical region in the south. As the Dragon Ball radar indicated that they were getting close to the Dragon Ball, Sun Yu saw a tall white tower rising into the clouds ahead. He smiled broadly, finally finding the legendary sacred land of Karin, the home of the Kami. Karin Tower is located above the tropical plains of the southern world and is guarded by generations of Indian villagers. It is known as the origin of martial arts, and countless martial arts masters have come here over the centuries, hoping to ascend Karin Tower. However, to date, it seems that only Master Mateto has succeeded. Kale, look, it seems there's an army down below. Lana pointed to a large group of people in the distance and said to Sun Yu. Sun Yu looked in the direction Lana pointed, and sure enough, there were many armed soldiers stationed near the village by Karin Tower. However, each of them had a fierce expression and were beating innocent Indian villagers. Could they also be after the Dragon Balls? Sun Yu suspected this possibility. In the original Dragon Ball, the guardians of Karin Tower, the Bora father and son, indeed had a Dragon Ball, which seemed to be a 3-star ball. Kyle, let's go take a look, he said. Like all female beings in the universe, Lana had an innate tendency to enjoy watching the excitement, although she often denied it. It seemed they would have to wait a bit before meeting the god. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly. Anyway, Karin Tower was right here, so being a little late was no big deal. Sun Yu replied, and the two of them jumped down from the air, strolling leisurely towards the soldiers. The army's insignia was a red bow tie, with a capital R on each side, so it must be the Red Ribbon Army. But in Sun Yu's memory, wasn't the Red Ribbon Army supposed to start collecting Dragon Balls only after Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament? Why were they already at Karin Tower now? Could it be a butterfly effect caused by his appearance? You two brats, stop right there. A foreign-looking officer blocked Sun Yu and Lana's path. Hands on his hips as he shouted, "Get lost if you know what's good for you. Disobedient kids might get shot, you know?" Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. Before Sun Yu could decide how to deal with this annoying-looking officer, another person appeared. This individual was dressed very neatly in military uniform, with gem blue eyes accentuating his handsome face. He marched up to Sun Yu and coldly chuckled. I didn't expect you two to also be here for the Dragon Balls. General Blue, are you mistaken? They actually know about the Dragon Balls. The earlier foreign officer exclaimed in surprise. Sun Yu immediately recognized that the person was General Blue, the commander of the Red Ribbon Army who had repeatedly defeated the Blue Team and possessed superpowers. Moreover, it was rumored that he was gay. Oh no, you found out. Sun Yu smiled maliciously and said, "Can you tell me how you knew?" It's no problem to tell you." General Blue's expression was cold as he looked disdainfully at Sun Yu. Because we have the Dragon Ball radar. The fact that you have 4 Dragon Balls on you has been completely exposed. It's impressive that you've gathered so many Dragon Balls for my army. Haha. They actually have the Dragon Ball radar. This genuinely surprised Sun Yu. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Red Ribbon Army had the super genius Dr. Gero, so it was perfectly normal for him to create a Dragon Ball radar. How did you find out about the Dragon Balls? Sun Yu couldn't understand this. Logically, Not many people on Earth should know about the Dragon Balls at this time. Yet the fact was that they even had a Dragon Ball radar. Kid, you have a lot of questions. But considering that you contributed 4 Dragon Balls to me, I don't mind telling you. General Blue maintained a straight posture and said, our leader, General Black, met the famous Dr. Briefs at a charity dinner not long ago. He mentioned the Dragon Balls inadvertently after a few drinks. He even talked about 2 amazing young people, which must be you too. It really was because of him. And son, you couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, thinking that Dr. Briefs was indeed the type to let slip secrets after drinking. But so what? It would be much easier to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army with his strength than to squash an ant. All right, kid, you've asked all your questions. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Before he finished speaking, General Blue used his superpowers to restrain Sun Yu and Lana, seemingly to prevent them from escaping. You can't move now. Can you 2 kids? Sun Yu and Lana exchanged a glance and said, you go or I go. Kyle, didn't you say that dealing with ordinary people is a shameful thing? Lana said, since they've already bullied us, we naturally need to teach them a lesson. Besides, their Red Silk Army is not a good bunch. Sun Yu didn't like to kill indiscriminately, but that didn't mean he would let bad people go. General Brew, feeling ignored, was immediately furious, and without thinking about why his superpower was ineffective against them, he rushed in front of Sun Yu and threw a punch, shouting, damn little brat, you dare to ignore me? You're asking for death. Haha, these 2 little brats are doomed. They actually angered our General Brew. Of course, our General Brew's strength is not something ordinary people can compare to. The soldiers around them laughed recklessly. Meanwhile, the local Indian villagers they had subdued huddled together, sadly watching Sun Yu and Lana. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. They would soon follow in the footsteps of the 2. Facing the charging General Brew, a cold smile appeared on Sun Yu's lips as he seized the opportunity and struck Brew's neck with a knife hand. Crack! After Sun Yu's palm struck General Blue's neck, a crisp sound echoed, and the laughter of the soldiers abruptly ceased as they fixed their gaze on the general, whose head was tilted at an unnatural angle. The general. It was clear that the soldiers could not accept the fact that their strongest general had been instantly defeated with a single blow. However, they soon saw General Blue staggering backward a few steps before ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Damn it! Perhaps out of fear of Sun Yu's ability to kill General Blue with one strike, the soldiers raised their guns at Sun Yu, preparing to shoot. Although these firearms posed no real threat to Sun Yu's life, being hit would still be painful, as Saiyans are also flesh and blood. Therefore, the fate of these soldiers was already sealed the moment they lifted their guns. Sun Yu transformed into a flash of lightning, moving with such speed that each strike was nearly a guaranteed kill. The soldiers did not feel even a hint of pain before they were completely dead. Don't come over. Stay back. The foreign officer hiding in the back was so terrified by the scene that he lost his composure and scrambled into the vehicle, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. He's running pretty fast. Sun Yu scoffed, choosing not to pursue him. After all, such scum wasn't worth his effort. The remaining soldiers, seeing that Sun Yu had no intention of wiping them out completely, scattered in all directions. The local Indian villagers, seeing that the bad guys had been dealt with and their remaining accomplices had fled, let out a sigh of relief, but they looked at Sun Yu with great tension. They were aware of Sun Yu's strength, and thus felt a sense of fear. Sun Yu and Lana walked slowly towards the Indian villagers, who immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you both for saving our lives. Everyone, please don't do this. Get up," Sun Yu said, forcing a friendly smile. He addressed an elder who looked dignified, saying, "Grandpa, we're here to look for a transparent glass ball, called a Dragon Ball, the kind that has a few stars inside. You must have seen it, right?" Upon hearing that Sun Yu was searching for the Dragon Ball, the elder's expression darkened, seemingly worried that Sun Yu and the previous villains were alike and intended to use the Dragon Ball for evil purposes. "What do you want that kind of Dragon Ball for? You're not with that group, are you?" "Grandpa, please rest assured, we are not bad people, and we want to use the Dragon Ball for evil," Sun Yu said to the elder with a smile. "I also believe you're not villains. Bola, go bring out the Dragon Ball." The elder turned and said to a strong young man. The young man, called by the elder, stood up. He was tall, bare-chested, with a necklace of bone teeth around his neck. When Sun Yu saw him, his eyes lit up. This Bra was the father of UPA, a character from the original Dragon Ball that Son Goku met in the Holy Land of Karin. However, it seemed that Bra hadn't married yet, so UPA didn't exist in this timeline. Bra quickly went inside to fetch the Dragon Ball, the 3-star ball, which he reluctantly handed over to Sun Yu. After obtaining the 5th Dragon Ball, Sun Yu said goodbye to the villagers and turned to leave with Lana. "Don't you want to stay for a cup of tea?" The old man tried to keep them. After all, it was Sun Yu who had just saved the entire village. No, Grandpa. We have to hurry to the top of Karin Tower. Sun Yu waved his hand without looking back. Are they going to climb Karin Tower? The villagers murmured. In the eyes of these indigenous villagers, only true strong warriors could ascend Karin Tower, and Sun Yu was a perfect embodiment of that strength. After leaving the village, Sun Yu smiled at Lana and said, Sister Na, there is a god living at the top of Karin Tower. Although his combat power is not strong, he has a unique understanding of martial arts. You mustn't be rude when you meet him. I know you're so naggy. Lana protested unhappily. Upon reaching the base of Karin Tower, Sun Yu and Lana soared into the sky, flying straight into the towering clouds. It was said that the god's palace possessed mysterious protective powers, preventing any flying objects from approaching. However, in the face of Sun Yu and Lana's absolute strength, all mysterious powers were rendered useless, and they broke through the protection of the god's palace, arriving before the god himself. In fact, the moment they arrived on Earth, the god had already noticed these two mysterious visitors. Fortunately, Sun Yu and Lana hadn't done anything harmful since arriving on Earth, which relieved the god. However, today the god suddenly found these two immensely powerful individuals appearing near the holy land of Karin, making him tense up again. So when Sun Yu and Lana landed on the god's palace, they saw the god waiting at the entrance, accompanied by his servant, the black man Bobo, and the so-called 800-year-old Karin, who had also come to wait for their arrival. Hi, God. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Oh, Karin, you're here too. Sun Yu greeted them excitedly. Compared to Sun Yu's relaxed demeanor, the god and his companions were nearly in tears from tension. They were completely unaware of the situation and could only sense the immense power emanating from the two youths, while the youths seemed to know everything about them. How strange. The elderly god cleared his throat and approached Sun Yu with heavy steps, saying seriously, May I ask what brings you to my humble abode? You're too polite, God. I'm Sun Yu, and this is my cousin Lana. We heard that the holy land of Karin is the origin of martial arts in the world. So we came to ask about the cultivation methods, Sun Yu said, stepping forward and bowing. After listening to Sun Yu, the old god carefully observed both him and Lana, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, I'm afraid your strength far exceeds mine, and you both carry heavy karmic burdens. I cannot teach you. That's right. Saiyans are notorious for their bloodthirstiness and often engage in the extermination of entire planets' inhabitants. Just when Sun Yu first crossed over, they exterminated the dwarf planet. So their karmic burdens are indeed deep. Hey, old man, what are you talking about? Lana was displeased, as she didn't care how others perceived her. However, she absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of Sun Yu, who has a heavy karmic burden. Do you believe I could wipe you all out? Sister Na, please don't get angry. Sun Yu quickly calmed Lana and then politely apologized to the god. I'm sorry. Please don't take it to heart. My sister is just very protective. She's actually a good person. What a poor start. I didn't see anything good about her, said Karin, who had harbored hostility towards Sun Yu from the beginning, perhaps due to an instinctive sense of the Saiyans' bloodthirsty nature. This time, Lana did not get angry. She merely shot a fierce glare at Karin, causing him to flee behind the god in fright. All right, stop the commotion. Mr. Sun Yu, you're not welcome here. I hope you can leave. The old god tapped his staff and issued an eviction order before turning to return to the temple. Wait, God. Sun Yu did not expect the god to be so resistant to Saiyans. He clearly hadn't done anything wrong, and he didn't want to bear the blame for the karmic burdens. In a moment of inspiration, Sun Yu furrowed his brow and came up with an idea. He smiled mysteriously and said, God, don't you want to return to your home planet? Sun Yu's words were like a torpedo exploding in the water, leaving the gods dumbfounded. What did you say? Returning to your home planet? Please clarify. The god, upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and questioned sternly. To dispel the god's hostility, Sun Yu brought up the current universe's #1 enemy, Frieza, as a common imaginary enemy. Although Frieza was currently unaware of the existence of the Namekians, so what? Since he is the villain, he must have the awareness of a villain. For instance, when the protagonist shifts the blame, he has to take it on. Surely, the god must have noticed that he looks different from the humans on this planet. Because like us, you come from the universe, and at the coordinates 9035YX in the universe, there's a planet called Namek. That planet has seen a drastic decrease in population due to environmental degradation. The Grand Elder at that time sent an excellent Dragon Clan member into the universe to search for other planets. However, upon learning about the miraculous Dragon Balls of Namek, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza yearned for eternal life to conquer the endless universe. So he wanted to use the power of the Namekian dragon to achieve this goal. Can you guess what the first thing he would do after fulfilling this wish? Sun Yu asked in a low voice, and the expressions of those present turned grim. The god swallowed hard, trying to moisten his parched throat, and murmured in response. He would completely destroy Namek to eliminate future threats, with Frieza as a scapegoat. The god's mindset began to change, as Sun Yu had anticipated. Lord God. Mr. Popo looked nervously at the god. The elderly god appeared even older at this moment. Knowing one's origins should be a joyous thing, but upon learning such a terrifying truth, he took a deep breath and asked Sun Yu, "Isn't my home planet in great danger now?" "For now, you can rest assured, Lord God, because Frieza fears the legend of our Super Saiyans. So, before he completely wipes out the Saiyans, he won't attack your home planet." Sun Yu reassured the god. Lana, who had been silent until now, couldn't remain calm upon hearing Sun Yu's words. She grabbed Sun Yu's arm and said anxiously, "Kale, what nonsense are you talking about? Lord Frieza has always treated us Saiyans well. How could he possibly go after us? Headache, how could I forget this girl? She is a pure Saiyan, and perhaps many of her family and friends are still on Vegeta. If I say Frieza is planning to destroy the Saiyans, Lana naturally couldn't stand by. Lord God, listen. It turns out they're in cahoots with that Frieza. That old Karin also jumped in to stir trouble. He has always harbored hostility towards Sun Yu. It's Frieza, you senile fool." Sun Yu shot a glare at the meddlesome Karin and turned to the god seriously, saying, "To be honest, due to certain reasons, I have learned some future events. I know Frieza's ambitions, and also know that we can find the power to resist him here. Lord God, you should possess telepathic powers. You can sense whether I'm lying." Lord God. After he finished speaking, everyone present looked at the god, hoping for an answer from him. The old god pondered for a moment and finally nodded slowly, saying to everyone, "He is not lying." "Then I want to know, do you have the ability to counter the Frieza you mentioned?" "Not yet, but after fully unleashing the potential within us, we will indeed have enough strength to defeat him." "Can I say we can't win?" Otherwise, the god wouldn't waste time guiding his training. The old god nodded. "Indeed, there is great potential hidden within you. However, your energy is very superficial, and you can't fully display your strength. First, let Karin train you in the method of energy control. Once you have made some progress, I will personally guide you." "Hee. Thank you, Lord God. Teacher, please accept my bow." Sun Yu stepped forward and respectfully bowed deeply to the god. No, you mustn't." The old god was sweating profusely, and Sun Yu's actions left him utterly baffled. "Your strength far surpasses mine, and I feel unworthy of being called teacher." Yes. Sun Yu grinned shamelessly. "The one who seeks guidance is the disciple. Since I am asking you for advice, you are my teacher." Sun Yu said that since it has come to this point, even the heavenly god should not hesitate any longer, otherwise it would seem insincere. "Karin Immortal, please take Sun Yu and the others down for training. I appreciate your help with them." "As you wish, heavenly god." However, Karin Immortal still did not completely let his guard down. But since the heavenly god had given the order, he had no choice but to take Sun Yu down for training. When Karin Immortal brought Sun Yu and Lana back to their residence located beneath the heavenly god palace, Bobo anxiously asked the heavenly god, "Is it really okay to teach them cultivation?" The heavenly god sighed helplessly. "I am the heavenly god, so I can see the sins on them. However, to be fair, I don't sense any evil energy from either of them. Perhaps if we guide them towards goodness, we can cleanse them of their sins. That would be a good deed." After saying this, the heavenly god and Bobo went back into the temple. Back at his own residence, Karin Immortal was now looking at Sun Yu and Lana with suspicion and said, "Although I am very reluctant, since it is the order of the heavenly god, I have no choice but to comply. I hope you try to conquer the world after you finish your training here." "Haha, do we need to cultivate to conquer the world?" Sun Yu joked honestly. "Exactly. You're just a weakling with combat power below 200. Lana chimed in, seemingly taking revenge for earlier. Damn it. Karin Immortal was infuriated by their insults and slammed his staff on the ground, making a loud noise. Then he suddenly sneered and said, "You look down on me, so now I challenge you to grab the bell from your hand without using any energy." Sun Yu, with a mischievous expression, interrupted the fairy Carlin, who was about to take out a bell by tapping his nose. "Wow, how did you know?" Carlin exclaimed, wide-eyed in surprise, but no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. After all, Carlin's eyes were as full of flaws as a certain someone's height. "I guessed. If it were just to snatch the bell from your hand, that would be simpler than eating 10 Big Macs in 1 second. So I guess your real goal is to have us tie bells to ourselves and try to snatch your bell without making any noise, right?" Sun Yu said. staring at the sweating Carlin. You. Carlin, whose true thoughts had been exposed by Sun Yu, began to doubt his life after 800 years of existence. Oh no, he was doubting his cat life. Since you've already guessed it, let's get started. With no choice but to surrender after having his thoughts laid bare, Carlin hoped to find a chance to regain his dignity in the upcoming training. Who wants to go first? I'll go first. Lana was the first to step up. Sun Yu casually stepped aside, quietly watching as Lana took the bell and tied it around her waist. Carlin also tied a bell to his cane, took a deep breath, and said, "Begin." Due to wearing 900 kilograms of heavily weighted gear, Lana's speed and accuracy were greatly affected. Every time she seemed about to grab the bell from Carlin's cane, she would accidentally ring her own bell. Haha, what are you doing? Didn't you eat enough? Hurry up. Seizing the rare opportunity to retaliate, Carlin went into full mocking mode, relentlessly criticizing Lana. That's too much. Finally, unable to endure Carlin's taunts, Lana took off her 2 wrist guards, which made a loud bang-bang as they hit the ground, shaking the floor. Wow, Carlin exclaimed in shock, having just been ruthlessly mocking Lana a moment ago, now frozen in disbelief at the scene before him. After taking off her 2 heavy boots, Lana finally stopped. Although she still wore a roughly 400-kilogram alloy-lead vest, she didn't remove it because she was a girl. However, considering that Earth's gravity is 1/10 that of Vegeta's planet, this weight clearly wouldn't have much impact on Lana. Sorry to keep you waiting, little kitty. After moving her wrists and ankles, Lana's figure instantly disappeared. Carlin instinctively moved his cane, but it was too late. As Lana snatched the bell from Carlin's cane, the bell tied to her body finally rang, indicating that her movements had exceeded the speed of sound. You cheated. You cheated. You're all monsters. You're bullying me. Carlin was instantly furious, jumping around in place as if he wanted to leap up and hit Lana's knees. Sun Yu listened to Carlin's words, curled his lips, and said, "What does it have to do with me? How have I bullied you? Sister Nah, don't tease her anymore. Just put on the heavy training gear, otherwise this training will be meaningless." Generally speaking, Lana was quite receptive to advice, and she quickly put on the heavy training gear. This time, Carlin was completely honest and stopped making sarcastic remarks. Thus, Lana focused on controlling the balance of her body in all aspects, working hard to perfectly integrate her breathing and rhythm. In less than a day, Lana managed to grab Carlin's bell while wearing the heavy training gear and without touching her own bell. The first strongest on Earth, Wu Taidu, took a full 3 years to grab Carlin's bell when he first climbed the Carlin Tower, while the young son Wukong took 3 days. If we set aside the factor of combat power, Lana's talent for martial arts can be said to be no less than that of the 2 of them. Very good. Sister Na, your aura is now more restrained and dense, and you feel even more coordinated. Sun Yu exclaimed sincerely. Hee, your sister is a genius intermediate warrior. Lana proudly patted Sun Yu's shoulder. Carlin took out a clay pot, fished out a magic bean from inside, and tossed it to Lana, saying, "This is called a magic bean. Eating it can quickly replenish your energy. 1 bean is equivalent to 10 days' worth of food." Sun Yu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "So this is the legendary Senzu Bean. In the Dragon Ball anime, as long as you have a breath left, no matter how severe the injury, it can be healed." One could say that this thing is the second biggest cheat in Dragon Ball, after the wish-granting dragon. Unfortunately, due to the low production of Senzu beans and the fact that the vast majority were wasted by that fool Yajirobe, the remaining quantity is minuscule. As a result, in future battles, Goku and the other Dragon Ball warriors often found themselves in trouble due to the scarcity of Senzu beans, which is truly heartbreaking to think about. Crunch, crunch. Lana quickly chewed and swallowed the Senzu bean, and within a breath, her stamina was rapidly restored. However, at the same time, Lana's face turned crimson, and after wobbling a few steps, she collapsed with weak knees. "Sister Na, what's wrong with you?" Sun Yu noticed something unusual about Lana and immediately rushed over to hug her tightly, urgently calling her name. "Kyle-chan." Lana suddenly opened her arms to wrap around Sun Yu's neck, her lips pressed closely against his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. "Damn it, what kind of stuff did you give my cousin? This fairy bean must be fake." "You idiot, this fairy bean is definitely authentic." Master Carlin protested loudly. "Then why has my sister changed like this?" Before Sun Yu could finish, Lana's fiery red lips had already pressed against his mouth, and she held his face tightly, kissing him passionately. What the hell is this rhythm? Is this going to heaven? Lana's delicate body twisted in Sun Yu's embrace, every hint of her youthful fragrance stimulating his nerves, her full and elastic chest pressing tightly against his own, making Sun Yu feel a warmth in his lower abdomen. Nearly losing his reason, Sharingan activate. Sun Yu forcefully activated his Sharingan, and his mind regained some clarity. Although he was enjoying this moment, it was not truly Lana's intention. Therefore, Sun Yu couldn't be too open in front of that idiot. Damn it, can't this fool at least avoid it? After delivering a chop to the back of Lana's neck, she fell unconscious. Seeing Lana peacefully asleep, Sun Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glared fiercely at Master Carlin and said, "Why are you still here? I mean, what's going on with sister? She looks more like she's drunk on fake wine." Master Carlin had just been watching Sun Yu and Lana with great interest, and when he saw they had paused, he explained, "These fairy beans have been here for thousands of years. Have you heard of the principle of anaerobic respiration in plants producing alcohol?" Sun Yu almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood. "What do you mean plants produce alcohol through anaerobic respiration? Are you kidding me? If that's the case, then can't you just add some water and let it ferment naturally to make a jar of fairy bean wine?" Sun Yu ruthlessly mocked. "Hey, that's not a bad idea. How come I didn't think of that?" Master Karin exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Hearing Master Karin's words, Sun Yu felt like dying. "Serves you right for your big mouth and random comments. Hey, that guy named Sun Yu. Do you want to practice snatching my bell early? If you want to practice, hurry up. I still have to go back and brew a jar of fairy bean wine." Master Karin said, "I think I'll pass." Sun Yu directly shook his head. Because just now, when Lana was desperately trying to snatch Master Karin's bell, Sun Yu had already activated his Sharingan on the side. He aimed to thoroughly observe the flow of energy within Lana, meticulously study her method of controlling breath coordination, and then apply it to his own understanding through comparison with what he had learned before. This is the insight technique of the Sharingan. It doesn't have to be used only in battle. Even in all aspects of training, as long as it is used properly, the Sharingan can yield unexpectedly amazing results. What? You actually said you don't need it. Kid, you can't be scared, can you? Worry that you're much worse than this girl, so you don't dare to challenge? Master Karin squinted at Sun Yu. What a joke. Am I, Sun Yu, afraid of such things? It's just really unnecessary, Sun Yu replied. Sun Yu was eager to return to take care of Lana, especially since she had consumed a high concentration of alcohol-infused fairy beans and was now drunk. As her younger brother, Sun Yu had to take on the responsibility of caring for his sister, such as helping someone who is drunk to remove their clothes and wiping their body down with a warm towel or massaging the stiff muscles of a drunk person. In short, Lana needed someone to take care of her right now. Hey kid, don't be so boring, come on, give it a try. I won't laugh at you. Carlin seemed convinced that Sun Yu was too afraid to compete with it, so it shamelessly urged him. However, Sun Yu had made up his mind to ignore it. How about I give you 2 jars of fairy beans? I want 3 jars. No way. It took me hundreds of years to save up 5 jars of fairy beans. If I give you 3 jars all at once, what will I use to brew wine? Carlin flatly refused. If you're not happy, forget it. Sun Yu picked up Lana and turned to leave. Wait, okay. As long as you can successfully grab my bell within a stick of incense, I'll give you 3 jars. Carlin gritted its teeth and made a decision. In its view, Lana's talent was already quite high, and even she needed nearly a day to grab her own bell. So, it was impossible for this boy, even if he had slightly higher talent than Lana, to grab the bell within a stick of incense. Oh, since you said so, then I'll give it a try. I hope you keep your word. Sun Yu was quite helpless. It was rare to find someone willing to give away fairy beans so freely. I am a fairy. How can I not keep my word? But you must not take off the heavy protective gear. Carlin emphasized strongly. Don't worry, I don't need to. Sun Yu put down the sleeping Lana and walked up to Carlin, asking, "Can we start now?" Start. With Carlin's permission, Sun Yu adjusted his breathing. Based on his current understanding of Qi, it begins in stillness, moves with momentum, and ultimately becomes action. Everyone generates Qi with each breath, and true masters can conceal their actions within their breathing, generating it with inhalation and dissipating it with exhalation, achieving the goal of using stillness to control movement. Sun Yu naturally extended his hand in sync with his breathing, without any leakage of energy, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Carlin seemed to sense the harmony emanating from Sun Yu. Because it did not feel the slightest hint of Sun Yu's energy, Carlin's nerves relaxed for a moment. But it was precisely because of this moment of relaxation that Sun Yu's hand had already reached in front of Carlin. At this moment, it was impossible for Carlin to dodge. What seemed like an extremely slow motion was now as fast as lightning. Oh, I got it. It's not that difficult. Carlin, I'm taking these 3 jars of fairy beans. Thank you. Sun Yu calmly tossed the bell back to Carlin and then took out a universal capsule, opening it to reveal a suitcase. Sun Yu put the 3 jars of relatively fresh fairy beans inside. He didn't want to end up needing a high-concentration alcohol fairy bean in battle. That would be looking for trouble. Meanwhile, Carlin was still stunned. Immersed in the moment when Sun Yu had just made his move, which was as clear as the sky and as fast as lightning. Unexpectedly, this young monster could comprehend such a realm at such a young age. Truly unexpected. Hey, silly, what are you still dawdling for? Can't you see my sister Lana is asleep? Hurry up and find me a quiet room. Sun Yu once again cradled Lana in his arms and shouted at the dazed Karlin. Before Karlin could respond, a deep voice suddenly sounded nearby. Miss Lana can rest in the temple first. Mr. Sun Yu, the deity requests your presence. Damn, Bobo, can you not appear silently every time? It's scary enough. You know. And what does the deity want to disrupt my good deed at this time? After settling Lana, Sun Yu followed Mr. Bobo to meet the old deity. The deity was currently standing at the edge of the temple, overlooking the prosperity of the human world. Sun Yu stepped forward, respectfully bowed, and said, Great deity, do you need something from me? Sun Yu, you've arrived. The deity turned around and forced a stiff smile, saying, I watched your training with Karlin just now. Oh, is he going to offer guidance on my cultivation? Sun Yu immediately perked up, smiling. I hope the great deity can give some pointers to the younger generation. I wouldn't call it guidance. I see that you have made some progress in controlling Qi, but do you know how the ancients divided the realms of Qi? The deity clearly proposed a concept that had never appeared in the original Dragon Ball, which immediately excited Sun Yu. I do not know. Please enlighten me, great deity. Sun Yu bowed again, and his sincere attitude greatly pleased the deity. The realms of Qi are divided into subtle, knowledge, and emptiness. You can now merge your own Qi with your breathing, generating it at will and dissipating it freely. This is the subtle realm, the deity explained slowly. Then what does the knowledge realm mean? Please clarify, great deity. Sun Yu was now eager to learn. He felt as if the deity's words had knocked on the door to the world of martial arts, and he longed to push open the door and explore the mysteries of martial arts. Knowledge is the sublimation of subtle. The so-called realm is the artistic conception. Let Bobo demonstrate for you first. This will make it easier for you to understand. The deity pointed in Bobo's direction. Sun Yu looked at Bobo and noticed that at some point, Mr. Bobo had taken a wooden stick in his hand. After receiving instructions from the deity, he started to wave the stick far in front of Sun Yu. The stick in Bobo's hand moved very slowly, and after pondering for a while, Sun Yu couldn't sense anything special about it, just as he was about to ask the deity for the reason. The originally short stick suddenly elongated and shot towards Sun Yu. I dodge. Sun Yu swiftly dodged to the side, but after taking a step, he realized that the stick in Bobo's hand hadn't actually grown longer. Was that just his illusion? Sun Yu, how about it? Do you understand? The deity asked upon seeing Sun Yu's reaction. What do you mean I understand? You old folks love to speak in riddles. Can't you just say it directly? Sun Yu was almost in tears. He remembered that in the Dragon Ball anime, young Sun Wukong had also been intimidated by Bobo wielding a normal stick during his training in the heavenly realm. However, because it was so long ago, Sun Yu couldn't recall exactly how Bobo did it. I'm dull-witted, so I asked the deity to tell me directly. Knowledge has its order. You know more, you're the elder, and I can't pretend to be the younger one. This is the realm of understanding. Everything has its own attributes, such as length, speed, and temperature. Humans can perceive these attributes. That's intent. When I make you feel these attributes, that's the realm. Intent and realm can transform into each other. Just like when Bobo waved the stick in his hand, his intent was to strike you with it, and thus his realm was created. The deity explained. Sun Yu nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand. So the saying that the environment is created by the heart is based on this principle, right? That's right. It seems you really understand. The celestial being showed an expression of a teachable child. What about the realm of emptiness? Can you demonstrate it for me? Sun Yu asked. You are so impatient. Thinking about how to run before you've learned to walk? Well then, Bobo, give Sun Yu a demonstration. The celestial being teased with a smile and instructed Bobo again. Okay, Lord Celestial. Before he finished speaking, Mr. Bobo stared blankly, gazing into the distance at the horizon, seemingly reminiscing about the days of running under the sunset, which was his lost youth. Hey, Lord Celestial, Bobo is clearly daydreaming. I admit Mr. Bobo is quite silly and cute, but it's not that Sun Yu wanted to criticize Bobo on purpose. It's just that he really didn't feel anything. In this situation, anyone would think Bobo was daydreaming, right? Don't speak. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. The celestial being reminded from his side. All right, actually, Sun Yu wanted to close his eyes a long time ago because closing his eyes would allow him to activate his Sharingan without letting the celestial being see. As the Sharingan activated, Sun Yu's eyelids could no longer block his line of sight. Although the celestial being noticed a slight anomaly in Sun Yu's aura, he didn't think much of it. Under the inside of a Sharingan, Sun Yu discovered that he could not capture Bobo's aura at all. How is that possible? Bobo's combat power is indeed very weak, but shouldn't be completely undetectable. In Sun Yu's eyes, there was no trace of energy within Bobo at this moment. If it were a rock, Sun Yu would definitely believe it immediately. Even plants and creatures have an aura, let alone a person. So what do you feel? The celestial being asked. I didn't feel anything at all. If I didn't pay attention to Mr. Bobo's position, I wouldn't sense his existence at all. Sun Yu replied honestly. The celestial being smiled and said, this is the realm of emptiness. All things are void. Originally, there is nothing, so how can there be any feelings? I see. Sun Yu seemed to grasp some clues. It appears that the cultivation of chi in this world is very similar to the concepts of Buddhist inner cultivation he learned on Earth, both enhancing control over chi through direct cultivation of the heart. In Sun Yu's memory, after Sun Wukong completed his training under 100 times gravity and arrived at Namek, the members of the Jinyu Force used a power detector to measure Sun Wukong's combat power, no matter how they looked at it. His normal state showed only 5,000 combat power, while in reality, Sun Wukong had a staggering 90,000 combat power at that time. Looking back now, Sun Wukong had already reached the realm of emptiness. He no longer needed to deliberately hide his strength. The realm of emptiness allowed him to have no distractions. And all his energy was hidden within the entire universe along with his state of mind. Some might ask, isn't he still hiding 5,000 combat power? Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't hide it, but that he didn't bother to hide it at all. Bobo's combat power is just over 100. Therefore, under the realm of emptiness, he had no display of combat power. But Sun Wukong is different. His inherent strength was beyond what the realm could conceal. So unless he consciously suppressed it, there would always be a trace of aura leaking out. As long as you understand, cultivation requires gradual progress. You mustn't rush. I'm somewhat at ease about you, but that Miss Lana has too strong a competitive spirit. If she doesn't correct this, she is likely to go astray in martial arts. The celestial being sighed. Don't worry, Lord Celestial. I will also supervise Sister Lana well. That's good. I've taught you everything I could. The rest depends on your own efforts. Bobo has already cleaned out 2 rooms for you in the palace. You can stay as long as you want. Then we will disturb you. In the following 3 months, Sun Yu and Lana remained in the Celestial Palace to cultivate. Under Sun Yu's guidance, Lana's path of controlling chi smoothly entered the subtle realm. And after entering the subtle realm, her combat power soared, and she was on the verge of breaking through the 10,000 mark. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, due to his continuous comprehension of the intent realm, had temporarily lowered combat power, still hovering around 7,000 to 8,000. However, can strength be simply measured by combat power? Among everyone in the Celestial Palace, only Lana was unaware that Sun Yu's strength had already surpassed hers. And that was without factoring in the assistance of the Sharingan in battle. In the Dragon Ball world, combat power values can directly crush martial arts realms. However, if 2 people have similar combat power, martial arts realms will play a decisive role in battle. Later, believing she was ahead, Lana, in order to break through the 10,000 combat power mark faster and pull ahead of Sun Yu, did not hesitate to spend an opportunity to enter the room of spirit and time. There's no need to waste this opportunity so early. You aren't even an adult yet, and your combat power isn't fully developed. Even if you were given a year, you wouldn't improve much. It's important to follow a gradual approach. Sun Yu advised Lana like this, but unfortunately, the girl just wouldn't listen. The explosive increase in her combat power over the past 3 months has made her quite arrogant, especially regarding her chest, cough cough. In short, Lana is now consumed with thoughts of becoming the new queen on Vegeta after her power surpasses 10,000. She even said that once she becomes queen, she might consider rewarding Sun Yu with a little prince title, which made Sun Yu feel quite awkward, just as Lana entered the room of spirit and time. The Supreme Kai told Sun Yu something very strange. Sun Yu, in the last 2 days, many patrol planes have appeared near the temple, and they seem to be looking for something. However, because there's a gravity shield around the temple, they can't find us at all. When it came to searching for something, Sun Yu immediately thought of the Dragon Balls on him. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? That's very possible. He had previously killed General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army during a series of battles, and with the existence of the Dragon Balls on him, it made sense for the Red Ribbon Army to mobilize troops. Not quite. The Supreme Kai directly denied Sun Yu's guess, saying, those planes do not have the Red Ribbon Army's insignia. Their logo is Capsule Corp, the Universal Capsule Company. Oh, upon hearing about Capsule Corp, Sun Yu was quite surprised. How could Dr. Briefs possibly send planes to find him here? Even if he wanted to inform him that the gravity training room was ready. There was no need to make such a big fuss. Something unusual must be happening. So was Capsule Corporation Supreme Kai. I think they must be looking for me. I'll go take a look. Please be careful. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai, Sun Yu quickly flew out of the gravitational field of the temple and headed towards the nearest plane. At this moment, the pilots of the patrol planes hovering near the sacred land of Karin suddenly noticed that the radar coordinates shared by their boss were rapidly changing. So they began to report frantically to their boss. Reporting, boss, the target location has changed. Repeat, the target location has changed. Current coordinates. Longitude 2 degrees 17 minutes 47 seconds. Latitude 48 degrees 51 minutes 30 seconds. Reporting, boss, the target location has changed again. Repeat. The target location has changed again. Current coordinates are. Reporting, boss. Dr. Briefs, the president of Capsule Corp, upon receiving a series of reports from his subordinates, snapped off all communication devices with a clap and quietly watched a figure flying towards him in the distance. As Sun Yu approached the plane, he happened to see Dr. Briefs sitting inside through the glass window of the cockpit. So he greeted, "Hi, Doctor, it's really you. By the way, how come you suddenly came to Carlin's sanctuary?" The side door of the plane opened, and Briefs waved to Sun Yu, inviting him in to talk. Well, okay. Sun Yufei boarded Briff's plane, and upon entering, he noticed that Mr. Briff appeared to be significantly more haggard, his already thin body looking even more frail. "Mr. Sun, I truly have no way out now. It's all my fault. Seeing Dr. Briff on the verge of collapse, Sun Yufei's heart tightened. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Dr. Briff's shoulder, and comforted him. "Doctor, just tell me what's wrong. If there's any way I can help, just let me know." Upon hearing Sun Yufei's words, Dr. Briff finally revealed the situation. It turned out that the Black Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army had been searching for the Dragon Balls with all his might after learning of their existence. Thanks to Dr. Jiro's invention of the Dragon Ball radar, they had indeed found 2 Dragon Balls during this time. However, the Black Marshal soon discovered that the remaining 5 Dragon Balls had actually gathered together, quickly linking them to the 2 young men that Briff had mentioned inebriated that day. According to reports from the remnants of the Blue Squad that Sun Yufei had defeated, Sun Yufei's combat power was formidable. Hence, the Black General came up with a vile idea. Having heard that Sun Yufei was close to Capsule Corporation, he directly kidnapped Bulma, intending to force Sun Yufei to hand over the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. "Mr. Sun, it's all my fault for speaking carelessly while drunk." Briff's voice was choked with emotion. "They said if we don't hand over the Dragon Balls within 3 days, they will kill her. Poor Bulma." Although Dr. Briff was the richest man in the future world, he was still in the rising phase of his career and was not strong enough to confront the Red Ribbon Army, which had already amassed a large military force. After much thought, he ultimately had to seek help from the exceptionally powerful young man, Sun Yufei. Beasts. Those beasts. They are truly tired of living, daring to lay hands on Bulma. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means death. Although it was still early to say that Bulma was Sun Yufei's Achilles heel, there was no denying that Sun Yufei cared deeply for Bulma's safety. Many people, like Sun Yufei, undoubtedly consider Bulma to be their favorite female character in the Dragon Ball anime. That lively and beautiful girl is the dream lover of countless people. When Sun Yufei saw Bulma for the first time after traveling to this world, he was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating Bulma's growth. However, the Red Ribbon Army, unaware of their own insignificance, dared to kidnap Bulma. Sun Yufei sentenced all of them to death in his heart. After clarifying the location of the Red Ribbon Army, he left with a promise, "Don't worry, I will bring Bulma back safely." And then he smashed through the wall with a loud bang. Sun Yufei sneered in the air, silently swearing in his heart. If the Red Ribbon Army dared to harm a single hair on Bulma, he would ensure that the entire Red Ribbon Army would be turned to dust to vent his anger. Perhaps even if Bulma were killed, the Dragon Balls could bring her back to life. However, Sun Yufei did not want her to experience life and death too early. If possible, he hoped that in the future, Bulma's life would always be under his protection. Just like in the original story, whenever Bulma faced a huge crisis, she would wish that Goku was there. Sun Yufei hoped that whether the Earth was destroyed or Majin Buu was to slaughter all of humanity in the future, Bulma would always smile and think to herself, "With Sun Yufei around, everything will surely be all right." Sun Yu's battle power of 8,000 was pushed to the limit, and he quickly crossed the distance of over 1,000 miles indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, finally finding the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army on a lonely island on the west coast. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu arrived above a magnificent palace adorned with fluttering flags. Using the insight technique of his Sharingan, he quickly located the secret chamber where Bulma was imprisoned. Bulma seemed to have suffered no harm and was crouching in a corner of the chamber, looking pitiful with her head lowered. It's good that you aren't hurt. I will make sure to get back the grievances you endured tenfold or 100-fold. Sun Yu silently recited a phrase in his heart, then aimed at the spot and jumped down vertically from thousands of meters high, like a descending deity. In an instant, the steel and concrete floor of the magnificent palace crumbled as if it were made of wood and paper, shattered under Sun Yu's feet. And his figure appeared at the door of the secret room where Bulma was held. Boom! The guards, who were dozing off, were suddenly startled awake by the deafening sound. They saw a figure appear in front of the hostage's cell and immediately raised their guns in threat, saying, "Who's there? Don't move or I'll shoot." Sun Yu turned around and gave a cold glance at a few people. The small guards shivered suddenly, and when they inadvertently caught sight of the large hole in the ceiling, their faces turned pale with fear. "Get out." "Yes, at your command." With a simple roll from Sun Yu, several guards felt as if they had been pardoned, bowing their heads twice in gratitude for his mercy before fleeing in panic. Hearing the commotion around her, little Bulma lifted her head, her eyes red, and making anyone who saw her unable to resist wanting to hold her close and shower her with affection. In fact, Sun Yu did just that. With a creak, he pulled apart the thick iron bars of the cell door with his bare hands, causing Bulma's eyes to widen in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Brother Sun Yu, are you here to rescue Bulma?" After tearing open the iron bars, Sun Yu stepped into the room, picked up little Bulma, and gently said, "Yes. Not only am I going to rescue you, but I'm also going to help you punish the bad guys." Before Sun Yu could finish, tears began to well up in Bulma's eyes. She held back her tears and sobbed, "Thank you, Brother Sun Yu. Bulma has been very obedient." The bad guys wanted Bulma to tell them where Brother Sun Yu is, but Bulma didn't say anything. They scared Bulma, but Bulma didn't cry. Bulma is very brave. Woo-woo, Bulma is very, very brave. Finally, in Sun Yu's embrace, Bulma could no longer pretend to be strong, and her tears flowed freely like a river bursting its banks. Her cries pierced Sun Yu's heart like needles, and he coldly said, "They actually dare to scare my Bulma. It seems the Red Ribbon Army won't have to wait for Sun Wukong to be annihilated, because today, the Red Ribbon Army will completely disappear from this world." Sun Yu tore off a piece of his clothing to wipe away the tears from Bulma's eyes. Perhaps it was the first time she had been held like this by someone other than her parents, and Bulma's little face was flushed. If the situation weren't so inappropriate, Sun Yu couldn't help but want to kiss her a couple of times. This must have exposed him. How could he still claim he wasn't a lowly lover? "Let's go. Big brother will take you home." After saying that, Sun Yu picked Bulma up in a princess carry and soared into the sky. Bulma clutched tightly onto Sun Yu's collar, appearing a bit afraid of heights. However, as Sun Yu burst out of the palace, he noticed that many Red Silk Army troops had gathered around, with numerous fighter jets ready in the sky and several tanks and artillery mobilized on ground. Perhaps Marshal Hay thought this would threaten Sun Yu. Ignorance is truly bliss. Concerned that moving quickly in the air might scare little Bulma, Sun Yu simply landed on the ground. Marshal Hay, who had been observing from a distance, believed that his troops had intimidated Sun Yu. He proudly directed his armored vehicle toward Sun Yu, while also opening the sunroof, pulling out a megaphone and shouting at Sun Yu, "You are already surrounded. Hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls, and this marshal might spare your life." At the same time, Marshal Hay whispered to his aide, Officer Brack, "See? This marshal was right. This fool really came alone to rescue that little girl." Officer Brack couldn't help but twitch his mouth and helplessly complimented, "The marshal truly has foresight. I admire you, big brother Sun Yu." Bulma nervously tugged at Sun Yu's clothes. Sun Yu smiled gently at her, patted her head, and comforted her. "Don't worry, with big brother here, I will definitely not let my Bulma get hurt. Just wait and see the show in a bit." After saying that, he casually pulled out a lollipop and handed it to Bulma. Bulma responded with relief, took the lollipop, and obediently hid behind Sun Yu to lick it. After Sun Yu comforted Bulma, he shouted at the black marshal on the armored vehicle ahead, "I advise you to give it a rest, otherwise, with just one word from me, you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Only the roar of mechanical engines could be heard. After a full minute, everyone erupted into unprecedented laughter, with some people even clutching their stomachs, tears and snot flowing everywhere. "What did you say?" The black marshal laughed, so hard he nearly choked. He asked Sun Yu, "You actually said that with one word from you I would die?" Is it my hearing that's bad? Or is your brain the problem? The Black Marshal's aide, the Black Man Brack, also struggled to contain his laughter. He shook his head and said to Sun Yu, "Kid, we already know you have high skills. But saying that you can kill the Marshal with just one word is a bit too much. If you intended to make us laugh, I have to admit you succeeded." "I didn't mean to make you laugh." Sun Yu felt very aggrieved because the method to kill Black Marshal only required saying a single word. In the original story, Black Marshal died unjustly. He used the excuse of conquering the world to rally a large group of ambitious war maniacs. He devoted all his efforts to make his subordinates serve him in the search for the Dragon Balls. To obtain the Dragon Balls, he established extremely harsh military regulations, stating that anyone who failed to complete their mission would face execution. This included the remnants of the blue team that Sun Yu had previously defeated, who were executed by Black Marshal the same day they escaped back to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Such cruel and harsh military regulations bred discontent among many soldiers. Eventually, Black Marshal's true intention in collecting the Dragon Balls was discovered by his deputy, Black. It turned out that Black Marshal was not trying to conquer the world. Rather, he was insecure about his height and simply wanted to grow taller. After realizing that so many soldiers sacrificed themselves for such a trivial wish, Deputy Black believed that Black Marshal was unworthy of being the commander and killed him. Therefore, it would have sufficed to inform Deputy Black of Black Marshal's little secret in advance, and there would have been no need for Sun Yu to take action himself. After all, Sun Yu had previously stated that dealing with ordinary little people was quite shameful. "Cough, Deputy Black, let him speak. I want to see how he can kill the Marshal with just one word." Black Marshal disdainfully stared at Sun Yu, looking utterly contemptuous. If I must say, Sun Yu felt a bit embarrassed, as revealing someone as shortcomings was not very honorable. He feared that Black Marshal would get angry and jump up to hit his knee. "Indeed, this Marshal is begging you to say it. Go ahead and say it. Whoever doesn't say it is a little dog." Upon hearing Black Marshal's words, Sun Yu felt he had no choice but to speak up. Otherwise, he would be admitting he was a little dog. "Sigh. I've never seen someone so self-destructive. If there were ever a contest for self-destructive behavior, this Black Marshal would definitely win the championship. In fact, aside from the evil organization of the Red Ribbon Army, Black Marshal could be considered a good person. Firstly, as a prominent figure in the early Dragon Ball world, he never intended to eliminate the government army and unify the world. With his military strength, he could easily accomplish that. Secondly, it is true that Black Marshal's subordinates were all treacherous individuals. However, most of them were executed under Black Marshal's direct orders. Doesn't that count as eradicating evil? Therefore, from another perspective, the commander of the Red Ribbon Army, Black Marshal, is indeed a great good person. He has a trivial dream of growing to a height of 6 meters, and that's it. He worked day and night towards this dream, during which he eliminated many dangerous elements for the people. The bittersweet and twisted nature of this story is really not suitable for outsiders to know. If a motivational novel were written based on this theme, it would definitely be a bestseller. Thinking of this, Sun Yu really couldn't bring himself to kill him. So he told the soldiers present that their Black Marshal was collecting the Dragon Balls just because he wanted to grow taller. As for conquering the world, that could be discussed later. Silence fell again, and the entire place was engulfed in silence, with only Bulma's smack as she licked her lollipop. Everyone's gaze turned towards Black Marshal, and the atmosphere became extremely strange. "Marshal, tell me this isn't true." Deputy Black's veins were bulging as he stared fiercely at Black Marshal, hoping for the correct answer. "Of course. I never cared about my height." Black Marshal had lost his earlier bravado and now shrank to one side, stuttering in an attempt to cover up. Sun Yu took out a lollipop and started licking it, while adding with a hint of exaggeration, "Hey, that little short-legged one. Your explanation is clearly trying to cover up the truth. Okay." Upon hearing this, Black Marshal immediately raised his voice and shouted, "You're the little short leg. Your whole family are little short legs." Although Sun Yu was unhappy about being scolded by Black Marshal, he decided not to stoop to the level of someone who was about to die. At this point, Deputy Black was frowning. He pulled out his sidearm and aimed it at Black Marshal's head, loudly stating to everyone, according to the military regulations of the Red Silk Army, the entire army must take the conquest of the world as its duty. Those who violate this military regulation shall be executed without mercy. Executed without mercy. Executed without mercy. The soldiers, who had long been seething with anger, immediately echoed with a roar as loud as the mountains and the sea, spurred on by Deputy Black. Please don't kill me." Black Marshal, now devoid of any semblance of authority, looked at Deputy Black in terror, humbly pleading for his life. However, Deputy Black remained unmoved. He instantly pulled the trigger, and with a bang, Black Marshal fell lifelessly from the armored vehicle. Deputy Black coldly gazed at Black Marshal's corpse, a hidden smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He soon turned serious and announced to the excited army, "An army cannot be without a commander for a day. Though I may not be capable, I nominate myself as the F rare. What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire army chanted Black's name. Black, Black, Black. Now successfully in power, F rare Black smiled at Sun Yu, looking down at him, and said, "Mr. Sun, you truly are a young hero. I wonder if you have any intention of joining our Red Silk army. If you're willing, I can make you a deputy F rare, and then we can share the world equally. You've long wanted to kill Black Marshal and take his place, haven't you?" Sun Yu casually replied while licking his lollipop. A cold glint flashed in Black's eyes as his thoughts were exposed, but he quickly changed his expression to a smile and said, "Haha, Mr. Sun loves to joke. As long as you hand over the Dragon Balls, I'll give you half of the world." Sun Yu raised his head to look at Black, and he said, "Thank you, but I don't want half the world. I want you all to die. The Red Silk Army must pay a bloody price for daring to kidnap Bulma. Sun Yu is just protective like that. You refuse a toast, and instead take a punishment drink. How bye-bye, kill him for me." Brack shouted angrily to those behind him. Then, a figure stepped out of a stretched Lincoln limousine. This person had a cold, electric gaze, a thin mustache on his lips, and was dressed in a pink cheapao with the word kill written in brush strokes on his chest. He was none other than the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai. With Tao Bai's appearance, Brack regained his composure. Perhaps he thought that as long as Tao Bai took action, Sun Yu would undoubtedly be defeated. At this moment, he looked at Sun Yu with a gaze full of sympathy. "Young man, your aura is calm and restrained. You indeed seem extraordinary. Unfortunately, you have encountered me." Tao Bai seemed to praise Sun Yu, but it was actually to highlight himself. He could sense Sun Yu's uniqueness. Therefore, with his wicked heart, he wanted to eliminate Sun Yu as soon as possible to prevent him from becoming a future rival, or at least that's what he thought. 3 moves. Tao Bai extended 4 fingers, and a trembling attendant helped him press down 1 extra finger. Tao Bai awkwardly cleared his throat. "Just 3 moves? And I will definitely kill you." Sun Yu smiled shyly and said, "Why do I feel like it only takes 1 move? You have some self-awareness." "I attack." Tao Bai sneered and, full of dreams, kicked out a flying kick toward Sun Yu. Just as Tao Bai was about to reach Sun Yu slowly spat out the half-eaten lollipop he had in his mouth and casually poked it towards Tao Bai's forehead. These seemingly slow movements actually happened in an instant, and Tao Bai didn't even have time to react before a seemingly unremarkable lollipop was poked into his forehead. The world's #1 assassin dead, killed by a half-eaten lollipop. The smiles on the faces of Black and the others were frozen, clearly unable to accept such an event. A plastic lollipop killed the world's #1 assassin. Who would believe this if it were said? But you have to believe it because it has truly happened right in front of everyone. Sun Yu looked at the lifeless Tao Bai on the ground and sighed. What a pity, there was still half left to eat. Bulma raised her head, looked at Sun Yu with wide eyes, and then lifted the lollipop in her hand, saying, "Bulma will give this to you." Nearby, Black and the others were close to tears, thinking that a single lollipop was worth so little, while Tao Bai had cost him $1 billion to hire. And now he was dead. What a huge loss. "Hey Black, do you have any secret weapons left? Use them already." Sun Yu yawned lazily and asked. In fact, Sun Yu wasn't here to play with them. He hoped to witness the artificial human number 9 developed by Dr. Gero, which was vaguely mentioned in the original work but not detailed. Given Sun Yu's Saiyan nature, he naturally had high expectations for the current stage of artificial humans, but seemed to be in vain. No, Lord Sun." Black was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt down. Even someone like Tao Bai could be taken out in an instant, and Black, no matter how foolish, knew that being so close to Sun Yu meant he could easily be killed. Therefore, he flattered, "Lord Sun, I am willing to follow you. I am willing to be your servant. Whatever you want from this world, I can offer it to you." Although he said this, his hand was reaching for the gun at his waist, planning to ambush Sun Yu the moment he let his guard down. However, Sun Yu didn't even glance at him. Instead, he squatted down and gently squeezed Bulma's cheeks, asking, "Bulma, do you want to see fireworks?" Yes. Brother Sun Yu, Bulma wants to see fireworks. Bulma wants to see fireworks." Little Bulma's eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at Sun Yu. Sun Yu carried Bulma on his back and gently instructed, "In a moment, Brother's going to fly up into the sky, so Bulma, hold on tight. After saying that, Sun Yu tilted and flew towards the front of the Red Ribbon Army. Seeing that Sun Yu ignored him, Black gave a cold smile, picked up Marshal Black's communicator, and issued orders to all the planes and tanks. All units, listen up. As soon as they fly out of the safe distance, shoot them down and turn them to dust. Yes, understood. Once the order was given, all the fighter jets and tanks gathered towards the base, then aimed at Sun Yu in the sky ahead. Bulma nervously hugged Sun Yu's neck, but due to her trust in him, she didn't feel afraid. Sun Yujing stood quietly in the air, gazing down at the large red army troop below. He silently mourned for them for 3 seconds in his heart. Time's up. It was time to send them on their way. Ha 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 ha. Sun Yu's aura erupted explosively, his combat power fully unleashed, soaring upwards. He then brought his hands together in front of his chest, muttering, Ka. Me. Ha. Me. As Sun Yu chanted Ka. Me. Ha. Me. His hands were drawn back to his waist, and the energy in his hands shot out dazzling blue light in all directions, causing the terrifying aura around him to shake even the waters of the Western Ocean. Ha! A powerful Kamehameha was unleashed, resembling a brilliant blue meteor streaking across the sky, leaving the troops of the Red Ribbon Army below dumbfounded. It wasn't until the blue energy sphere of the Kamehameha, imbued with world-destroying power, was about to hit the ground that they remembered to flee. In an instant, the soldiers scattered in all directions, the scene descending into chaos. Help! Run, run! God, please save us. However, the gods would not heed the pleas of those who had committed so many wrongs, and even if the gods wanted to intervene, they lacked the strength to do so. With Sun Yu's combat power at 8,000 and fully unleashed, the Kamehameha he compressed at least 16,000 combat power. Don't underestimate the charged Kamehameha. The twofold increase in combat power is far from the limit of this move. As Sun Yu grows stronger, he could even unleash Kamehamehas at 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times the power. This is the terrifying aspect of this technique. The stronger the user, the greater the power, and there is no upper limit. At this moment, Sun Yu's Kamehameha finally struck the ground. The eerie blue energy ball quickly penetrated deep into the earth and exploded inside, causing the ground of the Red Ribbon Army's base to crack. Eerie blue light shone on the faces of all the Red Ribbon soldiers present, and in the next second, the heavens and the earth shook. A massive mushroom cloud rose slowly, and a violent shockwave shattered nearby, planes attempting to escape. The ground within a radius of several dozen miles instantly evaporated, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic revelation, leaving only a gigantic pit with a diameter of several dozen miles. Soon, the waters of the Western Ocean began to pour into this deep pit. This firework is a bit terrifying. The mushroom cloud lingered in the sky for a long time, and Bulma, lying on Sun Yu's back, was so startled by the scene before her that her eyes widened, unable to speak. Sun Yu secretly regretted and worried that he had scared the little girl. So, he gently stroked Bulma's little head and softly said, Bulma, they're actually cooperating with Big Brother to perform fireworks, because they know it's wrong to bully Bulma, so... Sun Yu couldn't come up with anything more to say, so after a long pause, Bulma turned to him and smiled sweetly, saying, Actually, Brother Sun Yu, you don't have to coax me. I'm not a child anymore. They are all bad people, and Brother Sun Yu is a good person. It's only natural for good people to fight bad people. Looking at Bulma, who was defending him, Sun Yu felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but secretly praise her a few times. Bulma is indeed Bulma. Whether in this world or in the Dragon Ball anime, she is always so smart, strong, and gentle, just as he was lost in thought. Bulma suddenly lifted her head and kissed Sun Yu on the cheek. Her pink, cool lips left an impression on his face, soft and fragrant, lingering at the tip of his nose. Bulma's kiss ended quickly, and when Sun Yu looked at her in confusion, Bulma was gazing back at him with a proud expression. Sun Yu couldn't help but laugh and gently tapped her forehead, exclaiming, What a little rascal. After saying that, he carried Bulma on his back and flew towards Karin Tower. Once Sun Yu stopped staring at her, Bulma let out a long sigh of relief. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and her heart raced to her throat as she buried her head deep into Sun Yu's back. Not long after Sun Yu and Bulma had left, a figure suddenly emerged from the calm sea, hovering in midair and searching around. Who was it? Who just released such powerful energy? After absorbing this energy, I feel completely reborn. Ha! The foolish Dr. Gero thought cutting off the energy supply to my reactor would be enough. How stupid. No, I need more energy. I must absorb more energy. This person was massive, about 2 meters tall, shirtless, with with muscles all over, wearing only a pair of black sports shorts. His hair was messy, and his eyes were filled with greed. After searching for a long time, he finally locked onto the direction in which Sun Yu had left. He burst into loud laughter. Ha, found it. I found it. There's the energy I want, my food. He then turned and chased after Sun Yu, revealing two large characters 9 on his back. That was the Roman numeral 9, android number 9. At that moment, Sun Yu was flying at full speed towards Karin Tower and soon encountered a plane from the Capsule Corporation that was rushing over. Hey, Dr. Briefs. Sun Yu waved to Dr. Briefs from a distance, while Bulma, who was lying on his back, excitedly looked at the airplane from her home. Mr. Sun, Bulma, I. Dr. Briefs opened the cabin door and looked at the approaching Sun Yu and Bulma, tears of joy streaming down his face. Dad! Bulma suddenly jumped into Dr. Briefs' arms, acting cute. Seeing the reunion of father and daughter warmed Sun Yu's heart. Mr. Sun, thank you for saving my daughter. I really don't know how to thank you. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do anything. Dr. Briefs patted his chest and said, but then he immediately asked with concern, Mr. Sun, what about the Red Ribbon Army? They didn't give you any trouble, did they? The Red Ribbon Army? Sun Yu smiled and waved his hand, casually saying, there is no Red Ribbon Army in this world anymore. No Red Ribbon Army? Dr. Briefs clearly didn't understand what Sun Yu meant, repeating the phrase and looking at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Literally, Sun Yu explained, while also making a gesture across his neck. Wow! Seeing this, Dr. Briefs gasped in surprise, and there was now a hint of admiration in his gaze toward Sun Yu. Having the rare chance to meet Dr. Briefs, Sun Yu took the opportunity to ask about the gravity training room's progress. Dr. Briefs, have you completed the gravity training room I requested? Dr. Briefs shook his head seriously. No, there's still one crucial technical problem that hasn't been resolved. After hearing Dr. Briefs' words, Sun Yu was momentarily stunned. Then his mouth twitched as he weakly asked, Doctor, please don't tell me the technical problem is about the sound system's position. Oh my, Mr. Sun, you really are insightful. At this moment, Dr. Briefs looked at Sun Yu with eyes full of fervent admiration, sincerely saying, as expected of Mr. Sun, you truly have an unparalleled yearning for life and music. Yearning my foot. Sun Yu's face was full of black lines. How was he insightful? In the Dragon Ball anime, Dr. Brief spent nearly half the time worrying about the sound system when making the gravity training room for Goku. Was this issue really that important? Who would train under 100 times gravity while listening to the song Little Apple by Chopstick Brothers? This was clearly just looking for trouble. But then again, it did sound pretty good. Imagine Sun Yu in the gravity training room with 100 times gravity, sweating profusely while doing push-ups and sit-ups, with surround sound blasting the catchy, brainwashing song Little Apple. You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you, it's never too much. The scariest part was that the rhythm from both sides was perfectly in sync. Wow, this scene was too beautiful for me to look at. Just as Sun Yu's imagination ran wild, the driver suddenly reported, Boss, we've detected an unidentified object rapidly approaching from behind. Please advise. An unidentified object rapidly approaching? Sun Yu quietly sensed it, feeling no energy at all. Clearly, it couldn't be Lana, as her aura was too recognizable. He then asked the driver, is it an airplane? It's not an airplane, Mr. Sunday. That thing is very small, not like an airplane. The driver respectfully replied, Dr. Briefs, Bulma, I'm going to check it out. You two stay back. Sun Yu said, okay, Mr. Sun, brother Sun, be careful. Opening the cabin door, Sun Yu flew out. He quietly stood still, watching the rapidly moving black shadow in the distance. It's coming. Even though he didn't sense any combat power from the approaching figure, Sun Yu still felt a faint sense of pressure. A martial artist's training emphasizes sensory perception, leading to an extremely keen intuition for danger. Clearly, this person was not friendly. Whoosh! The person instantly appeared in front of Sun Yu, their greedy eyes fixed on him for a long time. They excitedly said, it's you, it's you. Ha! You are the one who set me free. To repay you for letting me go, please allow me to kill you. Hey, who are you? Sun Yu was momentarily confused and asked. Remember, the one who will kill you is Nate. Before Sun Yu could react, Nate suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Sun Yu immediately heightened his vigilance, activating his Sharingan to sense everything around him. Then, Sun Yu's eyes caught Nate's position, and he sneered, directly throwing a punch. Bang! Sun Yu's punch hit Knight, but Knight seemed unaffected, making Sun Yu feel like his fist was hitting a super-alloy steel plate. He chuckled. I didn't expect you to be non-human. Sun Yu excitedly rubbed his fist, and then, putting away his underestimation, said, if I'm not mistaken, you are an android, right? Huh, no wonder I can't feel your energy. So that's how it is. Android Knight, Android number 9. Congratulations, you got it right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. A cold glint flashed in Android number 9's eyes as he moved again, launching a new round of attacks at Sunyu. Interesting. Sunyu stopped holding back. He shouted loudly, and the energy within him surged wildly, causing his combat power to skyrocket to 8,000, with the surrounding air whistling ominously. Bang! Bang! Sunyu and Android 9 were locked in fierce combat in the sky, exchanging punches back and forth. Because Android 9 had a body made of super alloy steel, Sunyu could only defend passively for most of the time. Before long, his body was covered in wounds, each one stimulating his nerves and making him increasingly excited. From the very beginning of this battle, Sunyu poured all his strength into it, unleashing his full combat power of 8,000. Despite this, Sunyu felt that he was still no match for the android. Based on his estimation, Android 9's combat power should be around 16,000. Haha, I didn't expect this android to be so strong. The gap between us is quite significant. How interesting. As a warrior race Saiyan, Sunyu faced with a stronger opponent without a trace of fear, only a strong desire to fight. Saiyans crave battle and long to fight against the strong. Sharingan. Time stagnation. As Sunyu's injuries worsened, it would be utterly irrational to continue to clash with an android made of super alloy using his flesh and blood, especially when the opponent's combat power was more than double his own. So, Sunyu seized an opportunity and instantly activated the time stagnation of his Sharingan, freezing time in an instant. Because the opponent's combat power was greater than his, Sunyu's time stagnation wouldn't last long. He needed to quickly deliver a devastating blow to the android, or his situation would become very dangerous. Take advantage of your weakness, and I'll take your life. Sunyu shouted loudly, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed directly at the temple of Android 9. With a loud bang, a dent appeared in half of the android's head, and its body was sent soaring into the air by Sunyu's punch. Without a moment's pause, in the final moment of time, standing still, Sunyu erupted with an astonishing aura, then extended his hands and chanted, Ka, Mi, Ha, Me, Ah. A rapidly charged Kamehameha was unleashed, the bluish energy sphere trailing a long tail as it crashed towards the unsuspecting Android 9 in midair. Ha, I did it. Sunyu grinned, knowing that this rapid Kamehameha had a battle power of around 16,000, and at such close range, even an android would be reduced to dust. However, Sunyu's smile didn't last long, because as his Kamehameha struck Android 9, the android suddenly spread its arms towards the attack. And the Kamehameha that should have pulverized it abruptly shrank as if it had malfunctioned, ultimately disappearing into a wisp of blue smoke. Sunyu's mouth twitched as he suddenly remembered that in the original Dragon Ball, Dr. Gero had researched androids capable of absorbing energy. It seemed Android 9 belonged to that category. Ha ha ha, such pure energy. Thank you. You brought me so much energy that I almost feel reluctant to kill you. Android 9 stared intensely at Sunyu, sending a chill down his spine. It seemed that not only had Sunyu failed to harm the android, but he had inadvertently made it stronger. This was not good. Based on the pressure Android 9 was currently exerting on Sunyu, its battle power was at least 20,000, fighting against 20,000 with just 8,000 would leave no room for suspense. Suddenly, Sunyu instinctively retreated to dodge, and in the next moment, an energy shock wave flew past him. The bluish energy sphere crashed rapidly into the surface of the West Ocean, exploding violently and sending towering waves hundreds of meters high, causing the entire ocean to churn violently. That was close, that was close. Sunyu patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. The shockwave was far too strong. What was worse, it was his own energy that Android 9 had absorbed and was now using to try to kill him. Ready to die? Android 9 appeared before Sunyu in an instant, suddenly grinning savagely, raising its fists high, and then smashing down towards Sunyu's head. With a bang, Sunyu felt the entire world spinning, spat out a mouthful of blood, and weakly fell from the sky. However, Sunyu didn't fall far. Android 9 flickered and reappeared beneath him, bending down and delivering a powerful kick to Sunyu's abdomen. Sunyu spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying high into the air. It was as if Android 9 was intentionally retaliating against Sunyu, hitting him back in the same way, son, you had just attacked it. Watching from a distance, Briefs and his daughter saw this scene, and their hearts trembled. They knew Sun used strength well, yet this boy, who seemed like a god to them, was now being utterly dominated by a mysterious figure. Brother Sunyu. Bulma looked at Sunyu, who was falling from the sky, tears welling up in her bright eyes. Bulma, don't worry. Your brother Sun Yu won't be defeated so easily. You have to believe in him. Brief squatted down and gently patted Bulma's head. At this moment, Sun Yu was already covered in blood. Unsure how many bones he had broken, Android 9 grabbed Sun Yu by the neck, grinning eerily, and said, "Kid, you're still not dead. But you won't live much longer. You should still have some energy left in you, right? Haha, now it's all mine." After saying that, a faint glow appeared in Android 9's hand as it gripped Sun Yu tighter, and Sun Yu felt the little energy he had left becoming restless, rushing towards Android 9's palm. Oh no! Sun Yu struggled to break free from Android 9's control, but he was at the end of his rope and couldn't escape. If he allowed Android 9 to drain the energy from his body, he would surely die. He had to find a way to stop the android from absorbing his energy. But how could he do that? As the energy within him gradually dried up, Sun Yu's vision began to blur, his head drooping to one side, and he could faintly see the setting sun in the distance. Am I going to die? Sun Yu thought, ironically realizing he still hadn't taken off his weighted training gear. Since the android's battle power couldn't be detected, he never imagined the battle would end so quickly. If he had removed his weighted gear beforehand, perhaps he would have had a slight chance. Though life and death are common human experiences, who would want to die if they could live just a little longer? With that thought, a bitter smile appeared on Sun Yu's lips. When he crossed over, he had already experienced death once, and honestly, the feeling of dying was truly awful. Especially in that moment of death, it felt as if he was cast into an endless abyss, surrounded by silence and darkness, with no light, only darkness. He couldn't hear anything, feel anything, just darkness, the despairing darkness. Gradually, a thick aura of death surrounded Sun Yu. His energy vanished, and his heartbeat stopped. Had dead so soon? Android 9 pouted in dissatisfaction. After scanning Sun Yu thoroughly, it was 100% certain that he was dead. Then, it casually tossed Sun Yu's body into the vast West Ocean. Brother Sun Yu. Bulma saw this scene and instantly burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. Dr. Briefs hugged his daughter and then solemnly commanded the pilot, "Fire at that person. Does this plane have missiles? Blow him to smithereens." "Report, boss. Our plane isn't equipped with weapons. Only Team 2 has them. Our plane is civilian." The pilot cautiously replied. "Then get Team 2's fighter jets here. That person killed Mr. Sun. We must avenge him." Brief shouted at the pilot. Soon, the pilot used the communication device to summon all the fighter jets that had been searching for Sun Yu's location. In no time, the skies above the sea were filled with various armed fighter jets. "Report, boss. All Team 2's fighter jets are in position. Requesting instructions. Fire. Fire with all your might." With Dr. Brief's orders, all the armed aircraft launched a fierce attack against Android 9. However, how could ordinary human weapons have any effect on an android whose battle power exceeded 20,000? Faced with a barrage of missiles and Gatling guns, Android 9 sneered, then instantly dashed in front of a combat helicopter, smashing its windshield with a punch. With a loud bang, the helicopter spewed thick black smoke from within, then trembled and began to fall towards the ocean. After taking down one helicopter, Android 9 seemed even more excited. It quickly approached the next fighter jet, kicked off its tail, causing it to explode in midair. Watching Android 9 effortlessly destroy fighter jets, the pilot of Brief's aircraft was almost fainting from fear. He screamed, "Boss, we should run, otherwise we'll be killed." At this moment, Briefs was also stunned and at a loss. Perhaps he was skilled in scientific research, but when faced with life-and-death situations, he lost all sense of direction. Just as the android number 9 was about to destroy Dr. Briefs' aircraft, a series of unusual bubbles surfaced on the sea below. It was Sun Yu, during a previous life-and-death crisis. He had touched the barrier of the concept of life and death. Because he had experienced death, it became much easier for him to comprehend the essence of death again. Thus, with a thought of life and death, the state arose from the heart. In this critical moment, Sun Yu broke through the realm of knowing the state and entered a state of false death, successfully deceiving android number 9's detection. At this moment, the essence of life within Sun Yu was reviving, and images of various figures constantly flashed through his mind, including Lana, Bulma, the scene of Frieza destroying planet Vegeta, and more. Inside Sun Yu, an unprecedented desire to survive was erupting. He wanted to live, to become stronger, and then to control his own destiny, to protect those who were important to him. Suddenly, Sun Yu's pupils widened, and two black tomo gradually appeared at the edges. Each of his eyes was marked with a black tomo, symmetrically arranged on either side of the pupils. This was the double tomo Sharingan from Naruto. With the emergence of the double tomo Sharingan, Sun Yu had completely regained his senses. He reached into his pocket and took out a senza bean he had prepared earlier, then placed it in his mouth, crunching and swallowing it. A surge of immense life force flowed through Sun Yu's limbs and bones, and he felt as if he had been reborn in an instant. Because he had nearly been in a state of death before reviving, the moment he regained his strength, the energy within him surged several times. This was the Saiyans' extraordinary physique. The more severely injured they were, the stronger their battle power became. Approaching death, their battle power would surge exponentially upon revival. Beneath the sea, Sun Yu unleashed his aura without reservation. As his aura surged, the entire ocean began to tremble, and the sea surface within 1,000 miles stirred violently, waves crashing against the rocks on the shore. Boom! Sun Yu burst out from the seabed, creating massive water columns all around him. His position perfectly blocked the path of the android number 9 and Bryce's plane. Brother Sun Yu, Bulma exclaimed with joy upon seeing the reappeared Sun Yu, running to the window and shouting loudly. Sun Yusin felt a connection and turned around just in time to see the little lowly Bulma leaning against the window. He revealed a self-assured smile that he thought was very cool and then gave a thumbs up with his left hand. When Briefs saw Sun Yu appear again, his tense emotions finally eased. Although Sun Yu was still the same Sun Yu, the aura surrounding him was completely different from just moments ago. Even an ordinary person like Briefs could feel Sun Yu's astonishing presence. The current battle was no longer something ordinary people could interfere with. Therefore, Dr. Briefs made a quick decision, ordering all combat units to withdraw immediately and observe the battle from a distance in silence. Android 9 looked at Sun Yu with great interest. To him, Sun Yu's life or death was not important. What mattered was that Android 9 could sense the energy within Sun Yu that he craved. So much energy. Come on, come to me so I can absorb it. Android 9 greedily stared at Sun Yu, even sticking out his tongue to lick his dry lips. Sun Yu smiled, but did not answer. In a moment of distraction, he had already taken the initiative to strike. The android 9's eyes narrowed because he had not clearly seen Sun Yu's movement. He only felt a strong gust of wind coming towards him. When he finally focused on Sun Yu's position again, Sun Yu's fist had already struck his abdomen. Thud! With a muffled sound, Android 9's back arched high from Sun Yu's punch. He couldn't believe that his super alloy body could not withstand Sun Yu's flesh and blood body. But that was not the end. Sun Yu grabbed Android number 9's fluffy hair and yanked it down violently, while simultaneously driving his right knee up. With a crack, Android number 9's cheekbone instantly caved in. And combined with the earlier blow that had dented half of his head, Android number 9 had lost all semblance of a human form. Although Android 9 could not feel pain, he was enraged by the destruction inflicted by Sun Yu. He opened his mouth to unleash a blue energy wave, his entire body swelling up and emitting wisps of green smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Android number 9 frantically spewed energy bullets from his mouth, with explosions echoing one after another. Sun Yu's double Tomo, Sharingan, suddenly activated, taking in everything around him. Since evolving from a single Tomo to the double Tomo, Sun Yu's eye techniques had become increasingly adept. The frantic energy bombardment from Android number 9 appeared to Sun Yu to be as slow as a snail, making it effortless for him to dodge. In an instant, Sun Yu's figure flickered, evading all the energy bullets. He stood with his hands on his hips in midair, silently watching Android number 9 below, who was searching for his figure. The few people watching the battle from a distance erupted in excited cheers. It was clear to them that Sun Yu had completely gained the upper hand. Defeating the detestable android was just a matter of time. Hey, what are you looking for? Sun Yu called out, and Android 9 finally noticed Sun Yu's position. He cursed under his breath, then rushed at full speed to Sun Yu, extending his hand, wanting to absorb Sun Yu's energy. However, how could Sun Yu comply with his wishes? Under the insight of a Sharingan, Android 9's attacks were full of flaws, and Sun Yu effortlessly dodged them. Even if you absorb my energy, you'll have a combat power of 20,000, but that is not cultivated by yourself, so you can't unleash its maximum power. All you can do is flail around aimlessly, which is really disappointing. Sun Yu looked at Android 9 in front of him, having lost the desire to fight him. Hearing Sun Yu's words, Android 9 smiled eerily and coldly said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling proud? I'm just a failure. The terror of androids. You will experience it one day." The terror of androids? A smirk crossed Sun Yu's lips as he replied, "I don't know if androids are terrifying, but you can experience the terror of us Saiyans right now." With that, Sun Yu reached out with both hands, grabbing Android 9's wrists, then leaped into the air, planting his feet against Android 9's chest and forcefully attempting to rip off Android 9's arms. Damn it, what are you doing? Stop. Please stop. Although Android 9 couldn't feel pain, he had simulated human emotions. Watching Sun Yu about to tear off his arms, a feeling called fear arose within him. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds rang out as Sun Yu forcefully pulled off Android 9's arms. Oil gushed from the broken joints, and Android 9 staggered backward, his eyes filled with despair. Without the energy absorption device on your hands, let's see how you absorb my Kamehameha. Sun Yu silently circulated the energy within his body, his hands reaching towards his chest. Me. Me as he charged the Kamehameha wave. The energy sphere in Sun Yu's hands erupted with a terrifying light. With the explosive increase in his fighting power, the combat power value of the Kamehameha was also skyrocketing. At that moment, Sun Yu's fighting power was around 24,000. Therefore, with a fully charged Kamehameha, he achieved a twofold increase in combat power, resulting in a ghostly blue energy sphere with a fighting power of up to 48,000, trailing a long tail as it chased after the android. Android 9, having lost both arms, swayed unsteadily in the air and was soon caught up. Boom! Sun Yu's Kamehameha exploded in the sky, and the energy absorption device of Android 9 was destroyed, turning to ashes with a terrifying scream amid the energy explosion. The blinding light pierced everyone's eyes, fading only after a long time. At this moment, Sun Yu's figure was silhouetted against the setting sun, appearing incredibly majestic and tall. After defeating Android 9, Sun Yu returned to the plane of briefs. Bulma, seeing Sun Yu come back, rushed over without caring about the bloodstains on him and wouldn't he let go. Mr. Sun, I'm so glad you're okay. Briefs took out a clean uniform from inside the plane and handed it to Sun Yu, saying, please change into this outfit. I'll arrange the dinner right away. I wonder if Mr. Sun would do us the honor. Briefs knew very well that both Sun Yu and Lana had no resistance to good food. Therefore, this suggestion was something Sun Yu couldn't refuse. Sure, Dr. Briefs, but my sister Lana is still cultivating in the temple. I want to wait for her to finish before we go together. Why don't you guys head back first? I'll go to East Capital to find you once Lana comes out. Sun Yu didn't dare to go eat alone. If Lana came out and couldn't find anyone, she would definitely lose her temper. Dr. Briefs naturally followed Sun Yu's arrangement, but little Bulma refused to leave Sun Yu no matter what, clinging tightly to his clothes and ignoring everyone's advice. How about I take her to the temple? When Sister Na comes out, we can all go back to East City together, Sun Yu suggested. All right then. Dr. Briefs shrugged helplessly. Since he was with Sun Yu, he didn't have to worry about Bulma's safety, so he readily agreed. Dr. Briefs, remember to prepare the gravity training room when you get back. Sun Yu reminded Briefs and then flew towards the temple with Bulma on his back. Because he was carrying Bulma, Sun Yu didn't fly very fast, but fortunately, the distance to Karin's sacred land wasn't far, so he returned to the temple in no time. Upon returning, Sun Yu saw the old Kai looking serious and couldn't help but feel puzzled, so he asked, Lord Kai, what's wrong? I feel like you have something on your mind. Is it because I killed those Red Ribbon Army members? Hearing Sun Yu's words, the old Kai shook his head and said, those Red Ribbon Army members committed many evils. Killing them is considered a good deed. The old Kai paused, walked to the edge of the temple, silently gazing below, and continued. I saw the battle between you and Android 9. I really didn't expect such evil beings to exist in this world. I know what Android 9 said earlier, especially that terrifying remark about us androids, that you will experience it sooner or later. His choice of words was we, which means there is more than one android. If one failed product is this terrifying, then what about other qualified specimens? How strong will they be? The old Kai didn't know, and this was exactly what worried him. Don't worry, no matter if it's androids or anything else that comes, I will defeat them, Sun Yu said, patting the old Kai on the shoulder carelessly. That's right. Brother Sun Yu is the strongest. Bulma chimed in, peeking at the old Kai with her little face. The old Kai looked at Bulma's cute face and then at the confident Sun Yu, finally letting out a helpless sigh and saying, I hope so. It seems the safety of Earth will have to rely on you from now on. Protecting Earth was originally the responsibility of the Kai. Now, the Kai had to say such things, which was indeed a torment for him, but there was no other way, just as the original Dragon Ball said. In today's world, the Kai was no longer needed. What people needed were strong fighters. At this moment, the heavenly realm could overlook the setting sun in the west. And Sun Yu sat at the edge of the temple with Bulma, quietly watching the distant sunset. The sunset represented twilight, and also had connotations of extinction. Having already broken through the knowing realm in martial arts, Sun Yu took this opportunity to quietly comprehend the essence of the sunset, and time passed little by little. It was unclear how long had passed, but the east was brightening again, and Bulma in Sun Yu's arms was still asleep. However, he suddenly woke up because he felt the might of heaven and earth intensifying abruptly, followed by a surge of energy rolling through the air. The old Kai and Bubbles appeared beside Sun Yu, looking at the direction of the spirit and time room in shock. Soon, a beautiful figure walked out from the temple, and it was Lana, who had been training in the spirit and time room for a year. However, in the real world, only a day had passed. Now, Lana was a 16-year-old girl, and her graceful figure had become even more upright. Her tattered clothing, due to training, subtly revealed her snow-white skin, and her long, beautiful legs were exposed to the air, making Sun Yu stare in awe. Lana's aura swept over everyone in the temple like a raging storm, unrestrained. Sun Yu was okay, as his strength had increased after the battle with the android, but the old Kai and Bubbles were not so lucky. They were trembling under Lana's pressure and were almost unable to hold on. After a year of training, Lana had nearly reached perfection in the subtle realm, but her martial arts were completely expressive, unlike Sun Yu's restraint. In the subtle realm, it arises freely and dissipates at will. And Lana's fiery personality meant her martial arts were also flamboyant. "Hey Kyle, it's been a year," she exclaimed. "Oh, isn't that the little girl named Bulma? Why is she here too?" Lana immediately spotted Bulma in Sun Yu's arms and quickly restrained her aura, afraid of scaring Bulma. Due to the commotion, Bulma had woken up in Sun Yu's arms and looked very happy upon seeing Lana. That's a long story. Sun Yu looked Lana up and down, estimating that her combat power was definitely above 40,000. If she unleashed her full power, she might even reach 50,000. Sun Yu secretly marveled at the wonders of the spirit and time room, and then recounted everything that had happened since Lana entered the spirit and time room, including how Briefs had come to find him, how he had wiped out the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, rescued Bulma, and encountered the androids. After listening to Sun Yu's explanation, Lana looked at him with a strange expression and then said something that left him stunned. "So, where are the 2 Dragon Balls that were originally in the hands of the Red Ribbon Army?" "All right, where are the Dragon Balls?" Sun Yu replied. "Kyle, don't you need to go train in the spirit and time room first?" Lana was a bit confused because, in her view, after Sun Yu realized her powerful combat strength, he would surely be anxious to train. However, Sun Yu hadn't detailed the battle power of both sides when discussing the androids, so Lana didn't know the true situation at that time. Moreover, with Sun Yu's improved martial arts realm, his ability to suppress his own aura had also matured. Without making a move, it was difficult for others to perceive his full combat power. So, Lana naturally assumed that Sun Yu's combat power was still around 8,000. If he didn't want to be left behind, he should be eager to go train. Furthermore, Lana had told Sun Yu before that she didn't like those weaker than herself. So if Sun Yu really liked her, he should find ways to surpass her. But why was he so indifferent? Did that mean he didn't like her at all? If he didn't like her, why did he do such things to her back then? Thinking of this, Lana felt both angry and embarrassed, glaring at Sun Yu with a fierce look, wishing she could go up and beat him up. "That won't be necessary." Sun Yu, completely unaware of Lana's thoughts, casually said, "The air in the spirit and time room is thin and the temperature is high. Just standing there without moving is tiring. If I were to train in there, it would easily make one feel irritable." Sun Yu is currently focusing on cultivating his state of mind, so maintaining inner peace is what he should be doing now. In fact, if he simply pursued combat power, he could improve very quickly. But what would be the meaning of that? Cultivating the state of mind is like building a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the greater the potential for future improvement. This is well exemplified by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, aside from their first encounter, Sun Wukong's combat power has always surpassed Vegeta's during other times because Sun Wukong's martial arts realm is higher than Vegeta's. He entered the Kongming realm long before reaching Namek. Even during the battle with Cell, both Sun Wukong and his son Gohan touched upon the traces of Tao. The so-called Tao follows nature. They integrated the Super Saiyan state into their daily lives, making activities like eating, sleeping, and fishing a form of cultivation. Compared to their realm, Vegeta, who only knows to train hard, seems somewhat inferior. Of course, this does not mean that Vegeta's training method is bad. After all, everyone's martial arts are different, and what suits oneself is the best. Moreover, the most effective way to improve combat power is to engage in battle. Sun Yu's battle with the android No.9 is a great example. Under the pressure of a strong enemy and facing near death, Sun Yu unleashed unprecedented fighting power, even activating the second stage of the Sharingan. The double Tomo Sharingan. Saiyans are a warrior race. Only through life-and-death battles and the pressure of strong enemies can one rapidly enhance their strength. Oof. I see you're just being lazy and don't want to improve your strength. Lana turned her head away in anger, feeling very disappointed. It was hard to tell whether it was because Sun Yu was unambitious or because she was worried that he didn't care enough about her. Sun Yu seemed puzzled as to why Lana was suddenly angry. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, "No way. My combat power is already 24,000 now. I believe it won't take long." "What?" Lana exclaimed, interrupting Sun Yu. "You said your combat power is already 24,000? It's only been a day, You. Yeah, I told you before. When I fought Android 9, I almost died. Later, after eating a senza bean, I recovered from the brink of death, and my combat power skyrocketed threefold." Sun Yu explained. "I see," Lana thought. Saiyans can significantly increase their combat power after being on the verge of death. She knew that. It's also thanks to the miraculous senza beans. Without them, one wouldn't survive such injuries, let alone experience a surge in combat power. The inability to recover from injuries in time is one reason why Saiyans often engage in life-and-death battles. Yet there are so few super strong warriors among them. There's a saying in an advertisement: near-death Saiyans and senza beans are a perfect match. However, Lana was still quite upset. She thought about how she had diligently trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for a whole year, wanting to come out and mock Sun Yu, only to find that he achieved in one day what took her half a year. Lana felt like her year of training had gone to waste. "Ugh, now you've put me in a bad mood." Lana pouted as she plopped down on the ground in frustration. Sun Yu immediately smiled and said, "At least you are still stronger than me now. Besides, Dr. Breeze has already invented the gravity training room. Training in that will help you improve quickly." "Really?" Lana's interest was piqued as soon as she heard about the gravity training room. "I don't care. I want to use that gravity training room first." "Huh?" Sun Yu was taken aback. "Sister, nah, that's not fair. You're already so much stronger than me. There's no need to fight with me over it." "Oof, I don't care. If you don't let me use it first, I won't talk to you anymore, forever," Lana said stubbornly. Her feelings were complicated. While she was happy about Sun Yu's progress, she was also worried that he would easily catch up to her strength. If he really surpassed her, it would mean she wasn't ready for that. Just thinking about it made Lana's pretty face flush. All right, I can't do anything about you." Sun Yu didn't notice Lana's unusual behavior. He turned to look at Bulma, who was obediently standing behind him, and said gently, "Let's go to Bulma's house first. I can't wait to have a big meal." "Okay, I'm hungry too," Bulma said as she playfully jumped into Sun Yu's arms. Lana's eyes narrowed at the sight, and she pouted, feeling a bit sour. "Not even letting such a little girl off, you creepy uncle, Lulakan." Thus, Sun Yu held Bulma and said goodbye to the Supreme Kai and Bobo, flying together towards Dr. Breeve's house in East City. To Sun Yu's surprise, Mrs. Breeves didn't seem to feel a sense of reunion when she saw Bulma. She greeted Sun Yu and Lana with a smile, as if Bulma had just gone on a trip rather than being kidnapped. If it weren't for knowing Mrs. Breeves' personality, Sun Yu would almost think Bulma was adopted. Breeves set up a grand feast in the courtyard of his home. Although the attendees were just Sun Yu, Lana, and the Breeves family, they had gathered over 25-star chefs and specially transported several truckloads of ingredients. As if that wasn't enough, Breeves had also purchased several luxury restaurants in East City for Sun Yu and Lana. Whenever they needed, he would immediately gather staff to prepare the most delicious food for them. "Kyle, after dinner, go find the last 2 Dragon Balls for me." Sun Yujing was vigorously gnawing on a whole roasted cow when Lana suddenly said, "Huh, no need to rush. I still want to get a good night's sleep." Sun Yu looked at Lana with a reluctant expression. "Humph, I didn't make you find it and come back for dinner, so consider yourself lucky. No more nonsense. Finish eating and go," Lana commanded seriously. Thus, before Sun Yu could finish his meal, he was pushed out by Lana. As he flew through the sky, he reminisced about the unfinished roasted steak, roasted earth dragon, shark burger, and whale's mustache on the table, and he suddenly felt that his entire life had turned gray. In order to quickly find the Dragon Balls, Sun Yu flew at an incredibly fast speed. He was like a silver flash cutting through the sky, disappearing in an instant. Even if someone occasionally looked up, they couldn't clearly see the true form of that silver light. Thanks to previous experience, Sun Yu quickly found the ruins of the Red Ribbon Army. Now, this place was a sea area. The land had long been blasted to bits, and he didn't know where the Dragon Balls might be lost. Taking out the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu carefully searched for the location of the Dragon Balls. Sure enough, according to the radar, 2 Dragon Balls were scattered on the seabed. Sun Yu locked onto a position closer to him and, gritting his teeth, dove into the water. Searching the seabed. At the seabed, he could vaguely see the remnants of the former Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Sun Yu arrived at the location indicated on the Dragon Ball radar and began to dig vigorously through the pile of ruins. Sun Yu had to surface for air every once in a while digging, and although he felt some resentment about it, he couldn't blame anyone else. If he had been a bit more careful back then and snatched the Dragon Ball before annihilating the Red Ribbon Army, he wouldn't be suffering like this now. Finally, after relentless effort, he found that one Dragon Ball and carefully stored away, fearing he might lose it again. He was only one last 6-star ball away from gathering all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon, but Sun Yu wasn't particularly interested in the Dragon of Earth. After all, he knew there were the Dragon of Namek and even the Super Dragon that spanned the entire star domain. Before Sun Yu crossed over, he had fantasized countless times about collecting all 7 Dragon Balls and summoning the dragon to fulfill his wish for immortality. It would be even better if he could obtain an immortal body like Majin Buu. However, as Sun Yu's horizons broadened, he realized that in the face of absolute power, nothing was truly immortal, whether it was Cell, Majin Buu, or even Zamasu, who possessed an immortal body in the Dragon Ball Super Universe. They could all be defeated. And those who defeated them were all Saiyans. Perhaps Saiyans weren't inherently powerful, but they always managed to break through their limits and unleash unprecedented potential when faced with great pressure and life-and-death trials, a physique that even the esteemed Zamasu coveted. Therefore, Sun Yu didn't want to rely on the power of the Dragon Balls for now, at least not until he reached the realm of the gods. If one day he could stand at the same height as the God of Destruction Beerus, then it would seem a bit ridiculous to rely on himself to enhance his strength. After all, mortals are still mortals. If you want to go further in martial arts, he undoubtedly needed to harness the power of the Super Dragon. Moreover, Lana had mentioned before that she had a wish she wanted to fulfill. So this time, he would leave the opportunity to summon the dragon to her. Following the Dragon Radar's guidance, Sun Yu arrived at a massive rock on the seabed. It seemed that the last 6-star ball was buried under the boulder, which was quite a headache. Should he use the Kamehameha to blast this rock apart? Well, he decided to go ahead and use the Kamehameha to shatter the rock. Sun Yu stumbled back a few meters and then began to gather his energy. Since he only needed to shatter a rock, he didn't have to compress too much combat power. Hitting with about 10 to 20,000 would be enough, and maybe even 7 or 8,000 would do. Forget it. Let's just control the force to around 1,000 to avoid accidentally flattening the area and making it difficult to find the Dragon Balls later. After controlling his strength, Sun Yu unleashed the Kamehameha, its bluish light illuminating the entire seabed. When the Kamehameha struck the rock, it instantly penetrated it and exploded at the center, creating a terrifying shockwave. At that moment, a vacuum zone appeared where the massive rock once stood, and a large amount of seawater exploded outward. At the bottom of the rock, Sun Yu saw a yellow glass ball, which was the 6-star ball he had been looking for. After finding the 6-star ball, Sun Yu quickly flew to its location, wanting to retrieve it before the seawater rushed back in. Clearing the soil around the 6-star ball, Sun Yu held it in his hand, finally collecting all 7 Dragon Balls. Although these were just the Dragon Balls from Earth, Sun Yu was still curious about what wish Lana would make. He hoped it wouldn't be to have Shenron grant her wish to become the queen of Vegeta. As the seawater began to flow back, Sun Yu was about to leave when he inadvertently caught sight of a heavy iron door that had appeared beneath the massive rock. To make matters worse, the thick iron door had a sign that read no trespassing. Unfortunately for him, Sun Yu was the kind of person who felt even more curious about entering when he saw such a sign. This was also the site of the Red Ribbon Army's ruins, so there must be some secret laboratory inside. What if it was one that conducted live experiments? Especially after the appearance of Android 9, Sun Yu was even more determined to investigate. Could it be the unfinished Android 18? She was a real beauty, he thought. And then he smashed the heavy iron door open with a punch and strode in confidently. Once inside, Sun Yu closed the iron door behind him. The sea surface had returned to normal, and Sun Yu walked deeper into the place. The dark corridor emitted a creepy light, and the rusted walls were definitely ideal for filming a horror movie without needing any artificial processing. A camera could be set up right away for filming. No doubt about it. However, Sun Yu was not afraid of such scenes. At his level of strength, anything supernatural was just a fantasy. If any foolish ghost dared to come and scare him, he wouldn't mind sending that ghost to a state of panic. So this statement was really not just to bolster his courage. It truly wasn't. Sun Yu walked into the interior of the laboratory, passing through a long corridor lined with laboratories on both sides, each with transparent walls. Inside the laboratories were various instruments and jars of chemical substances, which Sun Yu did not understand, so he decisively ignored them. Eventually, after several twists and turns, he arrived at a room that looked like a library. However, instead of books, the shelves were filled with densely packed miniature spy robots. Sun Yu had seen these robots in the Dragon Ball anime. They were used to collect battle intelligence on fighters like Goku and Vegeta, and they also gathered some cellular samples from the scene. Sun Yu pushed the door open and entered. In the center of the room, a huge supercomputer was still lit up. The screen displayed a mass of dense text in black and white. Sun Yu was drawn in when he caught sight of the beginning of the article, which read, "The Final X Project. There's so many micro-spy robots here. And what the hell is this Final X Project?" Sun Yu couldn't help but curse. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of micro-spy robots. After all, they had appeared in the Dragon Ball anime. However, the so-called X Project seemed to not exist at all. At that moment, it felt as if thousands of thoughts were racing through Sun Yu's mind. He walked up to the computer and began to read the text carefully. The text was too lengthy. Sun Yu scanned through it and found that it really contained information about androids and biological modification technology. It turned out that Dr. Gero had begun researching human-based androids at this time, similar to the existence of Android 18. If it were just that, Sun Yu wouldn't be too worried. After all, in the original Dragon Ball, the combat data of the androids came from Goku and other Dragon Ball warriors. At this stage, the strongest combat power on Earth was just people like Tao Pai Pai. The fact that they could create Android 9, which could absorb energy, was already quite impressive. So there was no need for concern. Then, in the next moment, Sun Yu felt a burning pain on his face. He had found various combat information about himself in the computer's database. It was clear that the Red Ribbon Army had noticed him and Lana as soon as they stepped onto Earth. Although Sun Yu and Lana hadn't been active on Earth for long, the Red Ribbon Army spy robots were everywhere, collecting a lot of useful intelligence, including Sun Yu's cell samples. Without Goku's presence, Sun Yu became Dr. Gero's primary choice. So, one should not underestimate those crazy researchers. Who knows what kind of nonsense they are up to all day long. Then there was the X Project. Because the spy robots recorded the battle between Sun Yu and Android 8, after this footage was uploaded, Dr. Gero immediately studied Sun Yu's cell samples. He planned to transplant a special chromosome from Sun Yu's cells into the biologically modified android body, with the goal of creating the strongest weapon to help the Red Ribbon Army seek revenge on Sun Yu and, by the way, conquer the world. Oh no! Has my appearance completely disrupted the plot? Is Cell going to be born early? Sun Yu felt a cold sweat breaking out. Even in its initial state, Cell had the power to fight against a Super Saiyan. If Cell were to be born early, his combat power of just over 20,000 would definitely be annihilated. Earth is so terrifying. Maybe I should just go back to planet Vegeta and be a prince. Just kidding, the so-called X Project probably isn't about Cell. Based on Sun Yu's speculation, Dr. Gero at this stage shouldn't be able to create very powerful androids. If he really had that capability, he wouldn't let his own army be wiped out. What Sun Yu was considering now was whether he should trace the clues to find Dr. Gero and eliminate him before he developed any powerful androids. The laboratory in front of him should be a data collection and research center, where all the data would be uploaded to Dr. Gero's private research headquarters. If he could use the transmission signal from this computer, then finding out Dr. Gero's location wouldn't be difficult. However, Sun Yu, who was currently a pure Saiyan, had an unquenchable desire for strong opponents deep down. If he really eliminated Dr. Gero, wouldn't that mean there would be fewer powerful villains? Without those villains to bounce around, wouldn't this story have nothing interesting to write about? Sun Yu suddenly felt overwhelmed, as every decision he made had far-reaching consequences. Sigh. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Sun Yu sighed and then smashed the computer in front of him with a slap before turning to leave. As he exited the room, Sun Yu threw an energy ball, destroying all the micro-robots inside it. Although Sun Yu was not afraid of androids, there's a saying that while one may not fear a thief, one should fear a thief's attention. Being monitored daily by a swarm of spy robots the size of flies was certainly not a pleasant experience. Having dealt with the matter, Sun Yu flew back, where Dr. Breves was watering the flowers in the garden. Upon seeing Sun Yu return, he put down the watering can and came to greet him. Lana was training in the gravity training room, and Sun Yu instructed a servant to call her over before heading to the living room with Dr. Breves. In the living room, the group gathered, and Sun Yu briefly explained how he discovered the mysterious research facility beneath the Red Silk Army ruins and mentioned Dr. Gero's Project X. Dr. Breves showed a worried expression upon hearing this, while Lana waved her hand dismissively. As a pure Saiyan, Lana fully supported Sun Yu's actions and stated that she would requisition the gravity laboratory until she adapted to 100 times the gravity. Dr. Breves, I think you should make me a separate gravity laboratory, the kind without sound equipment, Sun Yu said helplessly to Dr. Breves. Upon hearing that it would not have sound equipment, Dr. Breves immediately wore a troubled expression. However, he did not dare to oppose Sun Yu's request and replied, since it's your request, then give me 5 days. Kale, how do you plan to handle the Dragon Balls? In fact, compared to Dr. Gero's conspiracy, Lana was more concerned about the Dragon Balls. Sun Yu took out a universal capsule and opened it. With a bang, a small plastic box appeared in front of several people. When the plastic box was opened, 7 Dragon Balls were neatly placed inside. Wow, let me see. Lana snatched the plastic box from Sun Yu's hands and excitedly said, how do I make my wish come true? Do I just silently think about it? Like a birthday wish? Of course not. To make a wish, you first need to loudly chant the spell to summon the dragon, Sun Yu explained while gesturing animatedly. Then you can make your wish to the dragon, and after that, your wish can be granted. Why does it have to be so complicated? Lana seemed dissatisfied with this method and asked, isn't that a bit too showy? Can it be a little more low-key? Low-key? Sun Yu was slightly taken aback. This clearly didn't align with Lana's personality. It was impossible to be low-key because when the dragon appeared, there would be unusual phenomena in the world. The sky would turn dark, followed by thunder and lightning. Honestly, I'd like to see that kind of scene too. Dr. Briefs, who was nearby, adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, making his presence known, indicating that he was also very interested. By the way, Lana, what wish do you want to make? There's no time like the present. Let's summon the dragon together. Sun Yu said, you all go ahead. When Lana thought about having to say her wish in front of everyone, her face turned bright red. Sun Yu and Dr. Briefs both nodded wildly. You guys are too much. I won't make a wish anymore. Here, take the Dragon Balls back. Lana angrily threw the plastic box at Sun Yu and stormed out. Sun Yu looked puzzled at the scattered Dragon Balls on the ground and asked Dr. Briefs, what happened? Why is she angry? He couldn't understand women. Dr. Briefs shrugged his shoulders and looked at Sun Yu with a silly expression. The issue with the Red Ribbon Army seemed to have come to a close. Although Sun Yu still had to keep an eye out for Dr. Gero's X-Plan. Lana was now like someone possessed, spending all day in the gravity training room and showing no intention of letting Sun Yu use it for his training. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs assured him that the new gravity training room would be completed in 5 days, so Sun Yu wasn't in a hurry. In the following 2 days, Sun Yu took some time to visit the ocean and found Kame House. After all, with a super rich guy on his side, using satellites to search for the island groups in the ocean wasn't a difficult task at all. He found Master Roshi's residence without much effort. Master Roshi wasn't surprised by Sun Yu's arrival because he had sensed Sun Yu's powerful aura during battle, a chilling feeling that was unforgettable even from thousands of miles away. Sun Yu came to discuss martial arts with Master Roshi, but the old turtle hermit kept playing dumb and refused to say much. Fortunately, Sun Yu was well prepared. He tossed out a universal capsule, and 2 stacks of tall books appeared. Those books were all the latest swimsuit fashion magazines. Just seeing those alluring covers made Master Roshi's nose bleed with excitement. He flew over, grabbed one, and started studying it closely. With these swimsuit fashion magazines as a bridge, the relationship between Master Roshi and Sun Yu quickly grew closer. In Master Roshi's own words, it was a case of meeting too late. While Master Roshi was admiring the swimsuit magazines, Sun Yu asked him some questions about cultivation, and Master Roshi spoke freely, sharing his extensive knowledge. As a powerful elder who had lived for over 300 years, his insights into martial arts were extraordinary, leaving Sun Yu feeling greatly enriched. Sun Wukong stayed at Kame House for a few days until he received word from Dr. Briefs that the gravity training room built exclusively for him was completed. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Sun Wukong quickly flew back to Dr. Briefs' home in East City. Bulma had been waiting for Sun Wukong's arrival at the door, and as soon as she saw him, she rushed over. Brother Sun Wukong, where have you been these past few days? You didn't take me out to play. Bulma pouted, as if she had been wronged. Sun Yu gently picked up the cute little Bulma and said, brother is going out to meet a friend. Next time, can I take you with me? Sun Yu wondered what the scene would be like when Bulma met Master Roshi. Sure. Bulma exclaimed happily, hugging Sun Yu's neck. As long as Sun Yu was taking her out, she was happy no matter who they were going to meet. Where's your dad? I heard the new gravity training room has been completed. Sun Yu carried Bulma into the house, and Bulma pointed towards the basement and said, this way. I also helped my brother Sun Yu build a new gravity training room. Really? Bulma is so amazing. Sun Yu happily pinched Bulma's little face. Although he didn't know what kind of effort Bulma was referring to, there was no doubt that her extraordinary scientific talent was beginning to show. Under Bulma's guidance, Sun Yu arrived at the entrance of the gravity training room. because he needed to test the gravity training room. Sun Yu asked Bulma to stay outside obediently while he went in alone. This gravity training room was very large, covering an area of over 200 square meters. The thick titanium alloy was welded to the walls all around. In the center of the gravity training room was the gravity control console, with a multiplier for increasing gravity could be controlled. After closing the door, Sun Yu walked over and activated the gravity amplification device according to the icons displayed on the console. Considering the material's bearing capacity, it was not possible to create a training room that could withstand more than 100 times gravity in a short time. Therefore, the upper limit of the amplification value was currently set at 100 times. Sun Yu first set the multiplier to 20 times, and then the gravity amplification device emitted a buzzing sound. In a moment, a tremendous downward pulling force acted on Sun Yu, making him feel as if his body were filled with lead. Due to still wearing the heavy protective gear, the gravity acting on Sun Yu at that moment was equivalent to 45 times that of Earth. Even with a battle power of 24,000, Sun Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, as long as he thought about Lana still practicing hard, how could Sun Yu slack off? Cultivation was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required gradual progression and learning to set small goals for oneself, such as first withstanding 100 times gravity. Even though his entire body felt like it was filled with lead, and moving even a single step required immense effort, Sun Yu was not someone who easily gave up. He started with simple walking, then transitioned to jogging. Once his leg muscles slightly adapted to the gravity, Sun Yu began to train his arm muscles with push-ups and horse stance punches. When he could move freely under 20 times gravity, he gradually increased the gravity amplification multiplier, continuing this cycle of training. Not knowing when Dr. Gero's conspiracy would emerge, Sun Yu and Lana exerted their full strength in training, spending most of their time in their respective gravity training rooms, sometimes even eating and sleeping there. However, compared to Lana, Sun Yu would still set aside some time each day for meditation to refine his state of mind. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had gone by. Dr. Gero seemed to have completely evaporated from the world, with no news at all. Bulma was very dissatisfied with Sun Yu spending every day in the gravity training room. She would lean against the window of Sun Yu's training room every day, looking at him with a highly resentful expression. "Brother Sun Yu, you promised to take me shopping." One day, when Bulma saw Sun Yu come out of the gravity training room, she didn't take care about the sweat all over him and directly jumped into his arms. "Didn't we say we'd go in 2 weeks?" Sun Yu picked up the little girl Bulma and pinched her little face. Bulma pouted her lips and said unhappily, "It's been a month already, and you still haven't taken me out to play." Sun Yu awkwardly smiled, not expecting that so much time had passed. Ever since he entered the gravity training room, his combat power had skyrocketed. He had now adapted to 80 times the gravity, and without the heavy protective gear, Sun Yu's maximum combat power could reach 95,000. On the other hand, Lana, having entered the spirit and time room, along with not needing to meditate for long hours like Sun Yu every day, had completely adapted to 100 times the gravity. Similarly, without the heavy protective gear, Lana's maximum combat power could reach 120,000, a height she had never even dared to dream of. As the saying goes, there should be both tension and relaxation in martial arts. After months of intense training, it was time to relax a bit, so Sun Yu agreed to Bulma's request. "All right, how about we go out to play today?" Sun Yu smiled and said, "Today? Sure, that sounds great. You're the best, Sun Yu," Bulma exclaimed, and leaned up to give him a kiss on the cheek. Just then, Lana walked over and saw the excited Bulma, and asked, "What's up, Bulma? Why are you so happy?" Bulma looked at Lana and said sweetly, "Sun Yu promised to take me shopping. You should come along too, Sister Lana." "Shopping?" Lana murmured, then looked at Sun Yu discontentedly. "I said, Kai, you haven't even adapted to 100 times the gravity yet, and you're already thinking about slacking off?" Lana had been eagerly hoping that Sun Yu would adapt to 100 times the gravity soon, so they could return in glory as strong warriors on planet Vegeta. She had been dreaming of the throne of planet Vegeta. However, Sun Yu wasn't worried that Lana would actually get angry, because in this world, there were 2 things that Lana could never refuse. The first was delicious food, and the second was shopping. This was easy to understand. Shopping could be considered a racial talent for women across the universe, as there was no female being that didn't love shopping. Of course, as a warrior race Saiyan woman, Lana initially resisted shopping, considering it a boring activity. But when Mrs. Briefs took Lana into the East Capital department store, she was completely stunned by the dazzling array of products. Especially when Lana witnessed Mrs. Brief's incredible bargaining skills, she was even more amazed. It turned out that shopping could also be filled with the sense of achievement from a victorious battle. Thus, you could see a wealthy lady whose family was as rich as a nation, and a Saiyan warrior who could easily rob the largest bank in the universe, both haggling fiercely with a seller over a coat worth only 200 yuan, a scene that was truly mind-blowing. Sister Lana, I heard that the East Capital department store is having an anniversary sale with everything at half price. Sun Yu winked at Lana, dropping a bombshell. Half price. Lana stared at Sun Yu in shock, and in the next second, she vanished without a trace. When she reappeared, she had already changed out of her training outfit into a stylish and appropriate casual outfit. Wow, that was fast. Sun Yu scratched his head in amazement, realizing that for women, discounted items were even more attractive than free things. Haha, Sun Yu, you should hurry and change too. Lana and I will wait for you in the lobby, Bulma urged, covering her mouth and pushing Sun Yu toward the changing room. Okay. Sun Yu simply washed away the sweat on his body and changed into a clean t-shirt to fully integrate into life on Earth. Sun Yu and Lana usually took the briefs plane to the mall. Once they arrived, Bulma held Sun Yu's hand with one hand and pulled Lana with the other, the three of them looking like a happy family. The mall was crowded with people, and as soon as they entered, they were met with the bustling atmosphere. A wide avenue, spacious enough to accommodate 10 burly men standing side by side, connected hundreds of shops within a few hundred meters. Looking up, the 7-story building was packed with people coming and going. The first floor had many clothing stores, along with some specialty snacks, and various pedestrians flowed continuously on the street, with shouts, cheers, and bargaining voices ringing out. To pass the time, Sun Yu bought a large pile of snacks and ate as he walked. If it weren't for the unique, beast-like people from the Dragon Ball Earth around, Sun Yu might have really thought he had returned to his original Earth. Hey, Bulma, who was running ahead, called out lightly. Sun Yu was still enjoying the food in his hand, leisurely observing the shops around him. At that moment, he heard Bulma's exclamation and looked up to see her sitting on the ground, her shopping bags scattered everywhere, with a look of grievance on her face. Not far in front of Bulma, a burly wolf-shaped man was gnawing on a beef leg, swaggering as he walked, completely ignoring the crowd in front of him. Helping the fallen Bulma up, Sun Yu took her to Lana's side, then moved swiftly to appear behind the wolf-shaped man, reaching out his right hand to press on the man's shoulder. The wolf-shaped man was caught off guard by Sun Yu's grip, momentarily pausing in his movement. He immediately turned in anger, only to find no one behind him. Cough, cough. Sun Yu blushed a little and cleared his throat. It was then that the wolf-shaped man noticed the much shorter Sun Yu, who was not actually short, but this guy was just too tall. The burly wolf-shaped man was at least 2.5 meters tall, and at this moment, Sun Yu could barely reach his shoulder with his raised hand. The wolf-shaped man glanced down at Sun Yu, took a large bite of meat from the beef leg, and while chewing, asked, "Little thing, are you looking for death?" Sun Yu pointed at Bulma, who was tearful, and coldly said, "You ran into my sister and just walked away without a word? You don't expect me to apologize, do you?" The wolf-like man looked at Sun Yu with a strange expression, as if he had heard something particularly funny. Bulma looked at Sun Yu with concern, hoping he would let it go. After all, she wasn't hurt, she just fell down. However, Lana stopped Bulma, reminding her that despite the wolf-like man's tall stature, being tall didn't necessarily mean being powerful in this world. It's best to apologize. I'm quite easy to talk to. If you show a little sincerity, maybe I'll forgive you. Bulma was Sun Yu's reverse scale. If anyone dared to be rude to Bulma, Sun Yu wouldn't mind showing them why the flowers are so red. The wolf-like man widened his eyes, as if he had heard the funniest joke. He struggled to suppress his laughter and said, with a slight tremor in his voice, "You want me to apologize? Ha ha. I'm really sorry, you're easy to talk to, but I'm not. I'll give you 3 counts if you don't roll away. Don't blame me for being rude." At this moment, many passersby had gathered around, eager to watch the spectacle. The visual impact of the two individuals was too great. One stood at 2.5 meters tall, while the other was only about 1.7 meters. No one expected this conflict to have any suspense. Thus, the crowd cast sympathetic glances at Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt that although it would be embarrassing for a Saiyan to bully an ordinary earthling, he couldn't care less since this ignorant person had bullied Bulma. The crowd around them was already buzzing with discussions, and the wolf-like man looked at Sun Yu without any intention of backing down. He grinned maliciously, saying, "Ignorance is bliss. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth." After saying that, the wolf-like man threw the leftover beef leg high into the air and then, with both fists clenched like he was swinging a baseball bat, suddenly smashed down towards Sun Yu's abdomen. His muscles, filled with explosive power, made the crowd gasp in surprise. Originally, Sun Yu was calmly waiting for the wolf-like man to make his move. However, when that powerful punch hit his abdomen, Sun Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. With a loud bang, he was knocked back 4 steps, looking at his opponent in disbelief. Lana also looked a bit surprised as she watched Sun Yu being pushed back, asking Kyle, "What act are you putting on?" After all, Sun Yu's combat power reached an impressive 95,000 without wearing heavy armor. With such power, not even an ordinary Earthling could withstand it, let alone survive a missile strike. What Lana thought didn't concern Sun Yu. His own people knew their own business. The force just struck on him could definitely not be something an Earth species could possess. This guy has a problem. "Oh kid, I didn't expect you could still stand. Looks like I underestimated you." The wolf-like man, now looking smug, caught the half-eaten beef leg he had thrown into the air with a flick of his wrist. Looking as ostentatious as possible. "Ha, you're really showing off." Sun Yu dusted himself off and muttered unhappily, "Seriously, what's going on? Aren't I supposed to be the main character here? According to the script, just now, shouldn't I be the one to show off and slap that villainous-looking wolf-like man in the face? Why is he not following the script? Kyle, step back. Let your sister take revenge for you." Lana patted Sun Yu's hair, then stood in front of him and said, "Hey, Sister Lana, what was that look you just gave me? I was just careless. You guys don't think I was bullied, do you?" Sun Yu loudly defended himself, casting a pleading glance around. The crowd nodded in agreement, and Bulma comforted Sun Yu in a baby voice. "It's okay, brother Sun Yu. You'll always be a great hero in my heart." "Pooh!" Sun Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Girl, are you trying to tease me? You know my strength, don't you? Have you forgotten who took down the Red Ribbon Army and Android 9? Sister Lana, don't join in on this. Step aside and let me deal with this guy." Sun Yu rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight the wolf-like man to the death. Lana stuck out her cute little tongue and made way for him. "Hey, beast, come over here and die." Sun Yu stood in front of the wolf-like man, pointing at his nose and scolding. Upon hearing Sun Yu call him a beast, the wolf-like man's expression turned cold, his eyes revealing a strong, killing intent as he said darkly, "Someone else dared to call me a beast before. Guess what? The grass on his grave is already 2 meters tall. Oh, what a coincidence." Sun Yu felt the wolf-like man's killing intent and suddenly became inexplicably excited. He said, "Someone else also dared to disrespect my Bulma. Guess what? They don't even have graves because they all died without a place to be buried." After listening to the conversation between the two, the crowd around them thought they were joking and erupted into laughter. However, Lana felt a sudden chill in her heart and instinctively held Bulma tighter, realizing that the wolf-like man was definitely not a good character. "Remember, the one who will kill you is called Yax." The wolf-like man introduced himself, then suddenly sprang into action, throwing a heavy punch at Sun Yu. This punch was as powerful as thunder. Sun Yu quickly raised his hand to block it, and when their attacks collided, a sound of breaking air echoed. The onlookers were stunned, as they never expected that this small boy could possess such strength. Sun Yu and the wolf-like being named Yax both caught a fleeting moment of shock in each other's eyes, prompting Sun Yu to put aside any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. Although he couldn't gauge Yak's combat power, Sun Yu was very clear that Yak's strength was not inferior to his own. "I admit I underestimated you before. Now let's show our true skills." Sun Yu was filled with doubts about Yak's identity. However, as a warrior from the Saiyan race, he wouldn't waste words on problems that could be solved with fists. "Just what I wanted." Yax and Sun Yu leaped up in sync, and amidst the gasps of the surrounding spectators, they both jumped onto the rooftop of the East Capitol Grand Department Store. Lana, holding Bulma, followed closely behind, quietly watching them from the side. The two stood facing each other, and in an instant, Sun Yu disappeared from his original spot, slamming a palm toward Yak's chest. Yak's expression was cold and unreadable as he raised his massive wolf claws to cross in front of his chest. Sun Yu's palm strike seemed casual but concealed hidden strength. Yax felt as if he had collided with a mountain. He exerted all his strength to block, and with a loud bang, both retreated a few steps. "This guy's combat power is at least equal to mine," Sun Yu thought in astonishment, wondering how such a strong warrior could exist on Earth now. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Using Yax to test the results of his training during this time was quite fitting. Boom, boom, boom. The two soared into the air and began to fight fiercely. Sun Yu refrained from using energy attacks out of concern for innocent bystanders, while Yax seemed to rely solely on straightforward hand-to-hand combat, exchanging blows with Sun Yu in a brutal manner as they moved rapidly through the air, leaving the ordinary people below oblivious to their presence. After dozens of exchanges, Sun Yu and Yax paused in mid-air, panting heavily. Despite their various injuries, Both could see excitement in each other's eyes. At this point, are you still not planning to go all out? Sun Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly at Yax. You dare to say that? Don't think I can't see it. You weren't even taking me seriously. Yax spat out some blood and twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. I was afraid that if I unleashed all my power at once, it would scare you. Sun Yu said with a smile. Hee, then let me see it. Don't just be talking big. Yax looked at Sun Yu with a playful expression. As you wish. After saying that, Sun Yu bent his arms in front of his chest, arching his back and releasing his full power. Ha 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 ha. As Sun Yu's internal power was released wildly, a faint golden aura began to envelop his body, and the surrounding air grew heavy, emitting a low humming sound. Damn it, you little brat. Although Yax couldn't accurately sense the presence of Chi, he could still feel a breathtaking power emanating from Sun Yu. From a distance on the rooftop of the East Capital Grand Department Store, Lana watched Sun Yu release his immense aura, a knowing smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. After a while, Sun Yu's combat power reached a staggering 95,000, and the faint golden aura around him solidified, radiating a soft glow. Be careful, I'm going to make my move, Sun Yu said to Yax with a strange smile, and then his figure vanished from a spot. Damn. Yax couldn't even catch a glimpse of Sun Yu's movement. His speed was just too fast. Yax quickly looked around, but couldn't find him. Where the hell is he? Right here. Before Yax could finish his thought, Sun Yu appeared right in front of him, delivering a heavy blow. Yax's body was sent flying back, crashing through the building behind him and creating a massive crater in the ground. Fortunately, that area was a green space, preventing any casualties. Hey, if you don't show your true skills, I might really take you down. Sun Yu flexed his wrist, then quietly hovered in the air, looking down at Yax. As expected, just as Sun Yu had anticipated, Yax struggled to get up. However, his eyes were now blood red, resembling a bloodthirsty beast that had lost its mind. His massive wolf claws dug into the ground, and his body began to swell before everyone's eyes. Roar! A deafening roar shook the air as Yax once degenerated fangs grew back, and his body expanded at a visible rate, his clothes ripping apart to reveal his muscular limbs, resembling a ferocious wolf from the jungle. In the Dragon Ball world, beast-like beings had long since evolved into humanoid forms, but Yax was no longer a human. He should be called a wolf. Clearly, Yax was reverting to a beast form, and there was no trace of rationality in his gaze. This is impossible. Beast-like beings on Earth can't transform into beast forms. Sun Yu felt a jolt in his eyelids and immediately shouted to the stunned crowd below. He's very dangerous. Hurry and run. With Sun Yu's shout, the dazed crowd finally snapped back to reality. Run. That beast will eat people. This was the first thought in many people's minds. And thus the entire crowd began to scream and flee in all directions, the sounds of panic and cries for help reverberating, all of which stimulated the senses of the wolf-like Yax, who zeroed in on a lone girl with a fierce glare. Watch out! A flash of red light flickered in Sun Yu's eyes as he activated his Sharingan. In a moment of urgency, he fixed his gaze on Ike's and used the time stagnation technique. If Sun Yu had still been thinking of using time stagnation to freeze the time in this area, as he did before, then against the immensely powerful Ike's, such a level of time stagnation would have little effect. However, perhaps due to the fact that Sun Yu's Sharingan had evolved into the double Tomo Sharingan, his control over time stagnation was far superior to before, and the effect of time stagnation intentionally or unintentionally only acted on Ike's. Immediately, the once lightning-fast Ike's seemed to have plunged into a quagmire, unable to move. Sun Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly took the lone girl away, then coldly watched as the beastly form of Ike's, which had already broken free from the time stagnation, approached. Woo woo woo. Ike's let out a threatening low growl, its crimson wolf eyes warily fixed on Sun Yu. Sun Yu intentionally left the gap. As expected, Ike's front paw bent, and like lightning, it lunged forward. Although Ike's pounce was as swift as lightning, it was seen through by Sun Yu's dual Tomo Sharingan. He twisted his body to evade Ike's attack. Sun Yu's left hand reached out and firmly gripped Ike's wolf head, while his right fist came crashing down. There was a series of dull thuds as Sun Yu's blows caused blood to flow profusely from Ike's head. In pain, Ike's twisted its body and its iron tail, as thick as a bowl, whipped towards Sun Yu. As Sun Yu dodged, Ike's broke free from his grip and swiftly raised its massive wolf paw to strike at Sun Yu. Although the Sharingan had already captured Ike's attack, Sun Yu had just evaded its iron tail, and his speed had reached its limit. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous wolf paw struck his chest. Boom! Sun Yu was slammed into the cracked ground by a claw from Yax. Just as he broke free from the surface, he was blocked by the suddenly appearing Lana. "Red car, you're out." "Kyle, it's my turn," Lana said. Her sudden appearance startled Sun Yu, and the beast form of Yax also took a defensive stance, warily watching the two in front of him. Sun Yu's eyes returned to normal, and he reluctantly said, "Hey, Sister Na, I haven't lost yet. Why do I have to switch with you? Also, what did you throw, Bulma?" Lana adjusted her wrist, pointed to the rooftop of the East Capital department store, and said, "Bulma is on the roof. I watched you fight for so long that I'm itching to fight too. If you don't want to be beaten by me, you better leave quickly." All right, you're my sister. You're amazing." Sun Yu shrugged helplessly and added, "Be careful." Then flew to the rooftop of the East Capital department store to find Bulma. Seeing Sun Yu fly away, Lana looked at the alert Yaks beside her and smiled slightly, saying, "Little wolf, you better be careful. I won't be as merciful as that idiot wooden doll lover." The smile on Lana's face seemed to Sun Yu to be scarier than a demon from hell. Idiot wooden doll lover? Where did she get such a huge grudge from? Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Lana, the beastly Yaks decided to take the initiative and lunged at her, claw outstretched. Lana looked at the charging Yaks with a hint of mocking coldness on her lips, then threw a heavy punch at Yak's head. The sound of the punch was deafening, and Yak's massive body seemed to crash into a solid wall, being rebounded to the ground. As soon as he landed, Yax ignored the pain in his head and twisted his body to sweep his iron tail at Lana. However, it seemed like Lana didn't notice Yax at all, still standing there motionless. Sister Na dodge. Sun Yu, watching from the rooftop, felt his heart race. If that tail hit him head on, even a Saiyan's physical resilience wouldn't be able to withstand it. Sun Yu watched as Bulma covered her eyes. She couldn't bear to see her favorite sister, Lana, get hurt. Just as X's iron tail was about to sweep towards Lana, she casually raised her hand to block it. That powerful iron tail suddenly seemed to be frozen in place, coming to a halt in Lana's hand as she caught it barehanded. "Hee a tail? I have one too." Lana was now completely in an excited state. With her right foot as the center, she spun around sharply and swung the tail that was wrapped around her waist. Smack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the commercial district as Lana's tail struck X's wolf face like a steel whip, leaving a bloody mark on its face. And for the first time, a feeling called fear appeared in its bloodthirsty wolf eyes. "Hiss!" Sun Yu watched from a distance, unable to help but gasp in shock. Honestly, in the future, don't provoke Lana. This girl is too ruthless. Although X's body was already trembling slightly, Lana clearly had no intention of letting it go. It was hard to find a wolf meat punching bag. Wouldn't it be a loss if she didn't have some fun today? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lana began to unleash her own momentum. A terrifying power that felt like a mountain collapsing and rivers flowing backward descended upon the area, as her combat power of 120,000 seemed to form a hurricane sweeping through the empty commercial street. Flame Fist. A loud voice rang out as Lana's energy gathered into a scorching wave, making it seem as if she was in a sea of fire. This Flame Fist was developed by Lana herself? Sun Yu muttered in shock. Flame Fist. At this moment, Lana appeared to be surrounded by flames, and the intense energy fluctuations made everyone present feel a hint of heat. This move was somewhat similar to the Kamehameha's compressed energy, but Lana focused all her energy through her hands and feet, making it relatively easier to concentrate her combat power, with a power 3 times greater than normal. Little Wolf, if you have any last words, say them quickly, or else you won't have the chance later. Lana's voice was sweet, but it sent shivers down the spines of Sun Yu and X. Lana raised her fist, which was radiating scorching heat, and with a slight push of her foot, her figure burst forward. Poor X didn't even have a chance to react before being sent flying by a punch. X's massive wolf body tumbled in the air, barely managing to stabilize itself. However, it suddenly felt a wave of heat coming from behind. Oh no! It immediately turned its wolf head in fear, and sure enough, Lana had already arrived behind it. With a whoosh, Lana delivered a flame kick to X's abdomen. The intense burning sensation nearly brought tears to its eyes as its body rapidly descended. Tragically, it noticed that Lana had already moved to the ground, ready to attack with both fists, just waiting for it to fall. A woo! The mournful howl of the wolf echoed as X was almost beaten to a pulp by Lana. Sun Yu quickly covered Bulma's eyes. This bloody scene was truly not suitable for children. Sun Yu has begun to doubt whether bringing Lana to Earth for training was the right decision. At this moment, he even starts to feel sympathy for the wolf-like creature named Ix. If heaven blesses Ix to survive today, S ordeal, he will probably be left with a lifelong psychological scar. Speaking of this, many middle school math teachers might chime in, asking what the psychological shadow area of this wolf-like creature is at this moment. Hey, Sister Na, that's enough. If I keep hitting him like this, he might just die. Sun Yu shouted loudly at Lana, not because he was particularly merciful, but because he hoped to leave a survivor to ask this wolf-shaped person why they were so powerful. After all, anyone who could still breathe under Lana's storm-like beating was definitely not a normal creature, at least not one from Earth. Kyle, how about we have roasted wolf today? Before he could finish, Lana suddenly stopped, her expression blank. The flames around her abruptly dissipated, and her once-raised hands fell weakly to her sides. Sister Na? Sun Yu was stunned by the scene before him, but he seemed to realize something and asked Bulma in his arms, Bulma, can you check the sky for me? Is there a full moon? Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Bulma immediately nodded obediently, looked up, and pointed behind Sun Yu, saying, yes, there's a full moon behind you, brother Sun Yu. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Oh no. Sun Yu suddenly felt a chill down his back because he had been having too much fun today and had momentarily lost track of time, and, coincidentally, today was a full moon. The full moon was when Saiyans showed their true nature. When they saw the full moon, their tails would receive the 17 million Bruts waves emitted by the moon, causing them to transform into great apes. Once transformed, their power would increase to 10 times their normal state, but they would lose their rationality. In the Dragon Ball anime, only Vegeta could maintain his sanity after transforming into a great ape. So, if nothing unexpected happened, both Lana and Sun Yu belonged to the type of people who could not control their rationality after transforming into great apes. Damn it, I can't let Sister not transform here. Sun Yu didn't have time to say anything more and immediately jumped down from the building, trying to cut off her tail before Lana completely transformed into a great ape. However, he was still a step too late. As soon as he flew out, Lana's body began to grow larger, even her clothes tearing apart in front of Sun Yu. Pink. Sun Yu accidentally caught sight of something he shouldn't have seen, and he was quite surprised that a fierce Saiyan girl like Lana would choose such a girly color. However, it was obviously not the time to focus on this. Sun Yu shook his head and turned around, flying towards Lana's back with the attitude of what shouldn't be seen shouldn't be looked at. Perhaps feeling exposed by Sun Yu's direct gaze, Lana, at this moment of transformation, showed a hint of annoyance and angrily slapped at Sun Yu. Wow. Sun Yu was caught off guard. He was only thinking about quickly cutting off Lana's tail. Unexpectedly, a slap came from behind him. Normally, Lana's maximum combat power was 120,000, and with the tenfold increase from transforming into a great ape, that power had already surpassed 1 million. That slap struck Sun Yu, and he felt a dizzying sensation, nearly unable to catch his breath. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Sun Yu felt as if many bones in his body had broken. Fortunately, he always carried a few senzu beans with him, and he quickly ate one to save his life. At that moment, he didn't dare to recklessly look at the sky. Carefully getting up, he was shocked to see 2 gigantic figures appearing before his eyes. Sun Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously and confirmed that he was not seeing things before finally making out the 2 enormous figures that had suddenly appeared in front of him. The one closer to him was Lana, transformed into a giant ape. Sun Yu was very familiar with her brown fur and massive ape-like body. But what was the other one? The other giant beast, which was further away, was crouching on the ground and seemed to be in great pain. This position did not last long, and soon Sun Yu saw it suddenly lift its head and let out a loud and prolonged howl towards the full moon. A woo! It was the wolf-shaped human, Yax. Suddenly, as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind, Sun Yu realized that the phonetic sound of Yax was the same as the letter X. Could be the X Project? Sun Yu suddenly remembered the information he had seen in the underground archive of the Red Silk Army, which stated that the so-called X Project involved the development of super artificial humans through DNA grafting technology combined with bioengineering. If this were the case, then the grafted DNA fragments must have been taken from Sun Yu's cell samples, which would explain why Yax transformed into a giant beast upon seeing the full moon. So that's it. You are also an artificial human, and should not be called an artificial wolf. After figuring this out, Sun Yu felt somewhat incredulous. However, based on the current situation, Dr. Gero had not yet developed a perpetual energy device, like the one used by Android 17 and 18 in the original Dragon Ball. If Yax contained a perpetual energy device, then unless Sun Yu could transform into the peak of Super Saiyan level 1, he would not stand a chance against him. He really wondered if cutting off Yax Wolf Tail would cause him to revert to his original human form. After swallowing the magical beans this time, Sun Yu instantly recovered from his injuries, and his combat power increased by 5 100,000 points, breaking through the 100,000 mark overall. Compared to the tripling of his combat power after nearly dying in battle against Android 9, this increase seems a bit smaller, but it's not without reason. The previous battle was the first time Sun Yu experienced the moment of life and death. It's no exaggeration to say that he was severely injured, almost stepping into the gates of hell. In such a situation, being revived led to an explosive growth of the energy hidden within him. This time, although he was injured by the giant ape transformation of Lana, the injuries were severe but not life-threatening. Therefore, his recovered combat power did not have the same exaggerated increase as before. Nonetheless, Sun Yu's combat power was still around 100,000. However, when he looked ahead at the two raging beasts, he felt a chill in his heart. The giant wolf transformed version of Yax was one thing, but Lana's giant ape form had a combat power of 1.2 million, which was far beyond what Sun Yu could handle. Life was indeed tough. Fortunately, the situation had not yet escalated into a scenario where the two beasts teamed up to destroy the world. If that were to happen, Sun Yu would have no choice but to use the Kamehameha to blast the moon away. But the moon is 380,000 kilometers away from Earth. Can a Kamehameha really do that? Don't fool me. I haven't read that much. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. After exchanging glances, the giant ape Lana and the giant wolf Yax began to fight each other, causing a commotion that made it impossible for Sun Yu to approach them within 10 feet. It can be imagined that their conversation at that moment went something like this. "You silly wolf, what are you looking at? What are you going to do about it? Do you want to try me? Try me then." And then they started fighting. Sun Yu tried several times to sneak up on them from behind, hoping to cut off their tails. But honestly, anime is all a lie. It was supposed to be that after transforming, their intelligence would drop and reactions would slow down. Sun Yu found that after Lana transformed into a giant ape, her speed, strength, and reactions were all 10 times her normal levels. So one hand was holding Yak's head and smashing it into the ground, while the other hand was swatting at Sun Yu like swatting a fly, showing no signs of pressure whatsoever. It's not that Sun Yu was too weak. After all, the gap in combat power was there. Unless Sun Yu could pull off a surprise attack like Krillin with his spirit slash, it would really be difficult for him to cut off Lana's tail. Damn it, if only I could transform into a giant ape like Vegeta without losing my sanity. Sun Yu cursed silently from a distance, but halfway through, he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed happily, "I can do it. I have a plan." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yu immediately concentrated his energy and flew towards Bulma's location. After finding Bulma, who was hiding on a rooftop and secretly watching from a distance, he asked Bulma, "Where are the Dragon Balls? Where did you guys put the ones I collected before?" Bulma thought for a moment and said, "They're in Little Black's nest. He sleeps with the Dragon Balls every day." Sun Yu was taken aback by this. Even if he didn't use them to make a wish at the time, how could they just toss them to a pet? After all, those are the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls. They can summon the dragon, not toys. Forget it. I'll take you home first. Just hang in there for a bit. Sun Yu felt he was too exhausted to complain. Then, he quickly gathered all his energy, protected Bulma in his arms, and flew at full speed toward the brief's house. The East City department store was already surrounded by reporters, and soon the military would arrive. So he had to resolve everything before those who came to deliver their doom arrived. Before long, Sun Yu flew into the brief's courtyard, set Bulma down, and rushed to Little Black's wooden house, tearing off the roof, startling Little Black into fleeing. Fortunately, the 7 Dragon Balls were quietly lying in Little Black's nest. Sun Yu took them all out and placed them in the courtyard, then took a deep breath and loudly shouted the incantation to summon the dragon. "Come forth, Shinron." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon hearing Sun Yu's call, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and the brief's couple walked over to Bulma's side. Seeing Sun Yu so focused, they did not disturb him, but silently watched everything unfold. "Come forth, Shinron. Grant my wish." With Sun Yu's enthusiastic voice, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, thunder and lightning roared. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and this celestial phenomenon did not attract anyone else's attention. Whoosh! The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly emitted a blinding light, and a golden lightning bolt shot out from the 7 Dragon Balls, twisting and spiraling in the air until it gradually transformed into a massive figure. Sun Yu stood silently in place, watching everything unfold. The scene of the real Shenlong's appearance was countless times more shocking than in the anime. The immense figure made Sun Yu feel a sense of insignificance in his heart. "Speak your wish." Shenlong opened its mouth and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Sun Yu said seriously, "I am a Saiyan. When I see a full moon, I transform into a giant ape and lose my rationality. My wish is to control the power of the giant ape transformation, allowing me to transform at will without losing my sanity. If Son, you can master the ability to transform at will, it would undoubtedly add another powerful weapon before he becomes a Super Saiyan. Moreover, it is said that Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by transforming into a golden giant ape. In fact, Son, you could have the dragon help him cut off Lana and X's tails, which wouldn't be difficult for the dragon. However, Sun Yu is a Saiyan, and his innate combat instinct dictates that he will solve everything with his fists and never complain. Sorry, what you said counts as 2 wishes, the dragon said, exhaling a puff of mist and speaking sternly. You can either master the ability to transform at will, or choose not to lose your sanity. Damn it! Sun Yu gritted his teeth in anger, his combat power suddenly erupting, and a powerful aura soared into the sky as he roared at the dragon. Don't bargain with me. Do you believe I can kill you? Anyway, I can just have the god recreate another dragon later. I have a good relationship with the god. Feeling the sudden surge of Sun Yu's powerful aura, the dragon instinctively shrank back slightly, a bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he said, I didn't expect you to know the name of the god. Speak in plain language. Stop using ancient text. I can't understand it. Sun Yu shouted at the dragon irritably. Yes, I understand. The dragon's massive head actually lowered a bit, losing the previous haughty demeanor. There was no choice. The dragon knew his life and death were in someone else's hands and could only bow to the evil forces. Sir, it's not that I don't want to fulfill your wish. It's just that my settings are like this. Even if you kill me, I can't help it. The dragon was sweating profusely from anxiety. Sun Yu's eyes turned cold as he conjured a small sphere of light in his hand and said, Then you can go die. Wait, the Shenlong was already curled up in fear, believing he had lived long enough. When that person saw him, he wasn't respectful at all, and now he encountered such a monster, shouting to fight and kill right from the start, leaving him with no dignity as a Shenlong. He was begging for psychological shadow space. Any last words? Sun Yu asked. No, sir, your eyes are exceptionally gifted. With a little modification, perhaps your wishes could be fulfilled. Oh, are you serious? Sun Yu understood that the exceptional gift the Shenlong referred to was his Sharingan. The Sharingan, being the most powerful eye technique in the world of Naruto, possesses all sorts of bizarre functions, and there might indeed be a way to control the great ape transformation. Of course it's true. The Shenlong breathed a sigh of relief, looking like he had narrowly escaped disaster. The Saiyan transformation into a great ape occurs because the moon refracts sunlight, emitting 17 million Bruz waves. As long as your eyes receive this wavelength, you can transform into a great ape. And I believe your eyes have the ability to automatically extract Bruz waves from sunlight, thus achieving the ability to control the transformation. After hearing the Shenlong's words, Sun Yu nodded in agreement, but then he questioned, I have the ability to control the transformation, but what about restoring my sanity? If I can't maintain my sanity after transforming, then it's all for nothing. The Shenlong's mouth twitched as he weakly said, Sir, if my perception is correct, your eyes can help you regain your sanity. You should know this better than I do. All right then, quickly grant my wish. Sun Yu urged impatiently. Okay. After saying that, the Shenlong's enormous dragon eye emitted a scarlet light. Sun Yu's Sharingan suddenly activated, and an ancient incantation echoed in his mind. The Tomo in his eyes rotated around the blood wheel, and then returned to normal. Is that it? Sun Yu asked. Yes, sir, I have fulfilled your wish, so goodbye. Without waiting for Sun Yu to respond, the Shenlong immediately soared into the sky, transforming into a ball of golden light, silently wishing he would never have to see this fierce-looking monster again. As the golden light in the sky faded, 7 white, spherical stones appeared. After a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls turn to stone and will take a year to regain their former luster. Just as several Dragon Balls were about to fly in all directions, Sun Yu suddenly leaped into the air, reaching out with both hands to grab the 7 Dragon Balls, then smashed them heavily onto the ground, creating small craters. You still want to run? No way. After removing all 7 petrified Dragon Balls, Sun Yu proudly descended to the ground. He briefly explained the current situation to the Briefs couple, telling them to keep the Dragon Balls safe and not to lose them, then flew towards the East Capital Grand Department Store. On the way, Sun Yu activated a Sharingan and tried to look at the full moon in the sky. That sudden feeling of restlessness was swirling around him, but Sun Yu forcibly suppressed this impulse using the special ability granted to a Sharingan by the Shenlong. Haha, it seems that Big Loach didn't lie to me. I really can master the ability to transform into a great ape at will. Excited, Sun Yu pushed his speed to the limit and quickly returned to the East Capital Grand Department Store. At this moment, the East Capital Grand Department Store was a ruin, with the great ape transformed Lana and the great wolf transformed Yax still battling. Although Lana had always held an overwhelming advantage, the great wolf transformed Yax stubbornly held on with his indomitable will. The battlefield had affected an area of several dozen miles, and the residents had long since evacuated. It was said that the national military units were already on their way and would probably arrive soon. Sun Yu saw several police cars speeding on the ground, so he lowered his altitude and flew alongside them. Hey, you guys, if you don't want to die, don't drive forward. That's not something you can handle. Sun Yu kindly reminded them that the windows of several police cars rolled down, and coincidentally, it was the same group of police officers he had encountered at the Dongdu Bank. What are you doing here? The officers in the police car also recognized Sun Yu, and after stopping the car, they said one after another, "Oh, it's the hero. What are you doing here? Could it be? You guessed correctly. I'll take care of the situation over there. You all keep your distance to avoid getting hurt." He then added, "It would be best to set up a cordon. I see many reporters recklessly rushing in." After hearing Sun Yu's words, the Dongdu police officers stood at attention as if they had received a royal decree, saluting sharply and then patting their chests to assure him they would complete the task. Sun Yu smiled helplessly, bid farewell to the lovely Dongdu police officers, and flew towards Lana. Approaching the center of the battlefield, Sun Yu descended from the sky, activating his Sharingan. Then, under the moonlight, all the rays of Bruz converged into Sun Yu's eyes, and he shouted, "Yuanhua!" Roar. Sun Yu felt his body filled with power, as if he could destroy the heavens and the earth with just a wave of his hand. His body rapidly expanded, and his clothes shattered. By the time he was about to hit the ground, his transformation into a giant ape was complete. His massive form crushed an empty building, causing the earth to tremble. The giant ape-like Lana picked up Ike's and casually tossed him aside, then looked at Sun Yu with intense killing intent. The giant wolf-like Ike's, thrown to the side, seemed to worry that the suddenly appearing Sun Yu would join forces with Lana to attack him. Therefore, he decided, using the little intelligence he had, to attack the giant ape-like Sun Yu first. Thus, Lana and Ike's approached Sun Yu from both sides. He slowly raised his enormous ape head, his eyes still maintaining the crimson Sharingan, with two pairs of tomos spinning in them. "Both of you at once?" The corners of Sun Yu's mouth curled into a smile as he roared, "Flame Fist." Indeed, this was Sun Yu using the Sharingan to copy Lana's skill, Flame Fist. As his voice fell, a scorching heat wave emanated from around him, and red flames wrapped around his hands. "Let's have a good fight." Sun Yu threw a punch at Lana, but unexpectedly, Lana jumped into the air. Just as Sun Yu was about to get up to pursue, Yax had already pounced over. Its sharp front claws aimed at Sun Yu's chest. "Damn, you two were just fighting to the death, and now you're cooperating so well. What's going on?" Though he complained, Sun Yu lowered his body to evade Yax's attack, then extended his ape-like arms to lift Yax and executed a shoulder throw. Sun Yu, holding the X in his hand that he hadn't thrown yet, was met with Lana's attack. In desperation, he twisted his body and used the X as a living shield. A woo! The X cried out in pain after taking a hit. Sun Yu jumped behind it and swung the X's tail, smashing it towards Lana. Facing the massive wolf body coming at her, Lana put all her strength into a punch, and a cracking sound was heard. Likely several bones in the X's body had broken. Poor X! Sun Yu mourned for it silently for 3 seconds, but there was no time for mourning. The battle was urgent. So, Sun Yu swung its tail again, aiming at Lana. The result was predictable. The X, reduced to Sun Yu's weapon, was beaten senseless by Lana, with hardly any bones left intact. This scene could be described as the giant ape version of Sun Yu versus Lana. However, it looked more like Sun Yu and Lana were taking turns brutally beating the X. Poor X. Fortunately, the X's suffering didn't last long, as its wolf tail soon couldn't withstand Sun Yu's torment and finally crack. It broke, just as Sun Yu expected, once the X's wolf tail was severed. Its massive body quickly shrank back to its original wolf-human form. However, its condition was now pitiable. It was likely that not a single bone on its body was intact. Sun Yu lowered his head and glanced at him, truly reluctant to see such a good wolf meat sandbag meet its end. So he reached into his pocket for a fairy bean. All right, he was in giant ape form now. How could he have a pocket? Forget it. Just try your best to survive. I believe in you. Sun Yu silently prayed in his heart and then ignored it. He couldn't bring himself to fight against Lana, who had transformed into a giant ape. His only goal now was to cut off Lana's tail to control the current situation. This wasn't difficult for Sun Yu, who had also transformed into a giant ape. He let out a roar and charged at Lana, attempting to grab her and pull off her tail. However, Lana, in her giant ape form, clearly sensed Sun Yu's intentions. She tightly gripped Sun Yu's wrists and then jumped up, using her weight to press down on him. Rather than saying she pressed down, it was more accurate to say she sat on him. Due to the unique body structure of giant apes, their arms are long, while their torso and legs are relatively short. So as Lana sat on Sun Yu's abdomen, it inevitably caused some indescribable parts of them to come into contact, leaving Sun Yu feeling a warmth in his lower abdomen. Although Lana was in giant ape form, she was still Lana after all. Moreover, he was also a big gorilla now, so Sun Yu's heart was quite conflicted. However, given that this novel is artistic, healthy, and has a fresh vibe, Sun Yu could only act as a paragon of virtue, truly maintaining his composure. Sun Yu extended his ape-like arms to hold onto Lana's thigh, then reached behind her. However, Lana, who was sitting on Sun Yu, was not behaving herself. She kept raising her hands to pound on Sun Yu's chest. The giant ape's pectoral muscles were exceptionally developed, so Lana's actions did not cause much harm to Sun Yu, not even a sense of pain. But could you please stop moving around? With Lana fidgeting like that, Sun Yu felt like he was about to explode, his whole body restless with nowhere to release that energy. Just as that feeling was about to peak, he grabbed Lana's tail. Puff! With a strong tug, Lana's tail snapped off, and her pounding on Sun Yu's chest came to a halt. A look of confusion appeared in her eyes, and soon her body gradually shrank, her fur fading away to reveal her snow-white skin and delicate figure. As Sun Yu felt the crisis had been averted, he slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had returned to his human form. Picking up the naked Lana, Sun Yu's heart was racing, almost jumping out of his throat. Fortunately, Lana was still unconscious, which prevented the situation from becoming as awkward as he had imagined. Because of this, Sun Yu found the opportunity to boldly gaze at Lana's body. Her skin was tight, yet elastic, with no excess fat on her entire body. At this moment, Lana was being held in a princess carried by Sun Yu, her head resting against his chest, and her delicate cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed. Wait, wasn't she unconscious? Why was her face still flushed? Sun Yu suddenly realized that Lana's coma might be feigned, and recalling his earlier behavior, he coughed awkwardly and said, there should be a clothing store nearby. We can find some clothes there. After speaking, he sneakily glanced at Lana and saw that she was still pretending to be asleep, which gave him more courage. His hands holding Lana tightened and became even more audacious. During the flight, he intentionally jostled up and down, enjoying the incredible sensation from his hands while humming a little tune, feeling quite at ease. After flying around the chaotic East Capitol department store for about 10 to 20 loops, Sun Yu reluctantly entered a casual clothing store. He gently placed Lana on the ground and pretended not to notice that she had already woken up, deliberately saying for her to hear, "Sister Na, I'm going to find you some clothes, just lie here nicely." As long as Sun Yu was there, Lana was definitely too embarrassed to wake up. So, he pretended to leave, giving Lana some time alone. Otherwise, he felt she would continue to pretend to be asleep. Sure enough, as soon as Sun Yu left, Lana quickly stood up. She glared at the direction Sun Yu had gone, gritting her teeth in anger, stomped her foot, and then began searching for a few fitting clothes to wear. By the time Sun Yu returned, Lana was already fully dressed. "Oh, Sister Na, you're awake." Sun Yu pretended to be surprised and laughed. Lana walked over, shot him a fierce glare, and then raised her foot to stomp down on him. It hurt, and Sun Yu immediately grimaced, saying, "Sister Na, you're ungrateful. You're committing murder against your dear cousin. If you say any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Lana, for some reason, had a vague impression of her transformation into a great ape. As a warrior Saiyan, she shouldn't care about her appearance, but for some reason, she was very reluctant to face Sun Yu in her great ape form. That version of herself was just too ugly. At this moment, Lana was in a state of turmoil, worried that Sun Yu would think of her as a monster. Even though they were both Saiyans, girls always hope to be the most beautiful one forever. The two of them flew in the sky, with Sun Yu still carrying the barely conscious X, who would definitely be a troublemaker if left alive. However, he felt it was a pity to kill him, so he planned to take him back first. After flying out of the battlefield around the East Capitol department store, Sun Yu unexpectedly saw Beerus and Bulma, who were blocked by those East Capitol police at the cordon, along with a large group of reporters behind them. Sun Yu called Lana to land on the ground, and the police in Dongdu immediately recognized Sun Yu and Lana. They were the heroes who had defeated the bank robbers. Seeing Sun Yu and Lana approach, a few young police officers from Dongdu quickly ran over with beaming smiles and asked, "Heroes, have you dealt with the monsters inside?" Sun Yu nodded non-committally, then ignored several police officers and walked up to Beerus and Bulma. "Brother Sun Yu." Bulma pounced into Sun Yu's arms. Sun Yu picked up Bulma and patted her hair, smiling as he said, "Bulma, Doctor, the situation inside has been resolved. Sorry for worrying you." Dr. Briefs had a calm smile on his face, with his hands tucked into his white coat. He shrugged and said, "It's good that Mr. Sun is fine. I imagine you and Miss Lana must be hungry. I've reserved a luxury suite at the East Capitol Grand Hotel." Upon hearing that someone was treating them to a meal, both Sun Yu and Lana's stomachs cooperatively made grumble sounds, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Seeing the good atmosphere, the few police officers from East Capitol timidly moved closer to Sun Yu, rubbing their hands together and asking, "Mr. Sun, can you share some information about what happened over there? We've received reports of a giant monster rampaging. Did you defeat the monster?" As soon as the East Capitol Police asked their question, the reporters around them immediately geared up, various cameras and microphones pointing at Sun Yu, which made him feel a bit overwhelmed. "I guess so." Sun Yu chuckled. After all, when it comes to monsters, he was one of them. So there was no need to worry. The monster problem had been resolved. "Mr. Sun, I'm a reporter from the East Capitol Blue Sky newspaper. How did you defeat that monster? Of course, I'm not questioning your strength, but that monster looked taller than a building you." Suddenly, a reporter raised a question, and everyone nodded, expressing their curiosity. Before Sun Yu could answer, Bulma, who was in his arms, proudly hugged his neck and sweetly said, "Humph, what is a monster? My brother Sun Yu is the strongest person in history." The strongest in history. The reporters quickly jotted down those words and then bombarded him with their questions. "Mr. Sun, where did you learn your martial arts? Mr. Sun, how old are you now? Mr. Sun, is the person behind you your girlfriend?" Questions like these from the overly enthusiastic reporters made Sun Yu feel quite overwhelmed. Lana's already rosy cheeks turned even redder upon hearing someone ask about her relationship with Sun Yu. She couldn't help but steal glances at his reaction. But it seemed Sun Yu had no response, which made Lana quite furious. Dr. Briefs noticed that Sun Yu wasn't good at handling such situations. He moved in front of Sun Yu, blocking the reporters and helping him out by saying, "Everyone, Mr. Sun and Miss Lana are very tired after dealing with the monster. They need to rest. We at Universal Capsule Company will hold a press conference regarding this matter. Additionally, on behalf of Universal Capsule Company, I would like to announce that we will be purchasing the East Capitol Grand Department Store and the surrounding area to build a new technology park. This technology park will feature a landmark building, which we will name Lana Yu Building. Due to the battle between Sun Yu, Lana, and X, the East Capitol Grand Department Store had almost turned into ruins. So when Sun Yu heard that Dr. Briefs was buying this piece of land, he felt warm inside and quietly said to the doctor, "Thank you, doctor." Dr. Briefs turned slightly and replied softly, "You're welcome. I was planning to expand a new company anyway, though I originally intended to go to West Capitol." Hee. Sun Yu chuckled dryly. He was already used to the fact that he was disrupting the original plot of the Dragon Ball world. After finally sending off the reporters, Briefs led Sun Yu and the others to the East Capitol Grand Hotel. As for X, who was still alive, he probably wouldn't die anytime soon. So Sun Yu simply tossed him into the trunk of the plane, intending to feed him some senzu beans to heal him after they finished their meal. Sun Yu looked at Yax lying in the trunk and, to prevent himself from forgetting about him, reminded Lana, "Sister Lana, remember to remind me after we eat that we have a half-dead person in the plane's trunk." Lana nodded in agreement, squatting down to seriously look at Bulma, and said, "Bulma, remember to remind Sun Yu that we have someone in the plane's trunk." Bulma thought for a moment, then raised her little head, opened her cute big eyes, and said in a baby voice to Sun Yu, "Brother Sun Yu, remember to remind me to remind Sister Lana to remind you that we have a person in the plane's trunk." Poof! As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Yak's body twitched violently, his wolf-like eyes rolling back with a look of despair. "You guys are doing this on purpose. I hope God will bless you." Sun Yu slammed the trunk door shut, speaking earnestly. In the following hours, it was a nightmare for the chefs at the Dongdu Grand Hotel. After a hearty meal, Sun Yu roughly explained to Lana that he could transform at will. In Sun Yu's view, this transformation was a skill only second to becoming a Super Saiyan. He hoped that Lana could be like him, but she firmly refused. Lana expressed her desire to use the Dragon Balls to ensure her tail would never grow back. Although Sun Yu did not understand Lana's thoughts, he still told her that the God of Earth had a way to seal a Saiyan's tail. Immediately, Lana set off for the Karin Tower to find the god, leaving with a scolding, "You stubborn idiot." After being inexplicably scolded by Lana, Sun Yu felt quite depressed. When he got home, he released Yax from the trunk and used a senzu bean to revive him. Perhaps due to the copied segment of Sun Yu's genes, Yax experienced a slight increase in power after being revived, and upon seeing Sun Yu, he wanted to take revenge. However, he was beaten to the ground by an unhappy Sun Yu's fire fist, left half paralyzed. Truly a qualified wolf, meat punching bag. After being revived again with a senzu bean, Yax expressed his unwillingness to accept defeat and challenged Sun Yu to a one-on-one fight. The outcome was that he knelt on the ground, shouting, "Daddy, I was wrong 1,000 times," before Sun Yu finally stopped. Sun Yu was very satisfied with Alex's attitude of admitting his mistake and stated that he specializes in dealing with all kinds of defiance. So he beat Alex up again. Alex was almost in tears. "I've already submitted. Why are you still hitting me?" Sun Yu helplessly shrugged and said, "You've already called me Dad. Does Dad need a reason to hit his son? It seems you still haven't realized you're my son." Then he proceeded to give him another beating while chatting with Ike's. Sun Yu learned something that made him both laugh and cry. It seemed that in the future, classmate Clint would likely remain single. This was because Ike had previously mentioned that someone had insulted him as a beast and had been killed by him, and that person was Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero's untimely death directly resulted in the absence of Android 17 and Android 18, including Cell as well. Without Android 18, whether classmate Clint could successfully break free from the group was something Sun Yu could not know. For a long time afterward, the lives of Sun Yu, Lana, and the others returned to tranquility. Dr. Briefs developed a 300x gravity training room, and Sun Yu and Lana threw themselves into a new round of training. Until a year later, a spaceship landed on Bowsy Mountain. A year later, in the year 740 of the Ike's calendar, Mr. Sun, I just received images transmitted by our company's satellite. An unidentified spaceship is flying towards Earth and is expected to land in 2 hours. Dr. Briefs handed a tablet-like device to Sun Yu. Lana and Bulma leaned in to look at the screen of the tablet, while Ike's, who had already become Dr. Brief's bodyguard, also secretly moved closer out of curiosity. The screen was displaying a single-capsule spaceship traveling through space, exactly like the one Sun Yu and Lana had used when they first arrived on Earth. Saiyan, Sun Yu and Lana both exclaimed in surprise. After exchanging a glance, they fell silent, trying to estimate the newcomer's combat power by sensing each other's aura. However, no matter how hard they tried to perceive it, they could sense nothing. Seeing that the two were silent, Bulma curiously asked, "Is this person a member of your family, Sun Yu and Lana? Is he here to take you away?" Sun Yu Xiao gently patted Bulma's head and said softly, "It should be one of our people, but we're not sure what they're here for yet." Who could it be? Sun Yu thought hard, recalling that in the original story, Sun Wukong arrived on Earth in the year 743 of the Age of the Gods. So he felt it was unlikely that this person was Sun Wukong. Could it be Vegeta? But if it were Vegeta, the 2-year-old Vegeta probably already had a power level of 2,000, and there was no reason for Sun Yu and Lana to not sense his energy. After thinking for a while, Sun Yu had no clues, so he decided to go out and take a look. "Sister Lana, let us go take a look together." Sun Yu felt very confident at this moment. With their current power levels, there were not many people in the entire universe who could threaten them, except for Frieza. Indeed, in this year, Sun Yu's power level had reached parity with Lana's, both achieving a power level of 300,000. Although Lana had gone a bit crazy with her training after Sun Yu caught up to her, the martial arts foundation Sun Yu established over the year was starting to pay off. This year, Sun Yu had mastered the martial art knowledge realm, and his power level skyrocketed. He spent only half the time training compared to Lana, yet his power level was already showing signs of surpassing Lana, which nearly drove her to run back to the hyperbolic time chamber again. With a power level of 300,000, it would be 3 million after transforming into a great ape. Unless Frieza transformed into his final form, he might not even be a match for Sun Yu. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I still need to train this afternoon. Lana decisively refused, as she could never accept the fact that Sun Yu was already stronger than her. "Sister Lana, training should be a balance of work and rest. If you keep forcing yourself, your body won't handle it." Sun Yu smiled slightly and said to Lana, "Mind your own business." Lana's face flushed, and she turned and ran toward the gravity training room. Sun Yu looked at Lana's back, gently shook his head, and then turned to ask Bulma, who was leaning beside him, "Bulma, are you going?" Hearing that Sun Yu was going to take her out, Bulma happily pecked Sun Yu on the cheek and said, Sure. Bulma wants to go out and have fun." Sun Yu smiled, and Breves glared at Bulma with annoyance, saying, "You only know how to play. Mr. Sun, I'm counting on you to take care of Bulma. Don't worry. With me around, you can relax." Sun Yu waved his hand at Dr. Breves. "In other words, Dad, you're really nagging," Bulma said, making a face at Dr. Breves. After deciding to go out and take a look, Sun Yu picked up Bulma and flew high into the sky, quietly waiting for the spaceship's arrival. 2 hours passed in an instant, and Sun Yu and Bulma gazed at the sky until a fiery sphere appeared in their view. Brother Sun Yu, look over there. A spaceship. Bulma excitedly pointed to the location of the fireball. Let's go, let's follow it, Sun Yu said as he protected Bulma in his arms and tightly followed the trajectory of the fireball in the sky. The spaceship streaked across the sky like a shooting star, finally heading toward the mountain that Sun Yu was quite familiar with. Baozi Mountain. Could it really be Sun Wukong? Sun Yu's mind was a bit chaotic. If it was indeed Sun Wukong, then it would explain why he couldn't sense his battle power. The infant Sun Wukong had a battle power of only 2, which was really hard to perceive from a distance. The spaceship finally landed in a valley on Baozi Mountain, and Sun Yu landed on the ground with Bulma in his arms. Bulma, stay here and don't run around. I'll go down and retrieve that spaceship. Because the spaceship had created a giant crater when it landed, Sun Yu planned to get the ship to level ground first. After jumping down, Sun Yu looked inside through a transparent window and saw a baby with a very distinctive hairstyle crying inside the spaceship. This hairstyle only belonged to one person in the world, low-level warrior Saiyan Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. It really is you. Oh no, the Dragon Ball plot is all messed up. Why did you come to Earth so early? Sun Yu sighed, holding his forehead, realizing that the butterfly effect he had caused had already begun, and he truly had no idea what kind of changes might occur in the future. Sun Yu pulled the spaceship out of the pit and placed it on the flat ground next to Bulma. As the hatch opened, Bulma's eyes widened as she stared at the baby inside, involuntarily exclaiming, "Wow, what a cute baby." This was the first meeting between Bulma and Sun Wukong in this world. "Baby, he's not as cute as you," Sun Yu silently thought to himself. Suddenly, the spaceship emitted a strange buzzing sound and projected a hologram of a middle-aged man with a red spiky hairstyle, wearing a cape. It was King Vegeta. Sun Yu looked at the hologram of King Vegeta with a belly full of confusion, while Bulma seemed scared of King Vegeta's gaze and hid behind Sun Yu. Soon, the hologram of King Vegeta spoke in Saiyan language. "My people scattered at the edge of the galaxy. I now need your strength. Immediately cease your invasion of Earth and report to planet Vegeta. Otherwise, you will face my wrath." "Brother Sun Yu, what is this person babbling about?" Bulma asked curiously, not understanding the Saiyan language. Sun Yu smiled helplessly and replied, "Don't mind him. He's just a fool talking to himself." Sun Yu gathered the following information from a few words of King Vegeta. Firstly, King Vegeta had known about his and Lana's arrival on Earth for a long time, but he thought they came to invade Earth. Secondly, King Vegeta is in need of manpower, and it can be confirmed that he has already begun plotting against Frieza. Finally, sending Sun Wukong ahead of time was likely to pass a message, casually letting Sun Wukong take over the task of invading Earth. Just as Sun Yu was considering how to handle this matter, a loud shout came from a distance. "Hey, is that Sun Xiaoyu up ahead?" The person approaching was an old man with white whiskers, wearing a vest with yellow circular patterns. It was Sun Wufan's grandfather. "Grandpa Wufan." Sun Yu waved at him, and he was not surprised by Sun Wufan's appearance. "Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Where's Miss Lana?" Grandpa Wufan looked around, and his gaze fell on the baby in the spaceship. He noticed that this baby had a long tail, just like Sun Yu's. "Xiaoyu, this little kid isn't yours and Miss Lana's, is it?" "Of course not." Before Sun Yu could explain, Bulma popped her head out from behind Sun Yu, looking angrily at Grandpa Wufan, and said, "You old man, stop being so inappropriate." Sun Yu smiled and patted Bulma's head, briefly explaining the situation of the baby to Grandpa's son Gohan. However, he did not reveal that the baby was here to destroy the Earth. It turned out that this child was a relative of Sun Xiaoyu, and his parents must have had no choice but to abandon him. Grandpa's son Gohan looked at Sun Wukong with affection and then reached out to hold him. Unexpectedly, the crying Sun Wukong suddenly had a cold look in his eyes, and he lunged forward, smashing his head into Grandpa Gohan, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Immediately after, Sun Wukong got on all fours and charged towards Bulma, looking very frightening. "Wow, Brother Sun Yu, this baby is so scary," Bulma exclaimed, suddenly burrowing into Sun Yu's arms upon seeing Sun Wukong's appearance. Sun Yu glared at the fierce-looking Sun Wukong and suddenly kicked him hard, sending him flying. "You better behave." However, he unexpectedly kicked Sun Wukong down the hillside. "Sun Xiaoyu, why are you losing your temper with the child?" Grandpa Gohan hurried down the slope, and before long, he climbed back up holding the bleeding and injured Sun Wukong in his arms. Sun Wukong, with a head injury, suddenly seemed like a different person, quietly lying in Grandpa Gohan's embrace, his eyes filled with tears, making one feel a deep sense of pity. Damn it, I just remembered in the Dragon Ball anime, Son Wukong was a little bully when he was young, but after falling off a cliff and hitting his head, his personality changed drastically. How'd it turn out that I kicked him down the slope this time? Sun Yu thought to himself. After all, he would have fallen like that sooner or later. And falling on his own versus being kicked down by Sun, you shouldn't make much of a difference, right? With that thought, Sun Yu's guilt diminished significantly. Poor child, with such a big wound on his head, what if something happens? Grandpa Gohan looked worried. Don't worry, Grandpa Gohan, Saiyans are not that easy to kill. Without waiting for Grandpa Gohan to respond, he snatched Son Wukong from his arms, took out a healing bean, crushed it, and stuffed it into Son Wukong's mouth. Good boy. Just eat it and you'll be fine. Gulp. Son Wukong obediently swallowed the immortal bean that Sun Yu had given him, and his head injury healed instantly. He felt invigorated and opened his big eyes to examine Sun Yu and Grandpa Gohan. Sun Xiaoyu, could this be that my master mentioned? Son Gohan asked, astonished by the sight. That's right. Do you want to eat one too? Sun Yu casually pulled out another and offered it to Grandpa Gohan. No. Grandpa Gohan declined, saying, such a precious elixir is too valuable. I wouldn't want to waste it. It's fine, I still have some stock left. Maybe a few tens of thousands, Sun Yu casually remarked. Tens of thousands. Son Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Afterward, Son Gohan invited Sun Yu and Bulma to his small cabin for a visit. Watching Grandpa Gohan bustling around to take care of Son Wukong, Sun Yu felt a twinge of sympathy. It was indeed a bit lonely for Grandpa Gohan to practice here. Therefore, Son Wukong's arrival brought him a sense of warmth from home. Son Wukong magically produced a simple baby crib, diapers, and even a bottle on the spot. Hey, how much do you like kids? With such skillful hands, you must have been practicing a lot. Sun Yu thought to himself. Sun Xiaoyu, may I ask if this child has a name? Grandpa Sun Wukong asked while holding Sun Wukong. Sun Yu gently shook his head and said, not yet. How about Grandpa gives him a name? If Gohan were to name him, he would definitely name him Sun Wukong without a doubt. After all, that's how it is in the original story, and Sun Yu has no doubt about that. Well, I see this child has a connection with both of us. And since we all share the surname Sun, let's call him. Sun Yu nodded and quietly held Bulma, waiting for that familiar name to be revealed. Let's call him Sun Datu. Very good, very good. Wait a moment. Sun Yu suddenly paused and mechanically turned his head to ask, what did you say? Brother Sun Yu, Grandpa Gohan, said this little baby should be called Sun Datu. Bulma's voice rang out cheerfully. No, wait a minute, what did you say? Sun Yu looked at Grandpa Gohan with a confused expression, as if to say, you can't be serious. Sun Datu, Grandpa Gohan said with a serious face, casually holding up Sun Wukong and comparing his head to his own face. Look how big this little guy's head is. He will definitely be smart in the future. Sun Yu slapped his face, sweating like a waterfall. Are you kidding me? You must be kidding me. The original story is all a lie. I said Grandpa Sun Gohan. Why don't you consider giving him a more serious name? Sun Big Head is a bit too rustic, right? To prevent Sun Wukong from flamboyantly becoming Sun Big Head, Sun Yu desperately tried to persuade Grandpa Gohan. No. Grandpa Sun Gohan immediately waved his hand and said seriously, it's better to give the little brat a silly name. It's easier to raise him that way. So it's settled. Wukong, Kakarot. Brother, I try my best. Who told you to have such an unreliable grandpa? Just thinking about how Sun Wukong will introduce himself as Sun Big Head in various formal occasions. That scene is too beautiful for me to look at. Haha, Big Head, give Grandpa a kiss. Grandpa Sun Gohan picked up Sun Wukong. No, you should be called Sun Big Head now, and happily spun around the room. Grandpa Gohan, how about I take Sun Wukong, Sun Big Head, back to raise him? Sister Na should be very happy to see a new family member. On one hand, Sun Yu was worried that Sun Wukong would transform into a giant ape during the full moon and accidentally step on Grandpa Gohan. On the other hand, he wanted to provide Sun Wukong with the best training environment. After all, they're all Saiyans. After hearing Sun Yu's words, Grandpa Sun Gohan looked a bit disappointed. He pondered for a moment and said firmly, young friend Sun, although you and he are family, I still dare to refuse your request. After all, you and Miss Lana are still too young and won't be able to take care of a child. Brother Sun Yu, I don't want that fierce little baby to come to my house. I don't like him. Bulma rarely opposed Sun Yu's opinion. Young friend Sun, don't worry. Although my martial arts skills can't compare to yours, I will pass on all my knowledge to our big head. I have even thought of his martial arts name. Let's have him inherit my legacy and take the name Wukong. Grandpa Sun Gohan said with great enthusiasm, as if he had become 100 years younger. By the way, Grandpa Sun Gohan, like Master Roshi, is also a long-lived old man. He is over 200 years old. Son Datu, also known as Ryukong. Well, at least it has slightly returned to the original plot. Sun Yu chuckled helplessly and agreed to Sun Wukong's request. Although just by releasing a bit of his own imposing aura, Sun Yu could make Sun Wukong's grandfather feel the gap between them. And he believed that Grandpa Wukong would be willing to let go of Sun Wukong for his future. However, many things cannot be judged solely by combat power. Sun Yu deeply respects this martial artist before him. Moreover, the martial arts philosophy of the Turtle School has laid a solid foundation for Sun Wukong, preparing him for his future rise, something Sun Yu admits he cannot provide for Sun Wukong. All right then, Grandpa Wukong, I'll leave Datu in your care. I will often bring Jia to see him, Sun Yu said, winking at Bulma. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and added, I just thought of something, Grandpa Wukong. I need to cut off Wukong's tail, because we Saiyans turn into rampaging gorillas when we see a full moon. But as long as the tail is cut off, it's fine. After saying this, Sun Yu pulled off Sun Wukong's tail. The tail grows back quickly. Grandpa Wukong, you need to be careful. For the sake of Grandpa Wukong's safety, Sun Yu found it necessary to remind him. I can't believe there's such a thing. Grandpa Wukong was slightly surprised but quickly accepted it. Moreover, he wouldn't change his view of Saiyans because of this. That's the mindset of a martial artist. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Wukong, Sun Yu took Bulma back to the place where the spaceship had landed. Sun Yu planned to take the spaceship back to the Brief's house, as the entire Saiyan race faced a crisis, and he felt he had to do something. Then Sun Yu went to the uninhabited outskirts of the southern part of E-City, where he found the spaceship he and Lana had taken 2 years ago. Just like that, Sun Yu carried a single capsule spaceship back to the Brief's house. Lana was still in the gravity training room, and when Sun Yu found her to explain the situation, she showed rare concern upon learning about King Vegeta's conspiracy, worrying about her parents who were far away on planet Vegeta. Okay, I want to go back and see how Dad and Mom are doing. Lana appeared troubled, hesitating to speak. I feel the same way, Sun Yu said with a smile. The two informed the Brief's couple of their plans, and when they learned that the two would embark on a long interstellar journey, they enthusiastically prepared a huge amount of Earth food for Sun Yu and Lana, packing it into a universal capsule for them to take along. As for X, who was now living off the Brief's hospitality, Sun Yu had initially been a bit worried about leaving him on Earth, but later realized that he wasn't bad at heart and lacked ambition. Especially after the Briefs bought him a Western steakhouse where he could eat freely, X immediately treated the Briefs as his benefactors, almost wagging his tail in gratitude, making him easy to take care of. This indeed reassured Sun Yu a lot. As the departure day approached, farewells were always bittersweet. Little Bulma cried her heart out, forcing Sun Yu to make various vows to ensure he would return. Otherwise, she would build a spaceship herself to go find him in space. And Sun Yu believed her without a doubt. After all, this was the tech queen who could even create time travel devices in the future. Thus, Sun Yu and Lana laid down in the spaceship, slowly ascending under the watchful eyes of the Briefs family. Finally, they pressed the flight button, locked in their course. Destination Planet Vegeta. Looking down at the Earth gradually shrinking into a blue planet, Sun Yu couldn't help but recall the moments when he had just arrived on Earth, crammed in the same spaceship with Lana, and it still felt nostalgic. Back then, he was weak and had almost no ability to protect himself. But now, things were different. Sun Yu and Lana's combat power was already at the upper echelons of the universe's pyramid, despite the fact that powerful beings like Frieza were numerous. Considering the overall level of the universe, Sun Yu's current strength had few rivals. Plus, he had his Sharingan and Great Ape transformation as trump cards. Even if he encountered a formidable opponent, he would be able to hold his own. After a year of traveling through the universe, they finally saw the dark red planet Vegeta. This planet was originally called Planet Plant, where a group of small-bodied yet highly intelligent plant people once lived. However, as history progressed, the plant people were exterminated by the Saiyans, who appropriated their technology. Later, the Saiyan ruler King Vegeta renamed this planet Planet Vegeta, making it the Saiyans' stronghold. Sun Wukong and Lana could occasionally see other spaceships flying back to Planet Vegeta during their descent, with many returning and few departing. It seemed that King Vegeta had indeed implemented strict policies, secretly gathering forces to attempt a rebellion against Frieza's rule. To this, Sun Wukong could only say, if you're looking for death, at least don't drag all the Saiyans down with you. After landing at the spaceport, Lana hurriedly climbed out, taking deep breaths of her home planet's air, causing a brief leak of energy within her body. Hey, Sister Lana, can you please suppress your battle power a bit? Sun Wukong quickly reminded her. Both of them had battle powers of 300,000. If they appeared so boldly on planet Vegeta, it would be no different from jumping right in front of Frieza and saying, "Hey, grandson, let's hurt each other," since the entire planet Vegeta was under Frieza's surveillance. Son Wukong and Lana needed to be cautious until they had the ability to confront him directly. "All right, I hear you. I've suppressed my battle power to 2,000," Lana said, sticking out her tongue at Son Wukong. Because Son Wukong was younger than Lana and was a lower-class warrior, he needed to suppress his battle power even lower, to only 200. The two walked out of the spaceport on foot, and the streets of planet Vegeta were bustling with people. In addition to Saiyans, there were also many aliens present, some of whom were subordinates sent by Frieza's army, most of whom were spies placed by Frieza on planet Vegeta. There were also others from different star systems that had business ties with planet Vegeta. Son Yu followed Lana as they walked on a familiar yet strange street. It was familiar because, in his memory, these places were his hometown where he grew up. The strangeness came from the fact that Son Yu was actually a time traveler, and today was his first time visiting Vegeta. In Son Yu's memory, he had lived with Lana's family since he was little. His uncle and aunt, who were Lana's parents, were both seasoned intermediate warriors and were somewhat well known in the lower to middle class of Vegeta. Lana's father was named Ali, and he served as the captain of an intermediate team. Lana's mother was named Hill, a beautiful Saiyan woman who was also part of Uncle Ali's team. She had a fiery personality, and her combat power was no less than that of the other males on the team. Once a delicate blood rose on the battlefield, she still looked stunning, thanks to the special genes of the Saiyan warrior race, which meant that a Saiyan's appearance wouldn't change with age after adulthood. So, even though Aunt Hill was nearing 40, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. When walking alongside Lana, people would often mistake them for sisters. As they moved through the residential area of the mid-level buildings, Lana appeared particularly cheerful. The residential area had a wide street lined with various snack shops and small stores. Although the Saiyans of Vegeta used advanced technological devices from a higher civilization in the universe, many store owners struggled to use them due to their own intellectual limitations. This led to a unique blend of high technology and a strong postmodern style without any sense of dissonance. To put it simply, it was like a person driving a Ferrari while selling sweet potatoes from a mobile oil barrel on the street, a charming contrast that Son Yu found delightful. After finally returning to Lana's house, Son Yu felt a bit nervous, unsure of how to face the two adults who had raised him. Although they looked to be about his age, given Lana's parent status, their home was much more luxurious compared to the neighboring residential area, a small villa with its own yard. However, the villa's door was wide open, and there were quite a few people standing outside, watching. "What is going on? Kyle, let us go see what is happening. Why are so many people standing at her door?" Lana sensed something unusual and quickly pulled Son Yu toward her home. Son Yu silently followed, and Lana walked to the front of the crowd and asked, "Uncle Risen, why are you standing at my door? Is something wrong?" Lana pulled aside a burly man blocking her path, and upon seeing that he was her neighbor, she asked in confusion. Uncle Risen was slightly surprised to see Lana, but quickly regained his composure and spoke with a tone of sympathy. "Ah, it's Miss Lana. It's been a few years since we last met, and you still don't know about this?" Hearing this, Lana's heart sank, and she replied awkwardly, "No, what? You need to clarify this for me." Don't worry. Miss Lana, during the years you weren't home, something happened to your family. Not long ago, your father's team was nearly wiped out during a mission, with only a few severely injured members returning." "What?" Lana's eyes widened in disbelief. Although it was not uncommon for Saiyans to be injured or die in missions, this was her biological father. How could she remain calm upon hearing such news? "I want to go in. You all step aside." At this moment, Lana was in a state of turmoil and was about to push through the crowd when Uncle Risen stopped her. "Hey, Miss Lana, you really shouldn't go back. Just leave." Uncle Risen blocked her path and advised, "Get out of the way." Lana's gaze turned cold. If it weren't for their years as neighbors, she would have punched this person away. Son Yu, who had been silent, then placed a hand on Lana's shoulder and softly said, "Sister Lana, please don't get angry. Let's listen to Uncle Risen's reasons. I'm sure he wouldn't stop you without good reason." "Ha, that's right. You're Kyle, right? It's been a few years, and you've grown a lot." Uncle Risen laughed, but when he met Lana's fierce gaze, he immediately stopped smiling and said seriously, "Miss Lana, you don't need to worry about your parents' safety. Your mother didn't participate in that mission, so she is safe, and although your father was severely injured, you know our medical technology is advanced. He has mostly recovered. Then what is going on?" After hearing that her parents were fine, Lana finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. Uncle Risen sighed heavily and said with some regret, because your father's team has effectively ceased to exist. The Frieza Force has redistributed the remaining fighters from your father's team to other teams. Your father is now part of a team called the Reap Team. At this point, Uncle Risen suddenly leaned down and whispered to Lana and Sun Yu, I heard that this team is loyal to Frieza. They're about to carry out a very dangerous mission, and now they want to drag your parents to the front lines as cannon fodder. So you two better leave quickly. If they see you, they will definitely force you to be conscripted under the guise of being family members and send you off as cannon fodder too. After hearing Uncle Risen's explanation, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Lana's mouth, making the burly man in front of her shiver. Sun Yu knew that Lana was truly angry now, and someone was likely going to be in trouble. Lana waved her hand, directly pushing Uncle Risen aside, and then strode toward her yard. Hey, Miss Lana, you really can't go in. Uncle Risen shouted from behind. Sun Yu followed Lana, walked beside Uncle Risen, and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, Uncle Risen. You should be more concerned about that Reap Team. Before Uncle Risen could say anything else, Lana had already entered her family's yard, where two people suddenly appeared, looking like members of the Reap Team. They tried to stop Lana from entering, but before they could even face her, Lana knocked them out with a slap, causing them to faint on the spot. When Lana reappeared at the familiar doorway of her home, she found the interior in disarray. The large living room was filled with broken furniture. Lana walked in with a dark expression, and Sun Yu followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, they saw a muscular man in armor holding a wounded man with one hand. In Sun Yu's memory, this person was his uncle, Ali. Meanwhile, his Aunt Hill was being threatened at gunpoint, as if she would be shot immediately if she moved. Father, mother. Upon seeing her parents in distress, Lana was instantly furious, her emotions unstable and on the verge of exploding. Lana? The muscular man holding Uncle Ali saw his daughter return, feeling a mix of joy and worry. He was glad to see his daughter safe, but worried that this was not the right time for a family reunion, as he did not want his wife and child to be sent off as cannon fodder as well. Struggling, he shouted to Lana, Lana, listen, hurry, and leave. Don't worry about us. Hey, where did this girl come from? The muscular man turned to look at Lana, then glanced at Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill, grinning wickedly as he asked, Is she your daughter? Quite innocent, huh? Try touching my daughter and see what happens. Aunt Hill stepped forward anxiously upon seeing the muscular man's expression. However, the man holding the gun raised it threateningly and said, Take another step, and I'll shoot you. Lana was furious and about to take action when Sun Yu entered and stopped her, whispering, Sister Lana, suppress your power. Let me handle these little minions. You exposing our true combat power is not good. After all, these people were loyal to Frieza. If Lana were to teach them a lesson, her true combat power would be revealed. Once Frieza learned about Lana's combat power of 300,000, he would surely consider her a prime candidate for a Super Saiyan and would come personally to eliminate her. Although Lana was impulsive, she listened to Sun Yu. When he told her to control her energy, she took a deep breath, calmed down, and pointed at the people in front of her, saying, I want them all dead. All right, I'll follow your lead. Sun Yu nodded. Even if Lana hadn't said anything, he wouldn't let these people go. Just the fact that they were loyal to Frieza meant they were already dead in Sun Yu's eyes. Are you Kyle? Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill looked at Sun Yu in disbelief as he walked in calmly. The little kid they remembered was not like this at all. Uncle Ali. Aunt Hill, how are you? Sun Yu pretended to greet the elderly couple warmly, but Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill's expressions turned dark. Which of your eyes saw us doing well? Does it look like we're fine now? Kyle, you should leave with Lana quickly. They're not people you can handle. Uncle Ali's gaze sharpened. He was prepared to risk everything to block the muscular man and create an opportunity for Sun Yu and Lana to escape. Unexpectedly, Sun Yu casually waved his hand and said, It's fine, Uncle Ali, don't worry. I don't even take these guys seriously. Ha ha ha, kid, do you know what you're saying? The others in the room looked at Sun Yu as if he were an idiot, while the muscular man in charge poked at the combat power detector on his glasses. Soon, the detector emitted a few crisp beeps, then displayed a few numbers. Combat power 1200. Haha, I thought he was impressive, but only has a combat power of 1200. What a letdown. The muscular man laughed loudly while pointing at Sun Yu. Well, to be fair, for such a little kid to have a combat power of 1200 is not bad. Leader Railton, why not give this kid a chance to pledge loyalty to our Reap Battle team? Someone next to him suggested, and when he said the words pledge loyalty, his tone was very strange, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Upon hearing that Sun Yu's combat power was already 1200, Ali and Hill felt a bit of joy in their hearts. It seemed that little Kyle had grown quite a bit after these years. If given a bit more time to grow, he might surpass them, perhaps. Thus, they were even more determined to protect Sun Yu and Lana at all costs. Kid, did you hear that? To be honest, I have a combat power of 4,800. If you're smart, join our REAP battle team, and the girl over there too. If you behave, you'll suffer less. This muscular man was the captain of the REAP battle team, Railton. Sun Yu shrugged and smiled, thanks. But I don't think I'm interested in your trash team. What did you say? The guy said, you have the guts to say that again. Hearing Sun Yu call their team trash, several people in the hall immediately glared and were ready to confront him. Uncle Ali's face darkened as he secretly cursed Sun Yu for being naive. How could he provoke everyone in such a situation? This would undoubtedly make him a target. He was already injured, and even if he took the opportunity to ambush Captain Railton, it wouldn't guarantee Sun Yu's escape, especially since he had already angered everyone. Railton coldly snickered, walked up to Sun Yu, and ominously said, Kid, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again. Are you deaf or what? Sun Yu looked at the muscular Railton with disdain and enunciated, I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that everyone present is garbage. Lana's face darkened, and she whispered, Hey Kyle, you're mocking everyone. I'm still here. Uncle Ali was utterly despairing. Once those words were out, these people would definitely not let Sun Yu off, and would want to kill him quickly. Good, very good. Railton was so angry that his muscles twitched, and then he suddenly swung a punch at Sun Yu. The force of the punch was fierce, and the momentum was overwhelming, causing the people present to be excited and cheer loudly. Oh no, Uncle Ali felt hopeless. It was too late for him to intervene now, at such a close distance. Railton's thunderous strike left Sun Yu with no hope of survival. Sun Yu found it somewhat amusing that the muscular man Railton threw a powerful punch. Through his sensing of breath, he had already confirmed that this person's combat power was indeed, as he claimed, 4,800. But so what? Even if it were 48,000, Sun Yu wouldn't take it seriously. However, since the other party had already attacked, Sun Yu naturally couldn't let himself be hit. He gently raised his right hand, extending a finger to block the incoming punch, and his body stood firm like a mountain, causing the scene to suddenly quiet down. You brat, what is going on? Railton felt as if he hadn't hit a finger, but rather a solid wall. He suddenly stepped back and pressed his combat power detector again. The reading was still 1,200. Damn it, is my combat power detector broken? Why? Check your combat power detector and see how much combat power this brat has. Railton said to a small man behind him. Pwai was the vice captain of the Railton team. Although he looked short, he was resourceful and had decent combat power, making him the brains of the team. After listening to Railton, he activated the combat power detector in his ear, and, as expected, it only detected 1,200 combat power. His combat power is indeed only 1,200, but I feel he's somewhat unusual. Railton, you should put away your underestimating thoughts. Be careful of suffering. Pwai kindly reminded Railton. Although he sensed Sun Yu's unusualness in his eyes, a child was still just a child. How could they compare to these seasoned and excellent warriors? TCH. Railton snorted coldly, seemingly feeling insulted by Pwai's words. He glared at Sun Yu, kid. Although I don't know what trick you just played. It's only because I didn't use my full strength. This time, I will make you taste the bitterness of life not worth living. After saying this, Railton's momentum suddenly erupted. In his furious state, Sun Yu felt his combat power slightly increase. 4852. 4,923. 5,000. When Railton's combat power reached its peak, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The crowd couldn't track Railton's speed, and when he appeared in front of Sun Yu, everyone erupted in cheers. Come on, boss. Break his bones. Teach him a good lesson for daring to look down on us. Railton, with the demeanor of a victor, looked down on Sun Yu, fully confident that Sun Yu was stunned by his sudden appearance. He threw a punch that echoed with a whoosh through the air. Bot. Let you experience my strongest blow. Sun Yu faced Railton, who unleashed a punch with a combat power of 5,000. He gently tilted his body as if he had been standing still for too long, moving just a little. This slight displacement miraculously allowed him to dodge Railton's fatal blow. Everyone present was stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief, wondering if it was a coincidence, if Captain Railton had done it intentionally, or something else. In that moment of everyone's daze, Sun Yu raised his right hand and lightly touched Railton's chest, like a dragonfly landing on water. The whole motion seemed extremely slow, yet everything happened in the blink of an eye. This was the essence of speed and slowness that Sun Yu had comprehended. No one had time to react. Railton's tall and muscular body suddenly trembled, spewing out a mouthful of blood before he involuntarily fell backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Captain? The people present felt as if they were in a dream. They simply could not understand what had just happened. A burly man with a combat power of 5,000 was killed by a slight touch from a small child with a combat power of only 1,200. Uncle Ollie looked at Sun Yu, who still wore a harmless smile, and then glanced at Lana, who leaned casually against the door. A sudden thought arose in his mind. A crazy and bold idea. Could it be that Kyle had actually hidden his strength? How'd he do it? Uncle Ollie could think of this, and naturally, Vice Captain Pwai could as well. His expression turned serious, not even glancing at Realton's corpse. And he ordered the remaining team members, "You two keep an eye on Ollie and Hill. The rest of you, come together and take down this little brat." Yes. With Realton dead, Pwai naturally became the most powerful person in the team. They had no pity for the deceased, treating him like a pile of rotten meat, not even sparing him a glance. Soon, the remaining members followed Pwai's orders and surrounded Sun Yu. Sun Yu stood calmly in place, his gaze sweeping over the several Saiyans surrounding him. With a thought, he easily assessed their energy levels, battle powers of 3,700, 2670, 3021, 3421. Such battle power would be considered a medium-level force on planet Vegeta, but it was of no real use. Shaking his arms, Sun Yu took on a posture ready for a big fight. Suddenly, a team member dashed out from behind, a cold light flashing in his eyes, while the other members moved in sync at the same time, demonstrating a high level of cooperation. Sun Yu gently stepped back with his left foot, twisting his waist and raising his right elbow as he turned his body, without a hint of energy fluctuation, as if he were merely doing gymnastics. Boom! The smile of the first attacking team member behind him instantly froze. Sun Yu's elbow strike appeared to be exceptionally slow, yet struck his abdomen like lightning. The team member's back arched high, and his eyes nearly bulged out. Without any pause after landing the hit, Sun Yu twisted his body and slapped the person next to him. Fear filled that person's eyes as he attempted to retreat. However, Sun Yu's palm had already struck his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and confusion filled the team member's eyes, devoid of any vitality. In just a 2 members of the Reap team had already been taken down, easily crushed like chickens and dogs, intensifying the fear in the remaining 5 team members to the extreme. Run fast. However, Sun Yu had no intention of letting the remaining 5 escape. The closest Reap team member turned to flee, but Sun Yu quickly closed the distance and slapped the back of that person. With a crack, the person collapsed, their legs giving way, heavily hitting the ground and breathing their last. Sun Yu didn't even glance at the person and continued forward. This time, his target was the vice captain of the Reaper team, Pwai. "Wait, hold on, I have something to say." Pwai, witnessing the scene before him, could hardly believe his eyes. However, his heart trembled. If he didn't stop Sun Yu from continuing his actions, he would undoubtedly follow in Captain Relton's footsteps. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pwai's vision blurred, and suddenly a fist, moving so fast it seemed to disappear, stopped right in front of his eyes. The wind from the punch blew his hair up, and an unimaginable sense of crisis spread throughout Pwai's body. He knew that if he had been a moment slower to speak, he would now be a dead man. "Oh, what do you want to say? Hurry up." Sun Yu turned his head to look at Pwai, displaying an expression that said, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. I'm in a hurry. And no, please, my lord, don't kill me." Fear filled Pwai's eyes, and he changed his tone, trying to appear humble as he said, "My lord, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to offer the Reaper team to you. From now on, you will be our captain. Please." Hearing this, Sun Yu retracted his fist and coldly looked at Pwai, asking, "First, tell me how many people are in your Reaper team. Are they loyal to Frieza? Or to King B? Or are they loyal to the strong? Be detailed. Maybe I'll consider sparing you." After all, Sun Yu came to Vegeta's star this time to save some Saiyans. If this so-called Reaper team were all die-hard loyalists to Frieza, then Sun Yu would have to eliminate them all without exception. If they were only loyal to the strong, then Sun Yu had other plans. Pwai, hearing Sun Yu ask about the Reaper team, felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve and immediately began to introduce the Reaper team in detail. "My lord, our team has more than 30 members, with only a little over 10 being core members. The combat power of these core members is all above 2,500. As for the non-core members..." When it came to the non-core members, Pwai awkwardly smiled at Sun Yu. Without needing to say more, Sun Yu already understood what these so-called non-core members were about. Just moments ago, when Relton was still alive, he had even tried to invite Sun Yu to become one of their non-core members. Waving his hand, Sun Yu signaled for Pwai to continue. "My lord, regarding loyalty, only Relton advocated loyalty to Frieza. You know he was the captain before. We only obey the strong." Huai's response was quite clever. He shifted all responsibility of the Reaper team's allegiance to Frieza onto a dead man, while stating that they only obeyed the orders of their captain. And who is the current strong one? Naturally, it was Sun Yu. Sun Yu then asked for more details about the team members, and Huai answered without holding back. Kale, you're not really going to accept this Reaper team, are you? Uncle Ali, seeing that Sun Yu and Huai were getting more and more engaged, spoke anxiously. He worried that Sun Yu, being inexperienced, might easily be deceived by someone with ulterior motives. Why not accept them? Sun Yu smiled at Uncle Ali. Since Huai had already referred to Sun Yu as my lord, the other present members of the Reaper team did not dare to act against Uncle Ali and Hill. But Kale, this person, Uncle Ali was clearly not at ease with Sun Yu interacting with Huai and wanted to continue persuading him to abandon this idea. Huai, not wanting Uncle Ali to continue, immediately flattered him. Brother Ali, I apologize for any offense just now. We are all on the same side now. Before Huai could finish, Sun Yu patted him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, although I agree to accept the Reaper team. It seems I never said I would spare you. Crack. The sound of a bone breaking echoed, and Huai collapsed without even realizing what had happened. The other team members, who had just thought they had escaped a calamity, were now filled with terror as they looked at Sun Yu. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist. It was that Sun Yu's strength had robbed them of the will to fight back. Uncle Ali, seeing the scene, was also drenched in cold sweat. Sun Yu's sudden action truly caught him off guard, and he realized he could no longer see through Sun Yu. Although he looked young and harmless, he was decisively ruthless. Do you want to kill the rest, Uncle Ali? Sun Yu looked at Uncle Ali with what he thought was a sunny smile. Although Saiyans are inherently bloodthirsty, that is usually a manifestation of excitement during battle. And not all Saiyans are cruel. Uncle Ali was clearly one of those who were not. Forget it. From the intelligence Huai just provided, the main culprit has already been dealt with. These people were merely following Relton's orders. Seeing that Uncle Ali had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Sun Yu nodded, retracted his killing intent, and said to the others, did you hear that? You don't have to die for now. From this moment on, I accept your Reaper team, but the Reaper team needs to change its name. That's a matter for later. Now, I order you to restore my Uncle Ali's living room to its original state. Or else. Sun Yu's eyes turned cold, and several people immediately knelt down, expressing their loyalty. What is your name? Sun Yu pointed to a relatively young team member, who, according to previous understanding, was a non-core member and was only here to assist today. Upon hearing Sun Yu ask for his name, the person immediately replied respectfully, replying to your honor, my name is Alanx, a non-core member. Before Alanx could finish, Sun Yu interrupted him. You're called Alanx, right? I don't care about your current combat power or whether you are core or non-core. What I need is your loyalty to me. Now you will be responsible for keeping an eye on these people. Report any situation immediately. Once this place is cleaned up, you will gather all the members of the Leipu battle team here for a meeting. Anyone who doesn't want to come shouldn't be forced. Just cross them off the list. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, my lord. Alanx replied, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had been marginalized due to his low combat power, but now being entrusted with an important task by Sun Yu sparked a deep feeling of loyalty within him. Uncle Ali, Aunt Hill, let us go upstairs to talk. After handling the matters of the Leipu battle team, Sun Yu invited Ali and Hill to go upstairs, with Lana following along. The four of them ascended the wide staircase together. Lana quietly walked behind Sun Yu and pinched him hard on the back, causing him to nearly cry out in pain. Sister Na, why did you pinch me? Sun Yu complained, rubbing his sore back with a mournful expression. My hand was itchy, why can't I? Lana blinked her adorable big eyes, looking innocently at Sun Yu. Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill, still immersed in the earlier situation, felt their mood lighten when they saw the playful interaction between the two, and they exchanged smiles. Upon entering Uncle Ali's room, Aunt Hill approached Sun Yu and looked him up and down, asking, are you really my Kyle? Absolutely. Sun Yu quickly patted his chest, assuring them he was speaking from the heart. Kyle. Uncle Ali hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind to ask, Kyle, if I'm not mistaken, your current combat power should be over 1200, right? Can you tell us your and Lana's real combat power? After what had just happened, even a fool could tell that Sun Yu's combat power was over 1200, but Uncle Ali didn't rush to take out the combat power detector. After all, Relton and the others had already tested it, and since they couldn't detect it, his own combat power detector would certainly be unable to do so either. Well, Sun Yu exchanged a glance with Lana. He didn't intend to hide anything from the two who had raised him, so he revealed their true combat power. Lana and I currently both have a combat power of 300,000. Yes, you heard that right. It's indeed 300,000. 300. 300,000. Upon hearing this number, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill's eyes widened in shock. If the previous events were still within the realm of acceptance, this news was clearly a bolt from the blue. A combat power of 300,000. Was this still the Saiyan? Then why can't the combat power detector detect your strength? After a long time, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill finally recovered from their shock and asked the question that was on their minds. Sun Yu smiled slightly and explained to the couple, because we have mastered a method to control our breath, the combat power detector cannot detect us. Moreover, with effective learning, you can also master it. We can also master it? Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Ollie and Hill were both shocked, but after Sun Yu explained the application of breath, they were amazed. Taking this opportunity, Sun Yu shared many things about Earth with Ollie and Hill, as well as many methods to enhance combat power. While chatting, Sun Yu took out 2 sets of heavy-duty armor that he had prepared from his multifunctional capsule. Is this the multifunctional capsule and the heavy-duty armor you mentioned? Seeing Sun Yu throw out a small, capsule-like object, a huge cabinet suddenly appeared with a bang. Inside the cabinet were many types of heavy-duty armor, and Sun Yu took out 2 sets for Ollie and Hill. Uncle Ollie, Aunt Hill, this is a heavy-duty vest weighing 400 kilograms, and the shoes and wrist guards together weigh 500 kilograms. Lana and I usually wear these. They are very helpful for training. Thank you, Kyle. Ollie and Hill happily accepted the heavy-duty armor from Sun Yu, unable to put it down. As elders, they felt embarrassed to be surpassed by Sun Yu, a junior, especially after hearing about the heavy-duty armor and gravity training room that Sun Yu and Lana used, which they had long admired. Now that they had the heavy-duty armor, they quickly put it on and move around a bit, indeed feeling some strain. After all, the gravity of Vegeta star is 10 times that of Earth, and the 900 kilograms of armor they were wearing actually felt like 9,000 kilograms. I can't imagine you 2 little guys wearing this and still acting like it's nothing. Uncle Ollie exclaimed, Dear, we need to work twice as hard. We can't let little Kyle look down on us. Aunt Hill glanced gently at her husband, her eyes filled with ambition. After chatting for a while, Sun Yu's expression became serious as he asked Uncle Ollie, what do you think about the relationship between Frieza and King Vegeta? Upon hearing this question, Uncle Ollie's expression darkened. After a long sigh, he said, Frieza has the most powerful army in the universe. Even proud as we Saiyans are, we have to follow his orders now. In the past 2 years, King Vegeta has been making more and more small moves, thinking he is disguising them well, but his schemes are already known to everyone. Uncle Ollie had long heard about Frieza setting up spies among the Saiyans. He originally didn't want to get involved in the power struggles of the upper class, but when a nest is overturned, how can there be intact eggs? Uncle is indeed a wise man. Sun Yu smiled broadly. But even without King Vegeta's small moves, Frieza is not friendly to us Saiyans. He has already installed listening devices on the combat power detectors assigned to us Saiyans to monitor our every move. What is he doing this for? So, King Vegeta's schemes have always been exposed under Frieza's nose? Why hasn't he taken action? Because there is no need? Sun Yu said lightly. Even if King Vegeta gathers more troops, facing Frieza's absolute power, he still won't be able to win. He is destined to fail. Can't win? What if you 2 team up? Uncle Ollie suddenly stood up. In his mind, King Vegeta was already a powerful symbol, and now Sun Yu said he couldn't defeat Frieza. Reluctantly admitting, Sun Yu said, but right now, I am not his match. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became a bit heavy. Seeing that the mood was not good, Aunt Hill tried to lighten it up. Kyle, what do you think? I believe you should have your own thoughts by now. Sun Yu nodded, deciding to take one step at a time. He would look for an opportunity to escape from planet Vegeta, then hide and train diligently. Once his strength surpassed Frieza's, they would teach that bastard a good lesson. This made Uncle Ollie laugh. Although for the Saiyan warrior race, fleeing was a very shameful thing. However, Uncle Ollie was not a pedantic person. He understood the principle of preserving the Green Mountains and not worrying about firewood. All right, we need to train hard and strive to surpass Frieza as soon as possible, Uncle Ollie said confidently. Sun Yu's mouth twitched. He really couldn't bear to tell Uncle Ollie about Frieza's true combat power. A person with a combat power just over 4,000 was passionately wanting to surpass a monster with a maximum combat power of 120 million. What an inspirational story. Just as Sun Yu was mentally mocking Uncle Ollie, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and the chatting between Lana and her daughter, Hill, suddenly stopped. The 4 of them looked towards the direction of the door. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by 3 rhythmic knocks, a timid voice came from outside. Sir, the living room downstairs has been cleaned up, and I've already had new furniture bought to replace the broken ones. It's exactly the same as the original. Also, the rep team members have all arrived and are waiting in the hall. Sun Yu opened the door and saw a young Saiyan standing at the entrance. His gaze towards Sun Yu filled with awe and admiration. "Oh, you must be Alex. My name is awakens, sir." Sun Yu's face turned red, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Let's go down and take a look." If Uncle Ali had any objections to Sun Yu recruiting the Reaper team before, he no longer opposed it after learning about the conflict between Frieza and King Vegeta. After all, having more companions means more ability for self-protection. Thus, Alanx led Sun Yu and Uncle Ali downstairs, while Lana and Hill stated that there was much to discuss after their mother-daughter reunion, so they did not participate. In the living room downstairs, more than a dozen people stood neatly in 4 rows. The front row was clearly made up of those who had caused trouble at Uncle Ali's house before. They were the strongest fighters among this group, and their eyes were filled with uncontrollable pride. The rows behind them had weaker auras, and some looked at Sun Yu with fearful eyes, as if he were a monster that would eat people. Sun Yu was confused by their actions. Noticing something was off with the number of people, he asked, "Didn't you say there were over 30? Why are only these few here?" A bald man with a mustache stepped forward, looking at Sun Yu with a hint of flattery in his eyes, and said, "Replying to your lord, the remaining ones were not very obedient. When they heard that Captain Laerton was dead, they wanted to leave us and set up their own faction. So we have executed all of them according to your lord's orders." Huh? Sun Yu was bewildered. What? If they want to set up their own faction, just let them go. What did I say? I wanted to kill them. No wonder the people behind him were looking at him strangely. It turned out this fool had misrepresented his intentions. Sun Yugong was about to get angry when Alanx weakly said, "My lord, you said if you didn't want to come, just cross them off the list, right? Isn't just about killing them?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yu slapped his forehead. He had already lost hope for this group of Saiyans who could only think about fighting and killing. What kind of comprehension ability is this? Noticing that Sun Yu's expression was off, Alanx and the bald man with a mustache shrank their necks, exchanged glances, and softly asked, "My lord, did we do something wrong?" Sun Yu sighed and said softly, "When I say to cross out names, it means to kick them out of our battle team. Why do you all think about fighting and killing every day? We are all Saiyans. We should love and care for each other, understand?" He was pointing at the mustached bald man, who immediately got scared and knelt down, almost crying. He really couldn't understand the thoughts of this young man in front of him. Sun Yu looked gentle and harmless, but when he killed, he didn't blink an eye and showed no emotion at all. Just when everyone thought his nature was cruel, he told everyone to love each other. This is not how you play with split personalities. Yes, we understand. It was Alanx who was clever. No matter what Sun Yu was really thinking, it was best to say they understood at that moment. The mustached, bald man quickly bowed and admitted his mistake, swearing he would never dare to do so again. That's better. Sun Yu waved his hand, signaling the two to return to the team. He pondered for a moment, as if he had something to announce. The more than 20 people in the room immediately held their breath, nervously waiting for Sun Yu's next words. Uncle Ali's courtyard was also filled with neighbors who came to watch the excitement. I believe everyone already knows. Sun Yu's loud voice echoed in Uncle Ali's living room. I, Kale That's, have taken over the remaining members of the original Reaper team. To be honest, I don't care how much fighting power you have right now. We do not distinguish between core and non-core members here. What I truly care about is your loyalty, because there may have been some misunderstandings before. Many of those who came here were coerced, and I apologize for that. If anyone is unwilling to join my team, you can leave now. No one will take action against you. I've said this, and the neighbors outside have heard it. If you want to leave, you can go. I will not stop you. Since Sun Yu has decided to build his own force, he must ensure that everyone is willing to follow him wholeheartedly. Loyalty is something that takes time to prove. However, at this moment, all Sun Yu can do is drive away some insincere individuals. After hearing Sun Yu's words, the crowd erupted in intense discussion. After a long while, a young man in the back suddenly mustered his courage and raised his hand, signaling, "Lord Kyle, I have a question." Sun Yu heard someone wanting to ask a question, so he turned around and smiled slightly, saying, "Well, feel free to ask any questions." Seeing that Sun Yu had no airs about him, the young man immediately gained some courage and straightened his chest as he said, "Lord Kyle, I would like to know what tasks you would arrange for us if we join your battle team." This question from the man was also what other weaker team members wanted to ask. After joining the Reaper battle team, they had always played the role of cannon fodder, often undertaking suicidal missions. Even if they survived by some stroke of luck, they were not allocated good resources, making it difficult for their combat abilities to improve. Sun Yu naturally understood their concerns and, with a serious expression, said, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't treat you as cannon fodder like Realton did. I will provide you with ample cultivation resources, and if any of you have exceptional talent, I can personally guide your training. I believe you all know my capabilities by now. Upon hearing that, son, you would personally guide their training. The few who had witnessed his prowess firsthand, including Alanx, looked at him with fervent eyes, as if he were an incredibly beautiful woman. Those behind them, however, had not experienced Sun Yu's strength personally and were not as enthusiastic. Nevertheless, since they wouldn't be used as cannon fodder and would have rich cultivation resources, joining Sun Yu's team seemed acceptable. After a moment, Sun Yu casually fiddled with his ears and said to everyone, Is no one withdrawing? You must think carefully, otherwise, if you dare to betray me in the future, I will crush you into ashes. The phrase crush into ashes sent a shiver down everyone's spine, yet no one chose to withdraw. All right, since that's the case, I hereby announce the establishment of the team. As for the team's name, Sun Yu frowned and said, Let's call it the City Management Team. The City Management Team? Everyone was astonished and asked, Lord Kyle, what does City Management mean? It's no wonder the Saiyans didn't understand what City Management meant, as it is a Chinese term. Sun Yu smiled wickedly and said in a deep voice, Speaking of the City Management, it's quite remarkable. It originates from a super combat unit in an ancient kingdom. They are the ultimate goal of all warriors, the elite among the elite, the strongest among the strong. They bear the heavy responsibility of a rising nation. A wise man once said, Give me 3,000 city management officials, and I will restore my glorious heavenly kingdom. Sun Yu's voice became increasingly high-pitched, echoing throughout the hall. Everyone was inspired by his words, recalling the current situation of the Saiyans, a proud warrior race now ruled by Frieza. They yearned to overthrow Frieza's dominion and reclaim their status as masters of their own fate. Sun Yu's speech ignited a fervor within them. Every Saiyan revered strength, aspired to be powerful, and longed to become elites. They refused to be ruled and wanted to be the strongest enforcers. Suddenly, someone in the front snapped back to reality, kneeling down with a thud and loudly proclaiming, We vow to follow Lord Kyle to the death. This cry awakened everyone from their daze, and they all knelt down in unison. We vow to follow Lord Kyle to the death. We vow to follow Lord Kyle to the death. Hearing the cries from the crowd, Sun Yu was suddenly taken aback, thinking to himself, Are these people okay? I just casually mentioned a joke about city management that I heard on Earth. Why are they acting like they've been pumped full of adrenaline? So, the city management team was established on Vegeta star just like that. Sun Yu appointed Uncle Ollie as the captain of the city management team to oversee everything, while Alanx was made the vice captain to assist Uncle Ollie in management. For the currently low-powered members, Sun Yu had Alanx mobilize all the resources from the original rep team and provide them for their training. Just this action made those lower-tier members extremely grateful, wishing they could shed blood for Sun Yu right then and there to show their loyalty. To this, Sun Yu just smiled. He still needed to evaluate these people's intentions. He would only impart the excellent concepts he learned on Earth to those who were truly loyal and dedicated to him. Although Uncle Ollie repeatedly declined the position of captain, citing the current low combat power as a reason he couldn't take on such a responsibility, it was clear that Sun Yu was not one to micromanage. He was great at finding people to fight, but managing a battle team was something he really couldn't do. In the end, with no other choice, Uncle Ollie finally agreed to take on the role of captain of the city management team. Over the next half-month, following Sun Yu's instructions, Uncle Ollie distributed the heavy protective gear that Sun Yu had brought from Earth to the well-performing team members and provided them with some guidance in their training. As a result, many members of the city management team experienced a dramatic change in their combat power during this time. Of course, the term dramatic change only applied to these members. After all, Sun Yu did not see any reason to be happy about someone with a combat power of 2,500 increasing to 3,500 in half a month. The levels were different, and so were the perspectives. Sun Yu looked down on this slight increase in combat power, but the ordinary citizens were different. Many locals familiar with the Ollie family of Saiyans, upon seeing the rapid increase in the strength of the city management team, eagerly wanted to join. Sun Yu entrusted all of this to Uncle Ollie, setting the criteria for recruitment not based on current combat power, but rather on having a clear background and good talent to qualify as a reserve member. One day, while Sun Yu was guiding Uncle Ollie in the gravity training room he brought from Earth, Alanx suddenly sent a message. Lord Kyle, a mid-level commander from the Frieza Force requests to see you. Should I grant the meeting? Although Alanx and the others could clearly sense Sun Yu's unfriendly attitude toward Frieza, the visitor was, after all, a mid-level commander of the Frieza force. Refusing him outright could easily lead to trouble, so they had no choice but to consult Sun Yu. Damn it, I know this person. He is the one who issued the mission to Realton. Kyle, let us drive him away. Uncle Ollie said anxiously after seeing the situation outside on the holographic screen in the gravity training room. It's fine, Uncle Ollie. Let's go see what is going on first. Sun Yu replied calmly as always. Uncle Ollie couldn't figure out Sun Yu's thoughts, so he followed him out of the gravity training room. The two arrived in the living room, where Yalinx was busy serving tea and water. But Lana and Aunt Hill were nowhere to be seen. It was needless to say that the mother and daughter were either out shopping, or simply out shopping. It is said that shopping is a racial talent of female beings, especially after mastering the bargaining skills passed down by Mrs. Briefs. Lana and her mother had now swept through the commercial streets of Vegeta without rivals, instilling fear in countless small vendors. In the living room sat the so-called mid-level commander of the Frieza force, flanked by two burly aliens, disdainfully lounging on the spacious sofa and coldly sizing up Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie as they approached. You're the Saiyan who killed that useless Realton? You don't look that strong. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ollie and Yalinx's expressions turned cold, while Sun Yu merely smiled lightly and did not respond. The commander of the Frieza force, seeing that Sun Yu did not get angry, assumed he was afraid of them and became even more contemptuous. Don't think that just because you have some pathetic squad, you can act recklessly. Understand your current situation, Saiyans. I'm here to convey Lord Frieza's orders. And if you're smart, you should know what to do. Saying this, the commander took out a document from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. Exhibiting an extremely arrogant attitude, Uncle Ollie and Yalinx struggled to suppress their anger, their temples bulging with rage, wishing they could slap the commander dead on the spot. Sun Yu patted the shoulders of the two and whispered, "Why bother with such a bootlicker? It lowers your status." Then Sun Yu took a few steps forward and began to carefully examine the documents on the table. This was a conscription order. Frieza planned to recruit a large army to attack a super technology planet on the edge of the northern universe, called Planet Veblen, which was at the forefront of technology and had been dedicated to developing large combat robots in recent years. Isn't this just Gundam? Sun Yu chuckled to himself, clearly remembering that such a planet did not exist in the original Dragon Ball. It seemed that Planet Veblen in the original story had been ordered to be destroyed by Frieza. This was not hard to understand, as Frieza would choose to destroy any civilization that could potentially threaten his rule, just like he destroyed planet Vegeta, which could give rise to Super Saiyans. Furrowing his brow, Sun Yu came up with a plan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps he could take advantage of the pretense of attacking planet Veblen to take away a batch of Saiyans first. Since Frieza was wary of planet Veblen's technological strength, he could try to reclaim that planet. At the very least, maintaining a cooperative relationship would be good. After all, there was only a little over a year left before planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, and if he didn't leave now, there wouldn't be many chances left. Moreover, that place was on the edge of the northern universe, countless light years away from Frieza's headquarters. With the saying, the higher the heavens, the farther the emperor, Sun Yu felt this was a chance for survival. All right, I understand. I will gather my subordinates as soon as possible according to the timeline on the document. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Sun Yu looked at the arrogant commander with a calm demeanor, which made the commander feel displeased. However, despite his displeasure, the commander really had no way to deal with Sun Yu. If Sun Yu disobeyed orders, he could easily take down Sun Yu's group and then report afterward. Although he thought it would not be difficult to take down Sun Yu's group, the reality was that Sun Yu's attitude was surprisingly cooperative, appearing very sensible. However, his tone was so dismissive that it made the commander grit his teeth in anger. We'll see about that. After leaving a meaningless threat, the group departed. Gather all active urban management team members to the conference hall. I have an important announcement to make. After Sun Yu finished speaking, Ollie and Alankus immediately showed expressions of disbelief. Kyle, sir, you can't really want to be Frieza's lackey, right? How is that possible? Do you not trust me at all? Sun Yu grinned and said, I have a bold plan. If it succeeds, we could gain a powerful ally. Hopefully this ally is indeed strong. Uncle Oli, being well-informed, brightened up upon hearing this. Kyle, are you saying? Alankus, go call everyone over. We need to discuss this in the conference hall. Yes, Lord Kyle. Responding to Sun Yu's summons, all active members of the city management team gathered at Uncle Ollie's home. But the team members responsible for locating Lana and Hill reported that they searched high and low, but did not see them. Hopefully, they haven't run into any trouble. Although Sun Yu knew that there was no one on this planet who could threaten Lana's safety, as a younger brother, he couldn't help but worry a bit. Not wanting to dwell on Lana and Hill's safety issue, Sun Yu looked at the more than 30 people standing in Uncle Ollie's living room. These over 30 people included both men and women, mostly adults, with a small number of youths around Sun Yu's age. Without exception, everyone present looked at Sun Yu with extremely admiring eyes, as if loyal fans were gazing at their idol, their eyes revealing uncontrollable enthusiasm. Sun Yu attributed this to his personal charm. Without wasting any more words, Sun Yu got straight to the point and clarified the plan. It is worth mentioning that everyone in the city management team was aware that Frieza was using battle power detectors to monitor the Saiyans' every move. Therefore, in situations involving internal secrets, they consciously put away the battle power detectors distributed by Frieza, knowing that Frieza and King Vegeta would eventually have battle, and that King Vegeta had no chance of winning. Everyone present agreed with Sun Yu's plan, though they all hoped to bring their families along, which Sun Yu naturally agreed to. Subsequently, everyone discussed together, and this nominal expedition would deploy an exploration-class strategic void ship, which was a relatively common military spacecraft within Frieza's army. Unlike most saucer-shaped spacecraft in Frieza's army, the exploration-class strategic void ship was shaped like an inverted cone, with a long and pointed head and a wide tail equipped with various power engines, features that significantly increased its speed. However, it was evident that such a ship had a small interior space, capable of accommodating fewer than 2,000 people at once, and aside from the necessary medical room. Most of the interior was taken up by sleep pods, leaving very few areas for free movement. In other words, the maximum number of people Sun Yu could take with him was 2,000, counting the more than 30 members of the city management team and their families. Sun Yu hoped that Ollie could select more reliable candidates. After all, no one knew if there would be another chance to return. Thus, in the following days, the city management team openly began a secret selection plan for reliable candidates under the guise of an expedition to the planet Vibran. Sun Yu and Ollie waited until dark, but still did not see Lana and Ant Hill return. Although this mother-daughter duo had been playing this wildly for a while, today was different, as there were important matters to discuss with them. Therefore, Sun Yu decided to go look for them. Although Lana's aura was relatively easy to recognize, it was mixed in the bustling streets, and even Sun Yu couldn't pinpoint her exact location. As he walked through the bustling commercial street, perhaps attracted by the faint, song-like aroma, Sun Yu unconsciously wandered into a food street. Saiyans are famous for their large appetites in the universe, so many vendors bring specialties from various planets. As Sun Yu walked along this food street, which was less than 1,000 meters long, he encountered almost all the delicacies from the northern universe. There were scorpion-tailed dragons from Penderstar, gigantic crocodiles from Giant Star, and even humanoid exoskeletal insects from Vegeta Star. How could anyone eat those exoskeletal humanoid creatures that looked like they had 8J8 face? Sun Yu recoiled in disgust. He was indeed a super foodie, but he had no appetite for humanoid creatures and even felt a bit repulsed. Watching the Saiyans in front of him devouring their food with grease dripping from their mouths, Sun Yu suddenly lost his appetite. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a commotion ahead. The public order on Vegeta Star was poor, and its laws were based on the principle of not interfering in matters that could be resolved with fists. Therefore, fights and brawls were quite common. Sun Yu didn't have the time to join the fray, so he was about to leave when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from a distance. "Kale, don't go. I've been bullied." Sun Yu's foot halted abruptly, nearly thinking he was hearing things. But a second later, he snapped back to reality, realizing that the troublemakers were likely the Lana and Hill mother-daughter duo he was looking for. He wasn't worried about Lana encountering danger. After all, her combat power was well known, and there was no one on this planet who could threaten her. However, Sun Yu was concerned that if Lana faced some unexpected situation, she might lose control of her combat power, which would undoubtedly disrupt the plan he was about to implement. Lana wasn't suitable for acting in such a situation, so the responsibility of saving the damsel in distress naturally fell on Sun Yu's shoulders. He was very grateful to have run into Lana. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "You bold little thief. How dare you bully my sister Lana? Just wait until I..." Sun Yulong stepped into the crowd with a tiger's gait and immediately spotted the displeased Lana, as well as Ant Hill, who looked charming while linking arms with Lana. Following Lana's gaze, Sun Yu looked at the two people who had clashed with her, and his heart suddenly trembled. One of them was sitting on a bench, casually picking his ears with his legs crossed. This person had purple skin and a raccoon-like face, looking frail, dressed in bizarre costumes akin to a theater actor. Standing behind him was another person, tall and slender, leaning on a long cane, sporting a tuft of white hair. His beautiful face and flawless skin made many women envious. It was the god of destruction, Beerus, along with his master and attendant. Son Yu was almost in tears. Lana, you really put me in a terrible spot. He swallowed hard and silently prayed in his heart. He didn't hear what I just said. He didn't see me. He didn't notice me. Hey kid, what were you saying about hitting my mom? Beerus casually blew on his finger, which had a chunk of earwax on it, and glanced at Sun Yu. Just that one look sent a chill deep into Sun Yu's soul. A coldness unrelated to temperature, but rather the deepest fear hidden in everyone's heart. The scene suddenly fell silent, with everyone curiously observing Sun Yu, who had initially come in aggressively, but suddenly fell silent upon seeing who was present. Lana was equally confused by Sun Yu's behavior. She had sensed his presence nearby and had thought to let him vent her anger. But Sun Yu, for some unknown reason, stood frozen in place. So, Lana pinched Sun Yu's waist hard and said, "You help me teach this person a lesson, otherwise you'll be sorry. My dear aunt, please stop. I'm begging you." Sun Yu was almost in tears. Teaching Beerus a lesson? Not to mention Sun Yu's power level was only 300,000. Even Super Saiyan 3 Goku was easily toyed with by Beerus using just one finger. As the strongest deity of the 7th universe, he shared the same life as the Supreme Kai, who was responsible for creation, while Beerus, the god of destruction, focused on annihilation. As the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus could destroy countless star systems with just a thought. Pure innocence could be evil, and eternal destruction could also be merciful. At the level of deities, their actions could not be measured by earthly moral standards. The inability to measure them instilled fear. I think I might have mistaken someone. Why don't you two chat for a bit? I have something to do." Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, trying to cover up his earlier behavior. "Hey Kyle, what is going on with you? You're not scared of this fool, are you?" Lana leaned in and whispered in Sun Yu's ear. Sun Yu hurriedly covered her mouth. "Aunt, please, let us not make a scene. I'll explain everything when we get back. You just need to apologize to Beerus. Cough, cough, this esteemed gentleman." Hearing Sun Yu say she should apologize, Lana immediately got furious. "You dare ask me to apologize to this fool? Fine, Kyle, have you grown some wings or what? Do you know how unreasonable this fool is? This stall only sells 100 special desserts a day, and my mom and I waited in line all day. The last one should have been ours, but this shameless fool snatched it away. Isn't he despicable?" Lana glared at Sun Yu, her expression saying that if he dared to say otherwise, she would deal with him. Sun Yu observed Beerus, who was becoming increasingly menacing under Lana's barrage of insults. The air around them thickened, as if the world was about to collapse. "Very well, I am a merciful deity by nature, but you keep challenging my limits. So I have no choice but to obliterate you all. If you're going to attack, do it quickly. Otherwise, once I make my move, you won't have a chance." Beerus slowly stood up, raising his left hand, creating a dark red energy ball in the air. While the onlookers might not feel much from this egg-sized energy ball, both Sun Yu and Lana could truly sense the terrifying energy contained within it. In that moment, Lana immediately understood why Sun Yu was so wary of this person. Phil tightly grasped Lana's arm, seeing unprecedented fear in their eyes. This egg-sized energy ball was Lord Beerus's Annihilation Star Bomb. Once this bomb fell, planet Vegeta would be destroyed without Frieza's involvement, and this story could end prematurely. However, when a rabbit gets cornered, it bites back. Sun Yu naturally couldn't allow Beerus to wipe out planet Vegeta just like that. The thought of him and Lana perishing here, while Bulma was still waiting for him back on Earth, ignited a surge of anger in Sun Yu. Driven by rage, he pointed at Beerus's nose and shouted, "Hey, you esteemed gentleman, I've put up with you for long enough. Do you dare accept my challenge?" The crowd was stunned, and Beerus was amused by Sun Yu's nonsensical challenge. Whis chuckled softly. "This kid is really interesting. He even adds honorifics when cursing." Beerus sneered, flicking his finger to make the terrifying Annihilation Star Bomb dissipate into smoke. Sun Yu and Lana felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Beerus looked at Sun Yu with cold eyes and asked, "It's been years since anyone dared to challenge me. Hee kid, don't say I didn't give you this chance. If you can defeat me, we'll consider this matter settled. But if you lose, you'll all die." Upon hearing their exchange had escalated to a life-and-death wager, the crowd erupted in excitement. However, if they knew that if Sun Yu lost, they along with planet Vegeta would be destroyed, would they still be so enthusiastic? "To ensure no one says I'm bullying you, I'll give you 3 moves." Beerus crossed his arms, leisurely awaiting Sun Yu's attack. "Humph, under the bright sky, why must we resort to fighting? Only a barbaric monkey would be so obsessed with brawling." Sun Yu pointed at Beerus, looking domineering. "Hey Kyle, you're mocking him again." Lana's face darkened. and Hill hurriedly apologized to the surrounding angry Saiyans. Sun Yu turned his head and whispered, "Why worry about so much now? I have my own way." After speaking, he pulled out a big handful of universal capsules from his pocket and with a snap threw them all out. Instantly, the spacious food street was filled with piles of food resembling small hills. These delicacies were brought over by Sun Yu from Earth. Because they were stored in universal capsules, they remained fresh, making the food as delicious and tempting as if just freshly baked. Not only were the onlookers around stunned, but even Beerus and Whis, who had lived for endless years, were also amazed. They considered themselves to have tasted various cuisines across the universe, yet the food before them, resembling hills, was something they had never seen or heard of. The most crucial thing was that just one glance made their fingers itch with desire. At this moment, Sun Yu had already tied on an apron and sat down beside them. He glanced disdainfully at Beerus and said, "Are you scared? I'm going to challenge you to an eating speed contest to see who eats more and faster. If you're too scared to compete, then just admit defeat." "What did you say, kid? Do you believe I can wipe you out right now?" Beerus wiped the saliva off his mouth and glared fiercely at Sun Yu. Unexpectedly, a light chuckle came from behind Beerus. "Oh ho ho, this soft and fluffy thing is really delicious. It melts in your mouth and leaves a fragrant taste." "What is this called?" It was Whis, who had already started eating. "This is called pudding." Sun Yu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced a smile to respond. "Pudding? It's called pudding? It's not only delicious, but also has a nice name," Whis said, and then took another piece to savor it. Beerus, feeling displeased, said, "Hey Whis, this is for my contest with that little brat. You can't eat it." With that, Beerus pushed Whis aside and lunged toward the earth delicacies like a mountain. "Kid, bring out the utensils. I accept your challenge." When Sun Yu proposed the food competition, Lana felt a wave of dizziness, thinking Sun Yu was just trying to be funny. Though she didn't know what kind of creature he was, from the overwhelming aura he displayed when he raised his hand, it was clear he was one of the rare strong beings in the universe. Would a being of such caliber agree to such a childish contest? To her surprise, he really did agree. Lana felt her worldview needed reconstruction. With 3 black lines appearing on her forehead, she muttered softly, "That idiot is willing to sacrifice his dignity for food." Shoy pulled Lana's sleeve subtly, signaling her to be quiet. So, Lana and Shur took out a watermelon, cut it in half, and planned to quietly be 2 clueless bystanders. However, just as Beerus, who had just taken out his utensils and tied on a white apron, suddenly twitched his nose, he turned sharply to look at Lana, his eyes cold, and in a swift motion, appeared right in front of her, looking down at her. "Hey, what do you want? Didn't you accept Kale as challenge? What are you doing here?" Lana was startled by Beerus's sudden appearance, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Sun Yu's heart, which he had finally managed to set aside, suddenly trembled as he anxiously looked at Lana and Hill. "Little girl, what is that thing you're holding? Tell me quickly." Beerus wiped his mouth without a change in expression, his eyes still filled with murderous intent. It turned out he was craving the watermelon in Lana's hands. Lana forced a smile and explained as she handed over the watermelon, "This gentleman, this is called a watermelon. It's a type of fruit." Hearing this, Beerus's murderous intent intensified. He turned to glare at Sun Yu and shouted, "Hey kid, why is there none of this fruit in our food? Are you hiding something good from me? Hurry up and bring it out. I don't want our competition to be unfair. Destroyer, your integrity has fallen to the ground. Aren't you going to pick it up?" Beerus casually took the watermelon from Lana, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the half-basketball-sized watermelon in one go, chewing noisily. While chewing, he commented, not bad, but the outer skin is a bit tough, and the seeds inside are quite prominent, ruining the overall aesthetic of this thing." Weiss also quietly took the watermelon from Hill's hands. Unlike Beerus, he pulled out a spoon from somewhere, gently scooped out a piece of watermelon flesh, and elegantly brought it to his mouth. "Oh ho! This fruit is fragrant and sweet, very refreshing and perfect for quenching thirst, especially in such hot weather. TCH, what a hassle." Beerus raised his head, disdainfully returning to his own dining table. "That's not right." Sun Yu looked at Beerus with a frustrated expression. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Beerus immediately exploded. "Kid, say that again, and see if I won't destroy you right now." Sun Yu let out a slow, cold snort. "Humph, you don't understand anything at all. As a true gourmet, you must learn to appreciate food. Especially when enjoying a meal, you should carry a heart of pilgrimage. Do not hastily judge food by its mediocre appearance, nor feel resentment over complex preparation processes. A true gourmet can always savor the essence of food with a peaceful mindset." Upon hearing this, the crowd was shaken, and Beerus stood there in a daze. He had lived for countless years and had never heard such reasoning, or rather, no one had ever dared to say such things to him. Whis secretly took a small box of universal capsules that Lana handed him, and it made his eyes smile like a crescent moon. Sun Yu faced the sky, gazing at the bright yet sorrowful view at a 45-degree angle. With his hands behind his back, he spoke in a tone of loneliness and solitude that no one could understand. This world is not lacking in delicious food. What it lacks is merely the eyes to discover it. My friend, do not let an impatient mindset obscure your vision. Lana sneered in contempt, having never seen a foodie speak so refreshingly and elegantly. A gentle breeze brushed against Sun Yu's clothes, and his hair swayed in the wind, giving him the appearance of a transcendent figure. This time, Beerus surprisingly did not refute Sun Yu's words. He merely huffed and turned his head away in a sulky manner. Although Beerus was quite displeased, his body honestly grabbed a turkey leg from the table and shoved it into his mouth. Hey, we haven't even started yet. How can you start eating first? Referee, I protest. Sun Yu protested loudly, but after a long time with no response. He turned his head to see Whis sitting with Lana and her daughter, happily eating watermelon together. Damn it! Sun Yu cursed inwardly and, unwilling to be outdone, launched an attack on the food in front of him. Time passed little by little, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. During this time, a few oblivious ones attempted to interrupt the competition between Sun Yu and Beerus, but were all sent flying by Whis' staff. As the sun began to set, the piles of food in front of Sun Yu and Beerus were gradually consumed. Of course, Sun Yu could not genuinely expect to challenge a deity's appetite with a mortal stomach. However, as the saying goes, you have your clever strategies, and I have my means. A sly smile crossed Sun Yu's face as he quietly picked up a small plate of peas. Sun Yu's actions attracted the attention of Beerus, who gently pinched a pea with his fingers and tossed it into his mouth. With a few crisp crunching sounds, Sun Yu showed an expression of great delight, singing, "Delicious." Beerus glanced at the mess on his table and finally noticed a small dish of dark green shriveled beans in the corner near Sun Yu's table. What is this thing? How did I not notice it earlier? Beerus imitated Sun Yu's actions, pinching a shriveled bean and holding it under his nose to sniff, curiously asking. Sun Yu glanced at Beerus with a mischievous smile, thinking to himself, of course, you've never seen this before. I just secretly added it to your meal while you weren't paying attention. 300-year-old high-concentration alcohol, senza beans, guaranteed not to kill you. With this thought, Sun Yu picked up a regular bean from his bowl and tossed it into his mouth. One senza bean can replace the food intake of an ordinary person for 10 days, and this small plate of senza beans was Sun Yu's ultimate trump card, combined with the food he had eaten earlier. Even for Beerus, the god of destruction, his stomach would eventually have its limits. To win this contest, Sun Yu had really put in the effort. If he could defeat Beerus, not only would the crisis of planet Vegeta be resolved, but he could also build some rapport with Beerus, achieving multiple benefits in one go. There is no need to worry that Beerus would turn against him if he lost. As a food lover, a principled god, he would definitely keep his word. Beerus could sense that the shriveled bean in front of him was extraordinary. He pinched one and tossed it into his mouth, crunching down on it. His eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed good, rich in flavor, and very chewy. After saying this, he quickly poured the entire small plate of senzu beans into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling immensely proud. Look at that. What's the god of destruction to me? He's fallen for my tricks. Then the two continued to feast heartily, but Sun Yu was reaching his limit. Fortunately for Beerus, his situation was even worse. The effects of the senza beans were clearly taking hold. Beerus's belly was already protruding, and he was now relying solely on willpower to hold on, preventing himself from losing. Sun Yu looked at Beerus, whose throat was almost full of food, and raised an eyebrow, saying, if you can't handle it, just stop eating and admit defeat. If looks could kill, Beerus would have already tortured Sun Yu 1,000,000 times in his mind. Clearly just a weak creature like an ant, yet he repeatedly provoked Beerus's authority. However, if given the choice again, Beerus would still unhesitatingly accept Sun Yu's challenge, because the food was just too delicious. At that moment, there was one plate of takoyaki left in front of each of them, with 12 pieces on each plate. This meant that whoever finished the 12 takoyaki first would be the winner of this food contest. Kid, I see you're not doing so well either. If you lose, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Beerus growled these words from his throat, then extended a trembling hand to pick up a takoyaki with a skewer. The takoyaki glistened with a golden sheen, and a fragrant aroma could be smelled from afar. But even with such an unprecedented delicacy, Beerus had the desire to taste it, but lacked the strength to open his mouth. He feared that if he opened his mouth, he would be unable to stop himself from vomiting everything he had eaten before. I can't lose when I finally get to eat something so delicious. A cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes as he suddenly stuffed the takoyaki into his mouth and tilted his head back, trying hard to swallow it. Sanyu was not to be outdone either, simultaneously skewering 2 octopus balls and swallowing them whole. The two of them slumped back in their chairs, breathing heavily. Kid, if you admit defeat now, I promise not to annihilate you. What do you say? Beerus looked at Sanyu weakly, feeling as if the food in his stomach was piling up to his throat. No victory, I would rather die. This challenge is not about life or death, but about the honor of a gourmet, Sanyu said, suddenly straightening up and shoving the remaining plate of octopus balls into his mouth. You bastard! Beerus exclaimed as he saw Sanyu pour all the remaining octopus balls into his mouth. Unwilling to accept defeat, he suddenly unleashed a powerful aura that shook the heavens and the earth. A purplish-red aura instantly enveloped Beerus, causing Sanyu's heart to skip a beat as he felt not a trace of energy. However, the terrifying illusion of the world collapsing made it difficult for him to breathe. The aura of a god cannot be sensed by mortals, but the might of that divine presence echoed throughout the universe. Damn, is it really necessary? It's just a few octopus balls, and you have to unleash all your power. Sanyu thought, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. He suddenly felt that the plate of octopus balls in Beerus's hands was truly worth it, because they were about to be consumed by a god who would unleash all his strength to eat them. This situation could be described as using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, seeing Beerus unleash all his power. Sanyu also picked up his plate and poured the remaining octopus balls into his mouth. He didn't even bother to chew, directly swallowing the 10 octopus balls whole. Gulp, gulp. The crowd around them had mostly dispersed. After all, watching others eat delicious food could easily make one hungry, and everyone returned to their own homes. Only a few remained, along with Whis and the mother-daughter duo of Lana and Hill. Their eyes were fixed on Sanyu and Beerus. As the final outcome was about to be revealed, would the fate of planet Vegeta be to survive in misery or to be destroyed early? Gulp, gulp. The two of them swallowed the last octopus balls simultaneously, and Sanyu slumped weakly in his chair, thinking that the divine body was indeed worthy of being a divine body. Fortunately, he had cheated and fed Beerus a plate of senza beans. Otherwise, he would have lost completely. Now, a tie was also a great outcome. Beerus also dissipated his divine aura, plopping down in his chair and silently digesting the food in his stomach. At this moment, Whis walked over, looking gently at the two of them, and announced, "It seems the results of the competition are in, so congratulations to this gentleman. You are the winner of this contest." Hey, Whis, did you take a bribe from them? It's clearly a tie, and you declared him the winner. You better explain yourself. Beerus shouted angrily. Yes, I did take their bribe, Whis said, pulling out a small box of universal capsules and waving it in front of Beerus. He actually admitted it. He shamelessly admitted it. However, the judgment is still fair. Whis explained, "You forgot, I ate 2 pieces of pudding from your food stack at the beginning, so your food was less than this gentleman's. Damn it, I also ate half a watermelon. Why didn't you mention that?" Beerus fumed. "Nobody forced you to eat. You chose to eat it. Blame me, huh?" Sanyu shrugged, looking very innocent. This god won't stoop to your mortal level." Beerus turned his face away, looking as high and mighty as he could. Sanyu realized that he had just provoked the destroyer Beerus, yet Beerus wasn't angry. It seemed that the allure of good food had indeed made their relationship slightly more familiar. Taking this opportunity, Sanyu mustered his courage and walked over to Beerus, placing a hand on Beerus's shoulder and raising an eyebrow. "Today we ate really well. Next time, let's set a date to have a proper meal." "Don't worry, brother. It's on me." At first, Beerus was quite disgusted by Sanyu's behavior of putting his arm around him, and the little goodwill he had built up was instantly shattered. However, after hearing Sanyu's words, Beerus' ears perked up, and he turned to ask Sanyu softly, "Are you serious?" "Not at all. Let's be straightforward. I know a place that has the best ingredients and cooking techniques in the universe, and what we just ate was just a tiny fraction of the many delicacies on that planet. Next time, I'll take you there, and you can eat whatever you want." Sanyu suddenly patted Beerus on the shoulder, and a momentary daze flashed in Beerus's eyes. What he had just tasted was merely a tiny fraction of the countless delicacies on that planet. What kind of place was it? A paradise of food? Whis also looked at Sanyu with yearning, offering him a kind smile. "Let's be friends. My name is Sanyu, and my Saiyan name is Kelsis," Sanyu said earnestly, extending his hand toward Beerus. Beerus was slightly taken aback, but the next moment he understood Sun Yu's intention. This guy wanted to be friends with him? Ridiculous. Does a god of destruction need friends? Withdraw your hand. I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe. And this is my servant Whis. Beerus looked down at Sun Yu with disdain. Don't think that when I said I would destroy you, I was joking. I wield the power of destruction in the universe, and with a thought, I can obliterate countless stars. Meanwhile, Lana and Hill finally understood Beerus's identity and gasped in astonishment. Although Sun Yu had known the identities of Beerus and Whis for a long time, when Beerus spoke so seriously about it, he couldn't help but feel his heart race a bit. So, don't delude yourself into thinking you can get close to me. We are on different levels. After saying this, Beerus yawned, turned around, and left with Whis. Sun Yu looked at the suddenly serious Beerus with a complex mood. He had calculated many scenarios, but he forgot one thing. In the original Dragon Ball, the reason Son Goku could establish a friendship with Beerus was that after transforming into a Super Saiyan God, he possessed the strength to challenge deities, thus gaining recognition. However, Sun Yu's current meager combat power was nothing more than an ant in Beerus's eyes. Indeed, different levels cannot become friends. But one day, I will reach your realm and challenge you openly. Lord Beerus. Sun Yu silently watched the backs of Beerus and Whis as they walked away, and suddenly a strong, fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Seeing that Beerus and Whis had left, Lana and Hill approached Sun Yu, asking with concern, Kale, are you okay? That guy just now was really a deity. Why do I feel like he acts like a starving ghost reincarnated? Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly and explained, he is indeed a deity, but he has a preference for food. If he hadn't just been offered those delicacies, everything on Vegeta would have turned to cosmic dust by now. After hearing this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Sun Yu still needed to discuss the expedition plan with Lana and Hill, so the group immediately returned to Uncle Ollie's house. In the sky, Beerus sat cross-legged, floating, while Whis stood beside him, smiling as he looked at Beerus, and said, Lord Beerus, that guy named Sun Yu is quite an interesting character. Beerus lifted his head, displaying a disdainful expression, and said, I know what you mean. His combat power is indeed stronger than others. But what good is that? In front of me, he is still an ant. So you want to cover up the embarrassment of losing to him just now? Whis chuckled softly. Hey Whis, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I care about such things? Not at all. Beerus shouted loudly. The two of them swayed and arrived at the palace of Vegeta. Beerus and Whis swaggered in without attracting the guards' attention. Upon reaching the level of the deities, if they didn't want mortals to discover their whereabouts, even if mortals searched the sky with lanterns, they wouldn't find anything. Inside the Vegeta Palace, there was a tower every 5 steps and a pavilion every 10 steps, with high walls adorned with carvings of various rare birds and fierce beasts. In the grand hall, a huge dining table was filled with all kinds of exquisite delicacies. At this moment, King Vegeta was leisurely enjoying tea and snacks on his throne when a cold voice suddenly echoed through the empty hall. King Vegeta, long time no see. Who is it? There's an assassin. Accompanying the sudden voice were 2 blurred figures. King Vegeta's heart trembled violently. His first reaction was that an assassin had come to kill him. To approach him, without his awareness, meant they were among the rare strong ones in the world. He suddenly jumped from his chair, and the surrounding guards quickly gathered around, ready to protect King Vegeta at all costs. However, when King Vegeta focused and saw Beerus and was sitting comfortably in front of him with their legs crossed, he was immediately so frightened that his legs went weak. Your Majesty pays respects to Lord Beerus. King Vegeta reluctantly stepped forward and knelt on one knee. The guards were dumbfounded. They had never seen the proud King Vegeta kneel to anyone, not even to someone as powerful as Frieza. You all hurry up and step back. King Vegeta signaled the guards with his eyes, and they finally woke up from their stupor and left in a hurry. After the guards left, the hall fell into a deathly silence. King Vegeta looked at the indifferent Beerus and forced a smile, asking, I wonder what instructions Lord Beerus has for visiting my humble abode? It just so happens that it's dinner time. May I invite Lord Beerus to enjoy some hospitality? Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Beerus coldly glanced at the various rare ingredients on the dining table, then suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on King Vegeta's face, angrily saying, Are you trying to serve this trash to beggars? Is this food suitable for humans? I doubt even pigs would eat this. Because he had just eaten the delicacies brought by Sun Yu from Earth, Beerus looked down on the food from other civilizations. Thus, what King Vegeta considered the most luxurious delicacies were, in Beerus's eyes, no different from pig feed. King Vegeta, who was being stomped on by Beerus, pushed against the ground with both hands. However, Beerus's foot felt like a towering mountain pressing down on him, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. Do you know why I came to find you today, King Vegeta? You have quite the nerve. Last time I asked you to find me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, and you did. But you kept it for yourself, and only offered me the second most comfortable pillow, causing me to suffer from insomnia recently. Do you realize your crime? Upon hearing Beerus's words, King Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat and quickly begged, Lord Beerus, I know my crime. Please give me another chance, Lord Beerus. Beerus's eyes shone with cold light, making King Vegeta tremble all over, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. After a long silence, Beerus finally snorted coldly and said, Pray, you are very lucky today. It's rare to encounter me in a good mood. I can give you another chance. Present me with the most comfortable pillow in the universe. Otherwise, there will be no need for Vegeta to exist. After saying this, Beerus stomped hard, pushing King Vegeta's entire face into the ground before standing up and brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, preparing to leave with Whis. However, he noticed that behind a stone pillar in the corner of the hall, there was actually a person hiding. Before the peeping person could react, Whis swiftly moved behind the stone pillar and looked down to see a 4 to 5-year-old child, casually picking him up. Let go of me, you scoundrel. How dare you underestimate me? I will kill you. The child was none other than King Vegeta's young son, known as the once-in-a-century genius, Vegeta. At this moment, he was being pinched by Whis with 2 fingers by the back of his neck, desperately waving his small arms to attack Whis. Vegeta, do not be rude to this adult. King Vegeta scolded Vegeta angrily, worried that his son might anger Lord Beerus's attendant, bringing disaster to Vegeta. Oh ho, so it's the young Master Vegeta. A pleasure to meet you. Whis gently set down Vegeta and floated back to Beerus's side. Vegeta had just witnessed Beerus stomping on King Vegeta, and for the first time, his young heart experienced such a tremendous shock. He was furious. How dare anyone bully his father? At this moment, after Whis set him down, Vegeta hung his head, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes. Unable to believe that as the noble Saiyan king, his father could be so weak. At this moment, Vegeta hated this incompetent and weak father to the core and loathed himself for not having the strength to resist. A seed of hatred quietly took root in his heart. Beerus yawned widely and sleepily glanced at King Vegeta, saying, I hope you are a smart person. Whis, let us go back. I'm tired. After speaking, he crossed his legs and floated behind Whis, placing a hand on Whis' shoulder. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Beerus and Whis transformed into a brilliant light. Disappearing from a spot, looking at the place where the light had vanished, King Vegeta suddenly fell to the ground, recalling the chilling aura that Beerus exuded, making him feel a fear as if he had fallen into the abyss of the underworld. Useless. Vegeta coldly glared at his father and then left without looking back. In the empty hall, only King Vegeta remained, collapsed on the ground, his face pale, not paying attention to Vegeta's departure, as if he was lost in thought. After returning to Uncle Ollie's house, son Wukong briefly recounted his recent encounter to Uncle Ollie. After hearing it, Uncle Ollie couldn't help but sigh. He had just learned about Frieza's terrifying nature not long ago, and now suddenly another destroyer god, Beerus, had emerged, making him feel that the world was quite dangerous. As one's strength increases, their vision gradually expands, allowing them to witness aspects that ordinary people cannot reach. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. Son Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. Uncle Ollie nodded in agreement and said, Indeed, for many ordinary people, it is sufficient to live their lives peacefully. Being exposed to too much can easily frighten them. However, as a warrior race, the Saiyans, knowing that there are so many powerful beings in the universe truly makes me feel happy. Once due to limited vision, Uncle Ollie thought that a battle power of 4,000 or 5,000 was the peak. King Vegeta's battle power of 10,000 was an insurmountable chasm. However, son Wukong's appearance made him realize that he had always underestimated the potential of the Saiyans. In just a few days of intense and effective training, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill's battle powers had both surpassed 10,000. They possessed rich battle experience and a solid foundation. Under son Wukong's careful guidance, they quickly mastered the control of Ki, and their battle power surged explosively. Such growth was something they had never dared to imagine before. Afterward, son Wukong explained the expedition plan to Lana and Hill. Lana expressed her willingness to follow son Wukong wherever he went, and Hill also agreed to everything her husband arranged. Thus, the expedition plan was firmly established. With a few days left for preparation before departure, Sun Wukong lay bored on Uncle Ollie's sofa and casually picked up a list of personnel sent by Aranx for this expedition. He considered the delicate relationship between King Vegeta and Frieza. As a result, the current Vegeta planet had been invisibly divided into two factions. One faction was mostly composed of the upper echelons, leaning towards King Vegeta. Most of them were dissatisfied with Frieza's rule and longed for the Saiyans to take charge themselves. Since Uncle Ollie's family was also considered mid-level warriors of Vegeta planet, Sun Wukong and Lana were recalled from Earth by King Vegeta, which was also King Vegeta's desperate attempt to gather more mid-level warriors. The other faction mostly consisted of lower-tier personnel. Because these individuals were part of the lower strata of Vegeta planet society, they were naturally overlooked by the so-called elite of the planet. Moreover, due to the Saiyans' admiration for the strong, Frieza's emergence provided them with an opportunity to prove their worth. As a result, many lower-tier Saiyans, who did not understand the situation, firmly supported Frieza's army. Thus, among the 1,000 names on the list Sun Wukong had in hand, most members came from this second faction. Sun Wukong wasn't worried that these people would betray him in the future and turn to Frieza. This list had already been filtered, excluding some die-hard loyalists who were heavily favored by Frieza's army. The remaining individuals were those abandoned by the upper elites of Vegeta planet, merely striving to survive through their own efforts. Compared to the lofty King Vegeta, they admired the strong who could lead them directly. It was precisely for this reason that Sun Wukong allowed them to join his faction. After casually flipping through the list for a while, he was suddenly attracted by a name, Bardock. Sun Yu rubbed his eyes hard. He was certainly not unfamiliar with the name Bardock, the famous father of Sun Wukong. As a low-level warrior himself, he had worked hard to become one of the few strong fighters on planet Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, Bardock was injured on the head by the indigenous people of planet Kanasa using the Mystic Punch, after which he foresaw the destruction of the Saiyan race. He was also the first Saiyan to rebel against Frieza's army. Sun Yu still remembers the scene in the Dragon Ball anime where Bardock fought Frieza alone. He couldn't believe that Bardock now had a battle power of 6,000. Sun Yu looked in surprise at the appendix of the list, which showed that Bardock's current battle power was 6,000, a level typically seen among the noble families of planet Vegeta. Yet this low-level warrior had reached such heights through his own efforts. Of course, Bardock's wife, Jine, and his eldest son, Raditz, were also on the list. Sun Wukong was not present because he had been sent to Earth early. Thinking of Sun Wukong, so far away on Earth, a smile crept on his son Yu's face. He wondered how little Wukong was doing now. Although he had reminded Grandpa Gohan, Sun Yu couldn't help but worry whether Grandpa Gohan had remembered to cut off little Wukong's tail on time. He hoped that when he returned to Earth next time, he wouldn't end up getting stepped on by little Wukong again. Speaking of which, he had learned quite a bit of martial arts philosophy from the Turtle School, and he could be considered a friend of different generations with Gohan. Therefore, in terms of seniority, he could barely be regarded as little Wukong's uncle, which meant he would have to call Bardock senior brother. Although Bardock was not a disciple of the Turtle School, he was, after all, the biological father of little Wukong, and that seniority was there. Sun Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that he had unconsciously opened such a big mental gap again. He shook his head and shouted toward the door. Alanx. Soon, the young Saiyan who was eager to run errands for Sun Yu walked in. He stood respectfully in front of Sun Yu, bowed slightly to show his respect, and asked, Lord Kale, what do you need? Sun Yu handed over the list and pointed to the Bedak family on it, saying, I want to meet this person. Can you find him for me? Alanx took a glance at the name Sun Yu was pointing at, pondered for a moment, and replied, No problem, my lord. I will go find him right now. Wait. Sun Yu waved his hand and suddenly stood up from the sofa. Never mind, I'll go see him myself. You lead the way. Yes, Lord Kyle. Alanx was a bit confused. He couldn't understand why Sun Yu wanted to meet this person in person. My lord, may I ask why you want to see him? Did he offend you in some way? No, it's just that his child has some connections with me. So I felt like meeting him, Sun Yu casually explained. Sun Yu already regarded Alanx as his trusted confidant, so he didn't deliberately hide many things. I see. Then, Lord Kyle, let's go. Alanx wisely did not ask further questions. He was well aware of his role as a subordinate, understanding that there were many things the master would not say if he chose not to. Bedak lived on the outskirts of the commoner area, far from the imperial city, because he came from a lower-class warrior background. Alanx had originally lived there too, but since following Sun Yu, he had rented a room in the middle-class residential area under Uncle Ollie's arrangement. Sun Yu and Alanx flew to the civilian area. Looking at the crowded streets below and the poor ecological environment, Alanx felt a wave of emotion. He once again thought that his unwavering decision to follow Sun Yu was the most correct choice he had ever made in his life. Lord Kyle, the small house in front is Bedak's home. Let's prepare to land. Sun Yu followed the direction pointed by Awakens and indeed saw an old low house. Although it was somewhat dilapidated, it was clean both inside and out. It goes without saying that this must be the work of Bedak's virtuous wife, Jine. According to the information, Jine is just an ordinary Saiyan woman. She is not good at fighting, so she found a logistics job in the city. Sun Wukong and Yalonks fell from the sky together and arrived at Bardock's doorstep. Before Sun Wukong could knock on the door, Bardock had already sensed his approach through the scouter. With a creak, the door opened, and Bardock stepped out of the room, crossing his arms over his chest and coldly looking at Sun Wukong. You two came uninvited. What do you want? Sun Yu looked up and down at the person in front of him, and indeed, the hairstyle was exactly the same as that of little Wukong. However, the Bardock in front of him had not yet experienced the battle on planet Kinesa and appeared younger in appearance. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kales's, but you can also call me Sun Yu. This is my attendant, Alankus, Sun Yu said with a faint smile. Hearing Sun Yu's self-introduction, Bardock frowned slightly. He remembered that a few days ago, a team called the Urban Management Team had invited him to participate in an expedition. Even his wife, Jine, had been recruited as a logistics personnel. Because the reward offered was extremely high, he agreed. I've heard of you. You're the one who killed the original leader of the reps team, Relton, and then took over his team, right? So, it was you who sent me the invitation? Bardock curiously sized up the seemingly young man in front of him, finding it hard to associate him with the rumored strongman who killed Relton. Habitually pressing his scouter worn on his ear, the battle power reading still showed only 1200. Bardock gently removed the scouter from his ear, suddenly crushed it, and laughed. As expected from the rumors, only 1200 battle power. But who would believe it? Hey, even if this thing was given to you for free by Frieza, you shouldn't take it so lightly. After saying that, Bardock took a step forward, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Since the scouter couldn't detect Sun Yu's strength, he would have to personally experience it. After all, Saiyans are all battle enthusiasts. How bold. You can't be rude to Lord Kale. Alankus saw Bardock's intention to challenge Sun Yu and wanted to step forward to stop him. At that moment, Jine, who heard the commotion outside, also ran out, her eyes filled with worry, followed by Bardock's eldest son, Raditz. Dear, what happened? Jine peeked her head out from the house, her eyes soft and gentle. Her petite figure formed a stark contrast with the burly Bardock. Bardock suddenly put away his proud expression and turned to look at his wife tenderly. It's nothing, just a acquaintance. Not wanting to rashly introduce Sun Yu's identity, since he was unclear about Sun Yu's true intentions, Bardock didn't want Jine to worry about him. Then why not invite them in for a sit? Jine offered a sweet smile to Sun Yu and Alankus. To be honest, Sun Yu was quite interested in going in for a cup of tea. However, he noticed that Bardock was staring at him with a predatory gaze, as if agreeing to Jine's invitation would lead to mutual destruction. No, it's fine. Sun Yu awkwardly smiled, and Bardock suddenly grabbed Sun Yu and flew into the sky. He then waved at Jine and said, I have something to take care of. I'll be off now, bye. Before he finished speaking, he pulled Sun Yu away towards the distant suburbs. Alanks knew Bardock's intentions, so he bowed to Mrs. Jine and then chased after them. Jine pouted unhappily and complained to the young Raditz behind her. Your dad is really something, always making things so worrying. Before long, the three of them flew to a wilderness, where the civilian area in the distance had merged with the far horizon, and all around them was a desolate expanse of yellow earth. A gust of wind blew through, raising clouds of dust across the wilderness. Bardock and Sun Yu stood facing each other, while Alanks stood not far behind Sun Yu. It's not often that you come to see me without a reason. So, what is your purpose today? Bardock clenched his fists, his fighting spirit growing stronger in his eyes. Sun Yu smiled faintly and said, If I said I came to talk to you about life and ideals, would you believe it? Stop wasting my time. Are you going to tell the truth or not? Bardock's emotions seemed a bit agitated, as if he had no mood to play word games with Sun Yu. What a boring person. Sun Yu dug at his ear and calmly said, Actually, I really did come to talk to you about life. However, it's about your life. Right now, you have two paths in front of you. The first path is to follow me. Before Sun Yu could finish the second path, Bardock immediately interrupted him, saying, I choose the second path. Sun Yu smiled and looked at Bedak with a hint of meaning, saying, Aren't you going to ask what the second option is before you rush to choose? The second path is that I will keep attacking you until you are willing to stop. Ha ha. Bedak laughed while holding his stomach after hearing Sun Yu's words. I have to say, you have a great sense of humor, but I advise you not to think of me as a useless person like Reldon, or you will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Bardock suddenly charged forward, moving as fast as a flash towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu seemed to not react at all, standing still without dodging. Phalanx, who was behind him, felt a tightness in his chest and exclaimed, "Lord Kale, danger." "Ha! Got you, you useless one." When Bardock was within 10 feet of Sun Yu, he gathered an energy ball the size of a palm in his right hand and launched it at Sun Yu. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air came, and Bardock's palm penetrated Sun Yu's body, but when he looked closely, he found no one in front of him. What? This is impossible. Bardock could hardly believe his eyes. He clearly saw his energy ball hit Sun Yu. But at that instant, Sun Yu's body suddenly disappeared. Phantom Fist. Phalanx looked at the scene with excitement, involuntarily calling out the name of the technique. He had seen Sun Yu use it when practicing with Uncle Ali, and at that time, he was amazed by Sun Yu's skills. Damn it, where is he? Bardock searched around, but couldn't find Sun Yu. Relying on years of combat experience, he suddenly looked up, only to see a flying kick coming towards him. Bang! A short muffled sound echoed as Bardock was kicked away by Sun Yu, flying dozens of meters and kicking up a long cloud of dust on the ground. Sun Yu then stood on one foot and gently landed, placing his hands on his hips and shouting towards the distance. "Hey Bardock, at least take it seriously, or it won't be interesting at all." Bardock struggled to stand up, brushed off the dust from his body, and gave a self-deprecating smile. "I can't believe I was underestimated by a kid. What a disgrace." "Oh, so you're finally going to take it seriously?" Sun Yu looked at Bardock with interest, genuinely curious about Bardock's true combat power, wondering if there would be any unexpected surprises. "Yeah, just don't pee your pants from being scared." After saying that, Bardock clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling with muscles, as a terrifying aura began to brew around him. Although Sun Yu does not have something like a combat power detector, he has already achieved great mastery in the martial arts realm of knowing the realm. He can clearly sense the combat power of others. Just like now, in front of him is Bardock, and Sun Yu can see his combat power skyrocketing at rocket speed. Combat power 6200, combat power 6680, combat power 7000. After Bardock's combat power soared and broke through 7,000, it finally stabilized, ultimately settling at a value of 7,650. I really didn't expect it. As a low-level warrior, you could actually reach 7,650 combat power, which is comparable to those noble families in the Imperial City. Sun Yu looked at Bardock with an approving gaze. TCH. Bardock's heart trembled because Sun Yu accurately reported his combat power. Moreover, he said it without using a combat power detector, which made Bardock feel quite uncomfortable being seen through. "Let's talk, take my attack. Since that's the case, I'll play with you." Sun Yu instantly suppressed his aura to a strength of 6,000. He genuinely wanted to battle this legendary figure to see who was superior when their combat powers were similar. Additionally, to make a genius like Bardock submit, directly using overwhelming force to suppress him wouldn't work. This would not earn his genuine obedience, but would instead provoke his rebellious spirit. To gain Bardock's recognition, Sun Yu had to defeat him on the same level and make him submit wholeheartedly. As Sun Yu released an aura of 6,000 strength, Bardock's eyes narrowed. Years of combat experience told him that this young man was far from simple. He was more like a treasured sword sheathed in its scabbard. Once the edge is unsheathed, it could wreak havoc. But so what? Battling with a strong opponent is the lifelong wish of the warrior race Saiyans. Thus, Sun Yu and Bardock transformed into two phantoms, and Phalanx could only hear the sounds of battle coming from the sky and the ground from all directions. However, their movements were so fast that Phalanx's eyes couldn't catch their figures. After being stunned for a moment, a smile appeared on Phalanx's face, and his eyes sparkled with immense longing. Is this the battle between the strong? The blazing sun scorched the earth, and endless winds swept across the vast wilderness outside the city. The ground occasionally trembled as two shadowy figures intertwined from afar, which were Sun Yu and Bardock. Their battle soared from the ground to the sky and then back down to the ground again. The once vast wilderness was now completely unrecognizable, filled with pits and ravines, as if it had just endured a bombardment from a meteor shower. Up to this point in the fight, Sun Yu had not been able to gain the upper hand. The biggest factor was that the 6,000 combat power he released was simply insufficient to support his body clad in 900 kilograms of heavy armor during extreme combat. His speed was greatly restricted, barely surpassing Bardock by a small margin. Initially, Sun Yu could use this slight speed advantage to gain the upper hand in battle. However, Bardock was indeed a legendary figure. His combat talent was comparable to that of the future Sun Wukong. Once Bardock realized Sun Yu's speed advantage, he immediately adjusted his combat style, and used his rich combat experience to implement predictions. If it were just about predicting one or two simple moves, even an ordinary person could do it after specific training, but what was truly difficult was predicting in the high-speed battle of lightning-fast exchanges. And Bardock was capable of doing just that. Another predicted side kick landed, hitting Sun Yu, who had attempted a side attack. "Kid, you had such a big mouth at the start. I thought you were really impressive." Faced with Bardock's mockery, Sun Yu took a few steps back, brushed off the dust from his chest, and said solemnly, "What's there to be proud of? I'm just greatly limited by my body, so my movements can't keep up with my thoughts." Greatly limited? Movements can't keep up with thoughts? Bardock repeated Sun Yu's words, slightly taken aback before mocking him. Haha, I don't see anything limiting you. Come on, if you're gonna make excuses, at least make them a bit better. Sun Yu did not respond, simply standing silently in midair. He gently removed the weighted wristbands from both wrists and then loosened his grip, allowing the heavy wristbands to fall freely to the ground. With two loud thuds, the wristbands kicked up a cloud of dust upon hitting the ground. It was as if Sun Yu had just dropped not two wristbands, but two bombs. Damn, what are those things? Bardock could clearly see how heavy the two items Sun Yu had removed were. He stared at Sun Yu as if he were a monster, realizing that he had been fighting with those on all along. Sun Yu smiled, but remained silent. He crossed his legs in the air and tossed his two boots down as well. There were two loud booms, leaving Bedak dry-mouthed. If it were just two gauntlets, he might still hold onto a glimmer of hope, thinking he still had a significant advantage. However, after Sun Yu took off those two heavy boots, Bedak felt as if he had seen a fierce beast released from chains. It wasn't over yet. Sun Yu unfastened the soft armor he had been wearing, revealing a black vest underneath. The moment Bedak saw the vest, his heart trembled violently as if struck by lightning. Sun Wukong crossed his arms and took off the heavy vest, which weighed 400 kilograms. Under the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta, it crashed into the ground like a meteorite, creating a large pit with a radius of 5 meters. What a monster! Bardock's eyes nearly popped out. He simply couldn't imagine that Sun Wukong had been fighting him while wearing such gear. Wow, I haven't taken off this heavy armor in a long time. I feel so much lighter now. Sun Yu was moving his hands and feet in place, throwing punches and kicking his legs. But whether it was a punch or a kick, Bardock couldn't fully see Sun Yu's movements. It was so fast, it was suffocating. After a while, Sun Yu stopped moving and turned his gaze to Bardock, smiling faintly as he said, "Have you ever experienced despair?" What? Bardock was taken aback, clearly not understanding Sun Yu's meaning. Before he could react, Sun Yu, who had been 50 meters away, suddenly appeared right in front of him. Bardock's first instinct was to step back. However, before he could retreat, he felt a sweetness in his throat and blood spurted out violently. Looking down at his abdomen, he saw that his ribs had caved in on both sides. They must have been broken. At that moment, a wave of excruciating pain shot through Bardock's brain. Sun Yu's speed had been so fast that even the transmission of pain couldn't keep up. The scenery around him rapidly receded as Bardock forced himself to land on the ground, bowing his head as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Just then, a voice came from in front of him. "Are you ready to experience despair?" It was Sun Yu. Bardock didn't know when Sun Yu had landed in front of him. He was standing with his hands on his hips, smiling at Bardock. "Damn it, you will die." A frantic Bardock threw a punch, but Sun Yu effortlessly caught his wrist, then twisted it. With a series of cracking sounds, Bardock's hand was instantly twisted into a spiral, and he spat out more blood, his eyes becoming somewhat dazed. Damn it! Damn it! Despite the pain that was almost making him faint, Bardock maintained an incredible willpower, staggering back a few steps until he finally steadied himself. "You have two choices now. First, surrender to me. Second, kneel and sink conquer," Sun Yu said as he walked toward Bardock. "Then you might as well kill me." "Ha! I hate this. I have no strength left, my bones are broken, and I want to surpass you, damn it." Bardock's figure swayed, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his blood soaking through his clothes, a tragic sight indeed. Sun Yu walked up to Bardock, leaned down to his ear, and whispered, "What if I could give you power? A direct tripling of your combat strength with no side effects." Upon hearing this, Bardock's eyes sparkled with an incredible brilliance. He stared intently at Sun Yu, his mouth opening and closing without making a sound. "I'll take that as a yes." Sun Yu smiled, then suddenly grabbed Bardock's head and landed a powerful punch. Bardock was knocked to the ground, and Sun Yu immediately followed up with a flurry of brutal strikes. The scene so bloody that Erinx, watching from a distance, felt his scalp tingle. After a long time, when Bardock was almost out of breath, Sun Yu finally stopped. Looking at the nearly unconscious Bardock, Sun Yu reached into his pocket and took out a senzu bean. Seeing that the battle was over, Erinx flew over, When he saw Bardock lying on the ground with not a single intact part of his body, he immediately felt a wave of dread. Lord Kale, is he dead? Sun Yu shot a glance at Aranx, and then said seriously, Aranx, no matter what you see later, don't ask too many questions or casually speak out. Understood? As for the matter of only Uncle Ollie's family knows about it for now. The other members of the city management team have not yet fully earned my trust. But I truly value you, this young scion in front of me. So I plan to treat Bardock in front of you. Aranx was clearly taken aback by Sun Yu's words. He couldn't imagine what would happen shortly. If it were just a simple matter of killing someone or disposing of a body, there would be no need for any secrecy. Such things were too common on Vegeta. However, Aranx had one advantage. If something was beyond his understanding, he would simply stop thinking about it. Since Sun Yu was willing to trust him, he would quietly remain a tight-lipped observer. Yes, my lord, my loyalty to you is as clear as day, Aranx said firmly. Sun Yu nodded, bending down to crush and stuffing it into Bardock's mouth. Then he lifted Bardock's chin, helping him swallow. Glug! Bardock's Adam's apple bobbed up and down once. And Sun Yu laid him flat again, standing to the side and waiting silently. Aranx glanced at the half-dead Bardock on the ground, then at the eagerly anticipating Sun Yu, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Could it be that his master had given this person some miraculous elixir? If so, it really needed to be kept a secret. Suddenly, the half-dead Bardock abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air as if it were a drowning man being rescued. Once his breathing steadied, Bardock jumped up from his position, landing several dozen meters away from Sun Yu, warily staring at him while checking his injuries. Strangely, the bones that Sun Yu had just broken seemed to have fully healed in that instant. Aranx was also shocked by this scene, stepping back in disbelief. Covering his mouth tightly, his heart racing, he knew very well the Scion's physique. After suffering severe injuries and facing death, they could instantly recover. And the more serious the injury, the greater the increase in battle power. I've given you the power you wanted. Try releasing your own energy and see. You should have noticed something. Sun Yu crossed his arms over his chest, smiling as he looked at Bardock in the distance, skeptically moving his body. Bardock discovered that his injuries were indeed healed, so he began to release his energy. Although Bardock no longer had a battle power detector, he could not know the exact value of his battle power. However, the feeling of rebirth was undeniably real. He clearly sensed that his battle power had far surpassed his previous level, reaching an unprecedented height. In such a condition, only I and the whole world can save you. Because this is your first time facing death, your battle power has instantly tripled after recovery. So your current battle power is around 22,900. Sun Yu saw through Bardock's thoughts and casually revealed his precise battle power. So, you're saying that as long as I can recover instantly, there will be shortcuts to increase my battle power in the future? Bardock looked at Sun Yu suspiciously. There are no shortcuts in this world, Sun Yu said coldly. Our Scion physique is already a miraculous existence. However, only the first time truly facing death will result in this explosive growth. Future recoveries won't have such significant jumps, but there will still be considerable improvements. Indeed, as expected of the warrior race, the Scions, battle is our shortcut to increasing our strength. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Bardock's mouth. So, thank you very much for enhancing my power. As a reward, I can also make your death very painful. Damn it, you ungrateful guy. Aranx, hearing Sun Yu's words, immediately stepped in front of him without a second thought. Sun Yu reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, with this level of combat power, I don't take you seriously. Not taken seriously? Aranx felt a bit confused. He really didn't expect that someone as powerful as Bardock, with a combat power of 22,900, will be dismissed by Sun Yu. However, since it was Sun Yu who said it, it must be true. Aranx excitedly nodded and then stepped aside. You can attack now, Bardock-san, Sun Yu said, his gaze calm as water. Bardock looked at Sun Yu with displeasure, spat, and said, just keep talking tough. Even without those heavy armor, our difference in combat power is right here. You're really asking for death. After saying that, Bardock unleashed all his energy, his figure transforming into a flash of lightning as he punched forward. A sound like a tiger's roar and thunder accompanying his strike towards Sun Yu. What's wrong? Are you too scared to move? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Sun Yu chuckled lightly, and in an instant, he opened his palm and slowly lifted it. Rumble. Centered on Sun Yu's palm, a tangible shockwave spread out, causing Bardock's rushing figure to abruptly halt, as if he had crashed into a solid wall. Sun Yu stood firm, seemingly as relaxed and effortless as catching a child's bouncing ball. This is impossible. This is impossible. Bardock looked at Sun Yu in terror, feeling that he had gained such great power. yet still felt so weak in front of this young man. There's nothing impossible, are you stupid? If I couldn't hold you down, would I dare to stand here and let you hit me? Sun Yu looked at Bedak with a look of disdain. Can you submit to me now? My patience is limited. If you still disagree, I really might kill you. TCH. Bedak couldn't help but take a step back, staring intently at Sun Yu, his gaze wavering. Sun Yu felt that there was a chance, so he embellished his words, saying, by the way, you know our organization has just been established, and it's very young. But being young means opportunities. As long as you follow me and work hard, the organization will definitely not treat you poorly, and the party and the people will remember you, upholding the fine traditions of the revolution. Sir. Alan Kess, after hearing Sun Yu's words, broke out in a cold sweat and immediately interrupted. Sir, if you keep talking like this, the people who originally wanted to join will be scared away. Really? I think what I said was pretty good. Sun Yu glanced at Bedak in front of him, who was also sweating profusely. Sun Yu cleared his throat and said, in any case, if you join us, I will guide you in your training. And you are welcome to take me down any time, as long as you have that strength. Sun Yu cleared his throat and said, in short, if you join us, I will guide you in your cultivation, and you're always welcome to come and kill me, as long as you have the strength. Offering to enhance someone's strength for free, while also welcoming them to come and kill him once they become stronger, felt somewhat surreal to Alanx and Bardak. Lord Kyle, is that really okay? Alanx said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bardak, who had been silent, suddenly seemed to understand something. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, I think you must have absolute confidence in your own strength to say such things. There's some truth to that. Sun Yu nodded, but more importantly, I want to create a sense of crisis for myself. You know, pressure creates motivation. I see, but before I join you, may I boldly request you to show your true strength? Bardak said, his previous arrogance gone, now serious. Alanx looked at Sun Yu with anticipation. Although he had followed Sun Yu for some time, he had never seen his full strength. All right, as you wish, Sun Yu nodded. With a thought, he floated into the air. Feel it well. I hope you won't be scared to the point of wetting yourselves. After saying this, Sun Yu let out a loud roar, and Bardak and Alanx seemed to hear the sound of chains binding a ferocious beast being broken. Immediately, an overwhelming aura that could shatter the heavens and earth descended from the sky. Bardak and Alanx stared blankly at the figure in the sky. The not-so-massive body was infinitely magnified at that moment. The roaring sound in their ears was the earth shaking. The trembling shadows in their eyes were the heavens quaking. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped their throats, making it hard for them to breathe. As Sun Yu unleashed his full power of 300,000 battle strength, a layer of light golden aura gradually enveloped his body, making him look as if he were engulfed in a golden flame, resembling a descending deity. Sun Yu looked down at the ground, pressing his eyelids, and uttered 2 words, kneel down. This voice seemed to descend from the heavens, shaking Bedak and Alanx, causing their hearts to tremble. Without any hesitation, Alanx fell to his knees with a thud. Bedak gritted his teeth, struggling against Sun Yu's oppressive aura. As Sun Yu's intent of life and death was released, Bedak felt as if he had fallen into the abyss of hell. A cold fear spreading from the depths of his heart. Kneel down. Thud. At that moment of distraction, Bedak's legs went weak, and he knelt straight in front of Sun Yu, this legendary Saiyan finally lowering his noble head. Kneel down and sing conquer for me. Sun Yu spoke again. Huh? Bedak and Alanx suddenly looked up, staring blankly at Sun Yu, wondering what the heck singing conquer was. Sun Yu wanted to continue explaining to the two that the song conquer was nothing sinister, but suddenly his eyes narrowed and his gaze drifted towards the back. Not good. Have you noticed us? Let us go. After saying that, he quickly retracted his breath, hurriedly picked up his heavy protective gear, and urged Bardak and Aranx to leave the place quickly. The 3 held their breath and swiftly jumped and moved across the ground, soon disappearing into the wilderness. Not long after Sun Yu and Bardak Alanx left, 3 figures appeared in the sky. They looked different from each other and were not Scions from this planet. They stood in the void, quietly watching the uneven ground below. With a battle power of 300,000, how could this planet possibly have such beings? One of them scoffed. I think your battle power detector is broken. Just look at the battle scene down there. If there really were a powerful being with 300,000 battle power fighting, this land would have turned to ruins long ago. The last person agreed. Indeed, based on the battle traces at the scene, they are just 2 individuals with battle power below 10,000. It's a shame we didn't report to Lord Frieza first as you suggested. Do you know what the punishment for falsely reporting military intelligence is? After being mocked by his two companions, the one in front blushed and crushed his battle power detector. Damn broken device, it made me lose so much face. Let's go, this is so boring. After saying this, the three turned into streaks of light and flew towards the sky. After evading Frieza's spies arranged on planet Vegeta, Sun Yu and Yalinx went to Bardock's home to sit for a while. Now Bardock was considered Sun Yu's subordinate, and he naturally introduced Sun Yu to his wife, Jine. Later, Sun Yu casually mentioned the Saiyan he found on Earth, who was none other than Bardock and Jine's second son, Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. I didn't expect you already knew my son. Bardock awkwardly referred to Sun Yu as Lord. Jine, on the other hand, looked at Sun Yu with a worried expression, eager to know about her child's situation. Sun Yu saw through Jine's thoughts and smiled as he said, "Your child is doing very well on Earth. An old friend of mine is teaching him martial arts. If there's a chance, I'll take you to visit him." When mentioning Bardock's second son, Sun Wukong, Bardock's expression turned unpleasant. An infant with a combat power of only 2 to 3 could be considered the waste of the waste. Sun Yu patted Bardock's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "That child is the most talented person I have ever seen. His future achievements are limitless. So as a father, you need to work hard. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if your son surpasses you." Bardock was taken aback. He didn't understand why Sun Yu praised his youngest son so highly. However, since it was Sun Yu who said it, he wouldn't doubt it. After all, no strong person would casually praise someone unless that person truly earned their recognition. "Yes, sir, I will work hard to cultivate my skills. One day I will surpass you," Bardock said firmly. Raditz, who had been hiding behind Jine, jumped out with his thick black hair flowing in the wind. "I will also train hard to surpass Dad." Looking at Raditz, who was only 5 or 6 years old, everyone burst into laughter. Having successfully won over Bardock, Sun Yu casually left his heavy armor with Bardock, and then took Yalinx back to Uncle Ollie's house. As the days for the expedition approached, all members of the city management team were busy confirming the list of personnel. Everyone was bustling about, while Sun Yu seemed to be the only one with nothing to do. Since everything was managed by Uncle Ollie and Yalinx, Sun Yu, the hands-off manager, became the most leisurely person. Finally, the day of the expedition arrived. Sun Yu led all members of the city management team, along with nearly 2,000 hired personnel, to the spaceport. As the cosmic transit station for planet Vegeta, the spaceport's traffic had long surpassed 1 million. It was said that the spaceport of planet Vegeta covered hundreds of thousands of square meters, with a large transparent dome shaped like a bird's nest surrounding the outermost circle. In the central area, various military spacecraft were docked, including the single capsule spaceship that Sun Yu had traveled in, as well as Frieza's favorite leader-class military fortresses, among others. The exploratory strategic void ship that Sun Yu was about to board was over 800 meters long, with 3 boarding corridors. Sun Yu divided the 2,000 people into 3 groups. He personally led the first group, the second group was led by Lana's family, and the third group was entrusted to Bardock. Since Lana's family and Bardock had combat powers far exceeding those of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, Sun Yu was not worried about them encountering trouble. After giving some precautions, the 3 groups passed through the crowded crowd and headed to their respective boarding corridors. This was Sun Yu's first time at the military terminal of the spaceport. During his previous return to planet Vegeta, he had landed at the civilian terminal on the outskirts of the spaceport. This time, he truly experienced the advanced technology of the universe. Unlike the backward technology of the urban area of planet Vegeta, everything here was fully automated, with conveyor belts everywhere on the ground. As long as a person stood on them, they would be instantly transported to their desired destination. Sun Yu planned to lead his team to the conveyor belt, but he noticed that a crowd of no less than 100 people was approaching with ill intentions. Lord Kyle. Yalinx also noticed their movements and looked at Sun Yu with concern. "Yeah, I know," Sun Yu replied casually. He immediately sensed the aura of this group of people and was surprised to find that none of them were weak. Their combat power was all over 4,000. Suddenly, a tall man stepped out of the crowd, with a fiery hairstyle and a circle of beard. Wearing standard Saiyan battle armor, but draped in a cape that made him look imposing. "Oh, could this be the legendary King Vegeta?" Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at the newcomer. King Vegeta's expression turned cold when Sun Yu called him by name, and he said darkly, "You are Kale, that's the adopted son of the Ollie family. You, as part of the middle class of planet Vegeta, should have a glorious future. Why are you willing to be Frieza's lapdog?" It was clear that King Vegeta was quite dissatisfied with Sun Yu responding to Frieza's summons. Especially since he was preparing to resist Frieza, he naturally wanted to eliminate dissenters as much as possible. However, he had no idea that his combat power was nothing in Frieza's eyes. "I think you might be mistaken." Sun Yu walked up to King Vegeta. To be honest, Getting so close to the father of Vegeta excited Sun Yu a bit. In a sense, those who have their fate controlled by others are the real dogs. If someone wants to kill you, they will, and if they want to spare your life, they will. I advise you, not acting won't get you killed. Although Frieza would eventually destroy Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta's foolishness accelerated this process. Sun Yu didn't want to see the Saiyans exterminated. They were already a minority. If Planet Vegeta were destroyed, the future of the Saiyan race would be bleak. It was too difficult to support the development of a nation with just 2,000 people. You dare to speak to me like this? King Vegeta's eyes turned cold as he signaled for a few people behind him to step forward. You are the disgrace of my Saiyan race, and today I will make you suffer. Receiving King Vegeta's signal, the 100 people behind him immediately rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward, each revealing a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes, cracking their knuckles. They all exuded a fierce aura, making the people behind Sun Yu tremble. Who knows how many people they had killed to have such a dense killing intent? I'm not afraid to tell you that these people are the elite of my race. The weakest among them has a combat power of 4,000, and the strongest would scare you to death. The youngest branch leader of the Nappa family, Not, has a combat power of 9,000. So how about it? Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe you could be spared, King Vegeta said arrogantly. In his view, he had brought the elite of middle-class warriors, capable of intimidating a crowd just by mentioning their names. Those hired extra personnel immediately erupted in discussion upon hearing King Vegeta's words. Most of them had heard of the Nappa family's reputation. There were many noble families on planet Vegeta, born superior, with combat powers far beyond ordinary people. We're done for. This ignorant Kale that's actually dared to speak to King Vegeta like that. Doesn't he know King Vegeta's combat power? What should we do? Let's escape when the chaos starts. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, we will definitely die. Yes, hurry and run. Even if we have hundreds of people, 2,000 of US combined might not be their match. Sun Yu glanced back at the crowd behind him and waved his hand, saying, hey, those who want to leave can do so now. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out later, you won't be able to escape. Alanx and a few other members of the city management team wanted to say something, but after meeting Sun Yu's gaze, they closed their mouths and quietly watched the crowd behind them. Soon, most of the people behind Sun Yu dispersed in a rush. The original group of over 600 had dwindled to less than 200. Oh, it's a bit more than I expected. What do you think, Alanx? Sun Yu asked with a smile while patting Alanx beside him. Alanx awkwardly smiled and said, Sir, I think having 200 people left is already quite a lot. In that kind of situation, just now, anyone with even a little bit of fear would have run away. Hee, Sun Yu chuckled dryly. King Vegeta looked at the significantly reduced group and confidently said, I say, kid, it's time for you to surrender. Don't tell me you still want to resist. Sun Yu waved his hand towards King Vegeta and corrected him. No, it's not resistance, it's slaughter, unilateral slaughter. After saying this, Sun Yu's mouth curled into a devilish smile. However, it's us who will slaughter you. I'm glad my friends behind me are in the right position. So, as a reward, let me show you the terror of our city management team. Team 1 of the city management team, follow my orders, close the door, unleash the dogs, and fight. With Sun Yu's command to close the door and unleash the dogs, the eager members of the city management team stumbled. Unleash the dogs? Who's the dog? Lord Kyle, make it clear for me, or we'll really cry for you. King Vegeta had already scanned the combat power of Sun Yu and his group before coming. Sun Yu's combat power was needless to say. No matter who scanned it, it was 1,200. Aaron Kess had the highest combat power among them, only 4,000. And the group of hired personnel behind Sun Yu was even less impressive, with the younger ones not even reaching 1,000. Ha! The crowd on King Vegeta's side erupted into laughter, looking at Sun Yu as if he were a fool. Hey, are you out of your mind? Can't you understand the situation? Even if you don't have a combat power detector yourself, you should ask the people around you. A Saiyan behind Sun Yu, who was about the same age as Alanx, weakly tapped Sun Yu's shoulder and said, My lord, although my combat power is very low, we are Saiyans, and we are willing to follow you and die gloriously in battle. Die gloriously, my foot. Sun Yu responded with a headbutt. He looked back at the others and asked, Is this what you all think? Hearing Sun Yu's question, the other Saiyans nodded, which left Sun Yu a bit amused and exasperated. All right, you don't need to step in. To the city management team, he added, What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you making a move? Sun Yu was puzzled as to why the previously spirited team members were now looking at him with such aggrieved expressions. Could it be that he had become more handsome again? Sigh, being handsome brings a lot of trouble. Under the command of Alanx, the 10 members of the urban management team removed the heavy protective gear that Sun you had previously distributed to them. Suddenly, the sound of the heavy gear hitting the ground echoed through the venue, leaving the crowd behind Sun Yu stunned, while King Vegeta's side was equally taken aback. They were sweating profusely and instinctively activated the power level detectors on their ears. Beep, beep, beep. A series of mechanical sounds rang out, and King Vegeta and the others were instantly petrified. The combat power of the 10 team members on Sun Yu's side had undergone an incredible transformation. Originally, those with combat powers of just over 3,000 skyrocketed to over 7,000 after removing the heavy gear. The most terrifying was the attendant standing next to Sun Yu, whose combat power had suddenly exploded from 4,000 to 11,000. Not bad. Sun Yu cast an approving glance at Alanx, who had a strong capacity for comprehension. The martial arts concepts Sun Yu had taught him were quickly mastered, combined with his diligent efforts. His usual combat power had now surpassed 10,000. The situation in the arena flipped in an instant, giving the crowd behind Sun Yu a surreal feeling. They finally understood the confidence behind Sun Yu. He actually had a team with extraordinary combat power. If his subordinates were this strong, what about him? Suddenly, those who felt they had made the right choice to stay wanted to look around. They could see the group that had previously retreated far away to watch the excitement, and they were filled with regret. They probably wished they could return and cling to Sun Yu's thigh. But was that even possible? The 10 team members swiftly surrounded King Vegeta and his group of over 100, their eyes revealing an unmasked bloodthirstiness. King Vegeta's subordinates were a bunch of ruthless thugs. But Sun Yu's team was no different. Every Saiyan was a born warrior. After a brief shock, King Vegeta gradually regained his composure and forced a smile, saying, "Even if your overall combat power is slightly higher, do you really think you can defeat us with just 10 people?" Now he was thinking of using a sea of people strategy. Sun Yu looked at King Vegeta with sympathy and said to the team members, "Let us harm each other. Speed it up, we still have to board the ship." After that, the 100 people on King Vegeta's side fell a blur before their eyes as the 10 team members suddenly disappeared from their spots, followed by 10 flashes of lightning rushing into the crowd. Like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, they unleashed their skills among King Vegeta's group. Damn, they're so fast. Why are they so strong? Are they really Saiyans? In just a few breaths, many people on King Vegeta's side had already fallen, and only a few high-level fighters could barely withstand the fierce attacks from the team members. Sun Yu watched the scene with satisfaction. The urban management team's members, after this period of special training, had initially grasped the use of ki and were much stronger in combat intuition and reaction speed than those on King Vegeta's side. One side consisted of well-trained martial artists, while the other was made up of brutes with raw strength but no skill. It was obvious what the outcome of the battle would be. The scene was bloody and gruesome, with the sounds of bones cracking and teeth shattering echoing intermittently. Truly horrifying. In the face of overwhelming power, sheer numbers were of no use. The situation had become clear, even though Sun Yu only had 10 warriors. Their combat power far exceeded that of their opponents. King Vegeta's subordinates were being beaten to the ground, gradually losing their fighting spirit. When 10,000 combat power faced 11,000, King Vegeta was left searching for his teeth after being pummeled by Alanx. This kid Alanx clearly had extreme animosity towards the rich. At first, he was hesitant to unleash his full strength against the once mighty ruler of planet Vegeta. But gradually, he realized that the formidable King Vegeta was not as invincible as he had thought. Thus, he poured all his strength into beating King Vegeta mercilessly. The most amusing part was that the more Alanx fought, the more excited he became. The power that had been hidden within him seemed to be awakened. And during the brutal beating of King Vegeta, Alanx's combat power soared to 16,000. How is this even possible? Sun Yu was left dumbfounded. In his impression, Saiyans were all masochistic. Their power only increased when they were beaten. This kid, however, could explode with power while beating others. Turns out you're a sadist. Sun Yu suddenly realized something, and a chill crept into his heart. After King Vegeta was completely defeated, the 10 team members quietly withdrew their hands, looking at Sun Yu as if they were seeking praise, but were mercilessly shot down by Sun Yu. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Do you feel accomplished bullying a bunch of trash? Please, set your sights higher, okay? You're with me to become the strongest team in the universe. Got it? Instead of feeling discouraged from Sun Yu's scolding, the 10 team members became even more excited. They were originally weak, but now, following Sun Yu, they had managed to step on those strong ones they could only look up to in a short time, which filled each of them with a grand ambition to follow Sun Yu and unify the universe. King Vegeta stood up, holding his wound, and coldly looked at Sun Yu, saying fiercely, "You could be proud. I admit you are strong, but what about your other members? I estimate they're suffering right now." As soon as King Vegeta's words came out, Sun Yu and Alanx exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Alanx pointed to the power level detector he was wearing on his ear when they set out, and said, "We just received communication from the other two teams. King Vegeta, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. You must hold on. As everyone knows, the power level detector has a communication function, and the city management team members do not wear it when discussing internal matters. However, during missions, they carry it for convenience." Both sides reported that they were intercepted halfway, and all the criminals had been eradicated. What? King Vegeta's heart trembled violently. He couldn't believe that all the elite subordinates he sent to find those two teams were dead. He knew the fighting capabilities of the Ali family and Bardock. They were all below average. Could it be that each of them was wearing heavy armor? King Vegeta suddenly felt dizzy. Why was it like this? Wasn't he the strongest Saiyan? Why was this so-called city management team so powerful? Who are you really? King Vegeta angrily looked at Sun Yu and asked, "My name is Sun Yu, an ordinary Saiyan." Sun Yu stepped forward and patted King Vegeta's shoulder, leaving the bewildered King Vegeta behind as he walked towards the boarding passage. The city management team members all knew their Lord Kale had a nickname, Sun Yu, so they were already accustomed to it. Alanx quickly ran to Sun Yu's side and respectfully asked, "My lord, how should we deal with these people? Should we?" He made a gesture of cutting his throat with his finger. Sun Yu looked at King Vegeta with pity and said, "Forget it. There are probably less than 10 warriors of intermediate level and above left among them. You say Lana and Bardock are ruthless, but we are all Saiyans. How can they just kill without hesitation?" The members of the urban management team broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to themselves, when you killed Relton and his gang, weren't you even colder-blooded? I say, King Vegeta, you should just take your subordinates and get out of here quickly. Stop making things worse. Sun Yu told King Vegeta, then waved his hand and led the group towards the boarding passage. King Vegeta looked at his fallen subordinates sprawled all over the ground, surrounded by a crowd eager to watch the spectacle. Today's events would surely spread quickly, and from now on, his image on planet Vegeta would plummet. Perhaps by reducing King Vegeta's so-called elite warriors significantly, he could realize his foolishness, and maybe then he wouldn't foolishly dream of rebelling against the Frieza force, allowing planet Vegeta to exist for a while longer. Of course, all of this was temporarily unrelated to Sun Yu. Not caring about what would happen to King Vegeta in the future, Sun Yu successfully boarded the exploration-class strategic void ship with his group. Once on the ship, they were greeted by an incredibly spacious corridor that expanded horizontally. It was just like the corridor of a passenger train. Looking ahead in the corridor, they could see the Ali family in charge of coordinating the boarding. They also spotted Sun Yu, and Lana flew up towards his position, saying, "Hey Kyle, why are there so few of you?" Lana curiously looked at the more than 200 people behind Sun Yu. "I cut down some people. I just saw King Vegeta. He sent someone to stop you from boarding, but you didn't make a move, right?" Sun Yu replied. As long as Lana didn't reveal her true combat power, the expedition plan would already be half successful. So those people were sent by King Vegeta? No wonder they were so weak. Lana said thoughtfully, "Forget about him. Let's hurry to the captain's room. I really want to see what the captain's room looks like. Can I drive it for a while? I've never driven a warship before. Do you think it's a tricycle?" Sun Yu said, breaking out in a cold sweat as Lana forcibly pulled him towards the captain's room. Sun Yu secretly instructed Uncle Ali to promote the 200 people he had kept by his side to active members of the urban management team. After that, he quietly found a place to practice, while Bardock and Alankus oversaw some of the team entering a dormant state. Lana, on the other hand, excitedly ran to the captain's room, acting like a curious child, touching and looking at everything. Fortunately, the more advanced the equipment, the more user-friendly its design. Most functions of this battleship could be performed automatically, with not too many complicated buttons. The captain and other pilots only needed to monitor the ship's operation throughout the journey. Thus, after spending a whole half hour making eye contact with the ship's AI, Lana waited until all boarding personnel were in place before the AI weakly asked, "Personnel ready? Should we activate the pre-booked route? What's going on? ISNT, there's a single button?" Lana yelled at the captain, "You mean that kind where you count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I just press it to launch?" My lady, the captain, a little green dwarf with 4 eyes, was sweating profusely as he looked up, struggling to squeeze out a few words. "The kind of thing you mentioned, we stopped using it 400 years ago. If you want, you can just press the AI. Then Lana really slapped the AI's projection device, creating a big dent in the projection table and causing wisps of blue smoke to rise. Unfazed, she shouted with great enthusiasm, "Set sail." Everyone fainted. The launch speed of the exploration-class strategic void ship was extremely fast, and its internal stability structure was excellent. Lana didn't feel even a hint of acceleration, and with a flash of her vision, they arrived outside the atmosphere of Vegeta. There was no sense of rapid travel as she had imagined, nor was there any jolt from the ship crossing the atmosphere, which disappointed her. The interstellar warship movies she watched on Earth were all lies. This scene was nowhere near as thrilling as the single-capsule spacecraft that Saiyans usually like to ride, because they were on the exploration-class strategic ship, which was said to be the fastest in the universe. Sun Yu and the others would take about 8 months to travel from Vegeta to the planet Vibern, located at the edge of the northern universe, arriving 3 months earlier than Frieza's summoned army. This meant that Sun Yu and the others had to either reach a united front with the indigenous people of Vibern within 3 months or forcibly recover it with military force. However, Sun Yu did not wish to create enemies at this critical moment. According to the data, the combat power of the high-tech combat robots on Vibern averaged over 500. Although combat power does not equate to actual strength, diligent training is always beneficial. Therefore, Sun Yu set a small goal for himself, to fully adapt to 300 times gravity during the 8 months of traveling to Vibern. 8 months is neither long nor short. In the northern universe of the 7th universe, the interstellar routes were significantly less developed compared to other star regions. Therefore, the exploration-class strategic void ship that Sun Yu and the other Saiyans were on encountered multiple meteor showers during the journey. Upon hearing that they were about to collide with a large-scale meteor cluster for the first time, everyone's hearts tightened, worried that the ship might be destroyed by the meteors. But Sun Yu felt both nervous and excited as various scenes from Hollywood blockbusters flashed through his mind. Almost every protagonist could pilot their spacecraft, performing various difficult maneuvers among dense meteor clusters, and then stylishly flying out unscathed, eliciting screams from onlookers. If it weren't for the short green captain repeatedly emphasizing that the ship was equipped with super energy shields and that occasional hits from meteors wouldn't be a problem, Sun Yu might have personally taken the controls to perform high-difficulty maneuvers only possible for characters in protagonist roles. However, what was said before, those on TV were all lies. In the vast backdrop of the universe, no matter how dense the meteor cluster, the distance between individual meteors was still very far apart, measured in kilometers. Of course, excluding some small rocks separated from the meteors, which although considered small, still had diameters of several tens of meters. But these small rocks would evaporate upon contact with the exploration-class strategic void ship's super energy shield. The incoming meteor cluster didn't even linger in Sun Yu's sight for a second. All he could see was the massive holographic screen in the captain's room, where occasionally a few intermittent light spots flickered in the endless darkness. Since the ship Sun Yu was on traveled faster than light, the vast empty meteor cluster only left behind half a shadow before being far outpaced by the ship. Sun Yu sat in the captain's room, staring blankly at the flickering points of light on the screen. That was the real meteor shower in space, and it also represented the collapse of his worldview. So it turns out that what you see on TV is all a lie. After watching the vast array of lights for a while, Sun Yu began to feel a headache. Perhaps this was the pain of reconstructing his worldview. Eventually, he silently left the captain's room. Now, only a few days of travel remained to Veblen Star, and Sun Yu had finished his training. The 300 times gravity was far from as simple as he had imagined. Thinking back to the original Dragon Ball, Vegeta, who transforms into a Super Saiyan, has at least a battle power of 3 million in his normal state. Even with such a powerful battle power, training under 300 times gravity still made him sweat profusely. It was only when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan that his battle power soared to 150 million, completely ignoring the effects of 300 times gravity. Sun Yu felt that he still had a long way to go. Of course, the 8 months of training were not without gains, at least without experiencing life and death battles. He had raised his battle power to 800,000, largely thanks to his current martial arts realm. In contrast, Lana's martial arts realm remained at the subtle stage, so her battle power increased slowly without combat, only reaching 600,000. Although Lana felt quite dissatisfied, there was nothing she could do. After all, Sun Yu specialized in dealing with various forms of discontent. Then there was Bardock, whose strength had made remarkable progress over the past 8 months. Sun Yu had only given him a slight hint, and Bardock quickly mastered the use of ki. In just 2 months, he reached the subtle realm, and his battle power skyrocketed to 120,000 overnight, thanks to his accumulated efforts. Uncle Ollie and Ant Hill's battle power barely broke 90,000, and they were still striving to reach 100,000. The other members of the city management team had also seen significant improvements. When the spaceship was 3 light years away from Veblen Planet, it began to slow down. Finally, through the exterior screen inside the ship, they could see the distant stars without having to continue staring at the flickering points of light. According to the captain's explanation, the distant planet shrouded in a gray mist was Veblen Planet. The data showed that Veblen Planet was only 2/3 the size of Earth, with a gravity 15 times that of Earth. The ecological environment there had been almost completely destroyed. The indigenous residents, in order to adapt to the extremely harsh living conditions, gradually used advanced technology to transform themselves into hybrid human-machine beings, somewhat similar to Dr. Jero's transformation into an android. In the captain's room, Sun Yu, Lana, and other key members of the city management team gathered around the control panel. The holographic AI projection device, previously damaged by Lana, had been repaired and was now preparing for Sun Yu to report on the ship's upcoming travel arrangements. Lord Kyle, this voyage will reach its destination at cosmic time 135 hours and 78 minutes. Should we land on this planet? Sun Yu tapped his ears and naturally said to the crowd, "Of course we're not landing. If an armed aircraft suddenly appeared at your doorstep, could you make it land? Let's first see if we can contact them." According to Sun Yu's usual style, he would just fly over without a second thought. If the other side was reasonable, that would be fine. But if they were difficult to deal with, it was the old saying, if it can be solved with fists, there's no need for chatter. However, things were different now. Sun Yu had brought a group of people with him. Even if he didn't consider his own safety, he had to think about these ordinary Saiyans who were following him. If they rashly clashed with the indigenous people of Veblen, it would certainly be the ordinary Saiyans who would suffer. After the captain continuously sent communication requests to the planet Veblen, they finally received a communication permit shortly after. Soon, on the large screen hanging on the front wall of the captain's room, several blue-skinned figures appeared. "Oh, my avatars!" Sun Yu couldn't help but exclaim loudly after seeing the figures on the screen. It was no wonder Sun Yu reacted this way, as the figures on the screen resembled avatars. But upon closer inspection, there were significant differences. These blue figures were all about 2 meters tall, but their backs were hunched, resembling elderly individuals in poor health. Their bodies were muscular, with obvious mechanical traces, and many metal parts were directly exposed to the air, which was quite unsettling to look at. The leader had 3 hideous scars above his right eye, giving his gaze a fierce and terrifying look. He spoke in a deep voice that sounded like metal scraping against metal, asking, "Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you going?" He spoke in the universal language of the universe, and Sun Yu and the others understood him clearly. Sun Yu looked at the menacing gaze of the avatar in front of him, unable to imagine that this person would open with the 3 great philosophical questions that have troubled humanity. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? Truly an avatar. Even a casual question is so profound. This puts me in a difficult position. Sun Yu scratched his chin seriously. The people around him looked confused, and the several avatars outside the screen were also puzzled. If it weren't for their confidence in their communication devices, they might have thought Sun Yu hadn't received their questions. After a while, the foreheads of several avatars almost broke out in a cold sweat, or maybe it was oil. In any case, they cleared their throats and interrupted Sun Yu's wild imagination, saying in their hoarse and unpleasant voices, "Stranger, state your intentions, or do not blame us for launching an attack on you." The threatening tone seemed like a sharp sword piercing through the screen, fiercely stabbing towards the crew in the captain's room. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly and directly met the gaze of the leader-like figure, saying, "Don't be so impatient. We mean you no harm. On the contrary, we are here to help you." "Oomph." The leader snorted coldly upon hearing Sun Yu's words. "Help? My people do not need your help. The great god Ignaz will protect us." Ignaz? Sun Yu caught on to the unfamiliar term and carefully recalled if he had encountered a deity named Ignaz in Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, he found none. "I'm sorry, but I happen to know a few gods from this universe, and there is no god Ignaz as you mentioned. At least among the 5 great kings of the North Realm universe, none is named Ignaz." "Foolish." The leader seemed extremely enraged, pointing his long, sharp finger at Sun Yu, shouting, "The flickering candlelight of the kings cannot compare to the brilliance of my people's god sun and moon. Leave. My people do not welcome you." Sun Yu was taken aback. He really didn't expect those avatars to know about the king of the world. Could it be that there really is a deity named Ignaz? But now is not the time to debate the existence of deities. Wait, I said, have you heard of Frieza? What Sun Yu said is equivalent to the phrase, have you heard of Amway? On Earth, anyone who knows both will feel a jolt in their heart when they hear someone seriously mention these two. The terror of Frieza is even more overwhelming than that of Amway. Avatar has certainly heard of the name of Frieza, the #1 powerhouse of the North Universe, a descendant of the ancient frozen demon clan, synonymous with war and terror. Why are you bringing him up? Avatar glared at Sun Yu and asked. The situation is like this. Sun Yu selectively shared with a few avatars that Frieza feared the technology of the Veblen planet and planned to gather an army to destroy Veblen. After hearing this, the already fierce and terrifying faces of the few showed signs of anger, greedy conquerors. So why are you telling me all this? Sun Yu helplessly sat in the captain's chair and slowly said, because once Frieza wipes you out, the next in line will be us Saiyans. There's a saying you might have heard, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To put it simply, I'm here to seek cooperation. The few avatars were very interested in Sun Yu's statement about the enemy of my enemy being my friend, seemingly in strong agreement. If you're truly seeking cooperation, please show your sincerity by leaving your army outside. Come alone and we can discuss in detail. Before Sun Yu could respond, Lana, Alanx, and others immediately slammed the table and shouted in unison, no way. Bardock calmly walked to the holographic screen and spoke to the others in standard galactic language. We don't have the habit of letting our leader go alone to unfamiliar forces. It's fine to leave the army behind, but we must send a few people along with him. This is our greatest sincerity. Bardock, having dealt with alien beings for a long time, was naturally familiar with some diplomatic skills. Although he rarely used them, it was undeniable that his words were effective. The leader of the avatars paused for a moment and finally nodded, then we can only send 5 people to follow, no more than that. This is also our greatest sincerity. Thus, the two sides reached an agreement, and Sun Yu was indifferent to the accompanying personnel. Although Veblen's star was very far away, Sun Yu could still sense that the highest combat power, there was only 1 million. While this level of combat power was difficult to deal with, it wasn't a big problem. Even if the negotiations didn't go well, Sun Yu was confident that the other party couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, the accompanying personnel were decided by a few others. Lana and Bardock, as the second and third strongest fighters here, were certainly going. The other 3 selected were Uncle Ali, Alanx, and another city management team member named Wister. Wister and Alanx were of similar age, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and were somewhat plump. He was a rather restless Saiyan. After the accompanying personnel were decided, Sun Yu led the 5 towards the launch pad of the single-capsule spaceship. The launch pad was equipped on both wings of the exploration-class strategic void ship. Sun Yu habitually flew to the left, passing through a long corridor. Many patrolling Saiyans immediately saluted upon seeing Sun Yu and the others, their eyes revealing fervent admiration, a worship of the strong. The corridor grew narrower, and finally, they reached a set of 15 steps. Everyone flew up the steps and saw rows of open single-capsule spaceships embedded in grooves in the ground. The scene reminiscent of a plastic tray for holding eggs, which was quite amusing. You two must not hold back, Lord Sun Yu. Do you understand? Bardock warned coldly as he walked in front of Alanx and Wister. The two stiffened upon hearing this and lowered their heads. Sun Yu turned around and smiled, saying, "It's okay. Just make sure to protect yourselves. Actually, I can go alone without any problem." "Huh? Do you think we would let you go out alone to have fun while we stay cooped up in this spaceship?" Lana discreetly pinched Sun Yu, looking quite pleased. "Wow. So this is your real intention." Everyone nodded. Indeed, their concern for their safety was a facade, and they were genuinely eager to go out and have fun. Sun Yu regretted bringing them along a bit. "I'll distribute 10 fairy beans to each of you. You should be somewhat familiar with this. It can save your life at a critical moment. I won't emphasize how dangerous Vibrant Star is again, since you probably won't listen. Anyway, just try to protect yourselves. Safety first, understood?" Everyone nodded vigorously. Uncle Ali and Lana had already received many fairy beans from Sun Yu, but they still took the fairy beans he offered. The more, the better. After distributing the fairy beans, everyone boarded their single capsule spacecraft, set it to manual control, and a row of 6 spacecraft slowly closed their hatches. A small passage opened beneath the giant wing on the left side of the exploration spacecraft, and 6 white spherical flying objects emerged, which were the spacecraft carrying Sun Yu and his companions. Once the 6 spacecraft detached from the mothership, they began to hum and suddenly turned into streaks of light, speeding towards the grayish Vibran planet. If Sun Yu's first landing on Earth revealed a spectacular blue, then this time descending on Vibran planet, what he saw was a scene of scorched earth and ruins, making the Saiyans, who were visiting this planet for the first time, feel incredibly oppressed. From the sky, the spacecraft's detection images showed that the land was filled with pockmarked ruins, as if this planet had just undergone a brutal war. Corresponding to the ruins were towering pyramid-shaped structures. Since most planets in the universe have gravity many times higher than that of Earth, the common architectural style in the universe is typically dome-shaped. However, this planet uniquely adopted a pointed pyramid structure. If it weren't for the dimensional difference, son, you would almost think that the pyramids of Egypt were built by these guys. The spacecraft were lined up in a row, each entering the atmosphere. Shortly after they entered the atmosphere of Vibrant Star, they saw several flying objects resembling yellow caterpillars emerging from the pyramid-like structures on the surface. These yellow, caterpillar-like flying objects ignored the terrain's gravity and air friction, flying straight to the vicinity of Sun Yu spacecraft. Then, they made a right-angle turn of 90 in the air, lining up to signal Sun Yu's spacecraft to follow them. One can only imagine what expressions Newton and the Wright brothers would have if they witnessed this scene. Sun Yu and the other spaceship followed the flying yellow caterpillar-like object and traversed a vast area of pyramid structures, flying into the tallest pyramid ahead. Sun Yu couldn't estimate how tall the largest pyramid was. They had vaguely seen this structure from outer space before. The overall color of the pyramid was silver gray, and at a quarter of the way up, it was supported in mid-air by 12 copper pillars. The silver pyramid was oriented north-south, with a vertical staircase in the middle of the southern face. Sun Yu and his companion spaceship landed directly beneath the massive silver-gray pyramid. As they poked their heads out of the ship, they saw several blue avatars approaching them, just as they had appeared in the previous light screen. However, they did not see the leader with the scar over his eye. The avatars approached Sun Yu, placed their right hands over their hearts, bowed slightly, and spoke in hoarse voices. "May the god Ignates bless you. Esteemed guest from afar, please follow me." After saying this, they soared up towards the top of the silver-gray pyramid. Sun Yu and Lana exchanged glances for a moment, realizing that neither understood the other's thoughts, and so they silently followed the avatars. Upon arriving beneath the 12 copper pillars, Sun Yu saw the leader with the scar over his eye. The accompanying guards stood respectfully to the sides. This esteemed one. Sun Yu suddenly didn't know how to address the other party. He had been silently mocking them as avatars in his mind, and he almost let it slip. He turned to Lana and the others for help, but the five of them averted their eyes from Sun Yu. The leader seemed to notice Sun Yu's awkwardness, instead of making things difficult for him. He sincerely placed his right hand on his heart, bowed slightly, and said in a deep voice, "In the name of Ignates, I am Tarsal, the chieftain of the survivors of Veblen Planet." Survivors? Everyone repeated Tarsal's words, seemingly trying to infer the history of Veblen Planet from the term survivors. "Hello, chieftain. My name is Sun Yu, and I am a Saiyan." After saying this, the two completed a historic handshake. Sun Yu then informed Chieftain Tarsal of the detailed intelligence regarding the expeditionary force sent by Frieza and expressed a desire for cooperation, but was met with Tarsal's refusal. "I don't understand, Chieftain Tarsal. Why do you refuse to cooperate with us? Do you not trust us?" Sun Yu was a bit annoyed. He had already patiently reasoned with and appealed to them emotionally. However, the half-human, half-mechanical chieftain seemed completely unmoved. "In other words, you want us to show sincerity, and we have done everything according to your request. Isn't that enough sincerity?" Lana, who had a bad temper, would have already started fighting if Sun Yu hadn't repeatedly warned her not to act rashly. The other companions also looked grim, always on guard, ready for a fight if the negotiations fell through. However, Tarsal calmly explained, "I think you misunderstand, Mr. Sun Yu. Our refusal to cooperate with you does not stem from a lack of trust. It is simply our tradition. Anyone wishing to ally with my people must first defeat our strongest warrior." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and the others were overjoyed. As a battle-oriented race, the Saiyans found joy in continually challenging strong opponents from various races. "Lord Sun Yu, please allow me to challenge their warrior," Bardock said, mimicking Tarsal's tone. Lana quietly stood behind Sun Yu, suddenly pinching his lower back. "Don't you think I should go?" Uncle Ollie coughed a couple of times, cough, cough. "While I also want to go, I think it's better to let the young ones have this opportunity." Yalynx and West also showed eagerness, but due to their own lackluster combat power, they hesitated to speak up. Hey, can you all calm down a bit? Usually, when I ask you to do something, you all act so lazy, but now that you hear there's going to be a fight, everyone is so excited." Sun Yu glared at Lana and Bardock in dissatisfaction, because he also wanted to spar with the warriors of the Veblen natives. Seeing Sun Yu and the others arguing, Tarsal spoke up. "Actually, it would be better for Mr. Sun Yu to fight, as only Mr. Sun Yu's combat power may have a chance of defeating our warriors. Sun Yu and the others were slightly surprised, not because they were worried about how strong their warriors would be, but because they were amazed that the other party could sense their combat power. You could detect our combat power? Yes. Tarsal nodded and said in a hoarse voice. We have a powerful energy detector within us that can sense the energy intensity of all life forms, no matter how perfectly you hide it. Oh, I can't believe such a thing exists. Sun Yu said with great interest as he observed Tarsal. Since the other party was a half-cyborg, Sun Yu couldn't detect their combat power at all, and now it seemed like they were being underestimated. However, I must remind you not to underestimate the Saiyans. Seeing Sun Yu agree so readily, Tarsal signaled to someone behind him, who slowly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Tarsal. This is a holy warrior of our clan. If both parties have no objections, then let's begin the competition now. Tarsal said calmly. Sun Yu flexed his wrist and said excitedly, Temple Warrior? The name sounds like the Jedi from Star Wars. It feels powerful. I can't wait. The gazes of the others focused on Sun Yu. Usually, he concealed his aura well, and they had no idea about his true strength. Now, they were finally going to see it. The Temple Warrior calmly turned around, his eyes steady without a hint of ripples, and nodded slightly to Sun Yu. Please follow me. They couldn't fight here as it would easily damage the pyramid structure. So, the group flew several kilometers away to an uninhabited area. This region was desolate, filled with barren mountains and ruins. Even a fierce battle wound posed much of a problem here. Let's do it here. Tarsal stood in midair, still followed by a few clan members. Rud, just keep it to a minimum. Don't harm his life. As you command, Chief. The Temple Warrior named Rud bowed deeply to Tarsal. Lana and Ollie's group also flew into the air, whispering about something. Sun Yu stood opposite Rud, looking helplessly at Tarsal, who had a villainous appearance. Tarsal always spoke so politely, which made Sun Yu question his worldview. I say, Chief Tarsal, your personality doesn't quite match your face. The native Veblen people present exchanged glances, not understanding what Sun Yu meant. Tarsal paused for a moment and touched his own face, thinking Sun Yu was asking about the origin of his scar. He said seriously, this scar is a badge of honor. You know, our tribe values honor and the spirit of the warrior. Looking back, I endured a... Stop. Let us finish the contest before discussing this. Sun Yu interrupted Tarsal's lengthy speech immediately. He really couldn't accept that this villain, who could play the final boss in any Hollywood movie, was talking to him about honor and the spirit of the warrior. Can you believe it? This was no longer just a headache. It was like a complete disaster. After this brief interaction, Sun Yu understood the nature of this group of avatars. Though they were half-human, half-machine monsters, they had their own honor and values like Western knights. As you wish. Rud did not pursue Sun Yu's offense against their chief, even though it was because they completely misunderstood what Sun Yu meant. Sun Yu responded with a sound, then spread his feet apart and posed with his hands in a starting stance. He instantly retracted his playful expression, his gaze turning cold, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, revealing his battle power of 800,000. Bardock and the others felt a moment of daze, looking at Sun Yu's figure as if gazing up at an insurmountable giant peak, filling them with a sense of helplessness. Tarsal and the others remained calm, as they were already aware of Sun Yu's true combat power. The energy detectors implanted in their bodies could accurately measure a person's energy intensity, no matter how perfectly he hit it. Rud still maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, standing like a mountain, quietly looking down at Sun Yu with his height towering over him. Damn, being underestimated. Sun Yu was quite displeased with Rud's reaction, so he decided to take the initiative and personally experience just how powerful these half-human, half-machine beings really were. Watch out, Flame Fist. Sun Yu let out a loud shout, and a wave of scorching hot air enveloped his hands and feet, making him look like a war god stepping on flames from a distance. When Lana saw Sun Yu use the Flame Fist, she proudly patted her impressive chest and said to those around her, "Did you see that? That move was invented by me. Pretty impressive, right?" Bardock didn't even glance at Lana. Only Uncle Ollie and Alenka's West responded with a few polite compliments, which made Lana feel extremely pleased. Fortunately, she had removed her tail with the god-slaying blade. Otherwise, her tail would have been raised up high by now. In the arena, after Sun Yu executed the Flame Fist, Lud and the others were slightly surprised. However, they quickly regained their composure. Sun Yu's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Lud, delivering a punch with immense momentum. Lud did not dodge or evade Sun Yu's punch. Instead, he raised his right hand, and with a loud bang, their fists collided, creating a sound of sonic boom. Impressive. In that brief moment, I sensed his combat power was around 900,000. However, they can compress their combat power to a point at the moment of attack, not wasting a single bit of energy to withstand my attack. This must be the advantage of a mechanical body. Countless thoughts flashed through Sun Yu's mind in that instant. And Lud caught the moment of distraction. He struck with a whip kick aimed at Sun Yu's abdomen. Despite their massive bodies, they were surprisingly quick, especially in terms of extreme reactions. They could make the most precise judgments, and if they attacked, they would definitely hit. Facing the lightning-fast whip kick, Sun Yu felt a sense of urgency. He knew that if he got hit by this kick, the ensuing battle would become very passive. Sun Yu cursed these half-android beings for their calculation skills, and a flash of red light appeared in his eyes as his pupils suddenly turned crimson. Sharingan, time stagnation. As Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, an indescribable force of time wrapped around Lud, causing his originally agile body to feel a bit heavy, as if the time around them had slowed down. What is happening? Including Lud, the natives of Veblen, Star felt a sense of disorientation. They had long calculated the entire course of the battle in their minds. But at this moment, an unknown power interfered with the course of the battle. Kyle's eyes. Uncle Ali seemed to see something terrifying. He stared at Sun Yu's eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing her father's unusual behavior, Lana curiously turned to ask, "Dad, what's wrong?" Kyle's eyes can change color. That's apparently his special ability, so you don't need to worry, Lana said. Uncle Ali seemed not to hear Lana's words. He continued to stare intently in Sun Yu's direction, murmuring, "Just like that person's eyes, that person." It was a statement that left people puzzled, but Lana knew that the person her father referred to was his unique way of addressing Sun Yu's father. However, she was not clear on the specifics, as her father rarely mentioned Kyle's father. In the arena, Sun Yu activated the long-dormant Sharingan, applying time stagnation to Lud, causing his movements to freeze for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu delivered a punch that created a visible shockwave in the air. Boom! Lud was sent crashing down from the air by Sun Yu's explosive punch, landing heavily on the ground and creating a large crater. Bardock and the others cheered for Sun Yu, while Tarsal remained calm as ever. "Heh, now you see my power, right?" Sun Yu said proudly as he looked down at the ground. When the dust settled, a transparent shield appeared. "This is Bardock, Lana," and the others watching the battle all exclaimed in shock as they looked at the unscathed Lud inside the shield, their hearts filled with astonishment. Tarsal noticed their confusion and explained in his deep, hoarse voice, "This is a protective shield that can withstand a certain amount of attacks." "A protective shield, huh?" Sun Yu coldly stared at Lud on the ground with his Sharingan, his aura rising again. "Then I'll see how many of my attacks you can withstand." After saying that, his figure disappeared from where he stood, and the next moment, Lud felt a wave of heat rushing toward his face. Sun Yuling launched an attack on Rude's force field, striking it with punch after punch, creating ripples that shook the ground and left onlookers in awe. Inside the force field, although Rude was startled by Sun Yu's imposing aura, he smiled with confidence, revealing his sharp teeth. "No need to waste your energy. I admit your attack power is impressive. However, if you can't instantly break my force field, the energy within me will continuously repair any damage to it. Sooner or later, you'll tire out. While my energy is infinite, it's a perpetual energy device." Sun Yu suddenly thought of this and was surprised that even after Dr. Gero's death, other civilizations could still develop such technology. It was indeed a bug. But so what? Perhaps for androids, combat power is directly linked to their initial energy settings, resulting in low growth potential. However, Sun Yu was different. For him, an instant burst of combat power was as easy as reaching into his pocket. "Oh, so you have great confidence in your force field." Sun Yu stopped his attack and leaped back to stand 5 meters in front of Rude, saying, "I hope your force field is as strong as you claim, or you'll die a terrible death." Rude merely smiled in response, non-committal. Sun Yu took a deep breath, then crossed his hands and extended them, chanting Ka. Me. Streams of eerie blue light shot out from Sun Yu's hands, and the air around him seemed to become thick and viscous, while the stones on the ground jumped restlessly like a nest of grasshoppers. Me. Sun Yu had already retracted his hands to his waist, and the ground was slightly trembling. Tarsal and the others could naturally sense that the energy in Sun Yu's hands had surged to double its previous level. In their surprise, they immediately shouted a warning. "Rude. Retreat quickly, don't resist." With a loud shout from Sun Yu, his palms thrust forward violently, sending a blue light like a high-pressure water column rushing towards Rude. Rude was shocked by the scene before him. After a moment of daze, he suddenly jumped up on the spot, trying to dodge the Kamehameha that Sun Yu unleashed. However, If the Kamehameha could be dodged so easily, then Sun Wukong wouldn't have focused so much on this technique. Sun Yu shook his hands fiercely, sending a wave of ripples spreading forward, causing the Kamehameha to instantly change its original trajectory and rush towards Rude's jumping position. What it can do this to? Everyone was taken aback. They had just been lamenting that Sun Yu's long-charged attack could be easily evaded. Now, they never expected that this technique also had the ability to change its course, clearly indicating it was not an ordinary skill. Rude was secretly relieved to have dodged Sun Yu's terrifying blow. But when he instinctively looked down, he suddenly realized that the strange light had made a vertical turn in place and was heading straight for him. Shield. In a critical moment, Rude couldn't dodge in time. He crossed his thick arms in front of his chest, creating a shimmering light barrier. Boom! When the Kamehameha struck Rude's barrier, accompanied by a loud crash, the transparent barrier developed severe cracks. Rude's expression turned cold as he shouted, "Overload the system, triple shield. ZZZZ." Suddenly, Rude's originally blue skin turned bright red, and wisps of green smoke began to rise from him. The barrier in front of him instantly thickened significantly, and the shattered light barrier that was broken by the Kamehameha quickly restored itself. Sun Yu saw this scene and felt very displeased. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Oomph, do you think you're the only one who can overload? I can too. Take this for times Kamehameha." Ha! Accompanied by the surge of Sun Yu's momentum, he unleashed his battle power to the extreme, causing cracks to appear on the ground beneath his feet, spreading outwards. The powerful airflow sent fragments of stone flying into the air, crushing them. Whoosh! Sun Yu's energy sphere in the center of his hands suddenly surged to double its size, and a massive flew forward along the original path of the Kamehameha. When it made contact with Rude's triple shield, the indestructible barrier crumbled as if it were made of paper in an instant. Boom! After the quadruple Kamehameha penetrated Rude's shield, Sun Yu immediately retracted his energy, and Rude was only hit by the residual wave of the Kamehameha. Even so, his body became blood red, and he fell from the sky. Rude's injuries were half caused by Sun Yu, and half a consequence of the overload. Rude. Tarsal moved and teleported to catch the falling Rude, and everyone followed to check on the situation. Sun Yu felt exhausted and empty after overexerting himself, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, Lana flew in front of Sun Yu, reached into her bosom, took out a magical bean, and fed it to Sun Yu. "You really are reckless. With your current strength, using a fourfold Kamehameha is still a bit too much." Sun Yu swallowed the fairy bean that Lana fed him, instantly transforming back into a spirited young man. He smiled and said, "Ha, anyway with the fairy beans, there won't be any major problems, and I feel that after this energy overdraw, my combat power has increased quite a bit. Let's not worry about that for now. Rudd must be seriously injured, so let's go check on him." After saying this, the two flew towards Tarsal. Rudd's right side was a bloody mess, but fortunately, he did not suffer any life-threatening injuries. Uncle Ollie took out a fairy bean and fed it to Rudd. Thankfully, the Veblen natives had not transformed themselves into completely mechanical beings. Otherwise, even with fairy beans, they wouldn't have been able to help. After consuming the fairy bean, Rudd's injuries healed instantly in the astonished eyes of Tarsal and the others. Once he got up, regardless of the situation in front of him, he knelt before Tarsal and said, "Chief, I have brought shame to our tribe." Tarsal helped Rudd up and said in his deep voice, "Defeat is not to be feared. What is to be feared is not being able to confront your own failure. Hone your martial skills well, my warrior." Because their half-mechanical beings had a constant energy level, they could not continuously enhance their combat power like Sun Yu. The only way for them to grow stronger was to continually refine their combat techniques and input more combat data into the intelligent chip in their minds, which is also why they revered the warrior spirit so much. "As you command, Chief." Rudd got up and stepped aside. At this moment, the gaze of the Veblen natives towards Sun Yu and the others was no longer cold as when they first met. Instead, it carried a hint of respect. Like the Saiyans, they admired the strong. "I am very glad to cooperate with you, Mr. Sun Yu." Tarsal respectfully bowed slightly to Sun Yu, expressing his respect for his companions. Sun Yu did not expect to reach an alliance with the Veblen aliens so smoothly. Although the Veblen aliens had weak growth abilities, Sun Yu placed more importance on the technology in their hands. "Let's discuss the next steps, Chief, since you have agreed to cooperate." The 100,200,000 battle power of Frieza was always a thorn in Sun Yu's heart. If he couldn't quickly reach the 0 point between his normal form and Super Saiyan, which was the physical limit of 3 million battle power, Even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not make him a match for Frieza. The Super Saiyan transformation only provided a 50-fold increase to one's normal power. Ordinary Saiyans could trigger their inner potential through anger after training to a certain level, thus transforming into Super Saiyans. However, there were exceptions, such as the descendants of Super Saiyans, the legendary Super Saiyan 2, like Sun Wukong's young son, Sun Goten. Since he didn't have a Super Saiyan father, he could only rely on his own efforts. Sun Yu sighed, deciding not to think about Frieza and planning to follow Tarsal and the others back to their silver-gray pyramid. Suddenly, several faint auras flashed by, and Sun Yu and Bardock quickly looked around, shouting, "Who is it?" Lana and Uncle Ollie also sensed a weak aura but did not pay much attention to it. Maybe it's a few bugs. This planet, aside from us, still harbors some tenacious insects, Tarsal said with a gloomy voice, seemingly lamenting the fate of this planet. Bardock snorted coldly and mocked, "You guys who only rely on scanners. I bet your scanner won't tell you that there's a terrifying, killing intent hidden within those auras." What? Tarsal and the others looked at Bardock in disbelief, trying to gauge from his expression whether he was lying. That's right. Sun Yu looked around warily. He felt that the aura was very similar to the strong battle power he sensed in outer space. Since he was previously unaware of the Veblen alien situation, he didn't ask much, but it now seemed that this aura was hostile. "Chief, we are unclear about your situation here. However, I still hope you can unify with us." It wasn't that Sun Yu was unwilling to trust Tarsal. After all, it's wise to be cautious when outside. Lana, Uncle Ollie, and the others unconditionally trusted Sun Yu, and seeing him on high alert, they also guarded around him. Only Tarsal and his companions exchanged glances. It wasn't that they were unwilling to believe Sun Yu, but they simply followed their own warrior pride. "You're wasting your efforts." Tarsal rarely showed a hint of impatience, giving Sun Yu a cold look before preparing to leave. "Donji, you idiot." Sun Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a warning of impending danger. Sure enough, several figures rushed out from the ruins hundreds of meters away. Sun Yu felt his heart race as powerful auras pressed down on him like mountains. The battle power of these figures was all above 500,000, and the one at the forefront was the 1,000,000 battle power he sensed in space. "Chief, get away." That's right. The 1,000,000 battle power warrior was targeting the Veblen alien chief, Tarsal. The suddenly appeared powerhouse had physical characteristics very similar to Tarsal's clan, but their skin was black, and they did not have a mechanical body. More importantly, Sun Yu could sense their battle power, provided they weren't deliberately hiding it. Sun Yulia's flame fist suddenly erupted, reaching the peak of speed in an attempt to push aside the unresponsive clan leader Tarsal, but it was still a step too late. The black assailant struck out with both palms, one slapping towards Sun Yu's chest while the other transformed into a claw and plunged into Tarsal's heart. Sun Yu felt his internal organs roll from the blow of the black assailant. However, he endured the pain and launched a heavy punch mixed with a rolling heat wave at the person. The black assailant was forced to step back a few paces, and Lana and Rude also sprang into action, holding off the first wave of attacks from several assailants. "Can someone explain the situation to me?" Sun Yu took the hit head-on, and it indeed hurt him quite a bit. After all, the opponent's 1,000,000 combat power was no joke. He quickly consumed a fairy bean, restoring his condition to its best. The group of black assailants surrounded Sun Yu and the others, their cold gazes sweeping over everyone as if they were looking at insignificant insects. "Hey, you're the clan leader, and even your subordinates are this strong. You should be even stronger." Lana frowned and asked, clearly dissatisfied with Tarsal's recent performance. If Tarsal had coordinated better with Sun Yu, he wouldn't have been so heavily injured. Tarsal's face seemed to age significantly in an instant. He coughed lightly and explained, "This is my fault. I didn't expect them to still exist on this planet." In the universal galactic language, they and them are pronounced differently, and Sun Yu and the others noticed this detail, listening intently as Tarsal continued. "They are called the infected. They were once our kin. Thousands of years ago, our planet was still a very beautiful one. But at some point, some of our kin were cursed by demons, and they transformed into terrifying infected, which is how we ended up like this." As clan leader Tarsal spoke, his hunched body trembled incessantly. When it came to infection, the first thing Sun Yu thought of was the parasitic creature Cotton Vine that appeared in Dragon Ball Super. However, seeing that the opponent had no antenna on their head indicated that it wasn't the Cotton Vine at work. To be cautious, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan and used his insight technique to probe the several infected. When his gaze landed on Tarsal, it turned cold, and his right hand suddenly pierced into Tarsal's heart, causing the pale blue blood of the Vibranians to spill everywhere. Sun Yu's actions startled everyone. Luda reacted the fastest, angrily raising his massive palm to strike at Sun Yu, while Lana, Bardock, and the others unleashed their full momentum, firmly guarding Sun Yu's side. The infected individuals on the outskirts watched the scene intently, as if they would pounce at the slightest hint of conflict within, ready to take down Sun Yu and Tarser's group in one fell swoop. The atmosphere was tense and peculiar. After recovering from his shock, Chief Tarsar waved his hand at Luda, signaling him to back down. At that moment, Sun Yu withdrew his hand from Tarsar's chest, raising it high with blue blood smeared all over. Everyone was astonished to see a wriggling insect pinched between Sun Yu's fingers. With a crunch, Sun Yu tightened his grip, crushing the insect. I think the infected are not cursed by demons. They're infected by these insects. Sun Yu's gaze drifted to the infected with a combat power of 1,000,000, who showed no signs of embarrassment at being seen through. Instead, he looked at Sun Yu with great curiosity. Tarsar's expression darkened as he took the celestial bean thrown by Sun Yu and mimicked his action of eating it. Although he didn't understand the principle behind the celestial beans, they were aware of their ability to instantly heal injuries. It was not safe to stay here for long. Mr. Sun, let us join forces to stop their leader and retreat while we fight. Although Sun Yu's side had a slight numerical advantage, the only ones capable of directly contending with the enemy were himself and Lana. The others were no match for the infected. Therefore, a strategic withdrawal was undoubtedly the best choice. Sun Yu glanced at the sun high in the sky with his Sharingan, a smirk appearing on his lips as he said, "No, Chief, leave that person to me. You help protect my people as they retreat." Tarsar hesitated. Logically, he should never allow someone with combat power of 800,000 to confront a being with 1,000,000. However, seeing the determination in Sun Yu's eyes, he questioned his data analysis for the first time in history. Perhaps this young man could truly create a miracle. All right, but be careful not to get scratched and infected. Seeing Sun Yu's group brimming with fighting spirit, the infected, who regarded them as easy prey, also took an offensive stance. Lana, take good care of them. Don't try to be brave. Especially you, Bardock. I know you want to prove your strength, but the main priority now is to survive. Everyone, wait for me to count to 3 before we act. Sun Yu paused for a moment, and the infected seemed like arrows drawn on a bow, ready to spring into action as soon as Sun Yu counted to 3. 3. Sun Yu skipped the numbers 1 and 2, directly calling out the number 3. Everyone present, including the infected, stumbled slightly, nearly losing their balance. Just as Lana and the others were about to complain about Sun Yu's unconventional approach, they realized he had already rushed in front of the infected with 1,000,000 battle power, throwing punches that caught him off guard. Well, this kid is getting more cunning. Even fooling his own team, Lana thought to herself. Due to Sun Yu's sudden attack, the original situation was disrupted, leading to a bit of chaos. However, this chaos was advantageous for Tarsal's side. At the same time that Sun Yu attracted the attention of all the infected, Tarsal and Rudd and the others sprang into action. Their massive hands opened up, revealing sharp claws, and they focused their fire on the nearest infected, seriously injuring him. Seeing this, Lana was not to be outdone. Her flame punch suddenly erupted, and her 600,000 battle power stunned the entire crowd. With Lana leading the charge, Tarsal and his group restrained most of the infected, while Bardock and Ollie provided support from the flanks, turning the tide of the battle in their favor. On Sun Yu's side, the infected with a combat power of 1,000,000 was sent flying several meters by Sun Yu. As Sun Yu closed in, he was unexpectedly struck back with a palm, its sharp claws slicing through the air, producing a series of whistling sounds. With a sizzle, Sun Yu's body was torn to shreds, disappearing into the air, but the infected showed no signs of excitement as it realized that this figure was not real. This was Sun Yu's skill Phantom Fist. Sun Yu's true form suddenly appeared on the ground, crouching slightly before leaping up, using the impact of the jump combined with the enhancement of the flame fist to deliver a powerful punch, the momentum overwhelming. Look at this, Mount Lushan Ascending Dragon Strike. It seemed like a skill from a certain Saint Seiya character had intruded, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that Sun Yu's determined strike was easily caught by the infected one, who firmly grasped Sun Yu's hand in midair, and for a moment, he couldn't break free. After all, the opponent had a combat power of 1,000,000, and it was a bit naive to think he could win with just his physical strength. The infected one landed on the ground, suddenly lifting Sun Yu's arm high and smashing it down towards the ground with great force. With a loud boom, the earth cracked, and then it dragged Sun Yu's body in front of it, swinging its fists like a torrential storm towards Sun Yu. Each of its punches caused the ground to tremble, and Lana inadvertently glanced towards Sun Yu, noticing that the ground in that area had sunk several meters deep. Kyle, seeing Sun Yu in a critical situation, Lana rushed to help, but Tasser stopped her. Mr. Sun Yu is fine. You don't need to worry about his safety, Tasser said firmly, as if to confirm Tasser's words. A burst of blue light suddenly erupted from the ground in front of the infected one, and a wave of energy shot out from the ground, hitting the infected one and forcing it to stagger back. Immediately after, a faint golden figure shot up into the sky. As everyone focused, they saw it was Sun Yu, enveloped in a layer of golden shield. A protective shield. How could he also use it? Tasser felt that the shock he experienced today was more than in his entire life combined. He had never seen any creature other than his own people use this move. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly. After all, the Veblen aliens retained half of their biological characteristics, allowing him to use the Sharingan to copy their skills. That was how he managed to activate the shield just in time to withstand the attack from the 1 million battle power infected beings. Then, within the shield, he unleashed a Kamehameha to resolve the imminent crisis. This infected Veblen alien seemed to lack the skill to control its battle power. As long as Sun Yu maintained the powerful shield, he could endure the opponent's attacks. Although this approach was rather sneaky and did not align with the Saiyan combat philosophy, Sun Yu couldn't care less as long as he could defeat the opponent. On Lana Tarsel's side, the situation was looking good, and it seemed they would soon be able to shake off the infected beings. With that thought, Sun Yu felt invigorated and suddenly dove down from the sky, ready for mutual harm. Just when Sun Yu felt confident of victory, an unexpected change occurred. The infected being's body suddenly swelled 3 times in size, and with a raised hand, its enormous claws whipped up a whirlwind, smashing Sun Yu's shield and sending him flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he flew dozens of meters away. As Sun Yu, brimming with confidence, prepared to challenge the 1 million battle power infected being, it suddenly transformed powerfully and swatted him away with a claw. Sun Yu coughed up blood and crashed heavily to the ground. What the hell? Am I not the protagonist of this book? Wasn't it supposed to be a cure for all kinds of defiance? Why am I always the one getting slapped in the face when I try to show off? Sun Yu felt aggrieved to the point of tears. He felt like his internal organs were about to burst out, and many of his bones felt shattered. He endured the pain and reached in his pocket, pulling out a senza bean, biting it in half and swallowing it, with a series of cracking sounds. All his broken bones healed, and Sun Yu stood up, stretching his limbs. Not bad. He had reached 920,000 battle power, but what good was that? The opponent had transformed and had 5 million battle power. Its battle power change had been calculated with precision, conforming to the scientific basis of all species transformations and biological evolution. Therefore, the number 250 held no other meaning whatsoever. Sun Yu looked at the 100-meter-tall figure walking toward him and thought to himself, let us just call him 250. That guy stood a towering 6 meters tall, with limbs as thick as a tree trunk, his body covered in explosive muscles that made one's scalp tingle just by looking at him. At this moment, his physique no longer resembled a human form, but rather looked like a bipedal lizard. His shoulders and back were adorned with many long, sharp spikes, which were quite terrifying. Looking further away, Tarsel and the others also wore expressions of shock. Sun Yu could basically conclude that this transformation technique was not a skill of the Veblen aliens. It should be unique to this guy. By the way, is this character really not just a plot device to drag out the story? It certainly looks like he jumped out just to extend the drama. Of course, Sun Yu only dared to think this in his heart. If he were to say it out loud, he would surely suffer greatly in the forthcoming plot. Just as Sun Yu was lost in his thoughts, the 250 had already walked up to him. Towering over Sun Yu at 6 meters, the figure looked down with disdain and indifference in its eyes. It slowly raised its foot to stomp down on Sun Yu, as if about to crush an ant without a second thought. Not good. Mr. Sun Yu is in danger. This time, Tarsel was also no longer calm. Previously, Sun Yu could withstand an attack from an infected being with a combat power of 1 million. But this time was different. The opponent had transformed into a being with a combat power of 2.5 million. Even if Sun Yu had extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being crushed. Damn it, let go of Kyle. Lana suddenly charged towards Sun Yu, throwing fiery red energy balls from her hands. However, when these energy balls struck the 250, he didn't even flinch, as if just being poked by a fly. Sun Yu looked at the gradually descending foot of the 250 and he took 2 seconds to lament the unpredictability of life, the cyclical nature of fortune. Gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, the gray sky of Veblen star always reminded him of Victorian-era England. Although Sun Yu had no idea what years the Victorian era spanned and had never been abroad, he simply wanted to say that the sunlight was nice. Do you remember what wish Sun Yu made to the dragon when he was on Earth? He wished for everyone to be born equal. Oh no, that's not it. The wish he actually made was to have the ability to transform into a giant ape at will, and then the dragon modified Sun Yu's Sharingan, enabling it to extract the required 17 million bruts waves from sunlight. A strange red light flashed through Sun Yu's eyes, and his crimson Sharingan instantly activated. Sun Yu shouted, "Ape transformation! Roar!" Sun Yu's body suddenly surged in size, his jaw protruding and covered in brown fur. Airbai Wu suddenly noticed that the ants under his feet were visibly growing larger. 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Roar! Roar! The giant ape transformation of Sun Yu pounded his chest violently, producing a deafening sound. His ape-like head moved slightly, the crimson Sharingan swirling in its sockets. Kolli gazing at Arbeivu. Erbeivu was instantly terrified. Unable to comprehend why something that had just been as small as an ant could suddenly grow larger than him. Moreover, the imposing aura emanating from Sun Yu was palpable even without an energy detector. A terrifying presence that was taller than mountains, deeper than seas, and broader than skies. Escape. This was the only thought in air by Wu's mind. All tasks and the revival of his race were of no concern to him. However, how could he escape from the giant ape Sun Yu? Before he could take more than a few steps, he was caught in Sun Yu's hand, lifted effortlessly like a chick. The onlookers from afar were stunned by this scene, especially the Saiyans from Bardock's group, who were baffled by how Sun Yu could transform without the full moon and why he seemed to retain his sanity after becoming a giant ape. Wasn't it said that only noble elite warriors could achieve such a feat? Why could Sun Yu do it? Long live Lord Kale. I admire you so much, Lord Kale. Alanx and West stared blankly at the scene, their excitement reaching new heights in their admiration for Sun Yu. If someone had told them that Sun Yu was a deity descended to Earth, they would have believed it without hesitation. Tarsal and several other Veblen people had been silent for a long time, murmuring, "Is this the true strength of Mr. Sun Yu? What terrifying combat power!" Sun Yu's battle power after transforming into a giant ape is an astonishing 9.2 million. That kind of aura, even without being deliberately released, can create an indescribable sense of oppression for those around him. The number 2 struggling desperately in Sun Yu's hand, but Sun Yu gives him no chance to escape. He raises his massive ape arm and fiercely slams the number 2 to the ground, then leaps up and stomps down heavily. Bang, bang, bang. With each step of Sun Yu's giant ape legs, Tarsal and the others felt the whole planet tremble. Though this claim contained a lot of exaggeration, the booming sounds were like giant drums pounding in everyone's hearts. The strongest of the infected had been defeated, and the remaining few collapsed like a house of cards. Tarsal led the charge, capturing them all. The crowd gathered around Sun Yu, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. Sun Yu let out another roar, declaring the perfect victory of this battle. At that moment, the defeated 250 suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and then spoke in a hoarse, sharp voice. "Do you think you have one?" "He. The 5 heavenly locks of Veblen planet have already been occupied by us. The defense system of this planet is completely paralyzed. You have lost." "What?" Upon hearing the words heavenly locks, Tarsal and the others shuddered. Those were the cornerstone of the planet's defense facilities. If the heavenly locks were destroyed, the weakest side of Veblen planet would be completely exposed to the universe. They suddenly realized something and rushed towards the 250. Unexpectedly, the 250 opened its mouth wide, and a black, wriggling worm crawled out, quickly burrowing into the ground. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Tarsal fired an energy blast, leveling the ground within dozens of meters instantly. Suddenly, a rumbling sound filled the sky as a faint light barrier was removed, making the originally gray sky of Veblen planet even darker. At this moment, the blazing sun shone down, mercilessly scorching the earth. Tarsal stared blankly at the large pit on the ground, and suddenly felt his heart tremble. Not good. The temple is in danger. The temple? Sun Yu and the others were momentarily stunned. That's where the chieftain just met you. Let explained. Without saying a word, Tarsal transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the previous silver pyramid, with Sun Yu and the others following closely behind. As the scenery changed around them, they returned to the silver pyramid temple, and before they could land, they saw blue Veblen people rushing from all directions. Chieftain, it's bad. The infected have appeared again. Chieftain, our defense system suddenly collapsed, and the autonomous combat machines cannot be deployed. The infected are almost attacking the temple. Chieftain, our people have suffered heavy casualties. Before Tarsal could steady himself, a group of tribesmen surrounded him, reporting various terrible situations. Don't panic. There are the artifacts left by Ignaz in the temple that can activate the psychic defense and awaken the autonomous combat machines. We still have hope. Tarsal reassured the crowd. After hearing Tarsal's words, the tribesmen finally stabilized their emotions. Sun Yu and the others exchanged glances and followed Tarsal into the interior of the Silver Pyramid. Sun Yu once again arrived under the 12 copper pillars, while Tarsal walked ahead. Since he had no intention of stopping Sun Yu and the others shamelessly followed him in. However, the tribe members who had just reported the situation all stayed outside the temple waiting. The 12 copper pillars stood about 15 meters high and had a radius of about 3 to 4 meters, arranged seemingly in a chaotic manner. Yet, Sun Yu faintly sensed an indescribable pattern. Looking up, he saw many strange and peculiar creatures painted on the pillars, leaving Sun Yu and the others in awe. Tarsal walked to the center of the temple, beneath one of the copper pillars, took out a jade stone the size of a goose egg, and inserted it into a groove in the center of the pillar. Soon, the pillar trembled violently and began to rotate and sink on its own. As this pillar descended, a platform about 10 meters wide also dropped from the ceiling of the temple. Mr. Sun Yu, may I trouble you to guard this place for me? We need to enter the secret chamber of the temple to activate the Ignaz artifact. Tarsal tried to maintain a calm tone, but his eyes revealed his anxiety. Sure, you can go in with peace of mind. I guarantee not even a fly will get in. Sun Yu could naturally tell that Tarsal did not want them to come into contact with what was inside the secret chamber. Since that was the case, he would just wait here. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun Yu. Tarsal nodded slightly to Sun Yu, then led several tribe members up the newly descended steps. Sun Yu did not quite understand the structure of this silver pyramid, and he was not in the mood to study it at the moment because he suddenly thought of something. He knew the plot of Dragon Ball, and in the original work, the planet Veblen never appeared. Considering the strong combat power of this race and Frieza's fear of them, Sun Yu had every reason to believe that this planet had already been destroyed at the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot. Sun Yu once thought that it was Frieza's assembled army that destroyed the planet Veblen. However, after witnessing the strong combat power of the Veblen people, this assumption was completely untenable. Unless Frieza himself came in person, the minions under Frieza could not possibly be a match for the Veblen people. If it wasn't Frieza, then who exactly destroyed this planet? After Sun Yu's reverse thinking, the answer became apparent. They failed to activate the Ignaz artifact and were slaughtered by the infected. The final outcome might be that the chieftain of the Tarsal tribe detonated the entire planet before dying, perishing alongside the infected. But in any case, this planet is currently facing various internal and external troubles. Kyle, your face looks terrible. What's wrong? Lana noticed Sun Yu's unusual behavior and asked with concern. Sun Yu is also unsure now. He didn't expect things to develop this way. However, he couldn't directly express his thoughts to Lana and the others. So he could only evade the issue and said, I just feel that something is off. I have a bad feeling. As soon as he said this, Bardock and Ollie exchanged a glance and said, I don't know if you've noticed how many guards Tarsal has in total. Although Sun Yu didn't understand the purpose of Bardock's question, he thought carefully and replied, it seems to be about 5 or 6. But who would take the time to count them? Indeed, when they heard about the duel with the first warrior of the Veblenians, everyone's attention was focused on Sun Yu and Rude. With the later appearance of the infected, they paid even less attention to this detail. I just want to know how many of you there are. Don't give me such a vague answer, Bardock said coldly. As a skilled fighter, one should be able to perceive the surrounding situation at all times, yet he had overlooked this detail. Sun Yu noticed Bardock's intense reaction and suddenly realized that Tarsal might be about to activate the artifact unsuccessfully. He thought to himself, could it be? Lord Kale, I remember there should be 5 of them. Arlanx suddenly spoke up. Bardock and Uncle Ollie's eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, are you sure? Absolutely. Arlanx nodded and said, at the beginning, I was worried we wouldn't reach an agreement, so I counted their numbers in advance. Tarsal has a total of 5 guards. Plus himself, that makes 6. So just now they went in. Sun Yu's heart tightened, and he looked anxiously at Bardock. Bardock's expression darkened as he said, there are 7 who went in. The few tribesmen who had gone to report to Tarsal were still waiting outside the temple. At this moment, 6 guards had entered the secret chamber of the temple with Tarsal, so it was clear what was happening. This is bad. Tarsal is in danger. Sun Yu shouted, and he turned and rushed towards the steps, with Lana, Bardock, and the others following closely behind. Tarsal mustn't be harmed, Sun Yu thought, and within a few steps, he entered the secret chamber of the temple, immediately spotting Tarsal kneeling before a statue, chanting some kind of spell. The secret chamber was as large as 4 football fields, with a mechanical statue standing dozens of meters tall in the north. This statue, clad in armor resembling a Gundam warrior, had its arms resting on a gigantic sword that stood straight up like a cane. Tarsal and his group were devoutly kneeling at the foot of the statue, chanting a spell loudly. As they chanted, the dust on the mechanical statue fell away, revealing its original luster. So your artifact is a Gundam. Huh? This thing is high-tech. Sun Yu was momentarily stunned, almost forgetting his original purpose for coming up. Suddenly, a change occurred in the secret chamber. A Veblen alien that had been kneeling in the corner suddenly sprang up, after knocking away a few of his tribesmen with bang-bang sounds. He reached out to snatch the controller from Tarsal's hand. Tarsal had been focused on chanting the spell, which was essentially the command to activate the Ignat's artifact. In an instant, a flash of fire surrounded Sun Yu, and a powerful aura surged into the sky as he applied the time-stopping effect of his Sharingan on the attacker, sending him flying out like a streak of light. At that moment, Tarsal and the others finally reacted, and Rude and the others immediately positioned themselves in front of Tarsal. Tarsal's chanting of the spell command grew increasingly rapid, and the mechanical statue began to tremble violently, like a sign of a sleeping giant awakening. Flame Fist. Sun Yu flew in and threw a punch. The person, bound by Sun Yu's time-stopping effect, moved slowly and could only hurriedly defend against the attack. Boom! The two fists collided, and they each took a few steps back. Sun Yu could already sense the person's combat power. It was also 1 million. It's you, the infectee. You really are the cockroach that can't be killed. Through his sensory perception, Sun Yu realized that this person was indeed the infectee who had ambushed them before. After the previous battle, Sun Yu's combat power had risen to 920,000, and with his solid foundation, he could now evenly match the infectee with 1 million combat power. Seeing that Sun Yu could handle it alone, Rude and the other Veblen aliens protected Tarsal, while Bardock and the others were eager to help. However, it seemed that the current battle didn't require their involvement. In just a moment, the mechanical statue was activated and a loud mechanical roar echoed. The eyes of the mechanical giant lit up with golden light, and with a shake of its body, it thrust the giant's sword into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed. The moment the giant's sword was embedded in the ground, the silver pyramid temple trembled as if something had been activated. Moments latte. The mechanical giant's mouth emitted a mechanical voice, saying, Zenith Defense System activating, infectee detected, eliminating. After saying this, it raised its wrist and pulled the giant's sword from the ground. Rude exclaimed excitedly, Tribe Leader, it seems the artifact has successfully activated. We're saved. The Zenith Defense System could not only deal with infectees, but could also defend against Frieza's army, making it possible that the fate of this planet had changed. Tarsal said to Sun Yu, Mr. Sun Yu, please move aside to avoid accidentally injuring you. Okay, Sun Yu replied, looking at the gigantic mechanical warrior that resembled a Gundam. Although he couldn't sense its combat power, it seemed to be an extraordinary entity. He leaped 10 meters away, and in midair, a giant sword came crashing down onto the infectee. The infectee, in pain, roared and began to swell in size. Although the infecting creature had switched to a new body, it seemed that its transformation ability remained intact. After it had transferred to a new body, its strength had not diminished at all. After the transformation, it was still 6 meters tall, covered in spikes, and had a combat power of 2 million. Roar. With 250,000 combat power, it smashed the mechanical statue's giant sword and leaped up, clawing at the statue's chest. Sun Yu joked to Lana and the others, look at that big bug. It actually wants to confront that statue head-on. It really must be tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, the fool smashed through the chest of the mechanical statue. Lana shot Sun Yu an annoyed glance and said, You really have a toxic personality. Sun Yu shrugged and forced a smile, saying it's my fault. Maybe that statue is just designed like that. Just like us Saiyans, the more beaten up we are, the higher our battle power. Immediately after, he swiftly dismantled the statue's arms and smashed its head. The seemingly mighty mechanical warrior fell apart under the hands of the infected, like it was made of paper. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became awkward, with Lana and her group breaking out in cold sweat at the sight. Sun Yu slapped his forehead and shouted at the petrified Tarsal. I hope you're not telling me this is your last trump card. This is just too flashy but useless. Tarsal turned his head mechanically to look at Sun Yu, his mouth trembling for a long time before he managed to utter a few words. Years of neglect, years of neglect, years of neglect my ass. Just a moment ago, Sun Yu was still wondering if this mechanical statue could take on Frieza in a one-on-one fight. Now it seemed like nothing more than a character destined to get taken down. As they spoke, the infected had already reduced the mechanical statue, which had been on the scene for less than a minute, to ruins. It twisted its neck and slowly walked toward Sun Yu and the others, with murderous intent in its eyes. Mr. Sun Yu, you need to transform quickly. Tarsal looked at Sun Yu with a frustrated expression. He didn't know what to do now. The opponent had a battle power of 2 million, and apart from Sun Yu, after his transformation, no one else could match it. Transform my ass. This room doesn't even have the light of a full moon, let alone sunlight. Where do you expect me to transform? Sun Yu gritted his teeth in anger. He could use his Sharingan to absorb the plutons from the sun, but that required direct sunlight. A bunch of useless people. Sun Yu realized he had to rely on himself after all. Forget it, let us all go together. We'll attack head-on, and the others will provide cover and finish it off. Sun Yu's aura erupted again. The protective shield activated, and he charged towards the transformed infected. God.God and the others had long been eager to try, even though the opponent's battle power far exceeded theirs. But Saiyans love to challenge stronger enemies. To put nicely, it's called climbing new heights. To put it bluntly, they just like to court death. Thus, Sun Yu and Tarsal activated their shields to attract the infected's hatred at the forefront, while God.God, Lana, and the others circled around to launch a sneak attack from behind. Rudd and other Veblinians provided firepower from a distance. If they had a few healers, this scene could easily form a 15-person team dungeon. After all, the infected's physique and appearance were on par with any boss in World of Warcraft. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, the gap in battle power often couldn't be made up for by numbers, and God.God and Uncle Ollie each took injuries. Although their wounds were severe, they healed with just one Senzabine. Roar! Sun Yu was forced into a corner by the infected. In that situation, he casually grabbed the giant sword left by the mechanical statue on the ground, and with both hands, he lifted the 8-meter-long sword and swung it at the infected. Crack! The giant sword broke upon impact, but a blue jade stone the size of an ostrich egg flew out. Sun Yu activated his time stagnation ability and instinctively caught the jade stone as his figure flickered. The moment he touched the jade stone, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his eyes as a complex and chaotic stream of information flooded into his mind. On his handsome face, his eyes seemed to ignite like flames, red enough to almost bleed. His pupils continued to expand, and at the edges of his eyes, 2 black Magatama symbols appeared, rotating in perfect division with the previous 2 Magatama. The Sharingan's 3 Tomo awakened. It felt as if everything around him had come to a standstill. Sun Yu could not feel the flow of air or hear any sounds. He seemed to be in the vastness of a universe, existing alone since time immemorial. Then came the birth and extinction of stars. He suddenly felt as if he was witnessing scenes from the past and future, constantly alternating between reality and illusion. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Yu seemed to see a strange black dot. He focused his will and floated toward the black dot, which gradually enlarged. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive bronze door, ancient and solid, standing about 1,000 feet tall, with several figures standing beneath it. Sun Yu strained to identify the figures, and one with a short, round head caught his attention. That person was none other than the Supreme God, the All-King, who reigns over all universes. Perhaps sensing Sun Yu's gaze, the All-King in Sun Yu's ethereal consciousness turned his head. Staring directly at Sun Yu with a slight smile and a childlike, adorable voice said, "Hey, Sun Yu-chan, let's play together." Immediately, Sun Yu's consciousness inexplicably felt a terrifying aura, as if he had fallen into a bottomless, icy abyss. The heart-wrenching fear made Sun Yu feel like his guts were being ripped apart. "No, this isn't real. It's all an illusion," Sun Yu shouted in his heart, repeatedly telling himself that this was all a mirage. But the All-King's aura felt so real. "Sun Yu, get out of the way. Kyle, what are you dawdling for?" A few familiar, urgent voices echoed in his ears. Sun Yu's consciousness gradually returned to his body, and he suddenly remembered that he was still fighting someone. What? Sun Yu jolted awake, warily looking around. He was still holding the jade stone the size of an ostrich egg, and the infected one was still moving from the earlier spot, a sharp claw swiping towards him. TCH, so the previous environment had only passed a little while. Sun Yu smirked slightly, as he felt that this jade stone had somehow activated the potential of his Sharingan. Deep down, Sun Yu knew he had unlocked another skill of the Sharingan. Sharingan, Tsukuyami. In an instant, a bizarre aura appeared around Sun Yu, centered on him, within a radius of 10 meters. As the infected entered this area, it was as if Sun Yu had pulled them into a strange alternate space. Here, the sky was red, and the air and earth were in endless black. Welcome to my domain. Sun Yu smiled at the infected, his grin more terrifying than that of a demon from the abyss. Tsukuyami was originally a technique of Uchiha Itachi's left eye in the Naruto world. When Tsukuyami was activated, as long as the gazes met, an unknown alternate world would appear before the opponent. In this world, all factors including time, place, and geography were controlled by the caster. In other words, here, Sun Yu is the ruler. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, both of Sun Yu's eyes could activate Tsukuyami. Therefore, he didn't need to make eye contact. As long as the opponent stepped within 10 meters of him, they would fall victim. Perhaps as Sun Yu's abilities increased, this range would expand. This aspect was much stronger than the Tsukuyami technique in the Naruto world. Kid, no matter what tricks you play, you will definitely die today. The infected sneered, suddenly lunging at Sun Yu. Its massive claws glimmered ominously, seemingly ready to tear him apart. Its speed was incredibly fast, instantly appearing in front of Sun Yu. Its 3-meter wingspan claw coming down with a force that seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. However, this thunderous claw swung at nothing. The infected raised its head in confusion, realizing it had returned to its original position, while Sun Yu remained calmly standing ahead, as if nothing had happened. This is impossible. I clearly hit you. The infected stared at Sun Yu in disbelief, trying to find a flaw in his gaze. Sun Yu smiled without speaking, and the infected creature did not believe in this evil. It rose again to launch an attack. Once, twice, 3 times, no matter how hard it tried. Every time it was about to reach Sun Yu, he would return to his original position as if everything had never happened. The infected creature was on the verge of collapse. It felt a sense of having immense power, but nowhere to exert it, which made it extremely angry. I can tell you, here I am the ruler. Sun Yu took a step forward and explained, I can control all the factors here, including time and space. Even the full moon in the sky, I can create it at will. Hee, although we Saiyans transform when we see a full moon. I'm the ruler of this world, so if I don't want to transform, then I won T. Sun Yu paused for a moment, seemingly enjoying everything around him. Just as my abilities awakened, my combat power skyrocketed to 1 million. Under the light of the full moon, my combat power increased tenfold. Although this method of enhancement is illusory and unreal, I believe that without at least 10 million in combat power, you won't be able to break my super Tsukuyami. In the world of Naruto, the principle is that the Tsukuyami skill cannot be broken. However, considering the different rules of the Dragon Ball world, if there is too great a disparity in strength between the caster and the target, then no skill is unbreakable. It's like Sun Yu facing Frieza at 100 transformation, with Frieza's combat power at 120 million. No matter how incredible the Tsukuyami skill is, it cannot affect Frieza. However, as Sun Yu's strength increases, this skill can be said to be invincible at the same level, and even capable of challenging higher levels. Thus, Sun Yu renamed the Tsukuyami to Super Tsukuyami. Originating from the Naruto world, but not limited to it, I am really growing to love these eyes. Sun Yu smiled slightly. Come on, let's end this pointless farce. You are honored to be the first person to die in my Super Tsukuyami. Sun Yu slowly raised his hand, and a force that could change the color of the heavens, and the earth rolled in his palm. The infected one wanted to escape, but couldn't move an inch. A suffocating aura locked onto the infected individual, and with a flash of brilliance from Sun Yu's hand, the infected one was struck by this powerful light, letting out a mournful scream before instantly turning to ashes. The dust scattered in the air, and Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them, and his eyes returned to their dark pupils. At this moment, Tarsal, Lana, and the others gathered around. To them, the scene just witnessed was astonishing. 1 second the infected was still shouting and preparing to attack, and the next second he stood there like a fool, before Sun Yu raised his wrist, and he turned to dust. Kyle, did you just kill him? Lana exclaimed, jumping in anger. Sun Yu looked at everyone with a bewildered expression. What else could he do? Keep it to take home for the new year. Idiot. At least leave a live one to interrogate. Lana shot Sun Yu a frustrated glance. Sun Yu chuckled twice and waved at Tarsal, tribe leader. Do you know what this is? I feel there's a powerful energy inside. Tarsal, the tribe leader, could no longer contain his emotions. Seeing Sun Yu wave, he immediately stepped forward and said, This is a gem embedded in the giant sword. Historical records state that it is the Eye of Ignaz, possessing boundless divine power, and can serve as the core energy to activate the temple. After saying that, he snatched the jade stone, which was the size of an ostrich egg, from Sun Yu's hand and quickly turned to walk toward the control panel. Sun Yu quietly leaned towards Bedak and the others, whispering, "You can secretly touch that thing later and see if you can stimulate your potential. I already have a combat power of 1 million. 1 million. The others exclaimed in shock, looking at Sun Yu as if he were a monster. How infuriating. He has left us so far behind without a word. We need to work harder. As they spoke, the pyramid temple emitted a series of rumbling sounds. Sun Yu and the others curiously looked at Tarsal, who explained, "The defense system has been successfully activated and the autonomous combat machines have been deployed. It's time to go hunt down those infected outside. Come on, let us go have some fun with them." Sun Yu snapped his fingers, showing his enthusiasm. "Kyle, you don't need to go. Give us a chance to make a move," Lana said as she threw her arm over Sun Yu's shoulder, her fullness pressing against his back, quite elastic. Sun Yu silently felt the incredible elasticity of his back, coughed lightly a few times, and said, "Ahem, be careful then. Tarsal, can you send some people to follow them?" Tarsal readily agreed to this request. "Rudd, I'll assign you 300 autonomous combat machines. You're responsible for following the orders of these adults. Since Sun Yu saved them." Tarsal's titles for Sun Yu and the others changed as well. He directly sent his closest subordinates to obey the commands of Bardock and Lana, which was a sign of trust in Sun Yu. Rudd bowed to Tarsal and then led everyone down. Sun Yu smiled and looked at Tarsal, asking tribe leader, "I heard that your technology here is very advanced. Do you think you could build me a gravity training room? The size should be about the same as this secret room. Gravity training rooms have strict size ratio requirements. As the room size increases, the gravity enhancement becomes greater, thus increasing the force on the building materials of the room. This is also the reason why Dr. Beerus has been troubled in researching gravity training rooms that exceed the current level on Earth." Sun Yu now had to consider the training issues of the Saiyans docked in orbit around the Veblen planet. It was definitely unrealistic to provide each of them with a separate gravity training room. Therefore, Sun Yu thought of first creating a large gravity training room for them to train together, then selecting those with excellent adaptability and assigning them individual training rooms. This would not only maximize resource savings, but also effectively stimulate their fighting spirit. Taser listened to Sun Yu's words, pondered for a moment, and said cautiously, "It's not a big problem. I estimate we can simulate the structural parameters in a few hours and then start construction. We have built such facilities before to cultivate high-gravity vegetation. It can be built in just a few hours." Hearing this, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This technologically advanced species was truly impressive. "Can you make me a few pieces of super heavy armor? You know, the kind that protects the wrists but is very heavy, ideally with 150 times the cosmic standard gravity. 150 times the standard gravity is roughly equivalent to 200 times Earth's gravity." Even Sun Yu, with a battle power of 1 million, could not ignore such weight. The weight of the original super heavy armor could now be disregarded in Sun Yu's eyes. So he needed to find a stronger alternative. "We have a type of flexible armor that can reduce gravity by diminishing spatial gravity. Perhaps we can apply this technology to directly achieve an increase in gravity. If you like, we can custom make a set for you," Taser suggested. "Yes, it must be done. It would be best to have a set for each of my people. After all, we are the cosmic city management, and our equipment cannot fall behind." Sun Yu happily decided. Once the equipment issue was resolved, the training problem for his group of Saiyans would also be easily solved. The rest would depend on their individual talents and efforts. Taser, however, was sweating at Sun Yu's words. "Mr. Sun Yu, this technology is not yet at the level of mass production. Due to the lack of some core materials, we can currently only make one piece. We can only achieve small-scale production once we find these special materials." All right. Sun Yu waved his hand. "One piece is fine. I'll wear it and try it out first." Soon after, Taser led Sun Yu to the equipment testing base, where the staff designed an ideal combat suit for Sun Yu. It had to be lightweight and comfortable, while also reducing impact for protection. It also had strong elasticity, so that when Sun Yu transformed into a giant ape, it wouldn't burst the suit, avoiding any embarrassing situations. The most incredible part was that there was a type of biological metal on Veblen that could absorb micromolecules from the air after being shaped, automatically repairing damaged areas. Truly astonishing. "So the metal you have is also this biological metal?" Sun Yu was very surprised. "Yes, merging with this metal can make our lives longer," Taser sighed. Later, during their conversation, Sun Yu learned that as long as the damaged spatial locks caused by the infected individuals were repaired, Taser would have a way to use spatial technology to hide the coordinates of Veblen. The coordinates for interstellar navigation are determined based on special radar scans of the planets in that star area. Once the planet's coordinates are hidden, it will disappear from the star map. Although he did not agree with the plan to hide, for now, they could only take it step by step. Sun Yu didn't want to think too much. He just wanted to quickly see his specially made combat suit and then dive into a new round of training. Veblen's production capacity was very strong. The next day, Sun Yu received his custom combat suit. The style of this combat suit was modeled after the battle soft armor they wore, but was much more fitted and comfortable. Once he got it, Sun Yu couldn't wait to put it on and began to study the gravity controller on the suit. After adjusting the value to 200 times Earth's gravity, Sun Yu suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The effect was really great, feeling similar to a gravity training room. This was simply a mobile gravity training room. Also, their essay book called My Devil Fruit has major problems, which is a one-piece fan fiction. The author, Sister Jiao, is a soft girl. Everyone can go and flirt with her. In the following days, Sun Yu stayed in the temple to train. During this time, Uncle Ollie came to see him once to collect some sins of beans, and Sun Yu gave each of them 10. At that time, Sun Yu noticed that Uncle Ollie's battle power had already broken through 100,000 and reached 200,000. It turned out that fighting to the death was the fastest shortcut to improve strength. He was already looking forward to seeing what kind of strength Bardock and Lana had now. Sun Yu's request for the construction of an ultra-large gravity training room has been completed, and after 2 days of experimental testing, the results are excellent. According to Sun Yu's requirements, this ultra-large training room is divided into 5 areas, with the gravity in each area increasing by 20 times compared to the previous one. As long as one clears all areas, they can be selected to receive a better solo gravity training room. For this reason, Sun Yu specifically called the members of the exploration class strategic void ship that is still docked in the orbit of the Viburnum planet. However, Sun Yu was unaware that the void ship was currently in chaos. Just yesterday, the captain of the void ship received a military confidential message from the strongest team under the Frieza army, the Jinyu Force. The Frieza army's data indicated that Sun Yu's warship had been in the vicinity of Viburnum planet for several days without launching an attack, and coincidentally, the Jinyu Force had just completed a mission in the nearby star region. Therefore, Frieza had them check the situation. Indeed, the current situation is that the infamous Jinyu Force, known for their flamboyant antics in the universe, is coming to check on Viburnum planet, which has panicked everyone on the void ship. The Jinyu Force is a rare powerhouse in the universe, at least in their own eyes. Aside from Frieza, there are no stronger beings above them. None. Most people on the void ship do not know who the Jinyu Force is. They only received a military confidential message stating that they must disarm within 3 days and welcome the Jinyu Force. Otherwise, they will be directly annihilated. After this order was issued, the people on the void ship became as frantic as ants in a hot pot. At this moment, a communication request from Viburnum planet came through, and the captain connected without hesitation. Immediately, Sun Yu's avatar appeared on the holographic screen in the captain's room. "Hi, Captain. Ant Hill, you're here too. By the way, why does everyone look so worried?" Sun Yu curiously observed the room, full of people looking dispirited. Ant Hill forced a smile and asked Sun Yu, "Let's not talk about us for now. Kyle, how are things going on Viburnum planet? How are Lana and Ollie doing?" Sun Yu smiled and said sourly, "They're doing well. We successfully established an alliance with the Veblenians, and they even helped me build a super large training room. You can come over, bring all the Saiyans with you." Hearing that her husband and daughter were safe, Hill's face finally brightened, and she said, "That's good. However, there is something I must tell you. Frieza has sent a vanguard team over. I think it's called the Jinyu Force, and they might engage us in direct combat." Upon hearing the Jinyu Force, Sun Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "I thought it was someone else. Let them come. I estimate that even a ranks could beat them with one hand now. Ant Hill, you can rest assured." Hill felt as if she was hearing things. But seeing Sun Yu's determined gaze, she calmed down. "All right, let's prepare to land immediately. Our Kaio has grown up." Sun Yu's face turned red at Ant Hill's words. He pulled over the busy Tarsal and asked, "Can my spaceship land now? Hurry up and arrange accommodations and a training place for my people." Tarsal grumbled impatiently. "I'm already overwhelmed here, and now you're making it worse." "How can that be called making it worse? My people are all fresh troops. They will be the backbone of our alliance in the future. I'm telling you, we Saiyans. Hey, Tarsal, don't run away. Come back." Most of the time, Sun Yu is only responsible for major decisions, leaving the details to his subordinates. As a result, whenever his subordinates were busy and overwhelmed, Sun Yu would be leisurely wandering around. After the landing request for the exploration-class void ship was approved, Sun Yu personally piloted a self-disciplined fighter jet with Elder-level permissions, leading over 50 ordinary-level armed mechas to greet the arrival. The grand welcoming party flew through the sky, looking quite impressive. As he looked up at a small black dot slowly descending from the sky, it gradually grew larger, until the over 800-meter-long void ship landed on the ground like a spear. The landing site of the void ship was not far from the Silver Pyramid Temple. Sun Yu flew high up to observe. The originally massive void ship appeared much smaller compared to the Silver Pyramid. However, considering the technological prowess of the Veblenians, especially their advanced skills in spatial technology, all of this was not surprising. The cabin doors on both wings of the void ship slowly opened, and orderly rows of Saiyans flew out. From their aura, it seemed that these individuals were much stronger than when they first boarded the warship. As Anthill came out, she immediately saw a neatly arranged row of battle mechas in the air. Cautiously flying to the front of the leading mecha, she focused her gaze and saw that sitting inside was none other than Sun Yu. She then smiled and asked, what is this? Why is it just you? Sun Yu opened the sunroof of the self-disciplined battle machine and poked his head out, explaining, Anthill, this thing is a self-disciplined battle machine. It can transform, and it's a combat-type armed mech. I'm just driving it for fun. Let's go for now. I'll take you to the temple. Taser built a 400-meter-tall pyramid near the temple for Sun Yu to accommodate all the Saiyans. Sun Yuhua grandly named the building the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Thus, Sun Yu led a team of 1,000 to the Great Pyramid of Khufu, a pyramid structure 400 meters high, divided into 60 levels, with a gravity training room the size of 4 or 5 football fields every 5 levels. This building is expected to accommodate 20,000 residents, and its internal structure is filled with a futuristic sci-fi atmosphere, with artificial lighting on every floor and various facilities available. The only thing missing is vegetation, as all plant life on the Veblen planet had gone extinct 300 years ago. After settling all the Saiyans, Sun Yu specially took care of Bardock's wife, Jine, and their eldest son, Raditz, arranging for them to live on the topmost floor, close to where he and others resided, making it convenient for Bardock to visit his wife and child in the future. Commander, 5 spacecraft without landing permission have been detected. Should we launch a destructive strike from the Zenith defense system? Sun Yu's Elder-class autonomous battle machine emitted a mechanical inquiry. 5. Could it be the gay special forces have arrived? Sun Yu's eyes lit up with excitement as he laughed. No strike, no strike, let them come. In the atmosphere of Veblen planet, 5 single-cabin spacecraft were slowing down to land. 5 streaks of crimson light cutting across the sky, causing a series of tremors on the ground of Veblen planet, where 5 large craters appeared side by side in a wilderness. Ziz, the doors of the spacecraft slowly opened, and 5 figures began to rise slowly from the craters on the ground, as if a mysterious melody filled the air. Yali come. A burly man with orange hair landed on the ground, taking a horse stance, his left hand crossed over his chest and his right hand pointing to the sky. Immediately, a blue figure jumped out, laughing in a kikek manner, completely opposite to the movements of Come. Art, a man with white hair, tossed his hair in the wind. If one didn't know better, they might think he was in a shampoo commercial. That pale-skinned, white-haired man half-squatted, raising both hands to the sky, shouting GIs. Then came the little green man, Guldo, followed by the captain, Jinyu, standing in reverse with his but sticking out. Another group of men who brought their own BGM. A cold wind blew past, and they posed for a while. But with no one around for 100 miles, they quickly lost interest and gathered around Jinyu. Let's see where those Saiyan monkeys have run off to. If you ask me, Lord Frieza should just order to kill all those Saiyans. It's such a hassle. Jinyu extended a finger and poked at the battle power detector on his ear. As a series of beep, beep, beep numbers appeared, Jinyu was instantly stunned. The other team members, seeing Jinyu in a daze, teased, "What's wrong, Captain? Did you see a battle power that scared you, silly?" "Ha TCH, my battle power detector might be broken. There are actually several people with battle powers of 4 to 500,000 ahead, and it seems they are fighting." Jinyu ripped off his battle power detector and crushed it, saying to the others, "Bart, check what the highest battle power on this planet is." Bart sneered, Captain, don't joke around. How could there be anyone with battle power of 4 to 500,000? In this universe, besides Lord Frieza, there is no one stronger than us, none. Saying this, he pressed his battle power detector, and beep, 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 a series of numbers appeared on his lens. Haha, boss. You were right. There are indeed a few people in that direction, but their highest is only 50,000. Although they can be considered strong to us, they're still very weak. There are many people with battle powers close to 10,000 in that direction. There are probably nearly 2,000 of them. Maybe they're those Saiyans. Bart pointed towards the direction of the Silver Pyramid Temple. It is worth mentioning that Bardock now had a battle power of 500,000, but he slightly suppressed it so that his normal aura only displayed a battle power of 50,000. The burly Lee Kumu patted Bart on the shoulder. Let us hurry up and have a big fight. I can't wait. Guldo also looked excited and said, exactly, let us go. We've been stuck in the spaceship for so long. It's about to get moldy. Just as he was speaking, Guldo suddenly noticed a few figures appearing around them. Who is sneaking around over there? Come out and die. Bart also noticed the sudden appearance of tall black figures around them and instinctively pressed his battle power detector, revealing a number of less than 200 on his lens. Ha ha, these must be the natives of this planet. Their battle power is so low. I really don't understand why Lord Frieza wants to destroy this worthless planet. Guldo, you can handle this trash. Guldo, named by Bart, jumped up. Why do I have to deal with this garbage cleanup? Aren't you supposed to be the fastest in the universe? You can take them out with just a move. Facing Guldo's protest, Bart casually patted Guldo on the shoulder. You go because I told you to. Do you dare to have an opinion? Do you not want to hang out with us? Ha ha ha. Jinyu and the others burst into laughter upon hearing Bart's words. TC, fine, I'll go. Guldo reluctantly stepped forward, glaring at the black figures surrounding them. Dare to underestimate me. Guldo. D. With a roar, Guldo leaped up, swinging his small fist toward the black figure. Although Guldo's skill was the superpower of time stop, he believed it unnecessary to use his superpower against an existence with less than 200 battle power, so he chose to go directly for the attack. However, before his fist could land on the black figure, the black creature lightly raised a hand, as if catching a noisy fly, and pinched Guldo in its grip. Damn it, let go of me. Guldo struggled desperately, but the opponent was 2 meters tall, with thick arms and a round waist. If Sun Yu and the others were here, they would surely recognize that these black creatures were the infected. Realizing he might have kicked a metal plate, Guldo suddenly held his breath and activated his time stop superpower. In an instant, everything in the world fell into a momentary stagnation. The wind stopped, the clouds froze, and everything seemed to fall asleep. Ha ha! Guldo looked at the frozen time and space before him, letting out a smug chuckle, but almost couldn't hold his breath and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He looked smugly at the infected in front of him, calculating how to kill it. But the infected, which should have been frozen, had its eyeballs rolling in its sockets. Guldo was taken aback and realized something was wrong, wanting to escape quickly. But a huge hand suddenly reached out and grasped his small body, making him unable to hold his breath any longer. Guldo looked towards Jinyu's direction and shouted for help. Captain, help! With a surge of dark energy from the infected's hand, Guldo was crushed, and it let out a low, cold laugh. Such weak insects. Jinyu and the others sensed something was wrong. It wasn't that they cared about Guldo's life or death, but they felt that without one person, their team formation would look bad. Forget it. We'll deal with the team formation later. Let us first deal with these troubles. Likumu GIs, you two go. Jinyu crossed his arms in front of his chest, ignoring the 5 infected creatures surrounding them. Lycum laughed heartily with his hands on his hips, then suddenly thrust his buttocks out in an awkward pose. Huh, leave it to me. Watch me take them out with my flying kick. Before Lycum could finish his sentence, 2 black figures flashed past, and sharp claws glinted, leaving 3 bloody marks on Lycum's chest. Damn it. Lycum covered his wound in pain and knelt on the ground, exposing his pale rear. Lycum. The others shrank back in fear, unable to believe that the creatures they considered insignificant had taken out Lycum in one move. JIS pressed the button on his combat power detector again. Looking at the infected creatures now, the combat power of those 5 black figures had risen to 2 or 300,000. This, JIS was genuinely frightened, and he turned to run. However, the nearest infected creature leaped and caught JS, raking its terrifying claws across his body and inflicting a wound. His pupilles dilated, his eyes slowly losing their light, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. In just a few breaths, the Jinyu force had lost 3 members. Seeing this scene, the so-called fastest member, the blue Hurricane Barda, was terrified, retreating a few steps before suddenly turning around, his blue figure disappearing like lightning. I'm done with this. What bad luck. How can there be such terrifying beings in the universe? Barda moved quickly through the air, the scenery rushing past him. He hated cowards, but when faced with a powerful enemy, nothing was more important than his own life. Suddenly, he felt a breeze beside him, and a massive black figure appeared before him. It was the largest infected creature. The infected creature struck like lightning, grabbing Barda by the neck and raking 3 bloody marks down his body. Jinyu, standing still, looked at the bodies of his fallen comrades, and after a brief shock, he felt a surge of joy. Ha ha, I never expected there would be such powerful beings in the universe. It is truly a blessing from the Creator. I was once foolish enough to think that I was the strongest in the universe aside from Frieza. Jinyu's eyes gleamed as he looked up at the massive infected creature in the sky, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Praise the gods. I have found such a powerful being. Soon you will become me. Saying this, Jinyu placed his hands in front of him and shouted at the infected creature in the air, change. This was Jinyu's exchange technique, a method that allowed him to swap bodies with others and gain their powerful skills. In the original Dragon Ball, Jinyu had swapped bodies with Son Goku. A silvery light shot from Jinyu's body at high speed, striking the back of the infected creature in the air. It was a soulless shell, but Jinyu sensed a trace of life in the brain of that body. The familiar dizzying sensation washed over him as Jinyu slowly opened his eyes. He moved his new body, and the sound of cracking bones filled the air. This was true power. Jinyu spread his arms wide, feeling the gentle breeze at high altitude, a sense of unprecedented strength enveloping his heart. If someone were to use a combat power detector now, they would clearly see that Jinyu's combat power was 500,000, very close to Frieza's normal combat power. I was so superficial before. Jinyu glanced disdainfully at the body he had just swapped from, the original body having also been taken through the exchange technique. But he could feel something calling to him. Jinyu looked towards a tall tower in the north. In reality, Jinyu's current body was just a soulless shell. His soul had swapped with the infected creature's infection bug. All infection bugs obeyed the commands of the mother bug, and Jinyu had become the only one with independent consciousness. I feel something calling me in that direction, but it seems that if I consume that thing, I can become even stronger. Perhaps I could even surpass Frieza. Ha ha! I will take his place and become the emperor of the universe. Jinyu laughed maniacally, raising his hand and beckoning to the corpses of his former teammates. Those who had previously died. Barto, Lycum, Jace, shook and stood up, and the other infected creatures gathered around Jinyu. Jinyu glanced at his former body and casually fired a wave of energy to incinerate it. Pitiful creatures, let you witness the birth of a new emperor in the universe. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away. A few days later, after finishing his training, Sun Yu suddenly thought of the Jinyu Force. Speaking of which, that group of losers has been on Vibran Star for several days now. I wonder if they are still alive. They shouldn't last more than 2 chapters on this planet. With that, Sun Yu stretched, casually walking out of the gravity training room set to 200 times gravity, taking off his sweat-soaked training uniform and striding towards the luxurious bathroom on this level. Just as he was approaching the bathroom door, he suddenly heard the sound of running water. This was the top level of the Khufu Pyramid, where only Sun Yu and Bardock's families lived. And since Bardock and the others had gone out to clean up the infected creatures, the only one who could bathe inside was probably Bardock's wife, Jine. Sun Yu speculated, his mind involuntarily conjuring the petite figure of Jine. Putting aside the Saiyan race, Jine would definitely be considered a rare beauty anywhere. Now, she was bathing in the bathroom just a wall away. How could this not make Sun Yu's thoughts run wild? However, Sun Yu was an upright person. Although Bardock was nominally his subordinate, Sun Yu had always regarded Bardock as his older brother, so Jine was naturally his sister-in-law. There has always been an ancient saying in China, nothing tastes better than dumplings, nothing is more fun than a sister-in-law. No, that's not it, it's something about friends and wives. Sun Yu recalled, friends' wives should not be disrespected. I cannot betray Bardock. I am an upright person. I am an upright person. Sun Yu continuously chanted in his heart, his figure swaying as he silently appeared at the bathroom door, his right hand unconsciously pressing against the door. Damn it. I've been controlled. My hand is not listening to me. Sun Yu. Although he grabbed his right hand with his left hand in an attempt to stop it from pushing open the bathroom door, was still a step too late. The door opened a crack, revealing a spacious bathroom with a huge swimming pool in the center and individual shower stalls separated by opaque glass on either side. At that moment, a curvaceous figure was showering in one of the stalls. Perhaps for others, this situation would require getting closer to clearly see the beauty in the shower. However, Sun Yu possessed the extraordinary insight of the Sharingan, allowing him to completely disregard the glass barrier. A strange red glimmer appeared in his eyes. After evolving his Sharingan to 3 Tomo, his perceptive abilities had reached an unparalleled level. The figure in the stall gradually became clearer, and Sun Yu's gaze narrowed. feeling a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. It turned out not to be G and EI, but rather, the sound of rushing water echoed in Sun Yu's ears, and a waft of youthful fragrance seemed to penetrate the glass wall, drifting to the tip of his nose. Sun Yu never expected that the one bathing over there was not Bardock's wife, Gina, but rather Lana, who had sneaked back from the battlefield. After all, Lana was a young girl. After a long battle, she was covered in bloodstains and had to apply a layer of pungent ointment on her body to prevent infections, which made her very uncomfortable. Since they were about to launch a full attack on the last occupied Tiansoa, everyone had a day to rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lana secretly returned to the temple and, upon learning that there was a luxurious bathroom on the top floor of the Khufu pyramid, she ran over to take a bath without a second thought. Thus, she was caught in such a glamorous situation by Sun Yu. I must say, Lana's figure was the most stunning among all the female Saiyan you had ever seen. Her muscles were not as bulky as those of other battle-type women. Instead, she had just a slight baby fat, her body outlined a perfect curve, and her flat abdomen had no hint of excess fat. Sun Yu's nosebleed uncontrollably gushed out. After all, his body was just that of a young boy going through puberty. Seeing such a seductive scene, he naturally found it hard to control himself. Young Sun Yu, with a heroic spirit, lifted his head as if urging Sun Yu to hurry up and do something enjoyable. Otherwise, it would truly be a waste of this beautiful moment, with flowers blooming and the moon round. For a moment, Sun Yu was torn inside. With his current strength, forcing himself on Lana would be no problem at all. But he always felt something was off. Shakespeare once said, "To push or not to push, that is the question." Just when Sun Yu felt that the primal power within him was about to get out of control, a childish voice rang out from behind. "Lord Kyle, what are you doing here?" The top floor of the Khufu pyramid was very spacious, so when the voice sounded, it echoed throughout the area. Lana was enjoying a rare, comfortable bath when she suddenly heard a child call of Sun Yu's name from outside the door. She quickly peeked out and saw a shadow squatting outside. Instantly, her silver teeth clenched and a powerful aura erupted. "That damn little brat." Sun Yu retaliated by giving the child behind him a good beating. This child was none other than Bardock's eldest son, Raditz. Sun Yu actually liked this kid, but who would have thought that he would set him up at this moment? What was most infuriating was that Sun Yu could clearly see a hint of pride at the corner of that mischievous kid's mouth. He was clearly doing it on purpose. "Raditz, do you want me to kill you?" Sun Yu grabbed Raditz, who was trying to escape, and lifted him up. Raditz immediately began to wail. "Help! Lord Kyle is going to kill me to keep me quiet." I peeked at Sister Lana while she was bathing. "Help!" Sun Yu quickly covered the mouth of the mischievous child, as a terrifying killing intent that sent shivers down his spine erupted from the bathroom. Sun Yu's heart jolted, and he mechanically turned to look at Lana, who was coming out of the bathroom wearing a shirt. At that moment, Lana's hair was still damp, and a drop of sparkling water lingered on her collarbone. The oversized shirt clung tightly to her body, exposing her long thighs to the air. As soon as she appeared, Sun Yu sensed a subtle fragrance that almost caused his little brother to rise again. Sun Yu's nosebleed gushed out again, and the Raditz held in Sun Yu's hand was staring intently at Lana, not even daring to blink. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Sun Yu slapped Raditz on the head. "Is my woman something you can look at?" At this moment, Sun Yu's mind was in chaos, and he didn't even realize what he was saying. Raditz was yelled at by Sun Yu, and he burst into tears. "Wah, Lord Kale is so scary, Daddy. Come save me." As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has a heart. Lana's face turned crimson at Sun Yu's words, "my woman." The anger in her heart had subsided significantly, and when she looked at Sun Yu again, her gaze became somewhat flickering. "Kale, you pervert." After saying that, she glared at Sun Yu fiercely, stomped her jade leg, and as she turned to go back to the bathroom, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sun Yu took a deep breath, touched his nose, and sighed about fate and destiny. "You shouldn't have let G stay here with Raditz." Sun Yu looked at Raditz with a mischievous smile. "Little kid, I see your bones are extraordinary. You're a good material for martial arts. Let's go. Grandpa will take you to train." "I don't want to go." Raditz desperately resisted. He knew Sun Yu's intentions. What he called training was just a way to get beaten up, especially since he had just messed up Sun Yu's good plans. "You have to go regardless. Don't worry. I'll leave you a breath to eat a senza bean. Come with me." With that, Sun Yu grabbed Raditz by the collar and dragged him toward the training room. Just then, an unusual battle power erupted in the air. "Who?" Sun Yu suddenly looked in one direction. An extremely evil battle power was coming from the north of the Veblen planet, reaching 3 million. Impossible. How could there be a presence with 3 million battle power on this planet? Sun Yu didn't care about teaching Raditz a lesson anymore, if his perception was correct. He could also sense the presence of God.God and the city management team members in that direction. At this moment, Lana had also put on her combat suit and rushed out. Kale, what was that just now? A very evil and powerful battle power. This is beyond what God.God and Uncle Ollie can handle. We should hurry over and take a look. Sun Yu put away his playful demeanor, and the serious look on his face made Lana's heart tremble. All right. Lana followed closely behind Sun Yu, the two flying in the air one after the other. Taking advantage of the hazy smoke in the air, Lana quickly grabbed Sun Yu's arm and hugged it tightly, suddenly feeling an astonishing sensation from her arm. Sun Yu turned curiously to look at Lana, whose face was flushed and who seemed hesitant to speak. Sister Na, are you feeling unwell? Say it. This looks like a lovesick girl. What kind of witch is she? My sister Na is not like this. It's fake. Fake. It's obvious it's fake. Godi. Lana exclaimed angrily, grinding her back teeth. Boom. Suddenly, a dazzling strong light erupted ahead, and Sun Yu and Lana's expressions became serious. It's the energy of Uncle Ollie and God.God. They're fighting. I need to speed up. Far away in the northern galaxy, the beautiful Sabo arrived at Frieza's command room at the headquarters of the Frieza Force. At that moment, Frieza was reclining in a massive floating chair. Sabo stepped forward and said, Lord Frieza, according to the intelligence department's feedback, the Ginyu Force may have encountered some issues. Frieza frowned and lazily asked, Oh, Sabo, what could happen to the Ginyu Force? Don't tell me they can't handle those Saiyans. This time it's not because of the Saiyans. Sabo took out a battle power detector and said, This was submitted by the person responsible for monitoring the Ginyu Force. Lord Frieza, please listen to this recording. As is well known, the battle power detector also had communication functions, which facilitated contact among team members and allowed Frieza to monitor everyone's movements. Sabo pressed a few buttons on the detector, adjusting it to an audio output mode. Soon, several muffled noises came through, but the static didn't last long before a few fragmented voices emerged, mostly heard saying things like, Dare to underestimate me, Guldo. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the universe? Soon you will become like me. Suddenly, after a brief silence, a familiar and hoarse voice said, I can become even stronger. Perhaps I can even surpass Frieza. Ha ha ha. The recording turned back into meaningless static, and the atmosphere in the command room became eerily tense. Lord Frieza. Sabo saw Frieza's dark expression and cautiously looked at him. Frieza slowly stood up from the floating chair. Suddenly, he seemed to have heard a very funny joke, laughing for a long time while holding his stomach. Then, with a cold gaze, he looked at Sabo and said, Sabo, since Ginyu has obtained the power to surpass me, let us see for ourselves. I hope I won't be too disappointed. Lord Frieza. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Sabo's forehead. Frieza's face was grim as he stood in front of the command console, and the command room fell silent. All eyes focused on Frieza, not daring to breathe. Just when King Vegeta became much more obedient, unexpectedly, the Ginyu Force also had such wild ambitions. Frieza slammed his palm down on the control console. Instantly, the large control console shattered under Frieza's blow. Get ready to depart for Veblen Planet. Yes, sir. On Veblen Planet, dozens of Ablenians, led by Bardock, Rude, and others, were about to clear the last sky lock occupied by the infected, when suddenly a being with terrifying battle power appeared. It was a giant, standing at least 3 meters tall. Unlike ordinary infected beings, this one did not possess the vacant gaze or desire to attack typical of the infected. Not only was this being highly intelligent, but its battle power was unfathomable. The first wave of attack was led by Bardock. Now, thanks to the healing from the Senzu beans, Bardock was crazily pushing himself to the brink, squeezing every bit of his potential as if possessed. His battle power had stabilized at around 690,000, just a step away from 700,000. It could be said that such battle power was rare on Veblen Planet today. However, as powerful as Bardock was, the opponent only needed one palm. With a casual palm, it sent the fully unleashed Bardock flying several meters, almost shattering all his bones. Fortunately, Uncle Ollie still had some Senzu beans left. When he fed Bardock the Senzu beans, Sun Yu and Lana happened to arrive. Uncle Ollie, Bardock, is everyone all right? Sun Yu scanned the people present with concern. TCH. Bardock, just defeated, was quite displeased. He pushed away Uncle Ollie, wanting to challenge that infected leader again. Sun Wukong blocked Bardock's path. Get out of the way. Bardock, calm down. You should sense the infected one's combat power. He's not someone you can handle. Let me take care of this. Damn it. Bardock's fingers turned pale as he clenched his teeth and said, I'm not willing to accept this. Why should I rely on you to defeat a strong opponent? If I can only live by cowering behind you, I'd rather die in battle. Before he finished speaking, Bardock stepped forward towards the infected one. Son Wukong wanted to say something, but Uncle Ali stopped him with a glance. The pride of the Saiyans. Son Wukong felt helpless. In terms of personality, Bardock was very much like Vegeta. Their pride and resilience were precisely why they could become incredibly powerful. On the Tower of Time, the 3-meter-tall infected one crossed his arms over his chest, coldly observing the situation below. Seeing Bardock approach him unscathed once again, he sneered and said, "Ignorant Saiyan monkey, I have consumed the mother worm and obtained the strongest power in the universe. You insignificant ants truly do not know when to die. Riku, Bart, Jis. You three can play with them for a while." Sun Yu was slightly taken aback when he heard the infected person mention those 3 names. But he quickly realized that the infected person was none other than Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu force, who was skilled at switching bodies. "You are Jinyu," Sun Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at the infected person in the air. "Oh, you've actually heard of my name." Jinyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Sun Yu with interest. "Let me see your combat power. Only 10,000? Kid, you might as well go back to your milk. This place isn't suitable for you, haha." At this moment, Rakam, Berta, and Jees had already landed on the ground. Sun Yu noticed that they did not strike the bizarre poses typical of the Jinyu force, which raised his suspicions. However, upon seeing the blank expressions on their faces, he understood. Hey, Jinyu, could it be that these 3 have been infected? Although Rakam and the others were suppressing their energy well, Sun Yu could still sense the surge in power that came after being infected by the parasite. In the original story, aside from Captain Jinyu, the other members of the Jinyu force had combat powers of around 60,000. But the combat power of the 3 in front of him had unexpectedly skyrocketed to 200,000 or 300,000, which was quite surprising. "Stop talking nonsense. Your name is Jinyu, right? Come and fight," Bardock shouted angrily, launching himself into the air towards Jinyu. Sun Yu's eyelids twitched. He sensed that Bardock's aura was somewhat strange. Jinyu stood quietly in the void, coldly watching the charging Bardock, and with a gentle wave of his wrist, he said, "Let your blood witness my rise. Attack, tear them apart." Upon hearing Jinyu's command, swarms of infected rushed out like a flood breaking through a dam, charging towards Sun Yu and the others. Damn, how can there be so many infected? Uncle Ali watched the swarm of infected flying out. Although their overall strength was slightly lower than that of their side, there were simply too many of them. Rudd, quickly notify Tarsal and have him bring the main force here for reinforcement. We underestimated the strength of the infected. Lana ordered Rudd seriously, looking every bit like a battlefield Valkyrie. Rudd quickly lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly using their half-cyborg internal communication network to contact others, which was even better than telepathic communication. Watching both sides on high alert, as if about to experience an unprecedented battle, Sun Yu sighed and silently took a stance at the back, his aura erupting with a roar. "Gah! Me? What?" Jinyu finally glanced at Sun Yu, this seemingly handsome youth who actually harbored an incredibly terrifying power within. He quickly checked Sun Yu's combat power, and the reading showed over 1,000,000 and was rapidly increasing. Impossible. Impossible. This kid actually has over 1,000,000 in combat power. What kind of monster is he? Jinyu stared wide-eyed at Sun Yu, and after a moment, he grinned. So what if he has over 1,000,000 in combat power? I currently have 3,000,000. Even Frieza might not be my match. What can a mere Saiyan do? Go, crush these ants. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Sun Yu's powerful aura formed an energy cyclone around him, causing sand and stones to fly within a radius of dozens of meters. The Kamehameha wave in his hands emitted a dazzling blue light, catching the attention of everyone present. "Huh!" With a loud shout, Sun Yu suddenly thrust out his hands, and a ghostly blue energy shockwave surged toward the group of infected in the air. Run! Although the infected were merely empty shells, the parasites residing within them had a survival instinct. As they watched their fellow infected beings struck by the energy wave and turning to ashes, they began to scatter in fear. But would running help? Sun Yu looked at the fleeing infected with a smirk, thinking, does running help? Take this. With that, he flicked his wrist, and the Kamehameha wave swept across the crowd as if it were alive, causing a chorus of screams in the air. Sun Yu used the Turtle School's Kamehameha, compressing his fighting power to an intensity of 2,000,000. With a single strike, almost no one here could withstand it head-on. In an instant, a large portion of the infected army was annihilated by Sun Yu, leaving Uncle Ollie, Rude, and others in disarray. Many had prepared themselves for a desperate fight. However, they never expected that Sun Yu would resolve the crisis before them with a single move. Without the hindrance of the large group of infected, God.God flew smoothly to Jinyu, knowing full well the disparity in their strengths. Yet he charged in without hesitation to duel. Perhaps you could laugh at his foolishness, but if those who can recognize their own gaps in strength and avoid danger are deemed smart, then God.God, or even Sun Wukong and Sun Yu, would willingly be fools. They're the kind who are foolish enough to challenge opponents far stronger than themselves, even if it means being shattered to pieces. They push themselves to break through and surpass their limits. This is the Saiyan spirit, knowing it is impossible, yet doing it anyway. Boom! God.God quickly closed in on Jinyu, throwing a punch that sounded like thunder. Jinyu swiped with a claw, colliding with God.God's punch, creating a shockwave in the air. It's blocked. Just as everyone was worried about God.God's safety, he actually managed to block Jinyu's claw, and this was Jinyu, who had reached a fighting power of 3 million after devouring the infected mother worm. In the blink of an eye, God.God had already exchanged blows with Jinyu several times, trading powerful punches, igniting the enthusiasm of those watching below. Go God.God! Impressive God.God taken down. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts see the details. Sun Yu fixed his gaze on God.God's eyes and noticed that at this moment, there seemed to be no trace of emotional color in God.God's expression, as if he were a puppet yet still full of vitality. Perhaps at this moment, God.God no longer perceived the gap in strength, nor the boundary between life and death. All things in heaven and earth had turned to nothingness, leaving only the battle. I understand now. I finally realized why God.God's aura felt somewhat strange earlier. It was because he had entered a state of enlightenment. It was the result of constantly traversing between life and death during this time, continually pushing his potential to the limit, ultimately embracing the determination to surpass himself with a mindset of certain death. Sun Yu suddenly thought of the scene in the Dragon Ball anime Gods and Gods, where Son Goku battles the God of Destruction, Beerus, after transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Although Goku eventually returns to his normal state, logically, even if he is strong in that state, he shouldn't be able to withstand a blow from Beerus. However, he manages to stand toe-to-toe with Beerus. The official explanation is that Goku had absorbed the insights of the Super Saiyan God state, entering a state of selfless enlightenment. Indeed, once in such a state, one can feel a void between heaven and earth, with only the heart's direction remaining. Goku's singular focus on defeating Beerus and God.God's determination to surpass the possessed Jinyu both unleash potentials that are hard for ordinary people to comprehend, especially for the Saiyans, who grow stronger when faced with powerful opponents. Their growth is filled with infinite possibilities. Watching God.God fight Jinyu, Sun Yu felt a surge of fighting spirit in his heart, realizing that he was indeed not a golden warrior who had traveled back to the past. As God.God, the first in Saiyan history to transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat the space pirate Shield, Sun Yu sincerely admired his talent. I must also work hard, otherwise, I might really be left behind by him, Sun Yu said, filled with passion. Yes, we need to step up too. God.God has become so powerful. We must grow stronger as well. Let's go together, Lana shouted. All right. Awakens and the others were invigorated, responding to the call. The few on the ground transformed into streaks of light, flying into the sky, then selecting their targets and charging into the remaining infected. Sun Wuza was protecting God.God and Jinyu, because if anyone intervened in the battle between God.God and Jinyu, it would instantly destroy God.God's state of enlightenment, which Sun Wuza could not tolerate. He was very eager to see how far God.God could go. Jinyu was almost going insane. He thought that after devouring the mother worm and gaining over 3 million in battle power, there would be no opponents left in the universe. Who would have thought that first, a Sun Wuza with a battle power of 1 million would emerge, wiping out a large portion of his subordinates with a single move. Then, a frenzied God.God jumped into the fray, who clearly only had a battle power of 690,000 at the start. But this seemingly insignificant existence was getting stronger with every fight. The more injuries he sustained, the stronger he became, forcing Jinyu to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Saiyans were all battle maniacs, monsters. No wonder Frieza had previously regarded Saiyans as thorns in his side and wanted to eradicate them. At this moment, Jinyu, no longer underestimating them, was using 100% of his power to combat God.God. Terrifying talent. Sun Wuza occasionally glanced at God.God, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, God.God's strength was still inferior to Jinyu's, After fighting for so long, he was covered in wounds and looked quite miserable. His protective armor was tattered. His body was stained with blood, and there were several bleeding scars on his face. Fortunately, God.God had applied a special ointment that prevented Jinyu's infection worms from infecting him. Otherwise, God.God would have long since become Jinyu's slave. Clap. Rumble. Sun Yu looked at Jinyu, who had lost his combat rhythm, and felt a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Jinyu's super strong combat power gained through body swapping was not something he cultivated himself. So facing the increasingly fierce God.God, he was gradually unable to withstand the pressure. If this continued, God.God would surely win. Jinyu stared intently at God.God, and suddenly a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He abruptly retreated to create distance from God.God, and then spread his giant claws in front of him. As the saying goes, when the enemy retreats, I advance. In a state of clarity, God.God did not think too much and charged straight at Jinyu. Seeing God.God rushing towards Jinyu, Sun Yu felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He knew that Jinyu had a special move that allowed him to swap bodies with others. And it was clear that Jinyu knew he was bound to lose. So he wanted to use this move to complete the body swap with God.God. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from Jinyu, heading straight for God.God in front of him. Unfortunately, there were no frogs nearby for Sun Yu to throw to stop this from happening. Not even an infected one. So he couldn't casually toss a Namekian frog like Goku in the Dragon Ball anime. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan's time-stopping ability, attempting to delay the soul exchange beam shot by Jinyu, while his body swiftly rushed forward to push God.God, who was unaware of the situation. But he was still a step too late. By the time Sun Yu reached God.God, Jinyu had already completed the soul swap. However, because Sun Yu activated his Sharingan at the moment Jinyu used the soul exchange skill, this skill was inexplicably copied. Although this was a very rare soul skill, Sun Yu genuinely did not know what use it would have. Did he need to swap bodies with someone? What a cosmic joke. He was a Saiyan of infinite potential, and it was others who coveted his body. Although this might be easily misunderstood, it was indeed the truth. Wait, coveting bodies. A bold thought suddenly flashed through Sun Yu's mind. It would be great if he could secretly exchange bodies with Lana. As he thought about this, Sun Yu couldn't help but recall the enticing scene he had sneakily witnessed at the bathroom door. TSK. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Puffed. Sun Yu's nosebleed flowed out uncontrollably again. No, I am a gentleman. How can I think such filthy thoughts? I must be elegant and not vulgar. He instinctively glanced at Lana's position. She was passionately fighting with an infected person, her long hair flying in the wind, and her delicate figure outlining an alluring curve. The fullness of her body rose and fell with her movements, making Sun Yu's throat dry. With a gulp, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To hell with being a gentleman. To hell with elegance. God.God, whose body was forcibly swapped, seemed to have fainted due to the abrupt interruption of his state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Jinyu, occupying God.God's body, fumbled around in his arms and took out a pouch, spilling out a few senzu beans. Weighing them in his hand, Jinyu tilted his head back and swallowed all the senzu beans in one go. With a few crunches, he swallowed the chewed beans, and his injuries healed instantly. Not bad. Not bad. Jinyu looked at his new body with satisfaction, moved his limbs, and could distinctly feel the power of this physique. Sun Yu cast a glance at Jinyu, who had possessed God.God, and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, if you don't want to die, get out of God.God's body. Otherwise, I will beat you so badly that even your elderly mother won't recognize you." Ha ha. Jinyu raised his head and looked down at Sun Yu with disdain. Thinking, you want to hit me? Just you? This body can't even handle my 3 million battle power. You only have a mere 1 million, right? Kneel down now, and maybe I'll leave your corpse intact. Thank you. I beg you, come kill me. Sun Yu scoffed, looking at Jinyu with a face full of disdain. Jinyu snorted coldly and spread his arms, declaring, "Foolishness, let me show you my terror." With that, he began to unleash his battle power. In an instant, all eyes were on Jinyu, while Lana and Uncle Ollie watched anxiously, worried about how powerful the Jinyu who had possessed God.God would become. With a furious roar, energy whirlpools began to swirl around Jinyu's body, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be swept away by a hurricane, becoming fragmented. Everyone held their breath, anxiously waiting for Jinyu's final explosion of power. Jinyu's aura surged to its peak as he laughed loudly in the air, surveying everyone below with a condescending gaze. How about it? Do you feel my terror now? Ha ha ha. Kid, loudly tell me, what is my current battle power? 50,000, Sun Yu casually replied, tapping his ear as if he was not paying attention. Ha, did you hear that? It's 50,000. A full 50,000. Haha, wait, how much did you say? Is there something wrong with your ears? I said 50,000. Impossible, kid, you're lying to me. Jinyu's forehead bulged with veins as he stared at Sun Yu, trying to find signs of deceit in his eyes. Lying to you for candy? Sun Yu continued to look at him with disdain. Impossible, I'll check myself. Jinyu quickly moved to the body of the recently defeated Rickham, took off his battle power scouter, and pressed it against himself. Beep, beep, beep. Jinyu saw the scouter clearly display 5 digits, 50,000. The battle power really was only 50,000. What's going on? How is this possible? This body is clearly stronger than me. Jinyu was clearly unable to accept this reality. He fiercely grabbed his own hair and screamed in agony. How is it not possible? Sun Yu flexed his wrist and said maliciously, First, I have to say, God.God is truly a once-in-a-million genius. But his strength comes from his hard work, countless life and death battles, and enduring hardships to have such power. And you, Captain Jinyu, are just a thief who steals the fruits of others' labor. You can't even use the most basic key. How could you unleash the full power of this body? Jinyu was struck where it hurt, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. You dare to call me a thief? I'll kill you. With that, Jinyu used all his strength and threw a punch at Sun Yu. Just as Jinyu's fist reached in front of Sun Yu slowly raised his hand, and with a pa sound, he firmly grasped Jinyu's fist. Damn it! Jinyu finally accepted the fact that this body only had a battle power of 50,000. He tried to pull his fist back, but Sun Yu's palm was like an iron hoop, tightly gripping Jinyu. As Sun Yu slowly raised his fist, Jinyu was truly afraid. He forced out a smile and said, This great person, the owner of this body, is your friend, right? You can't hurt me, or you'll hurt your friend. I'll leave right away. I beg you to let me go. Friend? Maybe. But my way of treating friends is a bit special. I like it when they call me Dad. Before he finished speaking, Jinyu heard a whoosh as Sun Yu's fist slammed harshly into Jinyu's ribcage, making Jinyu feel as if his internal organs had shifted, his back arching like a shrimp. Thud, thud, thud. After the punch landed, Sun Yu let out a light shout and began to rain down blows on Jinyu, who was left dazed and rolling his eyes back. In this scene, anyone who didn't know would think they had some deep-seated grudge, a blood feud. Even tough Lana covered her eyes, unable to look. This scene was so bloody. It was like silencing a crying child. God.God is suffering the collateral damage. By the way, Lord Kale seems to be in a bad mood today. That's right. Let's be clever later and not accidentally provoke the Lord. TSK, TSK. This beating is too brutal. Before long, Jinyu was almost beaten to the point of gasping for air. He fell from the sky, crawling toward the infected one he had previously possessed with the last bit of incredible willpower. Sun Yu quietly watched in the air as Jinyu struggled greatly and finally saw the body he had previously possessed. Then, trembling, he lifted his hands, which were shattered to pieces, and murmured, Fish. Yay. In a flash of light, God.God and Jinyu finally switched back, and only then did Sun Yu descend from the air, looking at the bloodied God.God on the ground. He took out a senzu bean from his pocket, crushed it, and stuffed it into God.God's mouth. This scene felt familiar. After helping God.God swallow the senzu bean, his wounds quickly healed. However, God.God only briefly awakened before his head tilted, and he fell back into a deep sleep. Who knows what God.God had gone through? He had entered a state of enlightenment. And if he could smoothly pass through this state, his combat power could increase dramatically. Unfortunately, before he could fully comprehend, he was forcibly swapped by Jinyu, followed by Sun Yu's brutal beating. When his soul returned to his body, God.God finally understood what it meant to bear the unbearable weight of life. In short, his heart was filled with despair. Just sleep well, and when you wake up, everything will be fine. Sun Yu casually tossed God.God to the nearby legs, then turned to look at the already standing Jinyu. I will kill you. I absolutely will kill you. The infected form of Jinyu had bulging eyes, staring fiercely at Sun Yu. If looks could kill, he would have killed Sun Yu millions of times. Although I also want to be like God.God, to see if I can find an opportunity to enter the state of enlightenment by challenging someone stronger than myself. Sun Yu smiled helplessly, but unfortunately, you don't even count as someone stronger than me. You aren't even powerful at all. Fighting you is simply the utmost boredom. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Jinyu was furious, his chest heaving, and he said, Damn, Brad, do you know what you're saying? You're just a piece of trash with a combat power of over 1 million. I have a combat power of 3 million, and I will tear you apart. Jinyu suddenly lunged forward, his massive form flickering constantly. Then, He appeared behind Sun Yu like a ghost, striking down with a claw. Die, kid. Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, "The combat power that is not cultivated by oneself is ultimately not one's own. What use is sheer brute strength?" Just as Jinyu's giant claw was about to strike Sun Yu, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and the 3 tomo in his eyes spun incessantly, creating a strange mist within a 10-meter radius. Ding! Jinyu suddenly realized that Sun Yu was gone, and his giant claw struck the ground. Ironically, with his strength, he couldn't even shatter the ground. What is this? Jinyu looked around in fear, and aside from the red sky, everything else was a void of blackness. This was Sun Yu's illusion technique, Super Tsukuyami. Hud, hud, hud. Just as Jinyu searched frantically for Sun Yu's figure, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. Looking up, a massive figure towering several dozen meters above him appeared. Whether it was a gigantic Sun Yu or a shrunken version of Jinyu in his infected form didn't matter, because everything here was under Sun Yu's control. He was the master of this place. Run. Quickly run. Jinyu looked up at the giant figure above him, and his mind was filled with a single thought: to escape this place. However, no matter how he tried to flee, even with all his strength, he couldn't escape this confined space. Unable to fight back and unable to run away, Jinyu felt his knees, utterly despairing. "Please don't kill me. I can serve you." Yet Sun Yu merely smiled and said nothing, slowly lifting his foot and stomping down hard on Jinyu. Poof! Exiting the illusion space of Super Tsukuyami, Sun Yu shot an energy blast at the deceased Jinyu, incinerating him. This scene left everyone present stunned. They trusted in Sun Yu's strength. Yet, regardless of how powerful one is, surely it requires at least a finger to kill someone, right? But Sun Yu shattered everyone's expectations. From their perspective, Sun Yu simply watched Jinyu, and then Jinyu was dead. What just happened? Did Lord Kyle kill him with a look? Alanx said weakly. Perhaps it was some kind of superpower. Uncle Ollie swallowed, coming up with a relatively reasonable explanation. One cannot say that there are no races proficient in illusion in the Dragon Ball world, but it can be said that this world, which draws on Ki as an energy source, generally values strength. Therefore, they naturally didn't know that Sun Yu had used an illusion attack. In any case, with the death of Jinyu, the leader of the infected, the remaining infected army was quickly swept away, and such cleanup work obviously didn't require Sun Yu's participation. Thus, Sun Yu took Bardock back to his Khufu pyramid first. After leaving Bardock in the care of his wife, Jine, Sun Yu swaggered off to the temple to find Tarsal. Now that the crisis of the infected had been resolved, the 5 skylocks of the Vibrant Planet were reactivated, and the interstellar defense system was also activated, covering the sky with a layer of transparent protective screen once again. Perhaps having just passed through a crisis, Tarsal appeared particularly enthusiastic upon seeing Sun Yu. "Mr. Sun Yu, what brings you here?" Tarsal forced a smile that was not quite in line with his fierce appearance. Sun Yu looked at Tarsal with a confused expression, his mouth twitching slightly. "Stop right there," I said, "Chieftain. Let's have a good talk. Your formal way of speaking is making me uncomfortable." Tarsal awkwardly scratched his head. "Mr. Sun Yu, I just wanted to express my goodwill. Thanks to your intervention, our crisis has been resolved. I swear to the god Ignaz that our clan will forever be an ally of Mr. Sun Yu, until death." What a typical middle school leader, Sun Yu smiled. "The real disaster is still to come. Frieza's summon army will arrive soon, and Frieza himself is likely to come in person. Although he has the Sharingan's illusion, the Super Tsukuyami as his trump card, making him virtually invincible at the same level. He feels that his illusion would be a joke against a fully unleashed 100 Frieza. Chieftain Tarsal, the danger is far from over. Do you remember what I told you about Frieza? He is wary of your mechanical warriors and is determined to destroy your planet. Chieftain, now that we are allies, can you give me a hint? Do your super mechanical warriors actually exist? If they do, how strong are they?" Sun Yu looked at Tarsal with intense eyes. After listening to Sun Yu's words, Tarsal had a grim expression and pondered for a long time. Finally, it seemed that Tarsal had made a decision, and he said to Sun Yu, "Since Mr. Sun Yu has asked, then please follow me." The two walked quietly between the 12 bronze pillars, with Sun Yu catching a glimpse of the central bronze pillar, which was the one that had been opened to enter the chamber with the mechanical statue. However, this time their target was not that pillar. Tarsal led Sun Yu through twists and turns to the southern corner, where his hand rested on a bronze pillar carved with strange insect-like figures. Sun Yu found it somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall it at the moment. After Tarsal activated the switch, the bronze pillar slowly rose, revealing a passage leading underground. "Come in, Mr. Sun Yu." Tarsal stepped forward first and walked in. Sun Yu carefully examined the passage, which was dimly lit and gave him an inexplicable sense of excitement. He stepped forward, following Tarsal down the path. After walking down a long flight of stairs, Sun Yu's vision suddenly opened up to a vast space. He felt as if he were in a super-modern technological building, with two circular platforms in the center that could directly access each floor. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Sun Yu could look down and see many Veblen aliens working at various oddly shaped workstations on each floor, researching something. Tarsal explained to Sun Yu, "These are the elite researchers of my race. I will now take you to see our strongest achievements." Sun Yu responded and silently followed Tarsal to the circular platform in the center. Researchers moved back and forth around them, bowing to Tarsal as they passed. Sun Yu and Tarsal stood behind the platform, and Tarsal pressed a button on the control panel. The platform quickly descended, its speed rivaling that of ordinary flight techniques. Despite the rapid descent, Sun Yu was still able to see the situation on each floor. On some of the uppermost floors, they mainly researched ordinary weapon parts. As they moved downward, Sun Yu gradually saw some modified life forms, including members of the Veblen race itself. About 70 floors down, Sun Yu saw some super robots resembling Gundams from the intelligence reports. However, those were not on the bottom floor. The platform continued to descend. When they reached the bottom floor, Sun Yu felt as if he had returned to Earth. Stepping off the platform, he saw that the corridor was lined with cylindrical containers, filled with cultivation liquids housing many insect-like exoskeletal creatures. "These are the core of our research, a type of bioengineered warrior," Tarsal said as he led the way. "Unfortunately, after hundreds of years, there has been little progress in our research." Sun Yu walked behind Tarsal, his gaze momentarily ignoring the monsters in the vessels. These monsters were entirely green, their bodies mostly resembling human forms, with various green spikes protruding from their heads, their bodies encased in exoskeletons. A familiar name swirled in Sun Yu's throat. However, he kept telling himself that these must be coincidences. There are so many types of creatures in the universe, and it couldn't necessarily be the one he knew. After walking for a long time, Tarsal finally arrived in front of a special vessel. He proudly pointed at the creature inside and said, "This is the crystallization of my people's 1,000 years of hard work. Once the research is complete, it will be the ultimate weapon that surpasses all existence. Unfortunately, it has a flaw, and we can only seal it away with regret." Sun Yu stared wide-eyed at the creature in the vessel, his heart pounding like thunder. The creature, in terms of its physique, appearance, and that green long tail, resembled someone from his memories. "Impossible, this can't be. I personally killed Dr. Gero. This world can't possibly still have Cell. This creature in the vessel can't be anyone else but Cell. Cell. He's the final boss from the Android saga in Dragon Ball, and his power has surpassed that of Super Saiyan. Of course, that was in his perfect form after absorbing Android 17 and Android 18. While the creature resembling Cell before him, according to Tarsal, is still just a prototype. Tarsal, please tell me more about this creature." Sun Yu requested with a furrowed brow. Tarsal did not notice Sun Yu's unusual demeanor. He looked proudly at the creature in the vessel and explained happily, "This creature is a gift from the great god Ignis. It can absorb the life essence of other species to achieve infinite evolution. If we complete this research, we will create a super life form that can continuously evolve." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "This life form is very dangerous, right? Once it gets out of control, it will be a disaster for the universe." Yes. Tarsal's excitement was extinguished by Sun Yu's words. He sighed and said, "We also considered this danger. So when modifying this super life form, we added an emergency destruction device. We thought that would solve the problem, but we never expected. This life form can actually evolve into its perfect form by absorbing its kind that also has this emergency destruction device. To prevent this situation from occurring, we have sealed them indefinitely here until we can find a solution." Sun Yu felt a cold sweat break out as he listened. Wasn't he this just Cell? The Cell on Earth evolved into his perfect form after absorbing Android 17 and Android 18, both of whom had self-destruct devices. Although the remote controls for the self-destruct devices would be destroyed, the devices still existed within them. Considering the chronological development of the Dragon Ball storyline, Sun Yu came up with a bold hypothesis. Perhaps in the original Dragon Ball world, the Namekians had developed a primordial version of Cell, and then their planet was destroyed, causing them to exit the Dragon Ball stage. The primordial cells, located in the lower levels of the pyramid, might not have died during the destruction of Namek. They may have even somehow made their way to Earth, where they were discovered by Dr. Gero, who then thoroughly studied them. Thinking of this, Sun Yu found the idea absurd. Yet, there was no better explanation. After all, he himself found it suspicious that Dr. Gero, a mere Earthling from a planet that didn't even have faster-than-light spaceships, could develop androids comparable to Super Saiyans. Furthermore, Sun Yu had seen the androids created by Dr. Gero with his own eyes. Whether it was Android 9 or the android wolf named X, those were all biological forms that existed on Earth. But Cell, as anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows, has a biological form unlike any species on Earth. He could even revert to an egg and hide in a time machine to travel back to a time before Goku's heart disease. At that time, Bulma had mentioned that such a creature had never been seen on Earth. Given all this, Sun Yu had reason to believe that the cell appearing in Dragon Ball was modified by Dr. Gero based on the primordial cell from Namek. Thus, the initial form of Cell possessed the power to directly confront Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, Android 17 and Android 18 were created by Drive Gero after discovering the secret of Cell's final evolution into his perfect form. This was done specifically to assist Cell in evolving. With this, everything made sense. Sun Yu finally understood why Frieza feared the technology of Namek so much. It turned out he was truly afraid of the primordial cell. Sun Yu rubbed his temples. Although this was just his speculation, he could not know if there were other hidden truths or if it was just a miraculous coincidence. However, how to deal with these original cell issues was giving Sun Yu a headache. Noticing Sun Yu's actions, Tarsal asked with concern, "Mr. Sun Yu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Sun Yu smiled and shook his head. If he had to destroy the original cell now, he really wouldn't want to, because that was Cell after all. If he evolved into his perfect form, only a Super Saiyan 2 would be able to defeat him. Perhaps the Cell in this world would be slightly weaker. After all, the Cell in the Dragon Ball anime contained the cells of all the Dragon Ball warriors, which was also Dr. Gero's greatest achievement. Take good care of these creatures. I can sense their terrifying potential. Until we have absolute control, don't release them casually. Otherwise, it will bring catastrophic disasters to this world. Sun Yu said meaningfully. After hearing Sun Yu's words, Tarsal solemnly promised, "Please rest assured, Mr. Sun Yu. I swear on all my honor and faith." Upon hearing Tarsal's words, Sun Yu temporarily felt relieved and casually looked around. Suddenly, Tarsal's central computing core received a call request. He accepted the request and stood in silence for a long time. Sun Yu naturally knew about the special communication method of the Veblen aliens, so he started to wander around by himself. After a long while, Tarsal finally came to his senses. Sun Yu returned to Tarsal's side and asked, "What's wrong, Chief Tarsal?" Tarsal gestured for Sun Yu to return to the lift platform as he said, "There are two bad news. Let's discuss them as we walk." According to the latest reconnaissance report, a vanguard force of Frieza has appeared a few light years away, and they are expected to arrive in 3 days. If it were just some vanguard troops, I think even without our intervention, your planet's defense system could handle them, right? So the second piece of bad news is that Frieza himself is coming personally. After this period of understanding, Sun Yu had already grasped the overall strength of the Veblen aliens and quickly reached this conclusion. Tarsal nodded. "That's right. According to the latest intercepted intelligence, that Frieza is aboard the latest interstellar jump spaceship and is expected to arrive in our star region in a month. Everything else is manageable, but as for Frieza, we currently don't have the capability to confront him head-on. By the way, Chief Tarsal, I remember you mentioned before that you could hide the planet's coordinates. Why are they still able to find us?" "I did say that, but strangely there's something on our planet that keeps emitting signals, and they use that to locate us." Sun Yu frowned and thought, damn, it must be the Jinyu Force and their spaceship. Forget it, I won't think about that anymore. Let's gather everyone and discuss our strategy. Although Sun Yu didn't want to confront them so soon, Frieza was ultimately coming. After receiving the news that Frieza would soon arrive, Uncle Ali and Lana were invited to the temple. Under the 12 copper pillars, Sun Yu and Tarsal sat side by side on the high platform, with people below arranged in 2 rows. One row consisted of the Veblenians, while the other row was made up of the city management team led by Sun Yu. Bardock had long since awakened from his coma and vaguely remembered what had happened. Although Bardock knew that Sun Yu had acted out of necessity, he could not swallow his anger, and thus his gaze towards Sun Yu was filled with hostility. Sun Yu, sitting on the high platform, completely ignored Bardock's gaze and lightly cleared his throat, saying, "I believe everyone already knows that, according to the latest intelligence, the advanced troops of Frieza's army will arrive on this planet within 3 days. Of course, that is not the most terrifying part. What we really need to worry about is our greatest enemy, Frieza, who will arrive here in a month. The purpose of his visit should be clear to everyone, to destroy this planet." Sun Yudon paused, and a Veblen alien requested to speak. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Is that Frieza really that strong? What are our chances of defeating him in a direct confrontation?" This was a concern shared by many present. Sun Yu nodded and said seriously, "He is very strong. We have no chance against him." This brief statement immediately caused an uproar among those present. Sun Yu's power was evident to all. Not only did the members of the city management team revere him, but many Veblen aliens also regarded him as an insurmountable force. They found it hard to imagine that such a powerful being claimed to have no chance against Frieza. Just how powerful is Frieza? I'm not being modest. It's just that he is too powerful. He has 3 transformations, and his full power is 120 million. Sun Yu said calmly, 120 million? The crowd below erupted in shock, including Lana and Bardock. Although they had long known of Frieza's invincibility, as battle-hungry Saiyans, they yearned to face strong opponents. However, the strongest on this planet, Sun Yu, only possessed a battle power of 1 million. Perhaps after this period of training, he had improved somewhat. But no matter how much he improved, the power levels were not on the same tier. How could they fight? Shouldn't we just escape? Someone said, provoking public outrage among those present. Whether proud Saiyan warriors or Veblen aliens who revered the warrior spirit, they all despised those who fled without fighting. Running away is the act of cowards. The great Tarsal and the esteemed Lord Sun Yu, we are willing to shed blood to protect the honor of warriors until death. As soon as this was said, everyone present became excited, kneeling on one knee to request a fight, eager to die honorably. What infuriated Sun Yu the most was that Lana and Bardock also joined in, and he almost cried, thinking, oh my goodness, what is wrong with these people? Why are they always thinking about dying in battle? How did this brainwashed mindset form? I know you are all fearless warriors. Sun Yu felt overwhelmed. But could you at least consider the civilians on this planet? There are still hundreds of thousands of ordinary residents on Veblen, and they were all non-combatants. Even if you didn't consider the situation on Veblen, Sun, you had to think about the thousands of Saiyans he was responsible for. He also wondered if Frieza had destroyed planet Vegeta. According to the timeline in the original Dragon Ball, planet Vegeta had already been obliterated by Frieza using a technique called a supernova. If that were the case, it was very likely that Sun Yu's side was the last surviving group of Saiyans in the universe, and he had to preserve the last spark of revolution for this race. When the topic of civilians came up, everyone fell silent because, in Veblen's tradition, they had the duty to protect civilians. Tarsal, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. What Mr. Sun Yu said is very true. We do not fear death, but we cannot make meaningless sacrifices. Given that this planet is about to face an unprecedented disaster, I propose that we concentrate all civilians and safely evacuate them starting now. It sounded simple, but despite Veblen being sparsely populated, there were still at least hundreds of thousands of people on the planet, making it impossible to move such a large population. Elder, do you have a plan? How long will it take to evacuate all the civilians? Sun Yu asked, internally screaming. At least get my Saiyans to a safe place. After a moment of silence, Tarsal replied, I plan to gather all civilians in the temple. The temple has enough folding space to accommodate hundreds of thousands without any problem. Once all the civilians are gathered, we can activate the temple to perform a spatial phase leap, allowing us to jump out of this star sector instantly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu was delighted. Their SA saying, technology saves the world, based on what he had heard Tarsal explain about spatial technology. Ordinary level spatial jump technology had already been widely used in spaceships throughout the universe. Higher level technology was only available to top-tier armies like Frieza's, allowing them to easily traverse hundreds of light years. However, Tarsal's phase leap was similar to the instant transmission technique from the planet Metamor, using the principle of phase transfer to achieve spatial crossing. In fact, the time machine that appeared in the original Dragon Ball is a type of time phase leap device, which not only jumps through space, but also across the timeline. That sounds great. How long does the spatial phase leap take to activate? Sun Yu asked. The temple's spatial phase leap only requires 1 day to charge. But the problem we face now is that evacuating all civilians may take nearly 30 days. 30 days? Sun Yu felt a headache coming on. To be honest, he hoped Lana and the other Saiyans would leave as quickly as possible since they were up against Frieza. But he also wanted to see Frieza with his own eyes. If he could fight him, that would be even better, although he knew this idea was dangerous. But what could he do? After all, he was a Saiyan. Saiyans are born to seek battle with the strong. Then it's settled. Tarsal, focus all efforts on gathering the civilians. My city management team will resist Frieza's advanced troops. Make thorough preparations. Also, Bardock, come with me. I have a powerful technique I want to teach you. A powerful technique. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Bardock. Receiving personal instruction from Sun Yu was something they could only dream of. Lord Kale, can we go along to watch? Alankus asked eagerly. Others also chimed in, expressing their desire to go and observe. Sun Yu turned his head and glanced at the crowd, rarely showing a stern expression, and shouted, "No. Everyone, go back to what you were doing." The crowd sighed, but Sun Yu paid no attention and flew straight out of the hall. Bardock hesitated for a moment, then followed Sun Yu's figure. Seeing the two fly away, Lana rushed to Tasser and asked anxiously, "Leader, do you have any tiny spy robots here? The kind that won't be detected by Kyle and the others?" Sun Yu did not allow everyone to follow, so they simply didn't tea. Just because people weren't following didn't tea mean they couldn't send a little spy over. Although this behavior wasn't exactly above board. Tarsal was also curious about what Sun Yu would teach Bardock, so he said, "As long as Mr. Sun Yu and Mr. Bardock do not leave this planet, we can monitor their actions through orbital satellites. Please take a look." As he spoke, Tarsal spread open his semi-mechanical arm. In the center of his palm was a dome-shaped, transparent sphere, which instantly radiated brilliant light. Then, in front of everyone, a 50-inch holographic projection screen appeared, revealing the scene of Sun Yu and Bardock flying. Tarsal slightly adjusted the angle of the surveillance to make it clearer for everyone. Dozens of miles south of the temple, Bardock and Sun Yu were flying one after the other, with Bardock flying behind Sun Yu. Suddenly, Bardock asked, "Hey, what are you trying to do? Why don't you let them come over too?" Although Sun Yu's behavior was quite unusual, Bardock wasn't worried that Sun Yu would be harmful to him. On the contrary, due to the previous incident where he was swapped bodies with Jinyu, Bardock held a deep resentment towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu cast a glance at Bardock behind him, a sly smile appearing on his face as he said, "Because this technique is very special, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of others." "Embarrass yourself?" Bardock suddenly felt a hint of unease. He really couldn't figure out what Sun Yu was planning. Seeing Bardock silent, Sun Yu continued, "You heard what Tarsal said earlier. If nothing unexpected happens, we are very likely to encounter Frieza's ambush before we leap out of this star domain at the temple. So what? If he dares to come, I'll make him pick up his teeth." Bardock tilted his head back, exuding an air of immense pride. Hearing Bardock's words, Sun Wukong suddenly hovered in the air. He turned to look at Bardock, who had slowed down and stopped, and smiled, as expected of Bardock. "I'm very curious what your battle power is now, that you can confidently say you want to beat Frieza, not to mention Bardock's previous state of enlightenment. However, after swapping bodies with Jinyu and getting beaten half to death by Sun Wukong, and then being revived with the sins of being, his battle power would have significantly increased. What if I told you my battle power has exceeded 1 million now? Would you believe it?" Bardock looked at Sun Wukong with interest. "What is there not to believe? Don't act like a battle power of 1 million is such a big deal, Bardock. Do you want to experience true power?" Sun Wukong also looked at Bardock with an ambiguous expression. Bardock felt uneasy under Sun Wukong's gaze and instinctively took a few steps back, saying, "I don't understand what you mean. I hope you can clarify. I don't know if you've heard of planet Metamor. It's a magical planet, and they have a secret technique called Metamoran fusion. If I remember correctly, this technique can merge two individuals with similar power levels into one, creating a super warrior. I can only think of you as fitting the criteria, considering the current battle power of Sun Wukong and Bardock. Even if the Metamoran fusion was successful, they might not be able to defeat Frieza in his fully unleashed form. But even if they couldn't win, at least they could buy some time." "What?" Bardock's heart trembled upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. Although he wasn't quite sure what the Metamoran fusion was, it must be something powerful. "I can clearly tell you that my current battle power limit is 1.3 million. Just imagine how powerful we would be if we fused." After a long while, Bardock regained his composure and shook his head with a slight smile. Although he craved power and wanted to fight strong opponents, he would rather not have power that he hadn't earned through his own training. Bardock gave a cold snort and said, "Fusion? With you? Lord Sun Wukong, please don't forget that the reason I want to become stronger is to defeat you. Rather than using some Metamoran fusion technique with you, I'd rather die in battle." After saying this, Bardock turned to leave. Sun Wukong watched Bardock gradually fly away and said, "I know you are a true warrior. You're not afraid of death. But what about your wife and children?" Bardock suddenly stopped, standing still in the air, unmoving. Sun Yu continued, "I'm sorry to tell you that if Frieza arrives and we fail to escape in time, then no one can withstand him. Have you thought about the fate of your wife, Jine, and your son, Raditz?" "Damn it." Bardock clenched his fists tightly, and Sun Yu could see his shoulders trembling, indicating his intense emotions. "This is promising." Sun Yu's eyes brightened, and he quickly seized the moment. "I know you don't want to cooperate with me, but the situation has left us with no choice. Perhaps you don't fully understand Frieza's power. I can give you a preview." "What?" Bardock turned abruptly, but all he saw was a pair of blood-red eyes, with black pupils surrounded by a ring with 3 tomo evenly distributed. Sun Yu was using the Sharingan to cast an illusion. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and scorching lava surged violently outward, while the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and countless lightning bolts danced through the air, as if the apocalypse were upon them. "Where's this?" Bardock looked around for Sun Yu's figure, but only spotted a white silhouette in the distance. He quickly flew over to clarify the situation. This version of Bardock had not yet experienced the magic fist of Kinesa, so he was completely unaware of the illusion and didn't even realize he was in one. As he approached the white figure, Bardock felt a terrifying aura. The distant white silhouette seemed to be infinitely magnified in that moment, and Bardock felt as if he were not looking at a person, but rather a towering mountain. He was trying hard to articulate those 3 words, but his throat felt as if it were being tightly gripped, and he couldn't utter a single sound. The white silhouette seemed to sense someone behind it, and slowly turned to look at Bardock. Just a disdainful glance made Bardock feel as if his body were being pierced by 1,000 swords simultaneously. He was in immense pain, overwhelming fear, and an exhilarating thrill. The illusion before him was not the real Frieza, but rather a scene simulated by Sun Yu from the Dragon Ball anime, depicting the battle between Frieza and Son Goku on Namek. At that time, Frieza had fully unlocked 100 of his power, releasing an overwhelming battle power of 120 million. So just a dismissive glance was enough to leave Bardock nearly heartbroken, although Sun Yu had intentionally amplified Bardock's fear by a factor of 1,000. Regardless, Sun Yu's goal had been achieved. Back in reality, Bardock was drenched in sweat, still shaken as he asked, "Lord Sun Yu, what just happened? Was that person really Frieza? Why is he different from my impression?" That was Frieza's final form, the 100 power mode, with a battle power of 120 million. Sun Yu said with infinite longing. Hee. Although I don't want to admit it, that scene was truly terrifying. Bardock said, still shaken. "Does that mean you agree to merge?" Sun Yu said with a look of having succeeded in a scheme. TCH. Bardock turned his head away, and after a long silence, he finally clenched his fists and said fiercely, "Just this once. From now on, even if I die, I won't agree to it. What do you want me to do?" Sun Yu stepped forward and patted Bardock on the shoulder, proudly saying, "The Metamorph Fusion has a unique dance step. You can first watch my movements and then learn them." After saying that, Sun Yu jumped onto a large rock, nervously glancing around. Despite his current perception ability, which allowed him to sense anything within hundreds of miles, he was still anxious. The dance steps of this Metamorph Fusion were incredibly awkward, easily ranking as the top of the most cringeworthy dances in the Celestial Empire, which was why Sun Yu didn't want others to follow along. If Lana and the others saw it, he probably wouldn't be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. However, what Sun Yu didn't account for was that the orbital satellites of Veblen Star had strong surveillance capabilities, just as they had flown out of the temple. Tarsal was live-streaming the entire special training process of Sun Yu and Bardock. In the temple, members of the city management team, including Lana, who were not assigned any tasks at the moment, gathered around Tarsal, their eyes wide as they watched Sun Yu on the holographic screen. They saw Sun Yu standing alone on the giant rock, taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaling. Just as everyone was puzzled, Sun Yu suddenly raised his hands in front of his chest, then turned left while reciting something. He squatted slightly, taking small steps gracefully, then raised his left knee, with his arms moving in rhythm across his chest. He shouted loudly, abruptly moving his raised left leg to the side, both hands lifting above his head, bending his body to the right. Bardock was stunned, and the friends watching the satellite broadcast from the temple were also shocked. The entire place fell silent, and even a cold breeze could be felt carrying a few fallen leaves. The awkwardness was palpable. "Sun Yu, I think it would be more dignified to die at Frieza's hands." Bardock swallowed hard, looking at Sun Yu with a face that said, "Are you kidding me?" His body instinctively wanted to escape. The people in the temple hall were fainting one after another, doubting whether they were seeing a fake Sun Yu. "Bardock, I'm serious." Sun Yu suddenly stepped forward to block Bardock, firmly saying, "Don't pay too much attention to this dance step. Although it looks a bit odd, it's really a powerful technique. Do I have to do it?" Bardock asked with a face. "You have to." Sun Yuka didn't care whether Bardock was willing or not. He pulled Bardock and jumped onto the giant rock. Then he stood beside him and said, "Bardock, you need to concentrate. Feel my energy." Watching Sun Yu performing the awkward dance again, the people from the temple were going crazy. They couldn't understand what was wrong with Sun Yu, a dignified leader, behaving this way. From a distance, Sun Yu was unaware that all his movements were being watched by Lana and the city management team, and that he was misunderstood as having a special preference. At that moment, Sun Yu was still seriously guiding Bardock in practicing the metamorph fusion technique. Bardock, your steps were half a beat faster than mine just now. Feel my energy. Feel our rhythm. Yes, yes, 1, 2, 3 fusion. Bardock mirrored Sun Yu's actions. However, because Bardock couldn't bring himself to perform such embarrassing movements, their rhythm was always difficult to synchronize. Damn it, are you really not trying to mess with me? Bardock was almost going crazy. He was starting to regret agreeing to practice the metamorph fusion technique with Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt very wronged. He had already cooperated very well with Bardock's rhythm, but there was always that little bit lacking. Bardock-san, I know you think these dance steps are absurd, but there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, no one is watching, so just cooperate with me this once. If it still doesn't work, then I won't force you. TCH. Bardock glanced disdainfully at Sun Yu. However, thinking of what Sun Yu had said earlier in Frieza's power, he ultimately lowered his head and took a deep breath. All right. Seeing Bardock adjusting his state, Sun Yu walked to the left and stood beside him. Fusion. The two said the fusion incantation in unison, dragging out the last syllable. Because both were peak experts in sensing energy, once they removed their psychological burden, their cooperation was seamless. Their arms swung through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, their bodies half-squatting, taking small steps closer to each other. When they got close enough, they each raised a leg and held their hands out in opposite directions at their chests. They simultaneously shouted, "Fusion!" The bent legs suddenly straightened. Their hands swung high above their heads, and their waists bent toward each other, their movements mirroring each other perfectly. Before Sun Yu could feel overjoyed, Bardock, at the last moment, applied too much force with his right hand and misaligned by half a centimeter. Despite this, a dazzling white light still shone from their bodies. The people far away in the temple looked in disbelief at the blinding white light in the holographic screen, seemingly understanding Sun Yu's intentions. Could this really be some kind of technique? In an instant, the white light faded, and a man dressed in Metamoran national attire appeared on the holographic screen. Just from the shape of his face, he resembled both Sun Yu and Bardock, but why was he as skinny as a monkey? And what was up with his measly battle power of 2,000? This is ridiculous. What is that? The people in the temple stared blankly at the holographic screen, feeling as though their worldview had been completely refreshed. Based on what had just happened, they roughly understood that Sun Yu and Bardock had fused into one. But why did two strong individuals end up as a weakling with only 2,000 battle power? This made everyone sigh. It's not that I can't keep up with the times, but that this world changes too quickly. In a rocky wilderness outside the temple, Sun Yu and Bardock, having failed their fusion, stood trembling on top of the original large rock. He looked emaciated, with deeply sunken cheekbones and dark-eyed bags, looking extremely haggard. Bardock raised a skinny, bamboo-like arm to cover his mouth and coughed, cough, cough, cough. After coughing for a while, Bardock propped up his mummy-like chest, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he echoed the heavy voices of Sun Yu and Bardock. Damn it, I'm going to die. Just as he lifted his leg, he lost his balance and fell straight down. Bardock rolled his eyes and fainted. The first Saiyan to die from walking had thus been born. Not long after Bardock fainted, his body emitted a dazzling white light, splitting into two figures, Sun Yu and Bardock. After separating, both Sun Yu and Bardock knelt on the ground, coughing violently. Because their fusion posture was incorrect, the resulting body had significant health issues. While being emaciated was one thing, the most important issue was that Bardock looked like he would fall apart with just a gust of wind. Bardock, it's all your fault for not keeping your fingers straight, Sun Yu exclaimed angrily. So you mean to blame me? Clearly, you were half a beat slow at the end. But you put the blame on me. Bardock refused to back down. You actually say it's me who was slow? If you had cooperated properly from the beginning, we would have succeeded long ago. Sun Yu nearly lost his temper, but at that moment, Bardock's eyes no longer held any doubt. After all, they had successfully fused once, so Bardock had no reason to doubt Sun Yu anymore. At this moment, Bardock opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something, but holding back. He snorted and turned his head, pretending to casually look at the scenery. It was obvious he wanted to try the Metamoran fusion technique again, but he was just too embarrassed to speak. Sun Yu smiled helplessly. This Bardock really was Tsundere, since Bardock was unwilling to speak first. Sun Yu had to show his broad-mindedness. All right, fine. Let's consider this my mistake. So Bardock-san, let's try again. Akaeme biaka, fine. Although Bardock said it unwillingly, his body honestly stood to Sun Yu's right. The Scion's personality was just too Tsundere. Sun Yu understood Bardock's character, so he was no longer surprised. After taking their positions, Sun Yu and Bardock simultaneously swung their arms, taking small steps while dragging out their voices to say, "Fusion." All the movements were mirrored perfectly, except Bardock once again poked incorrectly at the end when extending his finger. Was it difficult for a martial artist to just touch fingers? As expected, this fusion still went wrong. As the dazzling light faded, a large, plump figure appeared in the holographic projection in the temple. Compared to the previous skinny form, this chubby Bardock looked quite silly and adorable, with a head full of wild hair and plump features that still somewhat resembled Sun Yu and Bardock. The Metamoran vest he wore was nearly ripped apart by his round belly. The fat version of Bardock jogged a few laps in place, causing a small tremor. In reality, the ground didn't shake, nor did the mountains move. It was just the fat on Bardock jiggling. After running a few laps, Bardock was already panting heavily. Unfortunately, generally speaking, the Metamoran fusion could last for 30 minutes. Unless faced with special circumstances, it wouldn't automatically dissolve. Therefore, Bardock jogged in place to pass the time. When tired, he would rest for a bit, and when rested, he would continue running. It was quite a sad sight, crying like a 300-pound child. What a tragedy in life. The next 30 minutes were excruciating. Sun Yu and Bardock felt as if 30 years had passed. Finally, amidst a flash of white light, their bodies separated again. After the fusion was undone, Sun Yu and Bardock lay on the ground, having just experienced the transformation from a 300-pound fat person back to a normal human. They felt like they had experienced two entirely different lives. Yet this was a life they never wanted to experience again. Bardock-san, we were so close. We were almost successful. This time, Sun Yu didn't blame Bardock for his mistake. He could sense that Bardock was also looking forward to this fusion, just like himself, anticipating the birth of a Super Saiyan. Bardock responded with a nasal tone, carefully recalling the steps of the Metamoran fusion technique, silently feeling Sun Yu's energy. In fact, given Bardock's current martial arts level, cooperating with Sun Yu shouldn't be difficult. The challenge lay in establishing a tacit understanding and mutual connection. The essence of fusion is unity of heart and mind. Both parties must think what the other thinks, desire what the other desires. Otherwise, the fusion will not be perfect. Bardock silently recalled the process of getting to know Sun Yu. He had always regarded Sun Yu as his goal and had been working hard to train, hoping that one day he could surpass Sun Yu. However, aside from that unwillingness to admit defeat, Bardock still held a sense of respect for Sun Wukong in his heart. It was precisely because of Sun Wukong's presence that he was able to broaden his horizons and realize how ignorant and insignificant he originally was. After receiving Sun Wukong's full training, Bardock's fighting power soared. Although this was related to his own efforts, no one could deny Sun Wukong's contributions. The so-called gratitude for being recognized, perhaps, is just like this. Lord Sun Wukong, I want to try again. Bardock said firmly. Huh? Sun Wukong was taken aback, somewhat disbelieving that these words came from Bardock. Really? Weren't you always too shy to make such an awkward move? I figured it out. Bardock jumped up, straightened his back, looked at Sun Wukong, and said, if I could protect Karin and Raditz, I wouldn't hesitate even if it cost me my life. Moreover, at this point, Bardock suddenly paused, turned his face away, and quietly said, and to be able to merge with Lord Sun Wukong, I feel honored. What the? Sun Wukong was confused, thinking to himself, is this person okay? Why did his attitude change so much all of a sudden? Clearly, Sun Wukong wouldn't understand Bardock's thoughts. He naturally attributed it to his own charisma. If that's the case, let's try again. After the previous two attempts at the Metamorph fusion technique, both Sun Wukong and Bardock had consumed a large amount of energy. So before preparing to fuse again, they both ate a senza bean. As the senza bean was swallowed, their stamina was instantly restored. They stood side by side, reciting the fusion incantation simultaneously, their hands moving in the air, taking small, careful steps closer. Sun Wukong and Bardock silently felt each other's presence. Their movements, breaths, and expressions were remarkably similar. A subtle sense of resemblance transcending the spatial barrier and reaching the holographic projection of the audience in the temple. Did you notice? This time Bardock's movements are much smoother than before. Uncle Ollie pointed this out at a glance. The others quickly agreed. That's right, just looking at their movements. They're almost perfectly mirrored. It's very likely that this time they could succeed. Lana watched the two in the light screen with a smile, and for some reason, she was very much looking forward to the outcome this time. Sun Wukong and Bardock had reached the final stage of their dance. With a shout of fusion, they simultaneously stretched out their hands, their index fingers touching at the tips. A soft light ignited at the point of contact, quickly enveloping both of them. The gentle light gradually became blinding, and amidst the white glow, their figures merged into one. transforming into a slightly taller individual with a well-proportioned, muscular body and explosive power. This person wore a small vest of the Metamorans, with a red cloth belt tied around his waist and wide white pants fluttering in the wind. Kael'dak has arrived. As the light faded, Kael'dak struck a cool pose with his hands on his hips, speaking with the combined voice of the two. According to the naming rules from the original Dragon Ball, the fuse name takes half from each. Since Sun Wukong took the lead, his Saiyan name was placed first, followed by Bardock's name, resulting in the fusion being called Kael'dak. However, Sun Wukong was surprised to find that after fusing with Bardock, their memories were not shared. And to a large extent, his consciousness remained dominant. Haha, I feel like my power has skyrocketed. After the fusion, the personality of the fused being becomes very arrogant. At this moment, Kael'dak suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if he were the only one worthy of standing above all, eager to teleport to Frieza and battle him for 300 rounds. Fortunately, Sun Wukong never had the chance to replicate the instant transmission technique. Kael'dak clenched his fists tightly, his aura surging violently, releasing a terrifying wave of energy into the sky. As Kael'dak continuously unleashed his energy, the ground began to tremble slightly. Even those far away in the temple could distinctly feel the strong, domineering aura, like a ferocious beast sweeping across the entire planet. Lana, Uncle Ali, and the others were all shocked as they looked towards Sun Wukong and Bardock. This aura was so powerful it sent chills down their spines, even from such a distance. Yes, that power is truly terrifying. Taser, who had been silent, couldn't help but exclaim. He had an energy detector in his body that could assess anyone's full strength. In Taser's eyes, as Kael'dak's aura continued to release, his battle power was skyrocketing. 5 million, 6, 89 million, 8, 5 million, 13 million. However, when Kael'dak's battle power reached 13 million, Taser's body began to tremble violently, as his energy detector was operating beyond its limits. Yet Kael'dak showed no signs of stopping. His black hair stood upright and twisted in the violent energy waves, with obvious golden flames appearing around his body. The sky gradually filled with dark clouds, thunder and lightning crackling, as if brewing an unprecedented storm. The ground began to sink slowly, and the surrounding sand and stones seemed to lose gravity. Floating and rolling in the air, Kael'dak let out a fierce roar, his aura exploding to its peak, and the terrifying golden flames shattered the ground within dozens of meters around him. Hoo. Kael'dak's form was enveloped in golden flames, emitting a series of howling sounds as he stood silently in the void, resembling a golden war god. The people in the temple stared in shock at the golden figure on the holographic projection. Although Kael'dak's hair had not yet turned golden, the golden flames surrounding him were hard to ignore, evoking a legendary tale passed among the Saiyans. Did Lord Kael'dak and Lord Bardock fuse into a Super Saiyan? Someone suddenly asked. If before, others could dismiss the Super Saiyan as a boring legend, now they had witnessed the super warrior that emerged from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Bardock, his appearance almost identical to that of the legends. In fact, Kael'dak did not transform into a Super Saiyan, but rather into a Pseudo-Super Saiyan. The so-called Pseudo-Super Saiyan differs from the traditional Super Saiyan transformation. It can be seen as a transitional phase towards becoming a Super Saiyan. This form appeared in the Dragon Ball movies, a state Goku reached before his final battle with Frieza on Namek. However, it is worth mentioning that when Goku transformed into a Pseudo-Super Saiyan, his pupils disappeared, and his mind became unclear. Yet Kael'dak did not exhibit such symptoms, perhaps because he was formed through fusion or possibly due to Sun Wukong's Sharingan abilities. Regardless of the reason, Kael'dak was fine aside for being a bit overly excited. However, this transformation greatly harmed the body and significantly accelerated energy consumption, making it impossible to maintain for long. After maintaining it for a while, Kael'dak's energy quickly ran out, and the golden flames vanished in an instant. With a flash of white light in the air, the two figures fell from it. Sun Wukong and Bardock had exhausted their energy, and thus reverted from the fusion. The golden warrior on the holographic display in the temple disappeared, and Taser finally let out a long breath. His energy detector had nearly overloaded. Now, recalling the terrifying battle power of Sun Wukong and Bardock after fusion, he still felt a lingering fear. As Sun Wukong and Bardock reverted from their fusion state, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and a ray of sunlight shone down on the earth again. Sun Wukong leaned back against a piece of rubble, smiling at Bardock, saying, "Bardock-san, we did it." In the temple, Everyone stared blankly at the holographic projection display, seemingly still immersed in the shock of what just happened. They had never witnessed such a technique that allowed two individuals to merge into one, nor had they ever felt a power as vast as an ocean. Let's go see Lord Kael'dak. Aranx had watched the entire fusion process of Sun Wukong and Bardock and felt an inexplicable longing for this technique. Even the previously unremarkable Vister seemed very excited, chiming in. That's right, Lord Kael'dak seems quite weak. Let's send him some Senzu beans. Two idiots. Lana slapped her forehead. You too. Even if you're making excuses, at least make them better. You just want to learn that fusion technique, don't you? After being exposed by Lana, Aranx and Vister put their hands behind their heads and laughed carefreely. Since Taser had some matters to handle, he did not participate in this action. Thus, Aranx and Vister charged ahead towards Sun Wukong's location, with Lana and Uncle Ollie following closely behind, the group soaring through the sky like a long rainbow. Sun Yu lay back and rested for a while. After seeing a few familiar figures flying from a distance, he sat up and focused his gaze. Alanx and Wister, two little rascals, flew excitedly in front of him. Hey, what are you two little rascals doing here? Sun Yu asked curiously as he stood up and loosened his shoulder joints. Although Alanx and Wister were only a few years younger than Sun Yu, his displayed strength and maturity made everyone take him seriously. Thus, they accepted being called little rascals. Lord Kyle, can you teach us the fusion technique? Alanx blurted out, immediately revealing that they had been spying on Sun Yu and Bardock's training. What? Sun Yu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Alanx with a fierce gaze, delivering a punch to both of their heads. Did you two little rascals see everything just now? Sensing the terrifying killing intent around Sun Yu, Alanx and Wister quickly hid behind Lana, looking at her with pitiful expressions, hoping she could save them. Lana shook her head and immediately changed the subject, asking Kyle, "We just felt a very terrifying aura. What happened? Did you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Here, apart from Sun Yu, no one knew about the pseudo-Super Saiyan transformation. So it was not surprising that Lana asked such a question. Sun Yu explained you could say that, but it's not entirely accurate. Perhaps you've already seen. Sun Yu glared at Aranx, who was so frightened that he shrank behind Lana. Sun Yu continued, Bardock and I have trained in a technique called metamorph fusion, which allows two individuals with similar power levels to merge into one, creating a super powerful warrior. This fused warrior can reach a state that's infinitely close to that of a Super Saiyan, which we shall tentatively call the Mimic Super Saiyan. Mimic Super Saiyan. Several people exclaimed in surprise. Sun Yu nodded and explained. The so-called merged Super Saiyan can be understood as the initial stage of Super Saiyan, which usually requires a state of rage to enter. However, it seems much easier to enter this state after merging. But once in a merged Super Saiyan state, there could be a loss of reason, and the energy consumption is enormous. Lord Kale, please guide us in practicing this technique. Everyone present had personally experienced the terror of a merged Super Saiyan, so it would be a lie to say they weren't envious. Aranx didn't care whether Sun Yu would hold a grudge for peeking at their training earlier. He directly pulled West to kneel before Sun Yu, pleading desperately. In fact, the requirements for the metamorph fusion technique are quite strict. Sun Yu looked at the two kneeling in front of him and suddenly thought of Goku and Trunks from the Dragon Ball anime. Lana also advised from the side, Kale, I think those two can give it a try. I'm really envious of you. I can't even find a female Saiyan with similar strength and build. Nowadays, among the Saions training on Vibrant Star, although there are many female Saions, there isn't one with a combat power and age similar to Lana's. So she couldn't find a companion to train the fusion technique with. All right, Sun Yu agreed. After all, with a great enemy looming, cultivating more fresh troops is a good thing. Sun Yu turned to the silent Bardock and said, Bardock, please demonstrate the metamorph fusion technique's dance steps for these two kids. Bardock, who was called out by Sun Yu, stiffened and angrily said, Why me? Why don't you demonstrate it yourself? Sun Yu smiled and thought, who would demonstrate such an awkward dance step? Little did he know that Alanx and West had already witnessed the dance steps of the metamorph fusion technique. They chuckled and said, No need, Lord Kyle, we already know the dance steps. Oh, then show me how it's done. Sun Yu said as he plopped down on a rock, quietly watching Alanx and West. Lana and Uncle Ollie also showed expressions of anticipation, while Bardock walked away with indifference, saying, I won't play with you guys. I'd rather spend this time training a bit more, so goodbye. After saying that, he soared into the sky, flying towards Sun Yu's Khufu pyramid. Ignoring Bardock, Alanx and West exchanged glances, then recalled the movements of Sun Yu and Bardock, mimicking every action. Fusion. The two extended their index fingers to connect with each other, but unfortunately, nothing happened. Sun Yu said, dissatisfied. You two, your steps are completely wrong. Really feel each other's rhythm. After giving a little guidance, Alanx and West continued trying to fuse, but unfortunately, it always ended in failure. Gradually, Sun Yu and the others lost patience as the coordination between Alanx and West was simply too poor, leading to various mistakes, and they couldn't even trigger the wrong fusion. Finding a pair of ordinary handcuffs, Sun Yu cuffed Alanx and West together and sternly ordered, "You two listen up from today on. You will eat and live together until you develop some coordination." "No way," the two cried out. Sun Yu was just about to give the two of them a scolding when Tarsal rushed over and said, "Emergency situation, Mr. Sun Yu. According to satellite detection, Frieza's advanced troops are already approaching and are expected to arrive in 12 hours. Tarsal subordinates had gone to various regions of the planet to gather all the civilians, and they simply couldn't spare anyone to organize defenses. Moreover, the interstellar defense system of the Veblen planet could handle most of the enemy forces. However, considering the sheer number of the opponent, Sun, you had to send someone to deal with those that slipped through the cracks. Just right, Alanx West. You two go to the front lines to fight. Remember, don't break the handcuffs, got it?" Sun Yu ordered Alanx and the other. The two dared not disobey his orders and nodded obediently. "Lana, Uncle Ollie, Frieza's army won't be too strong overall. You can arrange some Saiyans with combat power between 500 and 10,000 to train a bit. Keep an eye on them. I don't want to lose a single Saiyan." "Yes, I will send someone to supervise," Lana immediately assured. Everyone present understood that there was no need for Sun Yu to participate in this level of battle. He needed to focus on his training to prepare for the impending arrival of the strongest enemy, Frieza. After arranging everything, Sun Yu returned to his pyramid. He originally wanted to train with Bardock since his strength was the closest to his, but unfortunately, Bardock rejected Sun Yu's proposal without a second thought. With no other choice, Sun Yu had to train alone in the gravity training room. At that moment, Sun Yu really wished he had a spirit and time room like the one on Earth, where he could stay for a year while only a day passed outside. If he could train desperately for a year, little Frieza would be nothing to worry about. Sun Yu also considered asking Tarsal if it was possible to create a house of spirit and time, but unfortunately, the Vibranians were most skilled in space technology and knew nothing about time-related techniques. Thus, Frieza's advanced force made a grand arrival. The name Frieza was a nightmare for all civilizations in the universe. Wherever they went, they engaged in arson, murder, and the plundering of planets. Moreover, very few civilizations in the universe had the capability to resist Frieza's invasion. However, when Frieza's advanced force landed on Veblen planet, they suffered the most devastating defeat since the establishment of their legion. Out of 9,000 advanced troops, half were annihilated by concentrated fire from the interstellar defense system as soon as they entered Veblen's atmosphere. The invaders, who had barely managed to land after overcoming numerous challenges, were met with a fierce attack from the Saiyans, who had been waiting for them, leaving no survivors. The Saiyans who went into battle were all wearing combat suits specially designed for them by Tarsal. Although they could not compare to Sun Yu's suit, they were much more comfortable and protective than the battle armor of Frieza's army. After several battles, the air was filled with the cries of Frieza's advanced troops. "Lord Frieza, save us! Saiyan rebels are appearing. Lord Frieza, request for support." Far away, Frieza was sitting in a floating chair, his expression dark and terrifying. He listened to the latest battle reports from the front lines on the radio while rhythmically striking the ground with his tail. An invisible, murderous aura filled the command room, and everyone sat upright, not daring to make a sound, fearing to attract the wrath of this god of death. "Sabo, how many days until we reach Veblen planet?" Frieza's voice was flat, but anyone could hear the killing intent in his tone. Sabo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cleared his throat, saying, "It will take about 20 days. No, 15 days will be enough. Please be patient, Lord Frieza." Bang! Frieza's tail struck the ground heavily, creating a loud noise, and the cracks on the ground spread right to Sabo's feet, making him shiver. "A bunch of useless things. You can't even handle a small planet. Send troops over there. At least before I arrive, I don't want a single Saiyan monkey to escape. You know what to do." Frieza coldly glared at Sabo. Yes. As time went on, Frieza's follow-up troops gradually arrived. Fortunately, they were numerous, with an overall combat power of around 8,000, and with high-level fighters like Lana and Uncle Ollie stationed. The Saiyans under Sun Yu rarely suffered casualties. Through this battle, the overall strength of Sun Yu's Saiyans rapidly improved, and Alanx and Vist successfully developed a deep tacit understanding. When the timing was right, they completed the fusion technique of Metamor Star. The two fused into Alante. Alante possessed the physical characteristics of both Alanx and Vist, wearing a Metamor-style vest identical to Kaldak's, with an arrogant demeanor and overflowing confidence. After the fusion, Alante easily entered the state of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. After a few attempts, he grasped the trick of transforming into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, giving him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Then, ignoring the tens of thousands of Frieza's enemies, Alante turned and rushed to Sun Yu, declaring a challenge. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Sun Yu, he proudly delivered a long challenge declaration, only for the declaration to be cut short as his pseudo-Super Saiyan form was dispelled due to energy depletion. In a flash of light, Sun Yu effortlessly defeated Alanx and Vist, leaving them on the verge of kneeling and calling him dad. How many times have I told you? The pseudo-Super Saiyan state consumes a lot of energy. Unless you encounter a very powerful opponent, I do not recommend using this technique. The pseudo-Super Saiyan form has many uncertainties, and considering the strength of Alanx and Vist, their combat power after fusion and transformation was around 9 million, which seemed high. But against Frieza, it fell short. Alanx and Vist were sent back to the front lines by Sun Yu, while he continued his training in the gravity chamber. Thus, time passed little by little, and Tarsal visited several times to report on the latest civilian evacuation dynamics and other matters. The folded space on the temple side had been fully deployed, systematically accommodating civilians. Sun Yu often thought, if only he had the ability to protect planet Vegeta back then. As a Saiyan, he naturally hoped for the prosperity of the Saiyan race. In the following days, Sun Yu continued to train frantically, until one day, a terrifying aura locked onto the entire planet. Sun Yu knew that Frieza had arrived. Since the advanced troops of Frieza's army reached the planet Vibran, a steady stream of troops had been sent here, but unfortunately, nearly a month of continuous battles had not yielded any results. The defenses of Vibrians were as solid as a rock. The war had entered a prolonged stalemate. However, with the arrival of a terrifying aura, the space not far from planet Vibran began to wrinkle and undulate, rolling like a boiling pot of water. Suddenly, a giant spaceship's phantom materialized in the void, and as time passed, the phantom gradually solidified, revealing a saucer-shaped spaceship that blocked out the sun. Countless cannon ports were neatly arranged on the giant spaceship, and its sudden appearance stirred excitement among the soldiers of Frieza's army, who had been engaged in fierce battles for days. The hatch on the top of the spaceship slowly opened, and a floating chair emerged, with Frieza leisurely seated in it. Frieza's appearance made the tens of thousands of soldiers below unable to contain their emotions any longer. The hardships of this time seemed to have found an emotional outlet, and it erupted completely the moment they saw Frieza. Look, it's Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza has come. We can finally end this battle. Lord Frieza will surely teach those despicable Saiyans a good lesson. Compared to the excitement of Frieza's army, Sun Yu and the Saiyan warriors felt unprecedented terror. They knew the horror of Frieza and recalled the fear of being dominated by him in the past. At this time, the civilians under the 12 bronze pillars of the temple had almost gathered, and the temple had entered a preheating state. After determining the flight path, it entered the final countdown for the jump, 1 hour remaining. Although Frieza's army had launched a full-scale attack on the temple, they were at the gates. Fortunately, the opponent's high-end combat power was not strong enough to break through the defenses further, and Sun Yu did not advise Lana and the others to intervene. He needed to create an illusion of being pushed to a dead end in front of Frieza. Only in this way could he buy enough time for the temple's jump. Frieza is here, Bardock. Let's meet him. Sun Yu said seriously. Yes, it's time to give that guy a good beating, Bardock replied confidently, while Jine, standing behind him, tightly clasped her hands over her chest, looking worriedly at her husband. We want to go too, Lana and Uncle Ali said simultaneously. No, your strength is too weak. You can't help, Sun Yu said sternly. He rarely scolded Lana, but this time he wouldn't allow her to act recklessly. Besides, the temple couldn't be without their defense. If the enemy invaded the temple, all their efforts would be in vain. It was a clumsy excuse, but no one dared to refute it. It's decided then, Bardock. Let's go. Sun Yu exchanged a glance with Bardock and strode toward the exit. Tarsal blocked Sun Yu's path, holding a chicken egg-sized dark blue jade stone, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Sun Yu, I think this might be of some help to you. Sun Yu immediately recognized that this was the same blue gemstone that had helped him evolve his Sharingan into the 3-tomo version. It had the same aura. Chief, this is split off from that dark energy stone from back then. I hope it can help you. After saying this, he handed it over to Sun Yu. Upon receiving the azure gemstone, Sun Yu instantly felt a strange energy. He activated his Sharingan, and the three black tomos spun endlessly within it. The Sharingan could directly absorb this energy, and there were even signs of a further breakthrough. Sun Yu was greatly shocked. He knew how important this gemstone was to the vibrant people, so he didn't care why it hadn't been taken out sooner. Lord Sun Yu, just focus on absorbing this energy. I'll go teach that Frieza a lesson. Bardock patted Sun Yu's shoulder casually and then leaped into the sky. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll definitely get there. Bardock, don't die. Sun Yu considered that every bit of power gained now meant a greater hope of victory. So he decided to see if he could enhance his Sharingan. Sitting down, Sun Yu held the gemstone up in front of him, and the azure energy transformed into wisps of green smoke that drifted toward his pupils. The current Sharingan was a 3-tomo version. What would it evolve into? A kaleidoscope Sharingan? It couldn't be a kaleidoscope because the appearance of a kaleidoscope Sharingan required killing the person most important to oneself, something Sun Yu absolutely could not do. Perhaps a new evolution could occur. Sun Yu thought to himself. Outside the temple, Bardock ignored the minions attacking it and flew straight up into the sky. Any fools who dared to come bother him were sent flying with a slap for Bardock. Suddenly, Bardock sensed 2 familiar auras behind him and turned to see Erinx and Vest. You 2 brats, how did you follow me? Bardock glared at the 2. Lord Bardock, don't be angry. Vest, and I can definitely help you. Erinx laughed. TCH, as long as you don't get in my way, I can handle this alone. Bardock replied coldly. Yes. Erinx and Vest hurriedly agreed. The 3 of them quickly transformed into a stream of light and flew toward the horizon. As they ascended higher, a dense crowd of figures gradually appeared in their view. Those were the legions brought by Frieza. At the back of the legion, there were 3 figures, and Bardock instantly recognized one of them. Frieza, ha ha ha, so you're the leader of those Saiyans? Dodoria, check his battle power. Frieza coldly laughed at Bardock. As you command, Lord Frieza. The corpulent Dodoria stood to Frieza's left and poked at the battle power detector on his ear. Beep beep beep. The detector quickly displayed 3 readings. 20,000, 13,000, and 12,000. Lord Frieza, this leading Saiyan actually has a battle power of 20,000. And the little ones behind him aren't bad either, with 13,000 and 12,000. Dodoria was quite surprised by the battle power of Bardock and the others. But he didn't take it to heart. Frieza gazed coldly at Bardock and slowly said, Zarbin, Dodoria, I feel sick just looking at Saiyans. Kill them for me. Receiving Frieza's order, Zarbin and Dodoria stepped forward, surrounding Bardock and the others with a large group, as if afraid they would escape. Prepare, Dodoria commanded, and all members of Frieza's legion raised their guns, aiming at Bardock and the others. Fire. In an instant, thousands of lasers shot toward Bardock and the others, and a series of booming sounds erupted. The lasers reflected on everyone's faces as thick smoke engulfed Bardock and the others. A mocking smile appeared on Dodoria's lips. Lord Frieza, these Saiyans are nothing. Seeing that the opponents seemed to have no power to resist, Zarbin's tense nerves finally relaxed, and Frieza also revealed a playful smile. After a while, the Legion members stopped shooting, and the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Bardock and the others. Oh my, that was a bit boring. Bardock gestured with his pinky finger at Dodoria in mockery. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Dodoria was enraged by Bardock's provocation and dove down to challenge him one-on-one. Dodoria charged through the Legion like a rolling ball of fat, and in no time, he stood in front of Bardock. You dumb Saiyan monkey. Frieza coldly watched Bardock from behind. The reason he did not pursue Dodoria's reckless attack was that he wanted to see what level these rebellious Saiyans were at. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, Dodoria charged aggressively toward Bardock, ready to strike. Unexpectedly, Bardock's eyes sharpened. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Get lost!" Boom! A wave of invisible energy expanded outward from Bardock, forcefully scattering enemies within several dozen meters around him. Dodoria was blown away by the energy wave, tracing a graceful arc in the air as he crashed toward Frieza. As the energy wave rushed in, Zarbin had covered his head with his hands. By the time he saw Dodoria about to collide with Frieza, it was already too late. Oh no, Lord Frieza, watch out. I'm useless. Frieza's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he slightly raised his hand and flicked a light sphere toward Dodoria. When that light sphere collided with Dodoria, a devastating explosion occurred suddenly. Poor Dodoria didn't even realize how he died, turning into dust and disappearing into the air. Zarbin stared blankly at this scene. Out of fear of Frieza, he didn't dare to question Frieza's actions. Instead, He vented all his fear on a Bardock. Damn Saiyan monkey! How dare you offend Lord Frieza, come? Zarbon. Frieza interrupted Zarbon, slowly standing up and coldly looking at Bardock, saying, "What a fighting race, the Saiyans. Very good. Although I don't understand why your battle power seems low, you always manage to surprise me. But no matter what, you cannot surpass me. Today, I will have you all die here." Frieza was not afraid of the Saiyans. What truly terrified him was the legendary Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan. With the strongest boss of the opponent appearing, Bardock did not dare to be careless. He turned to the eagerly interested Erinx and Vest and said, "Hey, you two, don't act rashly. I'll try to hold him off as much as possible. Everything will wait until Lord Sunyu arrives." Bardock's only concern was that Erinx and Vest would lose their patience and rush in to get themselves killed. Although Bardock always claimed he could take down Frieza by himself, that was just him puffing himself up. In reality, Bardock knew that once Frieza unleashed his full power, he could easily destroy everyone, along with Planet Vibrant, with just a flick of his finger. Yes, Lord Bardock. Although Erinx and Vistor were reluctant, they nodded in agreement. Frieza was about to take action, and everyone in the Legion scattered around. Frieza was unaware of Bardock's true strength, so he didn't rush to transform and walked slowly towards Bardock in his usual form. "Saiyan, if you have any last words, you better say them quickly, or you won't get the chance." As he said this, a powerful aura erupted from Frieza, causing everyone around to shudder violently, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Bardock was unafraid of this aura. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Frieza. However, Frieza had already sensed it. Just as the attack was about to hit, he suddenly crouched down, twisting his body at an incredible angle to deliver a side kick to Bardock's back. Boom! Frieza's foot penetrated Bardock's body. When he focused his gaze, he saw Bardock's image gradually becoming blurry. He was momentarily stunned, not understanding why this was happening. Hee, this technique is called the afterimage punch. That kid taught me this. At that moment, Bardock's voice came from behind Frieza. Frieza's heart sank, sensing something was wrong. Just as he turned to look, he felt a powerful kick to his lower back, as if a mountain had collided with him, sending his body uncontrollably flying backward. Damn Saiyan monkey. After flying several meters, Frieza stabilized himself and glared angrily at Bardock, his heart ablaze with fury. With a burst of speed, Frieza charged at Bardock, moving like lightning, throwing punch after punch at him. Bardock responded effortlessly, and the two left afterimages in the sky as their speed was too fast for the Legion members to follow. In his normal state, Frieza's combat power was 530,000, while Bardock's had long surpassed 200,000. If they truly fought without holding back, Bardock would gain the upper hand unless Frieza transformed into his second form. However, that advantage was meaningless. Bardock was only trying to buy time. With less than 50 minutes until the temple finished charging, as long as he could stall for that time, his wife, son, and clan would be safe. But the more Frieza fought, the more he felt something was off. He could sense that this Saiyan was not using his full strength, which he interpreted as an insult. Damn Saiyan, how dare you hold back your power in front of me? Good, very good. Our race, the Frost Demons, are born strong warriors. Others rely on transformations to increase their combat power, while we suppress ours to reduce daily consumption. Today, let me show you my third transformation. Third transformation? Bardock's heart skipped a beat. Hey, shouldn't you start from the first transformation? Why jump straight to the third? Can you follow the rules? In the temple, Sunyu was focused on absorbing energy from the jade, with the 3 Tomo in his Sharingan spinning endlessly. At that moment, a massive, earth-shattering aura descended from the sky, like a beast breaking free from chains appearing before everyone. This is Frieza's power? Lana felt disheartened. She could clearly sense the opponent's strength, but she had no way to help Sunyu. Sensing Lana's nervousness, Sunyu smiled at her. Don't worry, just give me a little more time, and I'll be able to go over and teach that guy, Frieza, a lesson. Hearing Sun Yu's words, Lana chuckled. Despite Sun Yu's energy not matching Frieza's at that moment, she never doubted his words. She believed he would deliver on his promise. Ignoring everything around him, Sun Yu immediately focused on accelerating his energy absorption, feeling that something extraordinary might happen with his Sharingan. On Bardock's side, Frieza had just completed his third transformation in an instant, growing from his initial short form into an extraordinarily tall and muscular figure, with his body developing in various horizontal dimensions, looking grotesque. Finally, Frieza's body returned to a small stature, with sharp angles disappearing, his head becoming round, and his body displaying a perfect streamlined shape. You are very fortunate to witness my most perfect form, but you are also unfortunate because you are about to die. Frieza stood upright in the void, arms open, reveling in his own power. As he spoke, he coldly scanned Bardock and the others, as if he were the ruler of the universe. Damn it! Bardock was locked on by Frieza's killing intent, his hands trembling involuntarily. Facing Frieza's 3,000,000 combat power with his own 1,200,000, he knew the outcome without thinking. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he angrily shouted, "Sun Yu, what are you stalling for?" Aranx and Vister shrank back in fear from Frieza's aura, exchanging glances and silently moving backward. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Frieza, who mocked Bardock, saying, "What's wrong? Where did your earlier momentum go? Come on, attack me, Saiyan." Despite Bardock repeatedly warning himself not to act impulsively, he couldn't hold back in the face of Frieza's arrogant taunts. How dare he look down on him? Frieza. Bardock flashed in front of Frieza, covering his fist with energy and smashing it towards Frieza's chest. The violent energy exploded on Frieza's chest, creating a powerful shockwave. However, Frieza remained unmoved, looking at Bardock with pity in his eyes. What? Bardock was taken aback to see his attack completely ineffective, feeling a chill run down his spine. With no way to retreat, he unleashed all his power and launched a fierce attack at Frieza. If this is all the power you have, how pathetic. Frieza struck like lightning, directly grabbing Bardock's throat. Let me show you what true power is. He punched Bardock's stomach, a brutal glint flashing in his eyes. He relished the feeling of controlling another's life, especially when that person was a Saiyan. Bleck. Bardock spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to escape Frieza's grip. But Frieza's hands clamped down like iron pincers, firmly holding Bardock's neck. Bardock's actions completely enraged Frieza, who looked at him with disgust. Releasing his grip, Bardock fell to the ground, and Frieza gently raised a finger, gathering a dazzling energy sphere on it. Supernova! Go to hell, Saiyan! Bardock looked despairingly at the super energy bomb on Frieza's fingertip. As time passed, the energy bomb, named Supernova, grew larger and larger, like a fallen star crashing towards Bardock and the entire planet. Am I going to die? Bardock coughed up more blood, clutching his wound and staring blankly at the sky, feeling hopeless. At that moment, a voice called out, "Fusion!" A flash of white light appeared, and a figure caught Bardock, pried open his mouth, and stuffed a senza bean inside, saying a layered voice, "Yo, Bardock, you just take a good rest, and watch how I teach that Frieza a lesson." Bardock swallowed a senza bean, and his wounds immediately improved. Frieza was surprised to see this, and felt a vague sense of unease. Before Bardock stood a short Saiyan, dressed in a stylish vest of the Metamor people, arrogantly hovering in the air. "Arlant." That's me." Arlant turned back and gave Bardock a thumbs up, then suddenly shot upward, raising his hands to catch Frieza's supernova with ease. "Stop it." With a sudden explosion of energy, a faint golden aura enveloped Arlant, and with a powerful swing of his arms, he lifted the supernova, which was the size of an asteroid, above his head. What? This kid? Frieza was dumbfounded, and the others in his army were also stunned. They knew how powerful Frieza's supernova was. It could destroy any planet. Yet, such a powerful attack was caught by a seemingly young Saiyan. All dumbfounded, huh? Here, take this back. With a grand gesture, Arlant sent the supernova hurtling back toward Frieza. Watching from the side, Zabo felt a sense of dread and thought, this is bad. Just as he was about to rush in to stop the supernova's attack, he saw Frieza frowning and casually waving his hand. With that simple motion, the massive supernova began to slowly rotate and veered off its original path toward Zabo and the others. This scene truly terrified Zabo and the others. "Lord Frieza, save me. Run quick." Facing Frieza's signature move, the supernova, Zabo and his group had no ability to resist and fled in all directions like madmen. But no matter how they ran, they couldn't escape the attack range of the supernova. Arlant and Bardock were filled with rage at this sight. They couldn't believe Frieza was cold-blooded enough to kill even his own subordinates. Dodoria didn't die unjustly. The supernova completely erupted after flying out of the atmosphere of Veblen's star, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept across the entire planet in an instant. The chaotic explosion sent Arlant's hair flying, and he stood in the air, readying himself, watching Frieza warily. Bardock, unwilling to back down, retreated to the side. He didn't have enough strength to confront Frieza before Goku arrived. "Who are you?" Frieza didn't care when Arlant had appeared. He was more concerned about the energy aura Arlant was emitting. Although Frieza wasn't wearing a power-level scouter and couldn't accurately gauge this person's power, He was certain that this person was very strong. Saiyan. Why are you Saiyans getting stronger and stronger? You're just a bunch of barbaric monkeys. Unforgivable. Boom. The debris floating around Frieza was crushed by his terrifying energy, and he raised his wrist, shooting a bright beam from his finger. Death beam. Wah. Arlent clearly wanted to give a pre-battle speech, but unexpectedly, Frieza attacked without warning, nearly catching him off guard, causing the death beam to slice off a few strands of his hair. He childishly cursed, "So dangerous. Damn it. My head can be cut off and bleed, but my hairstyle must not be messed up." Arlent shouted, conjuring small energy balls in his hands and throwing them at Frieza. "Take this, rapid bombardment." Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy balls exploded around Frieza, shrouding the entire sky in smoke. Arlent smugly extended 2 fingers toward Bardock, signaling a victory gesture. Frieza is nothing special, due to the fusion. Whether it was Arlent or Gogeta from the Dragon Ball anime, they both had a major flaw. They were overly arrogant and somewhat dismissive. Idiot. Frieza is completely unharmed. Get away. Bardock yelled from the side, frustrated. Huh. Arlent was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Frieza as the smoke gradually dissipated. Frieza's figure charged through the smoke and suddenly threw a punch at Arlent. However, Arlent and Vest were seasoned fighters, especially when they were at a disadvantage. They often fought for their lives, and their combat instincts were not inferior to Frieza, who rarely trained. With a swift motion, Arlent raised his hand to block, instantly countering with a punch and a side kick that sent Frieza flying. Arlent's series of movements flowed smoothly, almost prompting Bardock to applaud. Huh, this Frieza is nothing special. Looks like I don't even need to wait for Lord Kale. I can take him down in one go. Arlent boasted, wiping his nose with his thumb and striking a pose he thought was cool. However, this comment sounded like thunder to Frieza's ears. He clenched his fists tightly, and the energy around him thickened due to his rage. You dare underestimate me. I, the great Lord Frieza, have been mocked by a little brat. Kid, who is this Lord Kale you just mentioned? Is there someone stronger than you among the Saiyans? Hearing Frieza mention Goku, Arlent, who had just prepared to attack, paused and seriously replied, Of course, Lord Kale is the strongest being in the universe. I can never defeat him. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and Frieza widened his eyes in disbelief. Bardock and Arlent's appearances repeatedly refreshed his understanding of the Saiyans. Now hearing that there was an even stronger Saiyan yet to appear, a golden warrior involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Is it possible? No way. The Super Saiyan is just a boring legend. Saiyans are just a bunch of barbaric monkeys. I will kill all of you today. When the Saiyans did not yet understand how to develop their fighting power, Frieza completely disregarded them. But now, with Bardock and Arlent's appearances, Frieza had to take the Saiyan seriously. It was an undeniable fact that they were becoming stronger. Although Frieza still believed that the Super Saiyan was merely a ridiculous legend, his principle was to destroy anything that could threaten his dominance. Pitiful Saiyans, let me show you half of my power. With Frieza's explosive shout, the power he had already reached its peak erupted further, and the immense energy surged forth like a long-accumulated reservoir, suddenly releasing its waters, a torrent rushing out. Ugh! Both Bardock and Arlent were overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, struggling to breathe. In the face of this pressure, they felt like a lone boat in a vast ocean. Even the smallest wave could send them plunging into an abyss. After an unknown length of time, Frieza finally stopped releasing his power. He took a deep breath and smiled, saying, Your expressions seem quite surprised. Yalanter looked up at Frieza in the sky, and he suddenly felt that Frieza's aura at this moment had surpassed the fused state of Sun Wukong and Bardock that day. A sense of helplessness arose in his heart. But after a moment, Yalanter finally made up his mind to make his final resistance. Although Lord Kale repeatedly warned me not to easily transform into a pseudo-Super Saiyan because my current strength is too low to last long, there is no other way now. With this thought in mind, Yalanter raised his arms high into the air, preparing for the ensuing rage. Frieza caught sight of Yalanter with his hands raised and mockingly said, What's this, kid? Planning to surrender? But I won't let you off. Before he could finish, Yalanter suddenly withdrew his hands, arched his back, and let out a series of low growls. He is, based on past experience, Frieza guessed that this person was likely about to transform. However, as far as he knew, Saiyans only transformed into great apes. Lightning appeared around Yalanter's body, and golden flames surrounded him like a raging fire. This transformation was different from the last. Yalanter's pseudo-Super Saiyan transformation was more complete this time. His eyes had turned completely white, his hair shot up, and his face was twisted in a ferocious expression, as if he had lost his sanity. This. Frieza was momentarily dumbfounded. When he saw Yalanter's body enveloped in golden flames, his expression suddenly turned grim. Golden. Frieza suddenly recalled the words of his ancestor, the cosmic pirate Zild, who warned before dying. Tell the clan to be careful of the golden flame Saiyans. Could it be that you are a Super Saiyan? Yalanter's golden flames shone like a star in the night, bursting forth with immense light, clashing violently with Frieza's energy and producing a deafening roar. Everyone fears the unknown, and what Frieza exhibited at this moment was more shock than anything else. He truly could not understand why these Saiyans had become so powerful. Especially with the emergence of the Golden Saiyan that even his ancestor feared, Frieza momentarily forgot to attack. Under Frieza's immense pressure, Yalanter's transformation into a pseudo-Super Saiyan became even more complete. He had completely lost his sanity. His eyes, now a blank white, glared at Frieza as he lunged forward. Letting out meaningless roars, Yalanter's fists rapidly struck Frieza's abdomen and chest, one punch after another, each one producing a deafening sound that made Bardock, watching from afar, feel a chill down his spine. So strong. Is this the power of a pseudo-Super Saiyan? On the battlefield, Yalanter's fists rained down on Frieza like a storm, and it seemed that Frieza had no room to fight back, plummeting straight down from the sky. Just as Frieza was about to hit the ground from a great height, Yalanter kicked him hard, using Frieza's body as a springboard to perform a backflip into the air. Frieza's body crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive pit, while Yalanter, standing in the air, unleashed his energy attack, Raging Bombardment. Energy spheres made of golden energy were hurled down to the earth, and the explosion echoed throughout the sky, shaking the ground, with everything within hundreds of meters being blasted into fragments. After a while, Yalanter's golden flames began to dim, and his body showed signs of momentary collapse, indicating that his energy was running low. Indeed, Lord Kale was right. Transforming into a pseudo-Super Saiyan was still a bit too much for me. Yalanter shed his golden flames and struggled to maintain his fusion state, anxiously glancing at the collapsed ground. Did he die? Even Frieza, under such an attack, couldn't possibly be unscathed. Bardock flew to Yalanter's side and took out a Senzu bean from his pocket, handing it to him to quickly replenish his energy. After Yalanter consumed the Senzu bean, his nearly depleted energy finally recovered. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? The thick fog on the ground hadn't cleared yet, but a chilling laughter echoed from below. Frieza's figure gradually emerged from the fog, brushing off the dust from his body and sneering. It seems legends are just legends, merely exaggerated rumors. A Super Saiyan is nothing special. After unleashing 50 of his power, Frieza's combat power reached 60 million. In the original story, Sun Wukong, using a 20x KO Ken, couldn't defeat him. It was only after the death of Krillin, in a fit of rage, that Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and was able to defeat Frieza. Meanwhile, after Yalanter's fusion and transformation into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, his combat power was still less than 10 million, so it was impossible for him to be Frieza's opponent. He wasn't hurt at all. Bardock and Yalanter's hearts raced, and Frieza misunderstood something. Yalanter's previous form was not a Super Saiyan, but merely a preparatory stage of a Super Saiyan, which could only be called a pseudo-Super Saiyan. However, what difference does that make? The pseudo-Super Saiyan was already their strongest form. If this couldn't defeat Frieza, Bardock really wouldn't know what to do. What a pity. I almost thought I was going to die. I didn't expect the so-called Super Saiyan to be at this level. You don't even hurt me. Frieza laughed coldly. Boom! Bardock and Yalanter's vision blurred, and they realized that Frieza had appeared in front of them at some point, delivering a double punch to their stomachs. So fast, they exclaimed in shock while clutching their stomachs. They wanted to retreat, but Frieza's speed was even faster. Want to leave? Not so easy, prepare to die. Emperor's Slash. Energy gathered in Frieza's hands, transforming into a massive blade aimed at Bardock and Yalanter. It's over. Bardock and Yalanter looked at the rapidly descending blade. Their hearts sank, knowing that even if they had Senzu beans, they wouldn't be able to recover if they were hit by that blade. Just then, a pale blue energy wave rushed over. 10x Kamehameha. Boom! The 10x Kamehameha arced through the air and slammed into Frieza's Emperor's Slash. Although it couldn't completely negate the power of the Emperor's Slash, it at least averted it from its original trajectory, saving Bardock and Yalanter. Crack! The Emperor's Slash struck the ground, creating a deep chasm that left Bardock and Yalantar, who had narrowly escaped death, trembling in fear. Who is it? Frieza's anger surged as he watched the opportunity to slay these two detestable Saiyans thwarted by an unexpected intervention. A figure appeared in the distance, and Bardock and Yalantar didn't need to look to know who it was. The only one capable of executing a 10x Kamehameha was none other than Sun Wukong. This guy finally arrived. Bardock felt his tense nerves relax, and it seemed that Errant saw hope as well, constantly waving in the direction where Sun Wukong was coming from. Frieza also looked towards Sun Wukong, and upon seeing him, his eyes narrowed. He immediately understood that this person was the strongest Saiyan they had spoken of. Is he really the strongest Saiyan you mentioned? He doesn't look that special. Frieza observed Sun Wukong from a distance, finding it somewhat unbelievable. In his mind, powerful Saiyans were all big and muscular. At the very least, they shouldn't look like a young boy like Sun Wukong. Sun Yu looks only a few years older than Alante. If you don't pay attention to his strong muscles, he is no different from an ordinary young man. So it's no wonder Frieza finds it incredible. In just a few breaths, Sun Yu flew from a distance to stand in front of them. He didn't even glance at Frieza, smiling at Bardock and Alante, saying, Sorry, I'm late. Are you all okay? On March 10th, 2017, at noon, this book officially went on sale. Yes, it has been almost 2 months since the book was released. 2 months is neither long nor short. Due to the author's work commitments, I mostly have time to write only at night. If you readers have joined the author's QQ group, you must know that I often write until 2 or 3 in the morning and then have to wake up early for work the next day. It would be a lie to say it's not tough. Perhaps it only takes you a few minutes to read a chapter. But it takes me 2 hours to write one, and that's without encountering writer's block. I really work hard, so I hope you all can understand. In principle, I can manage to update twice a day. Unless work is particularly busy, there may only be one update, but I will definitely make it up later. For example, during this 5-day preparation for the launch, I will only have one update. Therefore, on the day of the launch, I will make up for it with 10 updates. I want to express my gratitude to all the readers who have supported me all along. It is you who have given me the motivation to continue writing this book, and I will strive to make it better and will not let you down. We often say that success or failure does not determine a hero, but for a hero, success and failure are the difference between life and death. The successful thrive, while the failed fall into the abyss. This is particularly evident in every author. Therefore, I yearn for success. I long to prove that sitting in front of the computer to type whenever I have free time is not meaningless. I want to prove that my hard work and effort will yield rewards, even if the initial rewards are very small. I need your support. Subscribing to this book is, in fact, just the cost of 2 or 3 bottles of cola over a month. I believe this shouldn't be a big deal for you, but it means a lot to me. Speaking of a question I often receive from readers, many people say not to drop the book. Otherwise, they would send me blades, Samsung exploding phones, and all sorts of strange things. Here, I solemnly declare that this book will not be dropped as long as there are readers still reading it. I will continue writing. I originally wanted to say that I would add updates if I reached a certain number of subscriptions, but I thought about it and fell uncertain. After all, I am a newcomer, and what kind of results I can achieve is still unknown. However, the only thing I can guarantee is that if the performance after the launch is good, I will definitely add updates. If you treat me sincerely, I will not let you down. Bardock waved his hand dismissively and then quietly asked, We're all fine. How's the temple over there? Are they ready? Sun Yusen understood and knew that Bardock, as a father, was worried about his wife and child, so he quietly said, Everything is normal over there. It should take about 30 more minutes to warp. You all have worked hard. Upon hearing that, Sun Yu said they still had to wait 30 minutes before the temple could warp out of this star region. Bardock and Yalin's expressions were quite grim. They had just experienced the terrifying nature of Frieza, and holding on for another 30 minutes seemed almost impossible. Moreover, Yalin's fusion time was running out, and during this period, he couldn't help Sun Yu much at all. Sun Yu quickly guessed the reason for the two's low spirits. He sensed that Frieza had unlocked 50 of his power. With a current fighting power of 60 million, it wouldn't be easy to contend with an opponent of such strength. Don't look so glum. There will always be a way. Sun Yu comforted them. Frieza, standing nearby, coldly watched the conversation and couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh, saying, I'm so sorry to interrupt your reminiscing. But if you're indeed the so-called strongest Saiyan they speak of, I must say I'm quite disappointed. Sun Yu then looked at Frieza and said, in reality, Frieza is even more pretentious than in the anime, seemingly forever wearing the expression of being the strongest in the world. He spoke to Frieza in a deep voice. I'm not the strongest Saiyan. I'm just someone who wants to defeat you. Oh, Frieza seemed to have heard a very funny joke. laughing for a long time while holding his stomach. Then looked at Sun Yu with disdain and said, "So what are you waiting for? Come and defeat me. If you can't defeat me, this planet will suffer. Can you wait a moment?" Sun Yu said, and seeing that Frieza had no objections, he turned around and flew to Bardock's side. "Bardock, let's fuse quickly." Bardock was taken aback. He thought that after Sun Yu absorbed the energy from the blue gemstone given by Tarsal, there would be some special changes. But now it seemed like there was no difference from the beginning. In the end, they still had to rely on the metamorph fusion technique. In fact, Sun Yu had changed. His Sharingan had indeed mutated. However, this was his last trump card, so he naturally couldn't use it right away. It was like playing cards, who would throw out the big joker at the start. All right, with no other choice, Bardock could only agree to Sun Yu's request. "By the way," Sun Yu suddenly added, "this time, your consciousness may fall asleep during the fusion, which means that I might have absolute dominance in this fusion." "What?" Bardock and Aeronet exclaimed in surprise. The two people performing the metamorph fusion technique do not share memories, and after the fusion, their souls temporarily become one, which is why the fused entity's voice has a double tone. However, the souls of the two cannot be completely identical. Therefore, the stronger soul will occupy the dominant position, but the weaker side will still have some presence. It will still somewhat influence the fused entity's language and behavior. This time, Sun Yu said that in the fusion with him, Sun Yu would occupy an absolute dominant position. Wouldn't Bardock then become just a tool to enhance Sun Yu's power? No one is willing to be a tool for enhancing someone else's strength, and Bardock is no exception. Although this is just my guess, it should be correct. "Bardock, I know what you were thinking, but I hope you can understand," Sun Yu said seriously. After absorbing the blue jade given to him by Tarsal, his Sharingan underwent unimaginable changes, and his mental power, or rather, his soul strength, also made a qualitative leap. The most direct impact of this is that Sun Yu's ocular techniques reached an unparalleled level, and the accompanying effect is that after merging with others, the consciousness of the fusion body is solely Sun Yu's. All right, Bardock thought of his wife, Jine, and his eldest son, Raditz. Ultimately, he made up his mind and agreed to fuse with Sun Yu. Thus, Sun Yu and Bardock stood side by side, one on the left and one on the right, and they began to chant the incantation in perfect harmony, their movements mirroring each other. Fusion. Frieza awkwardly watched Sun Yu and Bardock's fusion dance. He saw the two simultaneously extend their fingers toward each other, their four fingers touching, and a white light illuminated from their fingertips. What was happening? Frieza watched in shock as Sun Yu and Bardock merged into one, and a young man who resembled both of them appeared before Frieza's eyes. So it was the fusion technique. Did you really think you could defeat me this way? How naive. Let's see how it goes. The voice that spoke indeed had no accent. It was Sun Yu's voice. It seemed that, just as Sun Yu had guessed, the fusion body was left with only Sun Yu's consciousness. So it was meaningless to call him Keldark anymore. Although there were still some traces of Bardock's appearance, yes, the two scars on Bardock's face remained. Apart from that, Sun Yu's appearance dominated, so let's continue to refer to this fusion body as Sun Yu. After Sun Yu merged with Bardock, he could still easily enter the state of the false Super Saiyan, since Frieza had already unlocked 50 of his power. Sun Yu decided to transform into a false Super Saiyan all at once. After all, Sun Yu wasn't worried about Frieza unlocking 100 of his combat power. In the original story, Goku pointed out one of Frieza's weaknesses. After unlocking all his power, his body couldn't withstand it. This is why Frieza only unleashed his full strength during the last 5 minutes of the destruction of Namek, for the final battle with Goku. Therefore, Sun Yu didn't need to worry too much about Frieza's 120 million combat power in his 100 state. Frieza wouldn't use it lightly until the last moment. Sun Yu only needed to endure for 30 minutes to achieve victory. Having made up his mind, Sun Yu let out a low shout, and an immense, boundless aura surged from his body, like a golden giant wave roaring outwards. The golden flames enveloped Sun Yu's body, swirling around him and rising up into the sky. It was like a tornado descending from the heavens, shattering the earth and lifting countless fragments of stone. TCH, another so-called Super Saiyan, what a bunch of clueless fools. Frieza mocked as he looked at Sun Yu. Earlier, when Arlen transformed into a false Super Saiyan, Frieza was indeed taken aback, but unfortunately, Arlen's foundation was too weak. Even after transforming, his combat power couldn't shake Frieza, who had unlocked 50 of his strength. This completely dispelled Frieza's fear of Super Saiyans, and he looked at Sun Yu with a hint of pity. The storm of energy surrounding Sun Yujo gradually calmed down, and his battle power rose to about 50 million. This was already the limit he could reach after merging with Bardock and transforming into a mimicry-level Saiyan. He heard Frieza mention the term level Saiyan, then looked at the golden aura surrounding him, and suddenly understood, smiling as he explained. No, no, no. My current state is not a level Saiyan. The true level Saiyan is much stronger than my form. I only possess a fraction of the power of a level Saiyan, just as your current form is only half of your true strength. What? Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the hearts of the people present trembled. Although Arlen had already known of Frieza's power, hearing Sun Yu say that such a powerful Frieza was merely at half of his strongest form made them unable to contain their despair. What shocked Frieza was that Sun Yu actually said he was not a level Saiyan, and he clearly knew that his current strength was only half of his total power. While Frieza himself knew nothing about Sun Yu, this feeling of being seen through was very unpleasant. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Frieza, draw your weapon. Sun Yu's eyes sharpened as he spread his hands into an attacking stance. Frieza sneered, hovering in the air, staring intently at Sun Yu. The battle was about to begin. Arlen only felt a flash in his eyes, and Sun Yu and Frieza simultaneously vanished from their original positions. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of their confrontation echoed from various parts of the sky. However, when they looked for Sun Yu's battle figure based on the sounds, they only saw a few blurred afterimages. So fast. Their eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. Almost simultaneously, the afterimages of Sun Yu and Frieza appeared in the sky and various locations on the ground, quickly disappearing again. Their energies intertwined like two brilliant ribbons, one golden and one purple, sometimes colliding, sometimes dispersing, resembling meteors falling to the earth, creating massive craters on the ground. Due to the battle between Sun Yu and Frieza, their energies collided, forming a violent whirlwind that quickly swept across the entire planet. The sky shattered, and mountains collapsed, resembling scenes of the apocalypse. This was true combat. Arlen stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene, finally realizing the gap between himself and Sun Yu. Lost in thought, his body flashed with white light and split into two figures. Because Arlen had transformed into a mimicry-level Saiyan, his fusion time had been significantly shortened, and he finally returned to Arlankus and West. The aftermath of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza quickly spread to the vicinity of the temple. Tarsal wanted to use the energy detector to measure the energy intensity of the battle over there, but as soon as he turned on the energy detector, he heard a muffled sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chief, what happened? Lana rushed forward to support Tarsal. Tarsal waved his hand and said sadly, It's Mr. Sun Wukong fighting Frieza. Their power is beyond my imagination. Everyone, do your part, and don't let Lord Sun Wukong's efforts go to waste. Lana's words eased the fears of the people somewhat. The temple's jump charge had completed 80, and in less than 20 minutes, they would be able to jump out of this star region. By then, the sky and the earth would be vast, and even Frieza would have no way to deal with them. In the center of the storm, two figures suddenly appeared. Sun Wukong merged with Bardock, and Frieza, who had unlocked 50 of his power. The two stood opposite each other, suspended in midair, both bearing various wounds, breathing heavily and warily watching each other. In fact, Sun Wukong's situation was a bit worse, because transforming into a pseudo-mimetic Saiyan after fusion consumed energy several times more than in normal conditions, which made it hard for his body to cope. On the other hand, Frieza, although injured, had only superficial wounds that could be completely ignored. It was obvious to anyone that under the current circumstances, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly lose. Lord Kale, hurry and eat a healing bean. Alankus shouted at Sun Wukong. Indeed, if he ate a healing bean now, he might be able to hold on for a while longer. However, Sun Wukong coldly stared at Frieza. He knew that the moment he took out the healing bean, Frieza would definitely seize the opportunity to attack him. Frieza had seen Bardock use healing beans before and knew that they could instantly heal injuries. He would not be foolish enough to let Sun Wukong eat one. A 50 million battle power versus a 60 million battle power. Although the difference in battle power didn't seem particularly large, a gap was still a gap. In terms of both strength and speed, Frieza was higher than Sun Wukong by a notch. There's an opening. Take this, Death Beam. Frieza took advantage of Sun Wukong's momentary distraction, raising his wrist as a powerful ray shot towards Sun Wukong's heart, aiming for his life. After the recent exchange, Frieza admitted he had been too careless. Sun Wukong's strength could not be underestimated. Frieza felt that he could no longer allow the Saiyans to grow. He had to eliminate all the Saiyans, disregarding the words of his ancestors and the legends of the elite Saiyans. Oh no, Sun Wukong thought to himself, realizing he shouldn't have distracted himself just now. Now, relying solely on his body to dodge was too late. Sun Wukong's eyes turned cold as he activated his Sharingan. Puff! Sun Yu's body was pierced by Frieza's death ray, but his eyes remained the same as usual, and he did not activate the Sharingan. In the fusion state, the Sharingan cannot be activated. This is frustrating. Sun Yu was almost in tears. He had previously thought that as long as his consciousness became the absolute master of the fusion body, activating the Sharingan would not be a difficult task. However, reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. In the fusion state, the Sharingan cannot be activated. Fortunately, he reacted in time, and Frieza's death ray did not hit his heart. Otherwise, Sun Yu would have died on the spot. A white light flashed, and Sun Yu separated from Bardock, both of them having a dark hole-like wound on their chests, indicating that the damage was shared. To celebrate the birth of the first Alliance leader, there will be additional updates in the coming days. The metamorphic Super Saiyan consumes a lot of energy, and with his chest having been pierced and severely injured, Sun Yu separated from Bardock. Cough, cough. Sun Yu covered his wound and coughed up a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. Fortunately, Frieza's death beam did not pierce his heart. Otherwise, Sun Yu would already be dead. Bardock, are you okay? Sun Yu looked at Bardock beside him, whose face was pale and devoid of any blood. Sun Yu hurriedly took out a Senza bean from his pocket, wanting to put it into Bardock's mouth. How naive. Frieza stood in the air, raising his hand to shoot a beam that directly hit Sun Yu's wrist, shattering the Senza bean in his hand. Frieza sneered. You're all going to die anyway, so why struggle in vain? That green thing in your hand seems to heal wounds instantly. Hand it over, and I can let you die painlessly. Otherwise, there are no more. That was the last one, Sun Yu said angrily while holding Bardock. There were still more than 2 canisters of Senza beans left, but Sun Yu would never hand them over to Frieza. Absolutely not. No more? In that case, you're of no use to me. Frieza raised his hand in anger towards Sun Yu and Bardock, a terrifying energy fluctuation appearing in his palm. If you want to harm Lord Kale, you'll have to step over my corpse. A heavy voice suddenly rang out, and Frieza turned to see it was the little brat who had transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan earlier. You actually fused again. Frieza snorted coldly and shot an energy ball at Alante. Alante not only did not dodge, but instead roared, his body surrounded by golden aura, and his hands launched one golden energy blast after another. Torrential bombardment. Lord Kale, now's your chance. Sun Yu understood and suddenly jumped away with Bardock. At the same time, he took out 2 sun beans from his bosom, stuffed one into Bardock's mouth, and ate one himself. Crunch, crunch. The 2 swallowed it together, and their injuries instantly improved. Thank you, Sun Yu, Bardock said, looking at Sun Yu gratefully. Sun Yu smiled slightly and said, Bardock, let's hurry up and merge. Before Sun Yu could finish his sentence, Frieza suddenly unleashed a kingly slash towards the 2, shouting, don't be delusional. Not good, quickly dodge. Sun Yu and Bardock suddenly jumped in opposite directions, and a giant blade struck where they had just been, shattering the ground and creating a massive chasm, bottomless. Hee hee, foolish Saiyans, why do you struggle so meaninglessly? Frieza lifted the bloodied errant with one hand, coldly gazing in the direction of Sun Yu and Bardock. Seeing errant captured by Frieza, Sun Yu immediately exploded with rage, shouting, Frieza, if you dare to lay a finger on him, I will crush you to pieces. Ha ha. Frieza laughed loudly, looking at Sun Yu with mock sympathy, sneering, your threats are truly terrifying. Ha. While laughing, Frieza suddenly tightened his grip on errant, causing him to writhe in pain, his eyes nearly popping out. He desperately clutched Frieza's fingers, attempting to break free. Unfortunately, Frieza's strength was immense, clearly beyond what a mere errant could contend with. Damn it, Sun Yu was extremely anxious. He wanted to save errant, but without merging with Bardock. His current strength was simply insufficient to challenge Frieza. Perhaps he could use his mutated Sharingan to cast Super Tsukuyami. However, Sun Yu needed to find an opportunity, as Frieza was a formidable opponent with equally terrifying mental strength. If he didn't catch Frieza off guard for a moment, he wouldn't be able to pull him into the world of Super Tsukuyami. Just as Sun Yu was contemplating how to create such an opportunity, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from behind Frieza. The group turned to look in that direction, which seemed to be near the Silver Pyramid Temple. What happened? Bardock approached Sun Yu, noticing the explosion sound from the temple and naturally worried about the safety of his wife and children. An unsettling familiar aura. Sun Yu felt a vague sense of unease. Logically, the temple should have been finished charging by this time. Moreover, the remnants of Frieza's army had long been mostly eliminated. Frieza glanced back briefly but quickly returned his attention to Sun Yu, still wary of the possibility of Sun Yu and Bardock merging. In Frieza's view, No matter what happened on this planet, these Saiyans had to die. After the first explosion, there were no further sounds, as if it had all been an illusion. Frieza soon lost his patience. He raised Eren high, deciding to kill this troublesome kid first. Sun Yu knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. The moment Frieza made his move to kill Irani was when he let his guard down. If he had used his eye technique at that moment, even Frieza would have fallen for it. Moreover, Sun Yu had noticed that several faint energy signatures were approaching, which made him feel uneasy. A name surfaced in his mind, Original Cell. Frieza raised Irani high, and the death beam shot from his hand, directly aimed at Irani's heart. At the same time, the rocks beneath Frieza suddenly shattered, and several green figures burst out, surrounding Frieza in perfect coordination. Their tails struck like venomous snakes, aiming for Frieza's exposed skin. Bardock, Sun Yu, and Bedak jumped up to avoid the attack from the Original Cell. Sun Yu and Bedak are proficient in sensing energy. Even if the Original Cell hides his energy and quietly retreats underground, he cannot escape their detection. Flying in the air, Sun Yu did not pause for a moment and suddenly rushed in front of Frieza, his eyes flashing with an eerie blue. Indeed, after Sun Yu's Sharingan absorbed the energy of the Azure Jade, the Tomo in his eyes turned blue. The blue Tomo Sharingan possesses immense power, capable of almost freezing time. By technique, time freeze. The temperature between heaven and earth seemed to vanish at that moment. Frieza turned in shock to look at Sun Yu, unable to comprehend what was happening. Sun Yu smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. To look directly into the eyes of the Sharingan owner during battle was simply a reckless act. By technique, death illusion. The death illusion was just an ordinary illusion technique that Sun Yu used to briefly trap Frieza. With the appearance of the Original Cell, Sun Yu completely lost the desire to continue fighting Frieza. He now just wanted to hurry to the temple to see what had happened and whether Lana and the others were safe. After saving Eren, Sun Yu kicked away several Original Cells that lunged at him. The strength of these Original Cells varied. They probably considered Sun Yu and the others to be a minor threat. Therefore, the Original Cells attacking him and Bardock only had battle powers of 3 to 4 million, while the one that ambushed Frieza was the one that Tarsal had shown Sun Yu, possessing a battle power comparable to Eren in his mimic Super Saiyan form. Now that Sun Yu had temporarily trapped Frieza with an illusion, it gave the Original Cells the opportunity to absorb Frieza's life essence vigorously. And the more life essence they absorbed, the stronger they would become. Bardock, let's hurry back to the temple. Sun Yu decisively picked up Eren and flew toward the direction of the temple. Bardock, flying in midair, knocked away a few Original Cells that attempted to pursue them. Before leaving, he glanced at Frieza, who was wrapped up by those Original Cells like a dumpling, secretly thinking that he brought this upon himself. At this moment, Frieza was still immersed in Sun Yu's illusion. He seemed to see some terrifying scene, completely unaware that he was entangled by 4 or 5 cells, each of their tails piercing into his skin, greedily absorbing his life essence. How disgusting. Bardock disdainfully stomped on a few Original Cells on the ground, leaped into the air, and caught up with Sun Yu's speed. At this time, Eren had already eaten a senza bean, his injuries were improving, and he flew alongside Sun Yu and Bardock in midair. The temple was not far from them. They quickly flew to the vicinity of the Silver Pyramid Temple, and along the way, they saw several Original Cells fleeing and attempting to attack them. However, those were not very strong and were soon driven away by the 3 of them. Upon arriving near the temple, Sun Yu saw a large area filled with shriveled corpses. He instantly felt a chill run down his spine, as some of the shriveled corpses had a fluffy tail wrapped around their waists. Sun Yu's heart sank because he knew those were the corpses of Saiyans. Damn it, what on earth happened? Sun Yu and Bedak hurriedly accelerated into the hall under the 12 bronze pillars. They saw that the hall was in disarray with the corpses of the Original Cell, as well as Saiyans and Namekians scattered on the floor. When Sun Yu and the others returned, Taser, Lana, and the others surrounded them. Lana silently threw herself into Sun Yu's arms. Sun Yu understood that the sight of cell-draining people was too horrific, and it had clearly scared Lana. So he patted her back to comfort her, saying, "It's okay, Sister Lana. I'm here, everything's fine." Uncle Ali, with a grim face, reported, "Kale, we've lost half of our manpower this time. Now, there are only over 900 surviving Saiyans left." What? Sun Yu, Sanda, and the others were taken aback, staring blankly at Uncle Ali. The team of over 1,000 people that they had brought over was now reduced to just over 900. Tarsal, what on earth is going on? Sun Yu angrily questioned Tarsal, as the Original Cell was something they had been studying. Now that these Original Cells had escaped, he bore an undeniable responsibility. Tarsal's lips trembled slightly as he lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Sunyu. These beasts took the opportunity to escape while we were withdrawing some guards. Didn't you say there was a remote emergency shutdown device? Why didn't you use it? This uprising was planned. We really didn't expect it. So please, Mr. Sunyu, don't be angry. We also lost many warriors. Damn it. Sunyu slammed his fist into a nearby copper pillar, creating a large dent with a loud bang. Tarsal stood before Sunyu, head down, like a child who had made a mistake. And he was a child over 2 meters tall. How's the temple charging? Can we jump? Sunyu didn't intend to pursue the matter further. Getting everyone out of here was the top priority. As for the fallen Saiyan warriors, Sunyu could at least ask the dragon to help revive them. Just give me 3 more minutes, only 3 minutes, and we can initiate the temple jump. Tarsal said, Can you jump directly to Earth in the solar system? Sunyu asked. Tarsal silently searched for Earth's position in his mechanical core, his expression darkening as he replied. I'm afraid that won't be possible, but we can jump to the vicinity of the northern galaxy. Okay, hurry up. Sunyu sighed in relief. No matter what, leaving this place was what mattered. After that, Sunyu learned more about the original cells. There were many of them, and they understood teamwork. Although most had vanished without a trace, what reassured Sunyu was that the original cells seemed unaware that absorbing their companions could evolve them into their complete forms. Even though he didn't have to worry about complete cells for now, Sunyu was not happy at all. What frustrated him was that since he arrived in this Dragon Ball world, the plot had never followed the usual pattern. In the last 3 minutes, many people were busy preparing for the final tasks. Bardock had gone to see his wife and children, and Yalantur had not yet released his fusion state. He was inspecting the various levels of the temple with Uncle Ali. Sunyu stood at the edge of the hall beneath the 12 bronze pillars, with Lana tightly leaning against him. He gazed far into the distance at the spot where he had fought Frieza, not believing that Frieza could be defeated by a few mere primitive cell. He worried whether Frieza would come after him. 3 minutes would be ideal to endure. But what if Frieza ended up finding him? Given Frieza's temperament, the likelihood of that was over 90%. As the countdown entered the final minute, the walls of the hall began to descend, about to form a closed structure. Tarsal approached, asking Sunyu to go to the command room. Just as Sunyu was about to follow Tarsal, a dark spot appeared in the distant sky. A fierce, surging energy swept in, causing Sunyu and Lana's hearts to tremble. They turned back mechanically to see Frieza. He really had come. Sunyu sighed helplessly and turned to walk outside the temple. Guide, no. Lana grabbed Sunyu's arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she desperately shook her head, trying to stop him from going out. Frieza, who had been far away just moments ago, now appeared near the temple, looking disheveled, with many dents in his body, as if he had lost a lot of life essence to the primitive cell. Frieza's right arm looked thin and frail, with half a primitive cell's tail still attached to it. His eyes were blood red, clearly filled with extreme rage. Upon seeing Sunyu, he shouted, I will make you beg for life, and find no escape from death. Half of the walls of the hall had already fallen. Frieza's face twisted in fury, gathering terrifying energy at his fingertips. Sunyu slowly moved Lana's hand away from his, smiled slightly, and said, I'll buy us some time. You all hurry and leave. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If worst comes to worst, just go to Earth and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect me. After saying that, Sunyu resolutely turned and flew out of the temple, his figure gradually becoming tall and majestic. Lana stared blankly at Sunyu's back, tears cascading down like a broken string of pearls. Kyle! Lana cried out, shouting Sunyu's name, wanting to rush out of the temple, but was stopped by Tarsal. Miss Lana, if we waste any more time, we will all die here. After Sunyu exited, the walls of the temple hall slowly fell, and the entire building emitted a slight tremor, as if preparing for the distant jump. The appearance of Sunyu successfully attracted Frieza's attention, or rather, Frieza never expected such a tall structure to leap across hundreds of thousands of light years in an instant. Oh, Saiyan, thanks to you I become this way. But don't worry, I will torture you well and then eliminate all of you Saiyans. Frieza said coldly. Sunyu did not respond. He was silently brewing a feeling of rage in his heart. If either side were to quarrel, he could quickly enter the state of the Super Saiyan in his awakened form. He had seen Arlent transform into the awakened Super Saiyan, so he directly copied it. However, since he couldn't fuse with Bardock this time, his transformation into the awakened Super Saiyan would definitely be weaker than before. Fortunately, Frieza was not in great shape either. Given that Frieza had absorbed a lot of life essence from the original cell, Sunyu could sense that his combat power had dropped to 40 million. However, this 40 million combat power was only at Frieza's 50 state. Sun Yu could not estimate how much combat power Frieza would have left after unlocking 100, but it was certain that it would definitely be above 100 million. Frieza, seeing that Sun Yu was ignoring him, felt an unnameable anger rise in his heart. With a wave of his wrist, he hurled the gathered energy ball at Sun Yu. Sun Yu did not dodge or avoid, because once he did, Frieza's energy ball would hit the silver pyramid temple behind him. He let out a loud shout, and his body was enveloped in a layer of golden flames, directly entering the state of a pseudo-super Saiyan. A massive golden cyclone shot up into the sky, surrounded by flickering lightning, and the ground beneath trembled violently. Small stones unexpectedly defied gravity, flying into the air and dispersing into a cloud of floating debris. Sun Yu suddenly struck out with his palm, directly sending the energy ball that was coming towards him flying. After being hit by Sun Yu, the energy ball arced through the air and landed on the ground. Boom! A terrifying mushroom cloud immediately rose from the ground in the distance, and the violent airflow disheveled Sun Yu's hair. He looked at Frieza with a cold gaze, silently praying that he would safely leap away. The temple behind him emitted a series of piercing roars, and at this moment, even Frieza should have understood that Sun Yu was not really here to seek death, but to buy time for others. "You dare to mock me?" Frieza bellowed, his figure darting like lightning towards the direction of the temple. Sun Yu's heart suddenly trembled, and a strange red light flickered in his eyes. The surrounding air seemed to be filled with an extremely cold aura. Just before Frieza was about to charge into the temple, he activated his Sharingan. Time for the eye technique froze. Crack, crack, crack. Frieza's body was covered by solid ice. Sun Yu rushed to Frieza's back, his hands slipping through Frieza's armpits, then crossing to choke his neck tightly, firmly holding Frieza in place. Damn it! Frieza desperately tried to break free from Sun Yu's control, and at the same time, he fiercely whipped Sun Yu's back with his tail, shouting angrily, "Do you want to die that badly?" Sun Yu's entire body was tense, not daring to make sound. He felt that Frieza's strength was simply too great, and even a slight relaxation could allow him to break free. The roar of the temple grew increasingly intense, finally transforming into countless silver-white beams that vanished into thin air. With the disappearance of the temple, the atmosphere in the area suddenly intensified, and Sun Yu lost his balance, allowing Frieza to break free. Emperor's Slash. D. Frieza swung a massive blade at Sun Yu with a backhand motion, the sharp blade tearing through space, and with a puff, it pierced through Sun Yu's body. Sun Yu slowly raised his head to look at Frieza, his eyes filled with an eerie red. The half of his body that remained was strangely suspended in the air, with the wounds caused by the giant blade visibly healing at a rapid pace. Frieza stared blankly at this scene, and it was then that he noticed a blood-red moon hanging high in the sky. When he looked back at Sun Yu, he found that Sun Yu's body had now appeared before him, completely intact. The blue tomo in Sun Yu's eyes spun endlessly, creating streaks of eerie blue afterimages. He smiled at Frieza and said, "Welcome to my world, Super Tsukuyami." At this moment, the Tsukuyami space was different from before. After Sun Yu was infused with the eerie blue jade, his Sharingan was endowed with a certain characteristic. When he activated Tsukuyami, the world around became extremely cold and dark. Feathery snowflakes occasionally drifted down from the sky. Frieza looked in shock at this dim world. He had never encountered such a situation and felt somewhat at a loss. "Where is this? What have you done? You only need to know that this is your tomb, Frieza." Sun Yu walked slowly towards Frieza, a long sword appearing in his hand without him noticing. Frieza sneered coldly, mocking, "Do you think that broken sword can do anything? Kill me? Don't make me laugh." After speaking, Frieza raised his finger and a supernova gathered at his fingertip. "I want you and this planet to become dust in this universe." Ha ha! But at the moment Frieza swung his hand, that invincible supernova vanished. What happened? Frieza, unwilling to believe it, activated the supernova skill again, but the outcome remained the same. When he threw the supernova, everything fell into silence. "Don't waste your effort." Sun Yu had already walked in front of Frieza, raising the sword in his hand and stabbing towards Frieza's throat. "I am the ruler of this world. Here, time, space, mass, and other factors are all under my control. So don't waste your effort." Frieza had lived long enough, but what Sun Yu said was something he had never heard of, even difficult to comprehend. Compared to this, he would rather believe in the existence of Super Saiyans. Super Tsukuyami is terrifying indeed. As for why he used a sword, Sun Yu was merely imitating Trunks. After all, in the Dragon Ball Warriors, only future Trunks used a sword. Pucci. The sword in Sun Yu's hand pierced Frieza's throat, and Frieza clutched his throat, struggling wildly. But it was all in vain. Frieza painfully knelt on the ground. With his throat slashed, he was now unable to breathe. Sun Yu considered that Frieza's body was incredibly powerful, and in the Dragon Ball manga, even Goku's spirit bomb could not destroy him. So he naturally would not naively think he could kill Frieza with a physical attack, even if he had absorbed a vast amount of life essence from the original cell. Therefore, Sun Yu chose to directly use Super Tsukuyami, delivering a devastating blow to Frieza on a mental level. It was like making him believe his throat was cut, causing him to choke from lack of breath. In the real world, cutting Frieza's throat was not an easy task. However, in the Tsukuyami world, it was much easier. With just a thought, Frieza would think his throat was cut. Then his nerves would naturally react, and his brain would fail to receive the information transmitted from his lungs, leading to choking. However, Sun Yu overlooked one thing. Frieza could operate in space. Even without breathing, it would not affect his life. In the previous second, Frieza's pained expression suddenly disappeared, and a hint of mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand suddenly and shouted, "Death Beam!" A dazzling ray pierced through Sun Yu's body and shot toward the sky. Even in Sun Yu's Tsukuyami world, the power of Frieza's Death Beam was still terrifying. "I told you it wouldn't work. Stop babbling." Emperor's Death Beam. Frieza suddenly stood up, a terrifying cold light flashing in his eyes. His hands moved quickly, and beams of death shot out from his fingertips. Facing the bombarding storm, Sun Yu's Tsukuyami world showed signs of wavering. Although Frieza suppressed his power to 50, his mental strength still belonged to that level of a monster with a combat power of 12 million. Was there really no way to kill Frieza? Sun Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If he couldn't deal with Frieza in his Tsukuyami world, then after going outside, he would be even less likely to be his opponent. So Sun Yu decided to apply even more pressure on Frieza's mental level. As long as he couldn't withstand such pressure, Sun Yu would have the opportunity to destroy Frieza's mental world. Our great leader once said that to defeat an enemy, one must destroy him from a mental level and crush his will. If you want to fight, then fight. After all, this is the world of Tsukuyami. And Sun Yu could completely incapacitate Frieza and make him question his life here. Death Ray. Frieza still did not give up on bombarding Sun Yu with massive energy waves. Sun Yu raised a long sword in his hand and leaped above Frieza. Zulfust. This was Frieza's first reaction, as the time and other factors here were under Sun Yu's control, allowing Sun Yu's speed to be almost at will. In a flash, the sword in Sun Yu's hand pierced Frieza's chest, causing Frieza to squint in pain, his expression shifting between dark and light. Damn it! Frieza swung a punch at Sun Yu, the punch wind howling, but it hit nothing. Sun Yu's body dodged Frieza's punch at an incredible angle, and with his sword, he danced a flourish that caused a heart-wrenching pain to surge from Frieza's left arm. Looking down, Frieza coldly discovered a deep gash in his left arm that exposed the bone. Purple blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Frieza roared in rage, his face contorting into a hideous grimace. Since his birth, he had never suffered such injury. Damn Saiyan, I will kill you, I will kill you. The pain drove Frieza into a frenzy, and he howled like a demon, wildly swinging his fists, desperate to kill Sun Yu. Unfortunately for him, Frieza's speed was severely limited by Sun Yu. After all, this was the space of Tsukuyami, and Sun Yu was its master. Frieza struggled desperately, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Sun Yu's clothes, while Sun Yu continuously swung his sword, leaving thousands of deep and shallow wounds on Frieza's body. Yes, thousands of wounds. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long been driven to mental collapse by such attacks. But Frieza, with his astonishing willpower, endured it all. A monster, truly a monster. Sun Yu's hand, gripping the sword hilt, trembled. During these few days in the Tsukuyami world, he had lost count of how many times he had swung his sword. Although all of this was illusory, Sun Yu's nerves felt incredibly fatigued. Fortunately, Frieza was on the brink of collapse, his body a bloody mess, kneeling on the ground, motionless. Sun Yu felt victory was within reach. Slowly raising his long sword, Sun Yu struck down fiercely at Frieza's neck. The neck connects to the brain, the weakness of all living beings. Even in this illusionary world, once the neck is severed, the brain would receive that information, leading to a state of brain death. I won. Sun Yu suppressed the joy in his heart. If he killed Frieza in the Tsukuyami world, then he would also die in the real world, as illusion and reality often converge in the same path. Crack, crack. The long sword in Sun Yu's hand pierced half an inch into Frieza's neck, but that half inch was all Sun Yu could manage. He found he could not strike down any further. At that moment, Frieza slowly raised his head, and the hatred in his eyes grew even more intense. Suddenly, the climate of the moon-reading world began to spiral out of Sun Yu's control, and a hurricane started to blow wildly. The sky darkened ominously, with faint rumbles of thunder echoing. And the source of all this was Frieza. Sun Yu was stunned to discover that Frieza erupted with a terrifying aura. His body slowly rose from the ground, and this aura was unrelated to the strength of his combat power, nor could it be expressed in words. It was as if a simple gaze held the power to look down on everything. This was a force originating from the spiritual level. Roar! Frieza's body suddenly soared. Perhaps because he had been suppressed and tormented for too long, his spirit was not destroyed by Sun Yu. Instead, it erupted with all its energy, and his breath was rising, with the muscles in his limbs bulging frighteningly. Sun Yu's heart trembled. He was very familiar with Frieza's current form, the one that represented a full release of 100 of his power. Meeting Frieza's gaze, Sun Yu's heart suddenly tightened, and a crack appeared in his Tsukumi world. That illusion technique, which was said to be unbreakable, showed signs of collapse under absolute power. In Frieza's 100 power mode, the terrifying pressure and gaze made Sun Yu feel as if he might kneel down. Frieza, known as the Emperor of the Universe, was powerful enough to deserve such a title at this moment. Phew. Sun Yu felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, self-deprecatingly saying, he could actually release 100 of his power within my Tsukuyumi world. Haha, his combat power can actually burst to 12 million, although the opponent was very strong. This was Sun Yu's world, where he was the ruler, and no one could make him kneel. But you think you can make me kneel? Don't get carried away. Frieza, if you want to fight, then come fight. Boom! At that moment, the Tomo in Sun Yu's eyes spun wildly, and he no longer restrained his aura, fully unleashing all his momentum. Anger and defiance swirled in Sun Yu's heart, and his body was enveloped in a golden flame of energy as he transformed into a mimic Super Saiyan, glaring at Frieza without a trace of fear. The Tsukuyumi world seemed unable to withstand the pressure from both of them. The barriers of the world showed signs of collapse, the sky was in turmoil, and the ground cracked everywhere, resembling scenes from the apocalypse. Krek krek boom! The spatial barriers suddenly collapsed, and in Sun Yu's Sharingan, the blue Tomo shattered. Yet he and Frieza remained in their previous positions, as if everything happening in the Tsukuyumi space was just a dream. However, Frieza was no longer the same as before. His body and limbs had grown larger, with solid muscles appearing like rock. This was the full extent of Frieza's power. Hee, Saiyan, you have lost. I am invincible, but I still want to thank you. It is you who awakened the power that had long been dormant. Frieza locked his entire momentum onto Sun Yu. With a combat power of 12 million, and even a single glance from him was earth-shattering. Sun Yu did not retreat due to the disparity in combat power. He is a Saiyan, a warrior race. Challenging the strong is his joy, and the scars and pain on his body only excite him further. The blood of the Saiyans roars and surges within him. Boom! The golden aura soared into the sky, and the momentum of the simulated Super Saiyan Sun Yu rose again, shattering Frieza's purple energy and preventing him from exerting any further pressure on Sun Yu. It feels great. Frieza, come and fight. The Tomo in his Sharingan shattered, and Sun Yu's eyes were stained a deep red. He suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of clarity and exhilaration, with only the desire for battle in his heart. Bang! Sun Wukong burst out from his original position, producing a deafening sonic boom. The ground beneath his feet instantly turned to powder, and the terrifying aura and killing intent seemed capable of piercing the heavens and flattening the clouds. This kid, a hint of astonishment appeared in Frieza's eyes. He had heard of this golden form called the mimetic Super Saiyan before, which had been used by the Galactic Patrolmen, and also by the fusion of Sun Wukong and Bardock. Both had been defeated by Frieza. But now, the overwhelming aura erupting from Sun Wukong, which looked down upon the world and feared nothing, made Frieza feel a twinge of unease. Don't underestimate me, kid, Frieza said grimly. He could clearly see Sun Wukong's attack trajectory, raising his arm to block and bending his body down to dodge Sun Wukong's unstoppable strike. However, while he dodged the punch, Sun Wukong's knee suddenly shot up, striking Frieza squarely in the face. Boom! Damn it! Frieza staggered back a few steps, covering his face, his breath becoming increasingly heavy as his peak battle power erupted once more. A visible wave of energy swept across the sky, and Sun Wukong's golden aura, like a spark, surged toward Frieza with overwhelming force. As the energies of both sides collided, Sun Wukong and Frieza engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging punches in a brutal clash of flesh and blood. Even when Sun Yu transforms into a Super Saiyan, his combat power is far inferior to that of Frieza at 100 power. However, Sun Yu relentlessly chases Frieza like a mad dog, refusing to back down. The fist clash, energy surges, and the entire planet is deserted, allowing Sun Yu to unleash his full potential without any worries. He doesn't have to worry about his subordinates being affected, nor does he have to worry about Lana's safety, because they have all left this place. Thinking of this, Sun Yu feels exhilarated. He can finally fight with all his might, even if it means being shattered into pieces without any regrets. With each injury, Sun Yu's nerves become even more excited, and as his wounds worsen, all the billions of cells in his body are in an active state. In fact, there is no such thing as pure evil or pure goodness in the world. It is merely a state of mind free of distractions, stemming from different persistent beliefs. At this moment, Sun Yu had a clear mind, living and dying purely for battle, and being reborn in death. Although his body was nearing its limit, his heart was exceptionally excited. Sun Yu continuously squeezed the potential within him, every cell in his body trembling wildly as streams of golden energy surged forth. I fight. While Frieza could still see Sun Yu's movements before, now Sun Yu's speed had reached its peak. His storm-like attacks left even Frieza unable to cope. Not only was his speed increasing, but his power was also on the rise. Sun Yu suddenly threw a punch, his fist carrying a rolling wave of golden energy, and Frieza hurriedly raised his fist to meet it. Boom! The two fists collided violently, and the chaotic energy created powerful shockwaves that rolled outwards. In an instant, Sun Yu and Frieza were abruptly separated, then launched their strongest attacks at each other. Boom! 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 They frequently engaged in combat, but their speed had reached a point where it was invisible to the naked eye. They constantly changed their positions. Yet there were no shadows left in the world, only the continuous sound of sonic booms proving that the battle was still ongoing. During the fight, Frieza was horrified to discover that Sun Yu's hair and eyebrows occasionally flashed with a golden light. At first, Frieza thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but as the battle intensified, the golden flickering became more frequent. With the alternating flashes of gold, the form of the mimic-level Saiyan began to change. Sun Yu's eyes alternated between clarity and a deep crimson, but the battle continued. Bang! Sun Yu and Frieza collided with a fierce punch once again. Unlike before, this time Frieza clearly felt a numbness in his wrist. He was astonished to find that his punch did not negate Sun Yu's force. Instead, Sun Yu's fist continued unabated and struck Frieza squarely in the face. No, it's impossible. Frieza's face swelled up from the impact of Sun Yu's punch, and his body uncontrollably flew backward, tumbling through the air. After crashing through countless mountains, he finally became deeply embedded in a rocky surface. Sun Yu roared in place. Dark clouds gathered more and more above him, and thunder rumbled incessantly. At this moment, he resembled the eye of a typhoon, and the powerful aura emanating from him formed an invisible energy that carved deep ravines into the ground. Roar! Sun Yu let out a roar towards the sky, feeling a surge of golden energy rampaging within him. It was precisely because he lacked control over this golden energy that he was unable to complete his final transformation. Anger. He needed to use his anger to channel that power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was not merely reliant on anger. One also needed to reach a certain level of physical and mental state. Now, Sun Yu's body and mind had already met the conditions for transformation. What he needed to do now was to use his anger to guide the power within him. As for anger, there are countless things in the world that warrant anger. Sun Wukong was enraged when his dear friend Xiaolin was killed, and Vegeta was frustrated with his inability to break through his limits. As for Sun Yu, he was angry at his own weakness. On the first day of crossing into the Dragon Ball world, he vowed to become a strong person and to take control of his own destiny. No one can control my fate, not even you, Frieza, not even you, Cell, not even that God of Destruction, Beerus. I will become stronger. Reminded of his past vow, Sun Yu's anger reached a peak and then burst forth. His originally crimson eyes finally regained their pupils, and the shattered azure tomo reappeared, merging and taking on the shape of swirling blades. As Sun Yu's eyes cleared, the golden aura around him blazed fiercely, his golden hair shooting up towards the sky. and his combat power skyrocketed by a full 50 times. He had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this moment, Sun Yu felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. His nerves were in a state of slight excitement, yet the cold aura emanating from his eyes kept his mind clear. With every movement, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth were moved. It was as if Sun Yu needed only a thought to annihilate everything in existence, embodying a spirit of unparalleled supremacy. Frieza stood at a distance, stunned by Sun Yu's transformation, and he looked at Sun Yu in astonishment, saying, "Who exactly are you? Who are you really?" Sun Yu's eyes looked coldly at Frieza, the azure-hooked jade carrying an innate sense of disdain. Sun Yu slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I once had a tranquil mind, but awakened as a legendary warrior due to anger. I am a Super Saiyan Sun Yu." Damn it. Frieza took a step back upon meeting Sun Yu's indifferent gaze. Why is the color of this person's hair and eyes turned golden? And why does his aura make Frieza, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, feel a slight tremor? Incredible. You're talking nonsense. Super Saiyans are just a ridiculous rumor. Don't think you can fool me with that. I am the universe's emperor, Frieza. Frieza's expression turned vicious as he fixed his gaze firmly on Sun Yu. Until now, Frieza still held onto a glimmer of hope. Stop trying to play tricks on me. He then swung his fist towards Sun Yu, his entire body erupting with energy, creating a loud explosion that echoed through the sky, only to come to an abrupt halt. Sun Yu simply raised his wrist lightly, effortlessly neutralizing Frieza's attack. Coldly, Sun Yu said, "It's useless. Although your combat power exceeds 120 million, you have lost too much life essence to the original cell. You can't unleash even 70 of your true combat power. Meanwhile, I am at my peak state. The balance has shifted. My strength has surpassed yours by a lot." During this period of continuous high-intensity battles, Sun Yu's usual combat power has explosively increased to 2.7 million. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power has directly increased by 50 times, reaching 135 million. What makes Frieza feel even more despairing is that Sun Yu's combat power did not increase all at once. Instead, it continuously improved to this level during the battle with Frieza. In other words, due to Sun Yu's ability to grow stronger when facing strong opponents, he frantically squeezed out his potential during the fight with Frieza, thus meeting the conditions for transformation, smoothly evolving from a false Super Saiyan to a true Super Saiyan. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, a hint of madness flashing in them as he shouted, "I don't care about any legendary Super Saiyan. I will kill you and prove that only I am the emperor of this universe." With that, Frieza quickly retreated, his whole body glowing red as he roared, "Take this." Frieza suddenly thrust out his palm, and a red flash shot out. Sun Yu's eyes narrowed. That was Frieza's ultimate skill, the last emperor. In the original Dragon Ball, Frieza used this final blow against Goku just before the explosion of Namek. If Sun Yu were still in the false Super Saiyan form, he would never dare to take this move lightly, but Sun Yu is now a true Super Saiyan. A technique. Time freeze. Suddenly, the world around Sun Yu seemed to have been paused. Everything at that moment stood still. Using the same technique, Sun Yu now unleashed it, and its power was incomparable. Sun Yu's figure swayed and appeared in front of Frieza. He raised his right hand and pressed it against Frieza's chest, coldly saying, "I am not as merciful as Sun Wukong. I never hold back against my opponents." After speaking, a crystal-like light shone from his palm, and in an instant, a half-meter diameter energy column erupted. With a loud bang, the massive energy explosion engulfed Frieza's body. As the effect of time, freezing ended. Frieza let out a horrific scream amidst the energy explosion. On the quiet edge of the universe, the planet Vibran suddenly lit up with a white light, like a fleeting ephemeron blooming under the moonlight in a vast cosmos. A deep dent appeared on the surface of the planet, marking Sun Yu's strongest attack on Frieza. Looking at the ground within a few thousand meters that had been completely evaporated by his energy, with rolling magma beneath his feet, Sun Yu shook his head helplessly. For a Super Saiyan, destroying a planet is very simple. With just a Kamehameha, without charging, he could shatter the core of the planet and then detonate the entire planet. However, once this planet is detonated by Sun Yu, he would also die the moment it was destroyed. To avoid accidentally damaging the planet's core in the future, Sun Yu had to be very careful with his power, at least try not to hit the core when unleashing his ultimate moves, ensuring that the planet's vital parts remained unharmed. Since he was uncertain whether Frieza had died in the recent explosion, Sun Yu silently sensed the energy fluctuations around him. With a thought, Sun Yu could feel several powerful auras scattered across the planet. Those should be the native cell-like beings. With Sun Yu's current strength, exterminating these native cells would be as easy as squashing a few cockroaches. However, he didn't plan to trouble them at the moment. Upon further sensing, Sun Yu discovered a weak energy source over 1,000 meters to his left front. Although it was very weak, it was still quite powerful. Frieza, you really are the cockroach that can't be killed. Sun Yu sighed, then soared into the air and flew at full speed toward that direction. Bang! A sonic boom echoed through the sky as the distance of 1,000 miles was crossed in an instant. Sun Yu stood in midair, coldly looking down at Frieza, who was wedged in the cracked ground. The earth was now in ruins, and Frieza's lower body seemed to have lost sensation. He was crawling on the ground, struggling to support himself with his hands, trying to climb out from the fissures in the earth. Sensing Sun Yu's arrival, Frieza mechanically turned his head. For a moment, there was a dazed look in his eyes, quickly replaced by humiliation and pain. Don't kill me, please. Frieza's fingers twisted in shape as he tightly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and pleaded with Sun Yu. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Please don't kill me. Hearing Frieza's plea, Sun Yu smiled. In the original story of Dragon Ball, Frieza pretended to surrender after being defeated by Sun Wukong, and Sun Yu knew Frieza's character. Therefore, Frieza's feigned appearance made Sun Yu feel nauseated. You have no chances left. Anyone who wants to kill me must be prepared to be killed by me. There was no point in saying more. Sun Yu did not want to exchange another word with Frieza. His gaze turned cold, and his whole aura erupted with a thundering force. The golden aura soared into the sky, and the strong airflow tore the clouds above into pieces. Sun Yu stood proudly with his golden hair, his eerie Sharingan flashing with a deep blue tomo. 10 times, Sun Yu opened his arms, and a ball-sized energy sphere appeared in each of his hands. Gah! Me. Sun Yu retracted his hands to his waist, preparing to compress 2 energy spheres together. These basketball-sized energy orbs collided, forming a layer of lightning-like electric currents around them. As the 2 energy spheres gradually compressed, the air around Sun Yu became heavy, and the rocks on the ground shattered, floating upwards as if defying gravity. Frieza widened his eyes, staring at Sun Yu in the sky, feeling an overwhelming dread in his heart. He sensed that Sun Yu intended to kill him, sparing no effort to do so. Death itself was not terrifying. What was terrifying was knowing when one would die and being powerless to do anything but wait for it. Damn it! Damn it! Frieza pounded his fists against the ground, refusing to accept death. He was the emperor of the universe. How could he die here? Anger surged from his heart, and malevolence filled his mind. Suddenly, Frieza realized there was still a chance to turn the situation around. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he gathered energy in his hands and struck the ground fiercely. Supernova. Frieza created a supernova with both hands, directly shattering the core of the planet. Since Sun Yu wanted to kill him, Frieza decided to take drastic measures and destroy the planet. He wanted to see who would ultimately emerge victorious. The already fragmented ground could no longer withstand even the slightest attack. After Frieza crushed the planet's core with the supernova, the shattered ground began to erupt with scorching magma. Frieza, Sun Yu watched the scene unfold before him, feeling his energy for the Kamehameha surge to 10 times its normal level. Was Frieza really planning to perish with him? No, that couldn't be right. Frieza would never willingly perish alongside someone else. He didn't immediately detonate the planet. The gradual collapse of the planet was because Frieza had left himself an escape route. He could survive freely in the universe. Saiyans were indeed a bunch of foolish monkeys. How ironic that the loser could live while the winner would die. If you unleash that energy wave, the planet will explode immediately. Even if you do nothing in 1 minute, this planet will still explode. Your fate is death. Frieza sneered at Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt a cold sweat on his forehead. He cursed Frieza's mother in his heart, not expecting that Frieza still had the strength to unleash a supernova to destroy the planet. This was different from the original story. In the original, Frieza destroyed the planet first and left the last 5 minutes to battle Goku. Damn it. Screw the original story, Sun Yu thought. Ever since he crossed over, he hadn't followed the normal plot. He accelerated the charging progress in his hands, planning to blast Frieza into pieces first, then fly back to the void ship he arrived in to escape. There should still be time. This script was perfect. Idiot. The one who is going to die is you. Frieza. Sun Yu wasn't worried at all that his 10x Kamehameha would immediately blow up the planet because he wouldn't let the Kamehameha touch the ground. After all, the Kamehameha could curve. Sun Yu flicked his wrist, and the energy wave, as thick as a water barrel, suddenly made a sharp turn just before touching the ground, flying parallel to the ground towards Frieza. "No, I can't die," Frieza shouted in terror, his eyes filled with despair. Just as the tenfold Kamehameha was about to smash Frieza to pieces, the space-time in front of him suddenly became distorted. It was as if a mirror had shattered, revealing a small twisted void. The Kamehameha shot right into it. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. In Sun Yu stared blankly at the distorted void in front of Frieza, certain that it was definitely not Frieza's skill. The latter also looked just as confused and dazed. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a pink figure emerged from the twisted void, a girl. Once she stepped out, Sun Yu could see her clearly. The girl was not tall, had a good figure, and wore clothes similar to that of the King Kai, with long ears adorned with a pair of pater earrings. After Sun Yu saw her cute and innocent little face, he suddenly exclaimed, "Time King of the Universe? Aren't you a character from the Super Universe? You actually recognize me." The Time King of the Universe stared fiercely at Sun Yu, and from her disheveled hair, it was clear that she had just been affected by Sun Yu's 10 times Kamehameha wave. Sun Yu realized he had misspoken, and he transformed back from his Super Saiyan form to his ordinary appearance, smiling as he said, This, I recognize Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. He mentioned you casually. In Sun Yu's view, the appearance of the Kaishin of Time was completely mind-blowing. Wasn't she a character from Dragon Ball Super? She actually exists in reality, and she was right in front of him at that moment. In response to Sun Yu's explanation, the Kaishin of Time puffed her cheeks in anger and said, "Nonsense. The Kaishin of Time exists in a dimension above the 12 universes, and only the Omni King and the Grand Minister know of my existence." Oh, I remember now. It was Hien who told me, Sun Yu said earnestly, rambling on for the sake of boasting, since there was no tax on bragging. Speaking of which, back then, Hien was bored and specifically asked the East Kaishin to take me to the Omni King's palace to play with him. We chatted for 3 days and nights, and it was during that time he mentioned you. The Kaishin of Time looked at him with an expression that clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" She gazed at Sun Yu with a look of disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere mortal could claim to have interacted with various deities and even refer to the great Omni King as Hien. What kind of person is this? Is he insane? Sun Yu felt uneasy under the gaze of the Time King and continued to argue. What? You don't believe me? That guy Quan, the short one, has a round head and speaks in a high-pitched voice. And his servant, the Grand Priest, the father of Whis and Beerus, as if everyone doesn't know them. Just as Sun Yu was rambling on, he suddenly realized that this planet was about to explode, and there was no time for idle chatter. He forced a chuckle and said to the Time King, this planet is about to explode, and since you're a god, can you take me away from here?" The Time King seemed still shocked by Sun Yu's description of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. She looked at Sun Yu in disbelief, because everything he said was true. A mortal can hear the names of gods, but they may not necessarily know their appearances. The higher the deity, the more mysterious they are. It could even be said that among the 12 universes under the Omni King, apart from the Kais, destroyers, and angels, hardly anyone knows of the Omni King's existence. But Sun Yu knew it all too well, as if he were recounting a treasured story. The Time King rubbed her temples and decided not to pursue the matter further. She waved her hand at Sun Yu, signaling him not to worry, and explained, "I have stopped the flow of time here, so you don't have to worry." Hearing her words, Sun Yu finally noticed Frieza behind the Time King, who still wore a shocked expression, lying on the ground motionless. Sun Yu let out a sigh of relief, just as he was about to ask, "Isn't it illegal to casually change time?" He was interrupted by the King of Time. "Do you know why I came to find you?" The saying goes, no visit to the 3 treasures hall without a reason, and the King of Time wouldn't come to Sun Yu just for idle chatter. Sun Yu shook his head, signaling her to continue. The King of Time crossed her arms in front of her chest, staring at Sun Yu with her big, bright eyes as she paced back and forth, saying, "Can you understand time travel?" Sun Yu nodded, thinking to himself that this was obvious. After all, he was also a modern person before his time travel, and the concept of time travel had been popularized decades ago. Seeing that Sun Yu understood, the King of Time continued, "Time travel can lead to a certain degree of temporal deviation. However, time has a self-repairing nature. As long as the deviation is not too large, time can self-correct. But if the time traveler makes some deviations that time itself cannot repair, then time will split into a parallel world with a different historical trajectory." Sun Yu followed up on her words, saying, "That's right. I didn't expect you to know this." The King of Time looked at Sun Yu with a playful expression. Her intentions were obvious. Sun Yu was a time traveler, and after arriving in this timeline, He had completely disrupted the historical process of this world. The two fell silent for a moment, and Sun Yu spoke up again. Lord King of Time, I don't think you came here just to discuss the splitting of parallel worlds. In the original Dragon Ball, time travel had occurred before, yet the King of Time had never intervened. So, her reason for seeking him out was certainly not simply because he had disturbed the original historical process. Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. The King of Time looked at Sun Yu with surprise, realizing she was finding it increasingly difficult to see through this young man. She helplessly shook her head and said, Indeed, for the King of Time, who exists in the fifth dimension, splitting into parallel worlds is merely like adding a few more branches to a historical tree. But no matter how many branches grow, for higher-order deities, history always has a fixed ending. Sun Yu understands what the so-called fixed conclusion of history means. Take Trunks as an example. In the future world, the androids destroyed the future, and Trunks used a time machine to return to the past, changing Goku's fate with a special drug, and defeated the androids in Cell. Although everything seemed to have changed, Trunks' timeline remained unchanged. In that history, Goku still died of a heart disease, and the future world was still destroyed by the androids. His return to the past merely created a beautiful parallel timeline. And in this beautiful parallel world, the conclusion of its history had already been determined in a higher dimensional world at the moment of its birth. This is the theory of historical inertia. But the Kaishin of Time continued. This universe separated from a historical branch about 6 years ago, and its history has had no conclusion since the moment it was born. No conclusion? Sun Yu laughed. Isn't it better to have no conclusion? How often do they praise the protagonist in it? It's just some charlatan saying they can't predict the protagonist's future, then concluding that the protagonist has infinite possibilities. Just when Sun Yu was indifferent, the Kaishin of Time raised his voice to a higher pitch. You can still laugh. No conclusion means this universe will be destroyed. An endless destruction. Destroyed? Why? Sun Yu listened in confusion, wondering if anything could follow the normal pattern. Because this world is mixed with elements that do not belong to the original historical process, or rather, people. Therefore, time and space will strive to erase those existences, and higher cosmic spaces will invade this world, even devouring it. Now, Sun Yu looked at the Kaishin of Time with a face that seemed to say, Are you kidding me? And weakly asked, Do you really take care of what you just said? Of course. The Kaishin of Time proudly raised an eyebrow and said, Maintaining the time-space balance of each universe is the duty of the time realm. I will send people to eliminate all abnormal historical factors in this universe. And you are the root cause of the change in this universe's history. I guess you possess some powers that even I find hard to understand. The Kaishin of Time sighed, curiously examining Sun Yu, and said, Transform into that golden form you had just now. That is Super Saiyan. Sun Yu replied. Then his whole body sparkled in gold, igniting a blazing golden aura. His hair stood up and turned golden, and a flicker of light appeared in his eyes as the blue, blade-shaped Sharingan activated. Since the Kaishin of Time had just seen Sun use Super Saiyan form with the Sharingan activated, Sun Yu opened the Sharingan as well. Great Kaishin of Time. This is the Super Saiyan form. After Sun Yu transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura was no longer gentle and approachable as it was in his normal state. Instead, it became extraordinarily imposing, as if he were a king overlooking the world, instilling fear in others. Indeed, the King of Time looked intently into Sun Yu's eyes for a while before slowly saying, It's very strange. Your eyes seem to belong to another world. Even I have never seen anything like them. They must be the root cause of all this. Why do your eyes carry a hint of divinity? Although it's very faint, I can sense it. Divinity? Sun Yu was a bit confused, and the King of Time, noticing Sun Yu's bewilderment, explained, Your appearance has changed the fate of the indigenous people of this planet. This people worship a lower deity who wields the power of time, and your presence has tainted this deity's divinity just a little bit. Even though it's just a little, it's enough for you to transcend the realm of mortals. With this in mind, Sun Yu suddenly recalled the azure jade stone that Tarsal had given him. After absorbing the energy from this stone, his Sharingan had enhanced its ability to freeze time and space. Speaking of which, it turns out the deity that Tarsal and the others worship controls the power of time. But why do they allocate all their skill points to spatial technology? This is simply unscientific. Sun Yu almost thought that the gods believed by Tarsal and the others had disappeared, and it was entirely possible that they had died from anger. The King of Time did not know Sun Yu's thoughts. She stepped forward and said seriously, To prevent this world from falling further out of control, I suggest you leave this world. You can come with me to the time realm, where you can follow me and maybe even comprehend the way of heaven and attain a divine position in the future. Thank you, but I refuse. Sun Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. You. The King of Time clearly did not expect Sun Yu to refuse so decisively. How many people yearn for the opportunity to become God? Yet this young man actually turned it down. She asked angrily, have you thought about it again? Think about what? Sun Yu knew that the world of gods was not as beautiful as imagined. The life of a god was extremely dull and boring. He had every reason to believe that Zamasu in Dragon Ball Super had gone mad from the monotonous life of making tea for his master every day. The so-called theory of human evil was just an excuse. That guy was simply crazy and wanted to kill. Moreover, Sun Yu had many attachments in this universe. He couldn't just abandon his life here. Perhaps his presence would bring disaster to this world. But crossing over here was not Sun Yu's choice. It wasn't his fault. So he would not leave this place. And no matter what crises arose in the future, Sun Yu would use his own hands to protect the important people. No need to think about it. I won't go with you. King of Time, please step aside. I still need to deal with that guy and hurry back to Earth, or my friends will start worrying again. Sun Yu pointed at Frieza behind the Time King, clearly not having forgotten about him. Although time on this planet had been temporarily stopped, the crisis had not been averted. After hearing Sun Yu's words, the Time King pressed his forehead with his right hand and helplessly said, did you even listen to what I said? You will regret this. Whether or not I will regret, it can be discussed later, but let me take care of this guy first. No, he shouldn't die at your hands. If I hadn't seen it, that would be one thing, but since I have, I can't just ignore it. So what do you suggest? I will take him away and then work hard to minimize the temporal deviations. The Time King ignored Sun Yu, lifted the motionless Frieza, and waved her small hand to open a distorted corridor behind her. Before leaving, the Time King solemnly said to Sun Yu, I hope you think carefully. Before you create a big mess, I don't want to take strong measures against you. Take care of yourself. After saying this, the Time King entered the distorted corridor without looking back. Sun Yu curled his lips in disdain and said, come on, you don't want to take strong measures against me? You're a high-level deity, no doubt, but as far as I know, you can't fight at all. Sun Yu suddenly felt that the motivation of the Time Kaioshin in taking Frieza away was not simple. Despite her appearance as a cute little girl, she was actually an ancient monster who had lived for countless years, and her intentions were sinister. Lost in thought as he gazed at the spot where the Time Kaioshin had disappeared, Sun Yu didn't notice a spark landing on his hair. Sizzle. A wisp of green smoke began to rise from Sun Yu's golden hair, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. He desperately touched his scalp. Hot, hot, hot. Damn it. Even a Super Saiyan would feel pain. Boom. A burst of scorching magma erupted not far away, and Sun Yu immediately felt the urge to curse. This time Kaioshin just left without giving him a moment to escape. Based on the current situation, this planet would explode in at most 40 seconds. She was definitely doing it on purpose. Don't let me see her again. Otherwise, I will definitely smash her, but Sun Yu suddenly soared into the sky, pushing his speed to the limit in search of the strategic void ship he had arrived on. Bang, bang, bang. The sky echoed with a series of sonic booms as Sun Yu quickly reached the location where the battleship had docked. Without hesitation, he rushed inside and skillfully found the command room. The command room was now empty. Sun Yu pressed the spaceship's launch button and said to the onboard AI, hurry up and start the ship. Set the course for the southern part of the Milky Way, solar system, Earth. The course setting is in preparation, and the ship is about to launch. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Come on, hurry up. Sun Yu's fingers turned white from gripping tightly. Even though he had Dragon Balls to resurrect once, he still hoped to live a good life. 3, 2, 1. The spaceship's engines are ready. Shall we launch? Yes, 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 hurry. Right now. Sun Yu shouted with all his might, feeling as if he were about to collapse. The Veblen planet was on the brink of explosion, and through the holographic screen, Sun Yu could see that the ground around the spaceship was covered in a sea of lava. The crust was sinking, and as far as he could see, it was a sea of fire. Just looking at it made him feel the intense heat of 6,000 degrees Celsius from the Earth's core. To be honest, being roasted alive was one of the last ways Sun Yu wanted to die. Spaceship start. Sun Yu only felt a slight tremor in the ship's body, and then the holographic screen turned into an endless expanse of black. Because the launch speed of the exploration-class strategic void ship was extremely fast, and its internal structure was very stable, Sun Yu found himself outside the atmosphere of Veblen Star without feeling a hint of acceleration. His vision shifted, and he arrived there. Almost at the same time, a dazzling red light emitted from the holographic screen, and Sun Yu knew that the planet Veblen had exploded. It was like fireworks blooming in the night, and as Sun Yu watched the scattered flames on the screen, he couldn't help but be amazed. He suddenly understood why Frieza loved watching planets explode so much. It was truly beautiful. In the image, Sun Yu's gaze was drawn to several unusual white spherical objects. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. There were single-capsule spacecraft, and there were 5 of them. They must have been the ships used by the Jinyu Force when they first arrived on this planet. But why were they appearing here now? Sun Yu thought of a possibility. The original Cell. In the Dragon Ball anime, Cell devolved into an egg form and took Trunks' spaceship back to the past. Now, those original cells are just as intelligent as ordinary people, and they likely know about the planet's impending crisis. So they found these few spaceships and successfully escaped. Watching the 5 spaceships getting farther away, Sun Yu felt a deep resentment. He knew that the original cells could absorb the life essence of other beings to become stronger. This would mean that many civilizations in the universe would suffer. AI, can you lock onto those single-capsule spaceships behind us? Sun Yu asked anxiously. I am sorry, Commander. The preset flight path cannot be changed. It is recommended to switch the spaceship to manual mode. Manual mode? Who can fly this thing? Sun Yu cursed in frustration. At this point, regardless of the historical deviations caused by letting the original cells go, Sun Yu didn't want to dwell on it. With too many lice, you don't feel itchy. With too many debts, you don't worry. He turned and walked out of the command room. The void ship would take about a year and 3 months to reach Earth. Sun Yu wanted to take a good sleep first, and then continue his training in response to the crisis mentioned by the Kaishin of time. It was like a blade hanging over his head, and he had to force himself to become stronger, surpassing Super Saiyans at the fastest speed. At the southern edge of the Milky Way, 5 months passed swiftly in the solar system. In the Golden Pyramid Temple, where Lana and her companions were traveling, had reached the vicinity of the solar system. Originally, escaping from danger was something everyone would celebrate, but it became unusually gloomy because Sun Yu was missing among them. When they learned that Sun Yu had gone alone to stop Frieza, Bardock and Alanx almost made Tarsal turn back to Vibrant Star. However, the response they received was that the space probe detected that Vibrant Planet had exploded and disappeared from the universe. Everyone thought Sun Yu was dead, and in the conference hall, no one spoke for a long time. The atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. At that moment, Lana told everyone that there was something called Dragon Balls on Earth that could grant any wish, including resurrecting Sun Yu. They seemed to see hope again. After that, Lana, Bardock, and Alanx all went into their respective training rooms, and for 5 months, they trained frantically. After the temple arrived in the solar system, Tarsal chose to dock on Mars, partly because they still had hundreds of thousands of civilians sleeping in their folding space. If they released them all at once on Earth, it would undoubtedly cause panic. On the other hand, through scanning, Tarsal felt that Mars' ecological environment was easier to transform into a suitable living environment, so they decided to settle there first. After docking on Mars, Lana and Bardock's family planned to head to Earth immediately. Lana wanted to hurry to Dr. Brief's house to get the Dragon Balls and then resurrect Sun Yu. Bardock's family was worried about their youngest son, Sun Wukong, so they also wanted to go to Earth together. Tarsal arranged a small spaceship for them, and when they flew into Earth's atmosphere, they scared many powerful beings above Earth out of their wits. Through 5 months of intense training, Bardock's combat power stabilized around 2 million, and Lana was not far behind. Although not as monstrous as Bardock, she had a combat power of 1.6 million, even if they deliberately restrained themselves. Such combat power would still exude an incredibly terrifying aura. Additionally, there was Bardock's eldest son Raditz. Although he was only 12 years old, he had built a solid martial arts foundation and, with efficient training, raised his combat power to 50,000, far surpassing many of his peers. On the Karin Tower, the old Supreme Kai, feeling the arrival of unimaginable powerful beings, had a grim expression. He said to his attendant, "We have some extremely terrifying guys here. One of their auras feels somewhat familiar, but the other unfamiliar aura is too frightening. It seems that Earth is going to be restless again." Bardock and their spaceship landed near the North City, but for such strong beings, distance would clearly not limit their range of activities. Lana flew east towards Dr. Brief's house based on her memory. Karin was carried by Bardock, excitedly talking about her youngest son Kakarot, who is Sun Wukong. To this, Lana found it hard to respond. She hadn't seen the little guy when Sun Wukong first arrived on Earth. 6 years passed in a flash, and the situation in E-City had changed a lot. The most significant change was the Brief family. Over 6 years, the former richest family in E-City transformed into the world's richest family. The Brief residence had been completely renovated, rivaling that of a prince's palace, though the architectural style still featured the unique round roofs of the Dragon Ball world. No wonder the Brief family, known for taking in all the Namekian refugees in the original Dragon Ball, had become so wealthy. The world of the rich is like the starry sky, visible but incomprehensible. From a distance, Lana saw Mrs. Brief watering flowers in the garden with several young maids. She immediately flew to Mrs. Brief and said anxiously, "Mrs. Brief, I'm Lana. Where are the Dragon Balls that Sun you left at your house?" Mrs. Brief was startled by Lana's sudden appearance, but upon recognizing her, she smiled and said, "Oh, it's Miss Lana. The Dragon Balls have been with Bulma. I'll have someone call her. Why don't you come in for some tea first?" After saying this, she instructed a maid to go find Bulma in the lab, while Mrs. Brief warmly welcomed the group into the living room. She noticed that several unfamiliar people had come with Lana and curiously asked, "Why isn't Mr. Sunyu here?" As soon as Sunyu was mentioned, both Lana and Bardock's family instantly darkened their faces. Just then, the main door of the living room was suddenly pushed open, and a beautiful figure leaped into view. The youthful Bulma radiated vitality, and when she heard the maid mention a girl named Lana who was here to retrieve the Dragon Balls, she rushed into the living room holding a box containing the Dragon Balls. "Brother Sunyu, huh? Oh, Lana, is Brother Sunyu not here? And who are these people?" Bulma casually glanced at the unfamiliar faces in the living room, not spotting the person she had been longing for. Lana glanced at Bulma, who was starting to develop, and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. She stood up expressionlessly, took the box from Bulma's hands, and said, "Sunyu is dead. I want the Dragon Balls to resurrect him." "Brother Sunyu is dead?" Bulma's smile, which had just been on her face, suddenly froze. When she realized that Lana seemed to be telling the truth, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "TCH, I said he could be resurrected. Why such a big reaction?" Lana pouted in dissatisfaction. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Bulma, who could smile when happy and cry when sad, never needing to hide her true feelings. Mrs. Brief was also startled, but fortunately, Bulma quickly woke up. After listening to Lana explain that the Dragon Balls could resurrect Sunyu, she finally calmed down. The group went to the courtyard, and Lana opened the box, pouring out all the Dragon Balls, 7 orange transparent Dragon Balls rolling together. It was Bardock's family's first time seeing the Dragon Balls, and they appeared very curious. Having seen Sunyu summon the Eternal Dragon, Lana imitated him and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz." As Lana summoned, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground emitted dazzling light. The group held their breath, their eyes fixed on the Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." The sky over East City was suddenly filled with dark clouds. The noon sky turned incredibly gloomy, with strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Thunder and lightning. The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly burst forth with a strong light soaring into the sky, spiraling in the air. When the bright light faded, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was Shenron. "Speak your wish." The dragon's mouth slightly opened, and a deep voice echoed across the sky. "Shenron, please bring Son Goku back to life." Lana shouted her wish loudly. "I understand." Shenron raised his dragon head, his eyes glowing red. After a long while, Shenron shook his head and said solemnly, "No, I can only resurrect the dead. Son Goku is still alive." "Son Goku is still alive. That's great." Upon hearing this news, the group embraced and cried. Even Bardock's stern face rarely showed a relaxed smile. "I knew that guy wouldn't die so easily." "Well, since Son Goku is still alive, then please, Shenron, bring him Earth." Bulma spoke up at this time, eager to see her brother, Goku. "This is very simple," Shenron said, his eyes glowing red again. But his response left everyone in shock. "It's still not possible. He refused." "What? What does it mean that he refused?" "Literally, he asked me to convey his apologies for making you worry about him. He hopes you can use the Dragon Balls to revive the Saiyans killed by the original Cell." Shenron replied. Sun Wukong and Lana mentioned that the Dragon Balls can only resurrect people who have died within a year. Therefore, Sun Wukong didn't want to waste this opportunity to use the Dragon Balls. "All right then, let's resurrect those who were killed by the original Cell." Lana said, "This is quite simple, but the resurrected people can only come back at the place where they died. Is that okay?" The dragon said, kindly reminded. "No problem. Sun Wukong and I have already brought the corpses of the deceased here in perfect condition." The dragon responded, and its eyes glowed red once again. In the Silver Pyramid Temple, in the room where the corpses were kept, those who had died after having their life essence absorbed by Cell suddenly opened their eyes one by one. This was definitely not a case of rising from the dead. These people had truly been resurrected. "Your wish has been granted, so goodbye." After saying this, the dragon was enveloped in a golden light, its massive body shrinking into a ball in the air, revealing the shadows of the 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls turned into white stones and flew in all directions. Lana considered following son Wukong's example and grabbing all the Dragon Balls before they flew away to throw them on the ground. However, after thinking about it, she found it impossible to do such an unscrupulous thing. With the matter settled, Lana and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know when they would see son Wukong again, they believed he would definitely return. Now that the deceased have been resurrected, can we go meet Kakarot? Bardock looked at Lana with a hint of nervousness. Sure, your child should still be at Payaz Mountain. By the way, let me introduce you, Lana said as she pulled Bulma's hand and introduced, Bulma, these are the biological parents of the Saiyan child you and son Wukong found, Bardock and Jine. You were his parents? Bulma immediately thought of the child they had found at Payaz Mountain. So you want to go see him, right? Let's go, I'll fly the plane. No need, we can just fly there directly. Without waiting for Bulma to refuse, Lana swiftly picked her up and, after saying goodbye to Bardock and the others and Mrs. Brief, flew towards Payaz Mountain. Soon, they arrived at Payaz Mountain. Payaz Mountain is located in a plateau between West City and South City, surrounded by desolate Gobi Desert, with steep cliffs in the center and a large area of primitive forest, which is a paradise for many wild beasts. Lana had been here 6 years ago, so she vaguely remembered where Payaz Mountain was. After crossing a mountain range, the group arrived at the small wooden cabin on Payaz Mountain. After arriving at Grandpa Gohan's small wooden cabin, they were delighted to find 7-year-old Goku, who was living here alone. Indeed, Grandpa Gohan ultimately could not escape his fate. Despite son Wukong repeatedly warning Grandpa Gohan to be careful not to let little Goku see the full moon and to cut off his tail if possible, unfortunately, Grandpa Gohan overlooked it once. On a night of a full moon, little Goku's tail grew out, and when he got up to go to the bathroom, he accidentally saw the full moon. When Jine saw little Goku for the first time, she couldn't help but rush forward to hug him and cry uncontrollably. Bardock also excitedly told little Goku that he was his father. Little Goku was quite confused about this, but when they released the tails wrapped around their waists, he was surprised to find that these strangers also had tails. Since everyone had tails, they were no longer strangers. Little Goku happily accepted the idea that this man and woman were his parents, to the point of being blissfully naive. Raditz, although not very fond of this seemingly weak little brother, did not dare to act recklessly due to Bardock's authority, because little Goku was unwilling to leave Payaz Mountain. Where he had lived with his grandfather since childhood, Bardock's family decided to temporarily settle in Payaz Mountain, as he wanted to properly guide little Goku's training. Lana and Bulma knew it was not the right time to disturb their family reunion, so after sitting for a while, they took their leave. Time passed quietly, and 7 months flew by. Finally, on this day, the Silver Pyramid Temple on Mars received a communication request from the universe. It was from son Wukong's exploration-class strategic void ship, and he was expected to arrive in the solar system within a day, which thrilled everyone. Tarsal analyzed the preset route shared by son Wukong and quickly calculated his landing location, which was in a wilderness in the southwest of Earth. Soon, Tarsal, Uncle Ali Alanx, and others headed to Earth to meet up with Lana and prepare to welcome son Wukong's arrival. An hour before son Wukong's arrival, everyone waited early in the southwest wilderness. Bulma also shamelessly tagged along, showing great excitement for son Wukong's arrival. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the sky took on a captivating red hue. The group did not feel bored from the long wait. Instead, they grew more excited as time passed. Suddenly, a distorted space appeared in the sky, and a standing oval-shaped small shuttle appeared before them, slowly descending as its 3 struts landed steadily on the ground. Is that brother-son Wukong? Bulma stepped forward and asked nervously. Bardock suddenly stepped in front of her and solemnly said, "That's not son Wukong's energy. Although the newcomer is trying hard to suppress their energy, we can feel that the other party is very strong." Bardock could sense it, and so could Lana and the others. Not knowing whether the newcomer was friend or foe, Bardock and Lana stood at the front. If any unexpected situation arose, they could protect everyone and retreat immediately. The top cover of the vertical oval shuttle slowly opened, and a beautiful figure emerged, a tall girl. No matter the world, beautiful girls always attract more attention, and the moment this girl appeared, she captivated everyone's gaze. The girl looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a light blue uniform and tight hot pants that exposed her long legs to the air. She had long black hair, and the sunset illuminated her profile. Her pink lips gently pursed, evoking a sense of affection in those who looked at her. As if noticing the attention, the girl awkwardly offered a shy smile to the crowd, then looked up at the sky, seemingly waiting for something. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Bardock asked coldly, not letting his guard down just because the other party was a cute girl. Hearing Bardock's question, the girl was slightly taken aback, then softly replied, "I am waiting for someone." Waiting for someone? Normally, Lana wouldn't be keen on talking to strangers. However, since Sun Wukong was about to arrive, she didn't want a stranger to disrupt the originally warm reunion moment, so she stepped forward and said, "Hey, are you out of your mind? A big girl like you shouldn't be wandering around in the wilderness. You should hurry home. I really am waiting for someone." The girl stomped her foot anxiously and said, "The person I'm waiting for will arrive in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The group exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, they all exclaimed in unison, "You can't be waiting for Sun Wukong, right?" Both sides were waiting for Sun Yu's arrival. The girl took a step back, frightened by the crowd, while Lana and Bulma reacted the most intensely. They stared at the girl with murderous eyes and ominously asked, "Tell us, what is your relationship with Sun Yu? When did you meet? Be honest, or just wait and see how I deal with you." The girl stared blankly at Bulma for a while, then chuckled lightly and said in a pleasant voice, "I think you misunderstood. I don't know Sun Yu. I'm here waiting for him because I need his help." Upon hearing that they didn't know each other, Lana and Bulma awkwardly laughed a few times. Araxis jumped in front of the girl, striking what he thought was a cool pose and flamboyantly said, "Actually, if this beauty needs help, you can come to me as well. Although I'm not as strong as Lord Kyle, I am one of the rare strong ones in the universe." The crowd cast disdainful glances at Araxis, who, rather than feeling ashamed, took pride in boasting about his achievements even more. The girl smiled gently and said, "If you want to help me, then you should focus on your training. For now, I can only look forward to Sun Yu's arrival." Hearing her words, Araxis felt disheartened, like a defeated rooster, returning home with his tail between his legs. At that moment, Bulma noticed a detail. The shuttle the girl arrived in actually bore the logo of the Capsule Corporation, but she swore her family had never produced that model of machine. "Why does your device have our company's logo? Who are you?" Bulma frowned, looking at the girl with suspicion. "And you must also be a Saiyan, right?" Bardock said, staring at the tail wrapped around the girl's waist. Facing their questions, the girl pondered for a moment and explained, "This device is indeed a product of the Capsule Corporation, but it won't be produced for another 30 years. As you can see, I come from the future. My name is Sun Wuyue." The mention of Sun Wuyue stirred a huge wave of shock among the crowd, as her appearance was far more impactful than time travel itself. "Miss Wuyue, could it be that Sun Yu is your—" Bardock, rarely imaginative, asked somewhat intentionally, seeing that someone had guessed. Sun Wuyue no longer hid it and generously revealed her identity. "That's right, I am indeed Sun Yu's daughter." Wow. Upon hearing Sun Wuyue's words, the crowd erupted in a chorus of wow, as this information was clearly more sensational than time travel. Bardock realized something was off, since Sun Yu was Sun Wuyue's father. "How could Wuyue say she didn't know Sun Yu?" he asked, "when Lana asked you about your relationship with Sun Yu. Why did you say you didn't know him?" The crowd seemed to ponder this question as well, looking curiously at Sun Wuyue. "Because I haven't seen him since I became aware of things. A lot has happened in the future. I'll explain it when he arrives," Sun Wuyue replied. The crowd tentatively believed her words and agreed to let her stay and wait for Sun Yu's arrival. After chatting for a while, Lana and Bulma clearly became more interested in who Wuyue's mother was. They surrounded Wuyue, trying hard to pry the information out of her, while Bardock and the other male companions leaned in to eavesdrop. However, when it came to the identity of the mother, Sun Wuyue remained tight-lipped. Since her parents were not together yet, any small mistake could affect her existence. No matter how much the two women tried to coax her, Wuyue wouldn't budge. Tarsal, on the other hand, became very interested in the time machine Wuyue rode in, as his clan had high expertise in space but knew nothing about time technology. So he wanted to take the opportunity to study it. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and a small black dot gradually appeared in the sky as everyone looked up. As the dot grew larger, a massive void ship appeared before everyone, and the crowd cheered with joy. Sun Yu had finally returned. After the void ship stabilized, the side hatch slowly opened, and Sun Yu flew out, landing in front of the group. "Hi everyone, I'm back." Before Sun Yu could steady himself, Bulma rushed into his arms, tightly hugging his neck and refusing to let go. "Wow, it's been years, and little Bulma has grown so much," Sun Yu exclaimed, "really big, at least 36D. Oh my god, she is still just a child." Bardock and Tarsal gathered around, and Sun Yu nodded at them one by one. When Sun Yu saw Sun Wuyue, he suddenly froze and asked, Who is this beautiful girl?" I've never seen her before. If he hadn't asked, it would have been fine. But once Sun Yue was mentioned, Bulma and Lana simultaneously twisted Sun Yue's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you two doing? That hurts. The two women snorted coldly and said in unison, you asked her yourself. Bardock and the others gave Sun Yu a helpless look, leaving him confused. Looking back at the girl, he found her staring at him in a daze. To be fair, anyone would find it hard to remain calm when a pure and lovely girl was staring at them, and Sun Yu was no exception. He scratched his head and walked up to Sun Wuyue. Sun Yu's actions clearly startled Sun Wuyue, and after a moment of distraction, she instinctively took a step back. Unexpectedly, she tripped over a stone, her figure swaying as she was about to fall. If a beautiful girl were to fall in front of him, and he didn't help, it would be inhumane. So, Sun Yu swiftly grabbed Wuyue's small hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. The fragrance was overwhelming, causing Sun Yu's heart to race. Seeing this scene, everyone cast murderous looks at Sun Yu, calling him a beast in human clothing, a disgraceful gentleman, a monster who wouldn't even spare his own daughter. Sun Yu was completely unaware of what others were thinking. He cleared his throat and put on what he thought was a gentlemanly smile, asking, what is your name, miss? Sun Wuyue blinked her long eyelashes, gazing at Sun Yu with a charming look for quite a while. She tried to suppress her excitement at meeting Sun Yu for the first time. Her red lips parted as she unconsciously called out, Dad. Huh? Sun Yu stood frozen for 3 seconds, staring blankly at Sun Wuyue. Can you imagine a young girl who is only a few years younger than you calling you Dad? It's simply a shock to one's worldview. The way she called out Dad was so sincere that Sun Yu felt the whole world owed her an Oscar statuette. He chuckled awkwardly and looked at the crowd, sensing a hint of conspiracy in the air, saying, I get it. You all teamed up to mess with me. Come on, you could have come up with a better lie. This one isn't funny at all. The crowd continued to maintain their murderous glare, making Sun Yu's heart skip a beat. He suddenly had a bad premonition of becoming an unexpected father and weakly said, she really is my daughter. Everyone nodded in unison. Sun Wuyue smiled awkwardly, forcing a grin as she said, I'm sorry, I didn't explain clearly. You are indeed my father, but that's in 10 years in the future. How should I put it? My name is Sun Wuyue. I traveled through time from the future using a time machine. Some things happen in the future, and I need your help. When Sun Wuyue said this, Sun Yu found it much easier to understand. After all, there are similar plots in the original Dragon Ball. But the time traveler is replaced by Trunks. Although Sun Yu still found it hard to see a girl around his age as his daughter for now, he could only passively accept the fact of being an accidental father. His daughter was already this big, and he was still single. How frustrating. As for what Wu mentioned about some events happening in the future, Sun Yu quickly recalled the crisis that the Supreme Kai of Time had mentioned to him. It seems that this is really not a baseless concern. The sky gradually turned gloomy, and Sun Yu suggested they go to Bulma's house to discuss this matter. Everyone had no objections, and Sun Wuyue put the time machine into the universal capsule. Sun Yu instructed Tarsal to take care of the void ship, and then led everyone to fly towards Bulma's house. They soon arrived at Bulma's living room, and Tarsal followed along, as he had become a staunch supporter of Sun Yu, so everyone naturally included him. After sitting down, Sun Yu first asked, Wuyue, since you traveled through time and space to find us, I believe many significant events must have happened in the future. I want to know, how are we all in the future? This was the question Sun Yu was most concerned about. If everyone was safe and sound in the future, then Sun Wuyue wouldn't need to exert so much effort to traverse time and space. The future, everyone was gone. Sun Wuyue's expression was somewhat bleak as she tried to cheer up and said, Father will go missing 10 years later. Uncle Sun Wukong will die of a heart attack, and the rest of the Saiyans will all die in battle. Sun Wuyue's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone to stand up in shock, glaring at Miss Wuyue. You're lying. How is that possible? How could that be? I'm not lying. Sun Wuyue's aura erupted explosively. A wave of golden energy surged into the sky, and her shoulder-length hair turned golden in an instant. The calm and gentle demeanor she had before vanished, and she appeared like a awakened beast, radiating a terrifying presence. Super Saiyan, Bardock, and the others felt their hearts tremble. They had known since Sun Yufei returned to Earth that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. According to Sun Yu's description, the true Super Saiyan form is much stronger and of a higher level than the pseudo Super Saiyan. However, when Sun Wuyue transformed into a Super Saiyan before them, they could feel the terrifying aura emanating from her, far beyond their imagination. The suffocating feeling was truly incredible. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, compared to the pseudo Super Saiyan, it is not just slightly stronger, but why can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Because I am the daughter of the strongest Super Saiyan, Sun Yu. Sun Wuyue's breathing became a bit hurried, possibly influenced by the slight excitement after transforming into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Sun Yu calmly patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Wuyue, I believe you are not lying. Please tell us about the future. Sun Yu's words truly calmed Wuyue down. She dispersed her golden aura and sat beside him. Wuyue took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, speaking softly. The future world is terrifying. There are many dreadful enemies, and more than half of the civilizations in the universe, including Earth, have been destroyed. The remaining people were sent deep into the universe by Grandpa Tarsal using the Silver Temple to avoid disaster. Bardock stared at Sun Wuyue and asked, did we really die in battle? Yes, Grandpa Bardock. Uncle Yolante, you died during the battle against the evil Super Saiyan. In the end, it was Brother Goku and Brother Vegeta who fused into Gogeta and defeated the evil Super Saiyan. However, the enemies that appeared later became stronger and stronger. Brother Goku died young due to a heart disease, and his death led us to lose our last hope. Wait a minute. Bardock felt that the information in Wuyue's words was overwhelming. He couldn't accept the plot of his own death and questioned, the Vegeta you mentioned couldn't be King Vegeta's son, right? Also, if we died in battle, why didn't we use the Dragon Balls to bring us back to life? Everyone nodded in agreement with Bardock's question. Hearing Bardock's doubts, Sun Wuyue's eyes widened as she murmured, the Dragon Balls really exist? This isn't just a fairy tale my mother made up to comfort me? Well, it seems that the future world doesn't have Dragon Balls. Hearing this news made everyone's hearts tremble, especially those who had just witnessed the resurrection ability of the Dragon Balls. Since the Kai of Time had approached Sun Yu, he had some mental preparation for this, but what truly concerned him was why he would go missing 10 years later. He asked, Wuyue, you said I would go missing in 10 years. Can you tell me what you know? Wuyue softly responded, saying, my mother told me that when I was 1.5 years old, a strangely dressed young lady came to find my father. My mother secretly listened to their conversation, and it seemed they were talking about the Kai of Time. Later, my father followed her and never came back. At this point, Wuyue's expression became somewhat gloomy. Sun Yu helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, realizing that the so-called young lady must be the Kai of Time. It turned out that his disappearance was related to her. No matter what role she played, Sun Yu would not easily trust her anymore. Because she would cause him to miss his daughter's growth, that was unforgivable. Seeing the atmosphere of the room become a bit heavy, Sun Yu smiled and encouraged everyone. Come on, don't look so gloomy. Since we know that the future will face a huge crisis, you all need to work hard to train. This is not just about your own fate. I promise you, no matter what happens, I will not leave without permission and will definitely stay with you. That's right. We really need to train hard. I don't want to be surpassed by that brat Kakarot in the future. Bardock also ignited his fighting spirit. As a warrior race, the Saiyans never fear battle. No matter how powerful the enemies, they would not back down. Sun Yu's words deeply touched Sun Wuyue. She smiled as she looked at her future father. Her mother was right. Her father was indeed a great man. No matter what difficulties he faced, he would charge to the front without hesitation. He was a hero who brought hope to all his people. Sun Yuka didn't realize that he had unknowingly established a tall image in the heart of a certain adolescent girl. When he saw his future daughter secretly staring at him, he leaned in and asked, can you tell me privately who my future wife is? Dad, Miss Wuyue shot a glare at Sun Yu, explaining, I can't reveal my mother's identity in advance, or it will cause historical discrepancies. The most serious consequence could be that it might affect my birth. Sun Yugan chuckled, indicating his understanding. He then asked, Wuyue, you specifically came from the future, so it shouldn't just be to tell us about future events, right? Why don't you tell us? What is your purpose for coming here? If my presence can change the future world, that would be the best. However, Grandpa Tarsal deduced that the past and the future are two independent timelines. She is more inclined to let me receive my father's training guidance, so that when I become strong enough, I can save the future world. Wuyue said. After listening, Sun Yu nodded and gave Tarsal a meaningful look, thinking to himself that this chieftain, who had a peculiar focus on the technology tree, had finally made some progress in the study of time for the future. At least he had done something worthy of his faith in the god. However, the God of Time had told Sun Yu that there is no predetermined history in this world, and all changes are not without meaning. Sun Yu did not want to say much at the moment, so he cleared his throat and said to everyone, please disperse for now. Bulma, you take Wuyue to find a room to settle down. Bardock, Tarsal, you two stay for a moment. After he finished speaking, everyone got up and left. And soon the living room was left with only Sun Yu, Bardock, and Tarsal. Lord Sun Yu, Do you have any special instructions for us? Tarsal asked respectfully. Sun Yu nodded and said solemnly, I think I know the identity of the evil Super Saiyan. Perhaps he is Broly. Broly is a legendary warrior who appears once every 1,000 years, and his fighting power grows rapidly over time. Given 10 years, I can't imagine how powerful he would become. Are you talking about the kid born on the same day as Kakarot? Bardock seemed to remember something. He had heard some rumors before. It was said that there was a baby born on the same day as his son, who had a strong fighting power right from birth, but was later said to have been exiled by King Vegeta. These were all secrets of the upper class on planet Vegeta, and Bardock only knew a bit because of Kakarot. That's right, it's the baby born on the same day as Son Goku. He reacts to Son Goku's cries. But unlike Son Goku, his fighting power was already at 10,000 at birth, making him a legendary warrior who appears once every 1,000 years. His personality is bloodthirsty and violent. As he ages, Broly will become stronger and will be a madman who only knows how to fight. Sun Wukong paused for a moment and continued, Of course, these are just my guesses, so I'm only chatting with you. If the evil Super Saiyan in the future really is him, then he would indeed be a troublesome opponent. The Dragon Ball movie mentioned that King Vegeta, fearing Broly's potential, sent someone to kill Broly and his father, and then discarded them in a garbage dump. However, Broly and his father did not die. Instead, they escaped everyone's sight. When Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, Broly demonstrated incredible power, creating a shield that allowed them to survive in the universe. Later, Broly's father, Pargus, commissioned a control device to successfully control Broly. So what does Lord Sun Wukong mean? Tarsal asked. If he's a ticking time bomb like that, shouldn't we get rid of him sooner rather than later? Are we supposed to keep him around for the new year? Sun Wukong said understandably. Sun Wukong speculated that Frieza should not have had the chance to destroy planet Vegeta yet. Because of his actions, King Vegeta's conspiracy failed, and he himself attracted all of Frieza's hatred. Therefore, planet Vegeta still exists, and Broly and his father are still on planet Vegeta. However, Lord Sun Wukong, I want to wait until he is fully grown up, and then defeat him openly and honestly. Bardock expressed his indignation, and Sun Wukong knew he was unwilling to accept that he would die in battle in the future. He wanted to turn the tide through his own efforts. To be honest, Sun Wukong really understood Bardock's feelings. But at least you should understand the current situation. Lady No Moon has also said that the enemies appearing in the future will be stronger than the last. Are you still worried about not having opponents? Sun Yu waved his hand and said, If this guy is really the evil Super Saiyan that you mentioned, then I definitely won't let him go. However, I can't bring myself to bully a child who has little means to fight back. First, let's find him. We can discuss the rest later. Seeing that Sun Yu had left some leeway, Bardock looked at him gratefully. At this moment, Tarsal asked, Lord Sun Yu, when you plan to set off to find this person named Broly? Sun Yu replied, Let's wait until we finish dealing with some recent matters. By the way, I heard from Lana that your temple is temporarily docked on Mars. Tarsal, you don't want to settle on Mars, do you? Sun Yu looked at Tarsal with interest. Tarsal was silent for a moment and said seriously, If Lord Sun Yu has no objections, I personally really like Mars' ecological environment. We have now completed the transformation of Mars' atmosphere. Even ordinary Earth people can live freely on the surface of Mars. Sun Yu awkwardly smiled and said, I have no objections, but should we call you Martians from now on? Tarsal and Bedak found nothing wrong with it, and Sun Yu didn't want to delve into the issue any further. As long as the Saiyan race didn't change their name, that was fine. In that case, I suggest we build an interstellar transit gate in the northwest direction of the solar system, which would make it convenient to quickly reach various planets in the Milky Way. Sounds good. If you build this interstellar transit gate, how long will it take to fly from Earth to planet Vegeta? Tarsal lowered his head and silently calculated, then replied, It will take about a day. Not bad, not bad. Sun Yu smiled. This news indeed surprised him. So, how long will it take you to build the interstellar transit gate? 3 months, and the resources can be directly mined from Mars. Tarsal answered, Okay, then I'll trouble you with it. We'll set off for planet Vegeta 3 months later. With that, Sun Yu stood up.